The sixth ice age descends abruptly, plunging global temperatures by a staggering 100 degrees, resulting in widespread human mortality. In the aftermath of this cataclysm, Ling Feng, having witnessed the brutal murder of his loved ones, finds himself reborn 3 months prior to the apocalypse, awakening to a spatial duplication system that allows him to replicate materials 100-fold or upgrade them to an extraordinary degree. Armed with immense financial resources amounting to billions, Ling Feng embarks on a fervent stockpiling spree. Lacking supplies? That is simply out of the question. Once his funds are depleted, he acquires a storage facility worth billions at no cost, and through the replication system, he amasses trillions worth of resources, standing in defiance of the world. For security, he constructs a shelter capable of withstanding nuclear attacks. Chapter 1. 3 months before the apocalypse, Ling Feng jolts upright, gasping for breath, his forehead slick with sweat. He surveys his surroundings, confirming he is indeed in the bedroom of his villa. The environment feels both familiar and alien, stirring an unsettling sensation within him. He distinctly recalls being killed. How is it that he now finds himself back in this room? He extends his hands, examining his palms that had been severed. Now, they are unblemished, with no trace of injury. Beneath him lies a soft bed, the room enveloped in warmth and comfort. Sunlight streaming through the window while birds chirp merrily outside. This cannot be the apocalypse. In a frenzy, he retrieves his Dalarang mobile phone. May 1st, 2098. I have actually been reborn. After multiple confirmations, he realizes he has genuinely returned to the 3 months preceding the outbreak of the apocalypse. Exhaling heavily, he gradually relaxes his taut body. He vividly remembers that in his previous life, the apocalypse officially erupted on August 2nd. The calamity was purportedly triggered by the explosion of 2 planets located 2,000 light-years from Blue Star, unleashing a gamma ray burst upon the planet. This event altered the atmospheric composition of Blue Star, ushering it into the 6th ice age. Within mere days, the temperature plummeted by 100 degrees. Subsequently, relentless blizzards persisted for 3 months, transforming Blue Star into a colossal snowball. Faced with such immense disaster, modern civilization faltered, suffering catastrophic blows to humanity. Extreme weather conditions and food shortages plunged society back into a primitive state. The machinery of the nation ground to a halt, and in the absence of legal and moral constraints, society descended into chaos. Individuals struggled for mere sustenance, willing to barter their very souls. Some would resort to murder over a single bowl of instant noodles. Others would sell their bodies for a loaf of bread. In the direst of times, cannibalism emerged as food scarcity reached alarming levels. In this dystopian world, the fundamental trust between individuals eroded completely. One cannot trust anyone, regardless of whether they are brothers, relatives, or lovers. You can never truly discern when the individual behind you may plunge a dagger into your back, seizing your resources, or even your very life. The malevolence of human nature is starkly revealed in such moments. In his previous life, Ling Feng was brutally murdered by his own kin. He witnessed his uncle, with a grotesque expression, thrust a sharp blade deep into his chest. Fearing his victim was not yet lifeless, he continued to stab relentlessly, uttering curses. Die, die, you wretched little bastard. You should never have graced the Ling family with your presence. Go accompany that old wretch to the afterlife. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, I was the one who dispatched that old fool, for he always favored you. Everything in the Ling family belongs to me. It was only moments before his demise that Ling Feng discerned the true faces of his uncle's family, realizing that all their prior kindness had been mere pretense. It is laughable that he had once naively placed his trust in them. As he reflected on the events leading to his death, he clenched his fists in rage. You vile scum, this time, I shall return the agony you inflicted upon me 1,000-fold. In this new life, Ling Feng resolved to trust no one. His previous underestimation of human nature had led to his tragic fate. During the apocalyptic turmoil of his former existence, he had fared relatively well. As a retired soldier, he had cultivated a habit of stockpiling supplies. Thus, his home was replete with compressed biscuits and instant noodles, enough provisions to sustain him for half a year, provided he rationed them carefully. Yet it was precisely these supplies that incited his uncle's family to cruelly take his life. Lacking the foresight to store food, they found themselves without sustenance by the 2nd day of the apocalypse. They sought Ling Feng's assistance, and without hesitation, he braved the blizzard to deliver a considerable amount of supplies to them. Once their provisions were exhausted, they continued to solicit his help. Ling Feng vividly recalls his uncle's insincere words. Xiao Feng, our family has run out of supplies. My wife and I, along with your siblings, would like to stay at your home for a few days, if that is all right. Initially, Ling Feng had intended to refuse. No one could predict when the calamity would abate. The resources he possessed were already a tight squeeze for himself. If his uncle's family of 5 were to join him, His supplies would scarcely last a few days. Thus, he denied their request. Yet his uncle's family persisted, playing on his emotions and attempting to persuade him. Eventually, after repeated assurances that their stay would be brief, Ling Feng's compassion led him to relent. This decision would ultimately plunge him into despair. His kindness sealed his fate. After they moved in, the family refused to leave, staying for half a month regardless of Ling Feng's pleas. Gradually, the supplies he had stockpiled began to dwindle. In a desperate bid to conserve food, they even contemplated a shocking act of self-harm. One ordinary night, while Ling Feng was asleep, his uncle and two cousins burst into his room, forcefully pinning him down. Ling Feng awoke instantly. Although he was restrained by the three of them, his exceptional physical prowess, honed from his background as a special forces soldier, should have allowed him to break free effortlessly. However, that night, something peculiar occurred. His cousins, typically known for their debauchery, exhibited an overwhelming strength that rendered him immobile. Ling Feng was baffled by this anomaly, as he knew his cousins were mere playboys, their bodies drained by excess. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to withstand even a single blow from him. It was as if a once robust man had suddenly transformed into an enduring beast. And the notion of them not having taken any enhancements was hard to believe. Shaking off such thoughts, Ling Feng resolved never to repeat the fatal mistakes of the past. He was determined to survive in the impending apocalypse that loomed 3 months ahead. In that future world, resources would be exceedingly scarce, and he must prepare diligently. No one could predict how long the extreme weather would persist, 10 years, 50 years, or even a century. The duration of this catastrophe remained uncertain, and all he could do was stockpile as much as possible. He planned to spend all his current wealth, for otherwise, it would merely become worthless paper. Ling Feng considered himself fortunate, as he anticipated inheriting a fortune of 20 billion after his grandfather's passing. While contemplating his next steps, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Welcome to the hundredfold Space Duplication System. Chapter 2. The system arrives. A system? Ling Feng jolted in surprise, and quickly focused his thoughts inward. Within his mind, he beheld a portal of light and eagerly immersed himself in it. Upon entering, he discovered a vast expanse, so immense that its boundaries were indiscernible. In this space, a virtual interface resembling a computer screen materialized overhead, displaying some text. A system introduction. This system is the hundredfold Space Duplication System. The owner may choose to either replicate the quantity of items stored in the space a hundredfold or enhance their quality a hundredfold. Within this space, time is suspended. All items will remain in the state they were in at the moment of entry. As Ling Feng absorbed the details of the system, an overwhelming joy surged within him. A hundredfold duplication? This system is truly remarkable, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, focusing solely on cost-effectiveness. With the assistance of this system, I shall no longer fret over insufficient resources, as long as I stockpile billions of supplies and subsequently duplicate them by the hundreds. In the impending apocalypse, I shall undoubtedly be the most comfortable individual on the entire blue planet. Exhilarating. Ling Feng took a full 10 minutes to compose himself. The system is astonishingly formidable, a veritable anomaly in the apocalypse, and I must keep this secret close to my heart. A commoner is innocent. It is the possession of wealth that incurs guilt. Without sufficient strength for self-preservation, I cannot afford to wield this power carelessly in front of others. Ling Feng resolved to experiment with the system to observe its efficacy. With a mere thought, he placed the baton beside his bed into the system. As for why a baton lay by his bedside, it was, of course, for self-defense, having lacked a sense of security since childhood. He always kept a weapon beneath his pillow. The moment the baton entered the system space, a simple interface appeared. The interface was remarkably straightforward, featuring only 2 options, hundredfold quantity duplication and hundredfold quality enhancement. With another thought, he selected the option for quality enhancement. Instantly, the baton shimmered with light. Levitating in the space, Ling Feng retrieved the baton from the space, scrutinizing its transformation. Upon grasping it, he distinctly felt it had gained a slight increase in weight. Moreover, its resilience seemed lighter and its hardness significantly greater. The system is indeed impressive. The quality has genuinely improved. Ling Feng was overjoyed. Progressively storing all his household items within the system space, appliances, furniture, computers, gaming consoles, he tested them all. The system accepted everything without exception, as long as it was a standalone item. Ling Feng also attempted to store some living creatures, having placed a goldfish from his aquarium into the system. However, upon retrieving the goldfish, it was unfortunately deceased, indicating that the system cannot accommodate living beings. After a series of experiments, Ling Feng finally attained a fundamental understanding of the system space. The functionalities of the entire system are exceedingly powerful. The items stored remain in a state of stasis. This means I can preserve an abundance of vegetables and fruits within the space without the worry of decay. It is far superior to a cold storage. Ling Feng also tried to store a cup of hot water, and upon retrieval, it retained its temperature. Amazing. With this system, while I stockpile resources, I can also indulge in a zero-cost shopping spree before the apocalypse arrives. After all, if I don't take it, others will. It is far better for me to seize it. Ling Feng felt not an ounce of guilt regarding this behavior. In this apocalyptic world, who still cares about such trivialities? With this thought, Ling Tian felt a sense of clarity. However, it is worth mentioning that since his grandfather's passing, the inheritance of the Ling family is soon to be revealed, an event imminent in the coming days. He must swiftly acquire money, firearms, supplies, and women. Oh, perhaps the last point can be postponed for now. Suddenly, the ringing of his mobile phone pierced the silence. Ling Feng picked it up and glanced at the screen. Wang Long, a comrade from his Special Forces unit and a steadfast friend. They had been inseparable since childhood, having decided to enlist together after graduating from high school, ultimately serving in the same regiment. It is often said that the strongest bonds between men are forged through shared experiences, be it studying together or bearing arms side by side. Their camaraderie was no exception. After leaving the military, with the support of his parents, Wang Long opened a shooting range. This thought sparked an idea in Ling Feng. He answered the call. Hello? Hey, you slowpoke. Why are you taking so long to answer during daylight hours? Wang Long's teasing voice resonated from the other end, accompanied by a series of loud bangs. He must be at the shooting range. Curse you. What do you want? The two had long grown accustomed to their informal banter, speaking freely without restraint. Are you free tonight? Come out for a foot wash. It's been ages since I had one. Has it really been that long? Didn't we just do it the day before yesterday? My feet might get raw if I keep this up. Ling Feng sighed in exasperation. His friend had developed an obsession with foot washing ever since their first encounter with it back in high school. Enough chit-chat. Just get over here. I have to tell you, Jin Muxian has some new recruits. Their looks are something to behold. All right. I'll swing by your shooting range for a few rounds first. Prepare a VIP room for me. After hanging up, Ling Feng got ready to head to the shooting range. He frequented this place for two main reasons. Firstly, he had always had a passion for firearms. Having played with toy guns as a child, what boy isn't he? During his military service, his precise marksmanship earned him the role of a sniper. Thus, he seized every opportunity to practice at the range. Secondly, the owner was Wang Long, with whom he shared a close bond. After a session at the shooting range, their routine often led them to the foot washing establishment to, well, enjoy their time with firearms. Dressed in his leather jacket and sporting sunglasses, Ling Feng made his way to the garage. He polished his motorcycle, as he preferred riding it over any sports car. He relished the exhilarating sensation of wind and danger enveloping him. With a sudden twist of the throttle, he roared off into the distance. The motorcycle surged forward in an instant. In the previous life, the extreme cold had compelled everyone to remain indoors, leaving their beloved vehicles to gather dust in the garage. Now, having returned to a normal world, riding the motorcycle amidst the gentle breeze brought an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Ling Feng glanced in the rearview mirror to find the road free of traffic, and without hesitation, twisted the throttle to its limit. The motorcycle roared mightily as it sped toward its destination. Chapter 3. The arrival of firearms. After a vigorous half-hour ride, Ling Feng arrived at the shooting range. Following a swift registration at the front desk, he made his way to the VIP room on the third floor with practiced ease. As he approached the door, he heard laughter and playful banter emanating from within. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside, Wang Long reclined comfortably on the sofa. A cigarette nestled between his fingers, his eyes narrowed in enjoyment. Beside him sat a young woman, clad in staff attire, whose profile suggested she was around 20 years of age. With a sweet countenance and a stunning figure, she managed to transform a loose t-shirt into something form-fitting. The girl seemed to be assisting Wang Long with a troublesome zipper, her hands and mouth working together as she struggled slightly. Upon noticing Ling Feng's entrance, the girl let out a startled shriek. Wang Long, who had been engrossed in the moment, was equally startled by the sudden intrusion. As the owner of the shooting range, he maintained a strict military-style management over his employees, especially in this VIP room where no one was permitted to enter without his explicit permission. He typically did not lock the door, but today was an exception for the unwelcome visitor. Just as he was about to express his annoyance, recognition dawned upon him as he realized it was Ling Feng, and his irritation swiftly dissipated. He exchanged a knowing glance with the girl, who promptly adjusted her attire, wiped her mouth, and exited the room with a flushed face. Damn it, why didn't you knock before entering? You nearly gave me a heart attack, Wang Long exclaimed, rising from his seat to adjust himself and fasten his zipper. In broad daylight, and you're not ashamed. Your mind is always preoccupied with such trivial matters. Ling Feng picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, extracted one, and lit it. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled slowly, feeling a pleasant rush as the smoke enveloped him. That single puff sent him soaring, having endured months of mental strain since the onset of the apocalypse. He savored the relief that coursed through him. Clearly, he needed to stockpile more of this precious commodity, as it proved invaluable in these trying times. I warn you, if I suffer any consequences from your scare tactics, you're finished, Wang Long declared, extinguishing his cigarette but in the ashtray before taking a couple of swigs from his beer. Enough chatter, lead me to the armory so I can choose a weapon. What is your hurry? Under the reluctant urging of Wang Long, Ling Feng made his way towards the armory. This place was already familiar to Ling Feng. Yet today he felt a slight thrill. As he gazed upon the walls adorned with weapons, Ling Tian began to select them one by one. For Ling Feng, a firearms expert, he was proficient in the use of all the weapons available, but he had his own favorites. Among them was the A, known for its formidable power and durability, characteristics that rendered it particularly suitable for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Ling Feng approached the 2A models, turning his back to Wang Long, and seized the opportunity to discreetly store 2 of the firearms in his spatial pocket. One was immediately duplicated 100-fold, while the other was enhanced 100 times. The exhilaration surged within him at the sight of the upgraded a weapon with 100-fold increase in power? Who could withstand such a shot? Ling Tian swiftly returned the duplicated A back to its original position. Although this process appeared lengthy, it was completed in an instant. And with his back still turned to Wang Long, he remained undetected. The reason for acquiring 2 firearms was due to system limitations. Items duplicated by the system could not be upgraded again. Thus, when storing items in the spatial pocket, one could only choose between increasing quantity or enhancing quality. Ling Feng had initially recognized this limitation and attempted to exploit a bug, but to no avail. The system was astute enough to prevent infinite recursion. After completing his operations, he proceeded to apply the same method to other weapons, various rifles and handguns. Then came the ammunition. He opted for quantity duplication for all bullets to ensure a substantial supply in his arsenal. He replicated 200,000 rounds for each caliber. Observing the hundreds of thousands of bullets and thousands of firearms within his spatial pocket, Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. All fear stemmed from a lack of vitality. With these weapons, he was well equipped for self-defense. Wang Long watched Ling Feng rummaging through the armory like a madman, utterly perplexed. Have you chosen yet? Hurry up, he urged, grabbing an A as he exited alongside Wang Long. At the shooting range, both donned their gear and took their positions. Ling Feng, shall we have a little competition? Wang Long challenged, a provocative gleam in his eyes. How shall we compete? Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, knowing he would emerge victorious as always. They had engaged in contests numerous times, with Ling Feng always claiming victory. This time, let us try something different. We'll see who can shoot the fastest. I've been practicing daily. You one need to train. You're already quite quick. Ling Fei remarked meaningfully, glancing between Wang Long's legs. Hey, you shouldn't hit below the belt. After exchanging a few more playful barbs, they began their contest. Unsurprisingly, Ling Feng emerged victorious once more. 10 bullets fired. Ling Feng achieved a remarkable score of 99 rings in just 2.6 seconds, while Wang Long managed 96 rings in 3.6 seconds. Setting aside Ling Feng's prowess, Wang Long's marksmanship is commendably precise. After all, Ling Feng hails from a sharpshooter background, making him an elite among special forces. Alas, this is rather disheartening. I'm off to unwind. Wang Long, having lost the competition, wore an expression of displeasure. Despite his diligent training, he still fell short against Ling Feng, leaving him somewhat disheartened. His frustration simmered, prompting a need to alleviate his temper. Ling Feng accompanied Wang Long to a sauna, and after their meal, they prepared for a second round. However, Ling Feng declined, as he had little time for indulgence. The apocalypse looms near, and preparations must be prioritized. With Wang Long casting a forlorn glance, Ling Feng drove away. Upon returning home, Ling Feng enjoyed a warm bath and comfortably reclined on his bed. Compared to the days in the apocalypse, the current life felt like paradise. He retrieved his phone and began browsing information about construction companies in the city. After his rebirth, he needed to establish a safe haven. While the villa he currently resided in was constructed with decent quality, it would not suffice against extreme cold weather. Moreover, in the apocalypse, the weather is secondary. The greatest threat comes from people. Thus, his home must be fortified to withstand any assault. All walls, windows, and doors must be bulletproof, ideally with nuclear blast resistance. Additionally, it must feature insulation and ventilation to ensure that his villa remains both secure and comfortable. As Ling Feng perused various construction companies on his phone, he ultimately chose the one with the best reputation, Huqiang Security Construction Company. He promptly left his contact information on the company's website and scheduled a visit for the following day. Chapter 4. Renting a warehouse. Jiang, as usual, began with half a glass of bird vodka, pouring it up to the brim. Suddenly, the shrill ringtone of his phone shattered Ling Feng's reverie. With eyes still closed, he fumbled around on his bed until he found the device. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the caller ID, Yeoman Law Firm, Lin Su. Regaining his composure, he answered the call. Hello? Hello, Mr. Ling. This is Lin Su, the lawyer from Yeoman Law Firm. A crisp, cool voice resonated from the other end. Though Ling Feng had only met Lin Su once, her elegant demeanor and refined features left a profound impression on him, complemented by her professional legal acumen. A true embodiment of beauty and intellect. Hello, Ling Feng replied, sitting up and stretching. Mr. Ling, as we previously discussed, Mr. Ling Tianhu left behind a will prior to his passing. Today marks the date for the public announcement of the will. So please do not forget to attend the ceremony at my law firm at 10 a.m. Yes, I will be there on time. All right, I shall not disturb you further. Goodbye, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Ling Feng suddenly recalled the significance of today's events. His grandfather, Ling Tianhu, had tragically passed away in a car accident a month ago. The official investigation report attributed the incident to driver fatigue. Ling Feng, however, found this explanation utterly implausible. It was evidently a premeditated murder. On the day of the incident, all surveillance cameras on the stretch of road experienced inexplicable electrical failures, leaving only the reckless driver as the sole survivor. Both his grandfather and the driver perished at the scene. Following the release of the accident report, Ling Feng sought out the offending driver, but this individual vanished without a trace, along with his family. Ling Feng's previous investigations had reached a dead end. However, there was no need for further inquiry now. The perpetrator was none other than his own uncle, Ling Yutong, who had brazenly confessed to the crime before attempting to eliminate Ling Feng. Ling Yutong was nothing but a duplicitous scoundrel, masquerading as a harmless individual in the eyes of others, presenting himself as an exemplary businessman while covertly engaging in unsavory dealings. In his past life, Ling Feng had foolishly transferred his grandfather's shares to him, swayed by his charming words. Reflecting on that now, he felt quite foolish, regretting his misplaced trust in relatives. Ling Feng's parents had passed away when he was young, leaving him to grow up with his grandfather, who had showered him with affection, filling the void of parental love. His grandfather, a veteran, had always been robust and dedicated to daily exercise. Had he not met with such a tragic fate, he could have lived for at least another decade. Ling Feng shook off his thoughts, focusing instead on the will announcement scheduled for today. Let me reclaim a bit of interest today. The real drama is just beginning. After freshening up, he donned a formal outfit and adjusted himself in front of the mirror. Noticing the time was only 8 a.m., he realized he needed just half an hour to reach his destination, leaving him ample time. He decided to grab breakfast first and drove to a nearby eatery. Ling Feng ordered lamb buns, beef buns, and pork buns, along with 3 pieces of fried dough sticks and a bowl of spicy soup. Ever since the apocalypse, everything appeared appetizing. As soon as the buns arrived, he eagerly devoured them, attracting the attention of other diners at nearby tables. Unfazed by their gazes, Ling Feng focused solely on his own enjoyment. After having breakfast, Ling Feng mounted his motorcycle, ready to embark on his journey, when he unexpectedly noticed a small supermarket on the street relocating. He swiftly turned off the engine and approached the entrance of the store. A middle-aged woman, approximately 50 years of age, was struggling to affix a rental notice to the wall, her ample figure swaying as she worked. Inside the supermarket, several workers were dismantling the shelves, and the once bustling aisles were now a chaotic mess, stripped of all merchandise. Ling Feng estimated that the supermarket spanned roughly 1,000 square meters. "Excuse me, are you renting this place out?" he inquired. The busy woman paused her efforts, turning to reveal a beaming smile on her round face. "Young man, the place just became vacant today. Your timing is impeccable. Your supermarket was thriving. Why the sudden closure?" Ling Feng recalled the establishment's previous success, with a steady flow of customers each day, puzzled by its abrupt shutdown. With a sigh, the woman furrowed her brow. "Alas, the rent is exorbitant. After a year of tireless labor, I realized I was merely working to pay the landlord. Each year, the rent increases, and I simply cannot continue. Hence, I am subletting. There are still 8 months left on the lease, and if you need it short-term, you may consider renting." She quoted a yearly rent of 600,000 yuan, offering a reduced price of 350,000 for the remaining 8 months. Ling Feng sensed her ulterior motives. He understood her cunning intentions. Feigning disinterest, he sighed. "What a pity. I shall look elsewhere. Other places are offering me only 20,000 a month. I only need a short-term warehouse, and the location is of little consequence. If that is the case, I must take my leave." As he turned to walk away, he silently counted down. 3, 2, 1, wait. Don't go. Let us discuss this further. The woman called after him, quickening her pace. In these times, it was challenging to rent out properties. Sometimes, they remained unoccupied for half a year or more. She hoped to secure a tenant soon to mitigate her losses. Hearing her anxious tone, Ling Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk, yet he returned to his resigned demeanor. I can only offer 20,000 a month. If you agree, I'll rent it. But I can only pay quarterly. The woman pondered his proposal for a few moments before resolutely nodding her head. All right, that works. If possible, let us sign the contract promptly. Absolutely, let us sign right away. The two individuals swiftly finalized the agreement, and Ling Tian promptly transferred 3 months' rent to the woman. She assured him that the supermarket would be meticulously cleaned. Only then did Ling Feng depart, satisfied. Ling Feng had no intention of operating the supermarket. Rather, he intended to utilize the warehouse as a storage facility. He planned to temporarily house the substantial supplies he would procure here before transferring them into his space. It was prudent to keep his purchasing activities discreet, lest the entire villa community become aware. Otherwise, in the event of an apocalypse, he would undoubtedly become a target. Ling Tian, holding the supermarket keys, swiftly rode his motorcycle towards the law firm. Chapter 5. Selling shares. Ling Feng sped along on his Harley, arriving punctually at Yong'an Law Firm. After registering at the front desk, the receptionist escorted him to the VIP room for waiting. Shortly after he sat down, the sound of high heels scraping against the floor echoed from outside. As the sound drew nearer, Ling Feng surmised it was approaching his room. Indeed, with a soft click, the door swung open, revealing Lin Su, who gracefully entered. Ling Feng observed the woman approaching him, exuding an air of elegance in her sleek black professional attire that conveyed both sophistication and competence. Her figure was nothing short of perfect, tall and voluptuous, with curves that presented the ultimate temptation to any man. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, reminiscent of a finely crafted statue, with delicate, refined facial traits and captivating eyes that invited a lingering gaze. He found himself entranced by her presence, his eyes following her every movement. The woman, adorned in black stilettos and stockings, accentuated her long, beautiful legs, drawing his gaze involuntarily. His throat involuntarily tightened as he discreetly swallowed. She approached Ling Tian elegantly, extending her hand with a smile. Hello, Mr. Ling. I am your dedicated attorney, Lin Su. Hello. Ling Feng rose to shake her hand, feeling the warmth and softness of her touch, which made him wish to linger a moment longer. The faint, refreshing fragrance surrounding her was like a gentle spring breeze, utterly enchanting. Mr. Ling, the notarization will commence shortly. However, Mr. Ling Yutong has yet to arrive, so I kindly ask for your patience. Ling Feng nodded slightly, recalling that, just as in his previous life, his uncle would invariably be an hour late. He understood that his uncle was engaging in a psychological game, subtly placing himself in a position of authority. Ling Tian remained calm, seated on the sofa, exhibiting a newfound composure from his second life, free from impatience. As time wore on, Ling Tian's tranquility deepened, while Lin Su made multiple calls urging Ling Yutong to arrive. As a lawyer, she placed great importance on punctuality and harbored a strong aversion to tardiness. After an hour had elapsed, Ling Yutong finally rushed through the door. Upon entering, he exhibited a look of profound chagrin. I sincerely apologize, everyone. The traffic was exceedingly congested. Xiaofeng, I assure you, my tardiness was not intentional, Ling Yutang remarked, casting a glance at Ling Feng. Ling Feng offered a faint smile and waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right, uncle. It's a trivial matter. Next time, it would be prudent to utilize a navigation system. I suspect you may have forgotten the route. The path I took was not only clear, but also remarkably smooth. Ling Yutang, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, recognized that his ruse had been uncovered and could only respond with a forced chuckle. Haha, is that so? I shall certainly remember next time. Noticing the subtle tension between the two, Lin Su interjected, Gentlemen, now that everyone is present, shall we commence with today's matters? With an agreement, they settled into their seats, and Lin Su began to unveil the contents of the will. The first item of discussion was the Tianhu Pharmaceutical Technology Company Limited, a company that represented the culmination of grandfather Ling Tianhu's lifelong dedication. The company boasts a valuation nearing 20 billion, with its primary research focus on human gene development. In recent years, the research team at Tianhu Pharmaceutical has yielded remarkable results, achieving groundbreaking advancements in gene serum research. This gene serum aims to incorporate superior athletic genes from animals into the human genome, resulting in enhanced physical strength and agility. Should this research find practical application, it would herald a transformative leap for humanity. The success of this research has significantly increased Tianhu Pharmaceutical's market value, and one can only imagine the immense wealth that would accompany its successful implementation. Numerous internationally renowned pharmaceutical companies have approached for collaboration, with many offering exorbitant sums, all of which were firmly declined by Ling Tianhu. He believed that the current gene serum harbored significant flaws, rendering it unsuitable for human application. Following his passing, the research was abruptly halted, as the most crucial data had been meticulously safeguarded by him. With his demise, this invaluable information vanished as well. As this realization struck Ling Feng, a pivotal thought flickered through his mind. He recalled the sudden surge of strength exhibited by his two cousins in a previous life. Could it be connected to the gene serum? Ling Feng felt compelled to investigate further, recognizing the importance of the gene serum matter. His mind raced back through memories related to it. Meanwhile, Lin Su continued to read from the will. The will delineated the distribution of assets as follows. Ling Feng and Ling Yutang would jointly inherit Tianhu Pharmaceutical, each holding a 50 stake. Additionally, they would co-inherit 10 properties under Ling Tianhu's name. Finally, the total assets amounting to 800 million under Ling Tianhu's name would be inherited solely by Ling Feng. As the details of the will were disclosed, the expressions of those present began to shift. The most significant transformation belongs to Ling Yutang, who never anticipated that his father would have set up a will so prematurely. In his quest to acquire the entirety of the family fortune, he orchestrated a flawless murder of his own father, only to find himself empty-handed. That wretched little bastard, Ling Feng, not only seized all the assets but also demanded a share of the pharmaceutical company's equity, which he simply could not tolerate. Internally, he cursed vehemently, "Old fool. You are so biased towards that little brat." The 800 million in assets did not bother him. Over the years, his father had invested a considerable amount of money into researching gene serums, reducing their 100 billion fortune to a mere 800 million. In contrast, he had been managing sales and procurement within the company, pocketing substantial kickbacks, and his worth had already surpassed 6 billion. Only he understood the immense potential of Tianhu Pharmaceuticals. 20 billion. That was merely a fraction. Forcing him to relinquish half of the company's shares to Ling Feng was a torment greater than death. At that moment, a murderous intent surged within him. Upon concluding the reading of the will, Lin Su fixed a solemn gaze upon the two men and inquired, "Do either of you have any questions?" "No questions. Let's proceed with the formalities," Ling Feng replied in a nonchalant tone. "Wait a moment," Ling Yutang said with a smile directed at Ling Feng. "Little Feng, your uncle wishes to purchase your shares. Consider this, your understanding of the pharmaceutical field is limited. Your uncle has been in this industry for decades. If you sell the shares to me, I will provide you an additional 10% dividend each year. What do you think?" Ling Feng, grinning, replied, "No problem, uncle. How much are you willing to offer?" Upon hearing that Ling Feng, this fool, was willing to sell his shares, Ling Yutang's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated that acquiring the entire company's shares would be so effortless. Soon, the entirety of Tianhu Pharmaceuticals would be under his command. Haha. Chapter 6, 15. 8 billion acquired. Commencing construction of the safe house, I am willing to offer 1 billion for all of your shares. That is all I can muster at the moment. Uft. Haha. Ling Feng could not contain his laughter, accidentally spraying water all over Ling Yutang's face. Ling Yutang's expression turned a shade of deep anger. His hands clenched tightly beneath the table. Seeing this, Ling Feng quickly apologized. "Oh dear, uncle, I am truly sorry. I just couldn't hold it in." Ling Yutang, suppressing his murderous intent, forced a smile that was more painful than tears and managed to utter 2 words through gritted teeth. "It's fine." Ling Feng, relishing in Ling Yutang's discomfort, continued, "Was that price you mentioned just now a jest? It was utterly hilarious." "Little Feng, name your price," Ling Yutang said through clenched teeth. 150 billion. I'll take a loss to sell it to you," Ling Yutang declared. Ling Feng rubbed his chin, deep in contemplation. As the impending apocalypse looms, retaining shares seems futile. It would be far more prudent to liquidate them entirely in exchange for tangible resources. In this desolate world, commodities are the true currency. Upon hearing the quoted price, Ling Yutang felt his heart skip a beat. Goodness, this audacious young scoundrel is asking for an exorbitant sum. Xiao Feng, your demand of 15 billion is rather excessive, considering the company's market value stands at merely 20 billion. Ling Yutang's expression was one of palpable distress, clearly unable to accept such a figure. "Uncle, are you unaware of our company's true valuation? The 20 billion figure is merely a perception from outsiders. Surely we, as insiders, understand the reality. If you find the offer unsatisfactory, I shall sell to someone else. There are plenty of interested parties vying for my attention." Ling Feng wore a broad smile, exuding an air of indifference. "Xiao Feng, this company embodies your grandfather's dedication. It must not fall into the hands of others." Ling Feng gazed at his uncle's feigned sincerity, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "I only recognize the value of cash. Whoever offers me money, I shall sell to them." If you lack the funds, then so be it. With that, he produced his mobile phone, preparing to reach out to several renowned international pharmaceutical firms that had recently contacted him. Wait a moment, Xiao Feng. Allow me a moment to make a call and gather some funds. With that, he hastily exited, phone in hand. Ling Feng reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Lin Su, observing Ling Feng's calm demeanor, couldn't help but admire his composure. Before long, Ling Yutong returned, a smile illuminating his face as he addressed Ling Feng. Xiao Feng, I have secured the funds. Let us proceed at the price you proposed and finalize the paperwork today. His urgency to finalize the equity transfer agreement was palpable, fearing that Ling Feng might reconsider. Upon hearing that the price was acceptable, Ling Tian readily acquiesced. In the presence of Lin Su, the two signed the equity transfer agreement, and Ling Feng received the 15 billion. They exchanged a perfunctory handshake, both believing themselves to be the victors. Ling Yutong's heart surged with excitement. The company finally belonged to him. With only 5 billion of his own, he had surrendered 5% of his shares to amass the 15 billion needed. All calculations considered, today had proven to be a significant gain. With this thought, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seemed that in this game of wits, Ling Feng still fell short. Ling Feng gazed at the 11-digit figure in his account balance, feeling an immense sense of security. With this wealth, he could indulge in extravagant purchases. After leaving the law firm, Ling Feng rode his motorcycle toward his next destination, Huaqiang Security Construction Company. Following the navigation, he swiftly arrived at Huaqiang Security. After registering his appointment in the lobby, the staff promptly escorted him to the reception room to await further proceedings. Ling Feng perused the company profile while waiting, and before long, a middle-aged man clad in a suit entered the room. The man was of robust stature, his muscular arms straining against the fabric of his shirt. With a fierce gaze, it was evident to Ling Feng at a glance that this individual hailed from a military background. Those who have served in the armed forces possess a distinctive aura that is readily identifiable. Good day, sir. I am Hu Yong, the business manager at Huqiang Security Construction Company. Please feel free to share your requirements with me. Hu Yong's voice was deep and resonant. I wish to renovate my villa to enhance its security features, Ling Feng declared. Rest assured, Mr. Ling, our company is unparalleled in the construction of safe houses nationwide. We can cater to all your needs. Hu Yong responded with unwavering confidence. I intend to build a nuclear-proof villa. Is that feasible? Nuclear-proof? Hu Yong exclaimed, astonished. In his extensive career, he had rarely encountered a client with such elevated defensive demands. Typically, clients only requested bulletproof specifications. May I inquire, sir, do you have any enemies? Indeed, I often face covert threats, which is why I wish to fortify my home. Ling Feng nodded affirmatively. Your requirements are somewhat ambitious, and the costs may be significant. Hu Yong cautioned, aware that such materials come at a considerable expense. Money is of little concern. I solely desire results. Furthermore, I require completion within 3 months. Ling Feng proclaimed with grandiosity. Upon hearing the 3-month timeline, Hu Yong's expression grew conflicted. Under normal circumstances, this project would require at least 6 months. 3 months is exceedingly tight. To meet that deadline, we would need to operate in 3 shifts, working around the clock. Understanding the implication, Ling Feng reassured him. Do not worry about the costs. I only need the outcome. Remember, it must be the most secure safe house in the world. With over 10 billion at his disposal, Ling Feng had an abundance of funds to expend, necessitating the expenditure of 15.8 billion within 3 months, a rather formidable challenge. Rest assured, sir, we will deliver our utmost standards. Hu Yong was exceedingly pleased, as clients of such wealth were a rare find, and their budget was virtually limitless. He planned to utilize the finest materials available, ensuring a substantial commission for himself. The two engaged in a thorough discussion regarding the intricate details of the renovation, covering every aspect from insulation, ventilation, plumbing, and electrical systems to networking, aesthetics, and defensive measures. Ling Feng was committed to ensuring that not only would he be safe in the impending apocalypse, but also comfortable. Based on our preliminary budget, the total cost for the entire house will be approximately 1 billion. A precise figure can only be calculated after completion, Hu Yong concluded. Before commencing work, a 30% deposit is required, with the remaining balance payable upon completion. Is that agreeable to you? No problem. Let us hasten to sign the contract. Upon finalizing the agreement, the payment will be made immediately, allowing you to commence renovations tomorrow. Ling Tian readily acquiesced to their request. Upon hearing his prompt agreement, Hu Yong's heart soared with joy, and he respectfully led Ling Feng to sign the contract. Chapter 7. Stockpiling supplies upon exiting the Huqiang Security Construction Company. Ling Feng mounted his Harley, preparing to return to the villa. Habitually, he reached for the cigarettes in his pocket, only to realize he had finished them. For a heavy smoker, the absence of cigarettes is truly unbearable. He relishes driving while smoking, akin to how some people enjoy listening to music while jogging. Without such indulgences, nothing feels quite right. Ling Feng promptly halted his motorcycle and approached a nearby tobacco shop to purchase cigarettes. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He should stockpile cigarettes, for they are a vital source of solace. In his previous life during the apocalypse, the lack of cigarettes had been severely distressing, leading him to scavenge for butts throughout the villa, only to find none at the end. Arriving at the tobacco shop, he surveyed the walls adorned with a plethora of brands and prices. It appeared that this store had an impressive selection: Huazi, Likun, Nanjing, Huanggalu, Yushi, Hongshuangxi, Baisha, and Furongwang. The choices were overwhelming. Ling Feng typically enjoys sampling various brands, but today, indecision was unnecessary. He called out to the shopkeeper, a young man in his 20s, who was engrossed in playing a mobile game at the cash register. Confused by Ling Feng's request, the shopkeeper approached him cautiously, inquiring, "What did you just say?" Ling Feng pointed at the entire display of cigarettes. "Pack up every cigarette in your store. I'll take them all." The shopkeeper nearly stumbled at the unexpected demand. "Sir, are you jesting? The total here, including inventory, amounts to hundreds of thousands." Ling Feng replied, "Do I appear to be joking? Hurry and pack them up. I only need the full cartons. No loose packs are necessary." To alleviate the shopkeeper's concerns, Ling Feng promptly transferred a deposit of 50,000. Upon witnessing this swift payment, the shopkeeper's face lit up with delight. He abandoned his game and eagerly began packing. People often say that the customer is king, but this was no mere king. This was akin to a benevolent father. As Ling Feng observed the shopkeeper diligently packing, he did not linger. Instead, he conveyed the address of the warehouse he had rented during the day, instructing the shopkeeper to deliver the goods directly there. With a beaming smile, the boss respectfully saw Ling Feng off, thumping his chest to assure prompt delivery. Watching Ling Feng's departing figure, he felt a twinge of disbelief. But upon glancing at his bank card balance, he was instantly filled with joy. He hurried back to continue sorting and packing, determined not to neglect his esteemed client. Meanwhile, Ling Tian, having exited the tobacco shop, did not return home but instead sought out the next establishment. He resolved to stockpile more supplies, as one can never have too much of such essentials. Riding his Harley, he meandered from one tobacco shop to another, depleting the inventories of dozens of larger, reputable stores, wary of counterfeit products from smaller vendors. After completing his errands, he rode back to the warehouse to await the delivery. Upon arrival, he discovered a Wuling Hongguang parked nearby, awaiting him. As he approached, the driver hastily exited the vehicle and rushed to greet him. "Brother, I've brought your goods. Please take a look." Opening the trunk for inspection, it was the proprietor of the first tobacco shop he had visited. Ling Feng gave a cursory glance, picked up a packet of cigarettes, and found everything in order. "Let us move it inside," he instructed, opening the warehouse door for the shop owner to begin unloading. As the unloading commenced, several other vehicles arrived, also delivering goods. Some of the drivers were familiar faces. After all, competitors in the same area often knew each other. A group of shop owners gathered, marveling at Ling Feng's extravagant spending. "I've been in this business for years. I've never encountered such a lavish owner," one exclaimed. "Indeed, I was on the verge of closing down, but this owner has rejuvenated my business. However, the local smokers will be out of stock tomorrow," another chuckled. Throughout the afternoon, Ling Feng was busy receiving shipments, having purchased an overwhelming quantity. From 3 in the afternoon until 7 in the evening, he tirelessly worked to complete the task. Gazing at the supermarket brimming with cigarettes, Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. He had expended nearly 20 million to acquire nearly all the tobacco in the vicinity. With a grand gesture, he stored everything into his space. A hundredfold replication. Looking at the millions of cigarette packets within, he felt an immense sense of security. These supplies would last him a lifetime. Ling Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, his mind involuntarily drifting to the equity transfer of the pharmaceutical company that day. In his previous life, he had paid little attention to the matter. But today's events suggested it was far more complicated than he had assumed. The gene serum developed by his grandfather was revolutionary for the pharmaceutical industry. Yet, during this critical period, his grandfather had suffered a traffic accident. Was there a connection? Moreover, the sudden surge in strength exhibited by Ling Yutong's 2 sons raises the question of whether it is connected to this phenomenon. Ling Feng is certain that the 2 individuals exhibited no notable changes upon their arrival at his residence. They were in a state of ordinary humanity. This implies that their transformation occurred only after they entered the villa. What could they have gained within the confines of their own abode? The gene serum? Following his grandfather's passing, all 5 gene serums and the accompanying research data that he had meticulously studied have mysteriously vanished. Suddenly, a fragment of memory flickered through his mind. He recollected a gift bestowed upon him by his grandfather shortly before the tragic accident, along with the words he had spoken. He distinctly remembers that morning when he and his grandfather were exercising together in the courtyard, as they often did. His grandfather had presented him with a finely crafted model of a rifle, clearly a custom piece. "Xiao Feng," he had said, "this gift from your grandfather is exceedingly precious. You must safeguard it well and not squander my heartfelt intentions." Reflecting on his grandfather's words now seems to carry a deeper significance. At the time, he had been enamored with the model, yet he had not given much thought to his grandfather's admonition. With this realization, Ling Feng hurried back to his bedroom, where he located the model tucked away in the nightstand. Ever since receiving it, he had placed it in the cabinet, and following his grandfather's unfortunate accident, he had completely forgotten about the model. Ling Feng picked up the model and examined it closely, and indeed, he discovered something intriguing. At the base of the model's magazine, he noticed a small opening. With a firm pull, he removed the bottom cover, revealing an object resembling a USB plug. It was as he had suspected. Ling Feng couldn't help but admire his grandfather's ingenuity. He quickly retrieved his computer. Chapter 8. Injecting the gene serum. Ling Feng inserted the USB into the computer, and as the data began to load, a folder appeared on the screen. He clicked on the folder, which contained a video and a document. Taking a moment to compose himself, he clicked on the video. The footage opened with his grandfather's image. Judging by the background, it appeared to be recorded in his study. In the video, his grandfather addressed him. "Xiao Feng, if you are watching this, I am comforted to know that you are astute enough to uncover the gift I have left for you. Recently, I have encountered some unfortunate events, and I have a foreboding sense that the days ahead may not be tranquil. Thus, I have recorded this message for you in advance. My research on the gene serum has made significant breakthroughs, causing quite a stir in the medical community. This research has, until now, been shrouded in secrecy. However, a traitor within the laboratory has led to the leakage of information. Thankfully, the core data remains secure in my possession. The gene serum we have developed is based on the extraction of ant gene references, and we have successfully synthesized it. It is a well-known fact that ants possess the extraordinary ability to lift objects weighing over 500 times their own body weight, making them one of the strongest creatures on Earth. Our serum, upon injection into the human body, can elevate physical capabilities by a staggering 500 times, a terrifying statistic indeed. While we are not the sole researchers in the field of genetic serums, the others have only managed to enhance physical limits by a few times. Thus, our serum has become the object of desire for many. However, this remarkable serum harbors a fatal flaw. Those who use it may become irritable and lose their sanity over time, leading to a decrease in lifespan. Should such a substance permeate society, it would spell disaster. Yet, your uncle has consistently advocated for collaboration with other pharmaceutical companies, pursuing maximum profit. This has led to several heated arguments between us. I no longer place my trust in him and have decided to entrust all my findings and core data to you. Currently, there are only 5 vials of the developed serum, all concealed in a hidden compartment beneath the laboratory workbench. The access code is your birthday. Be cautious, for you have but one chance to enter it correctly. Any mistake will result in immediate destruction. The core data pertaining to the genetic serum is contained within this USB drive. Should you wish to continue the research in the future, you may do so. If not, please ensure its destruction to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. The video abruptly concludes here, and one can discern the urgency etched upon my grandfather's face. He seemingly had more to convey, yet the footage was unexpectedly interrupted. Ling Feng arrived at the entrance of the laboratory on the 2nd floor, where multiple doors barred entry. As my grandfather had never permitted anyone inside. Following my grandfather's instructions, Ling Feng entered the password and successfully accessed the laboratory. At the bottom of the experimental table, there indeed lay a hidden compartment. After inputting the password, he retrieved a small box containing 5 vials, their hue a vivid red. This was the genetic serum. Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement at the sight of it. Surely, no one could remain indifferent upon encountering such an item. In his previous life, it was likely that his uncle had discovered these vials, which had subsequently bestowed upon him immense power. However, my grandfather had warned of the significant drawbacks associated with this serum. One could only wonder what transformations it might undergo after the spatial upgrade. Upon reflection, Ling Feng decided to store one of the vials within the spatial realm. He opted for quality enhancement, and in a flash of white light, the originally vibrant red serum transformed into a transparent state. An array of information regarding the genetic serum materialized in his mind, a first occurrence amidst all the items he had collected in this domain. Enhanced genetic serum. Effect 1. No side effects. 2. Increases human potential by 10,000 times. As he perused the information, Ling Feng involuntarily gasped in astonishment. This was truly extraordinary. Particularly noteworthy was the 3rd item concerning brain development. Typically, a person's brain utilization is around 10. Einstein himself reportedly accessed merely 15. If one were to achieve 20, would they not transcend into the realm of the superhuman? This system was indeed remarkable. Ling Feng picked up the gene serum, scrutinizing it closely, yet found no anomalies. He resolved to attempt the injection of this serum. However, the process was distinct from that of conventional medications. The serum needed to be injected directly into the heart, necessitating the use of a specialized syringe. Fortunately, the laboratory was well equipped with medical apparatus, including such a syringe. Ling Feng placed the serum into the syringe, carefully aiming at the location of his heart. He inhaled deeply, seeking to calm his racing heart. Then, he pierced his skin with the needle and swiftly pressed the plunger. The serum gradually flowed into his heart. Once the serum was entirely injected, Ling Feng withdrew the syringe, eager to sense the changes within his body. However, he felt no immediate difference. As he moved his limbs, everything appeared unchanged. Could it be that the serum was a mere hoax? Just as the thought crossed his mind, an intense pain surged through him, as if his chest had been struck by a hammer. His entire body tensed, veins bulging, and his face flushed crimson. It felt as if he were undergoing a torturous dismemberment. Every inch of his being was engulfed in agony, akin to being mercilessly sliced by a sharp blade. Internally, he felt as though his bones were being shattered, leaving him in unbearable torment. His organs seemed to be gradually dissolving from within. Ling Feng writhed on the ground in anguish, inadvertently toppling an array of laboratory equipment. He coughed violently, expelling dark liquid from his mouth, while black blood oozed from his nose, eyes, and ears. He howled in agony, though the sound was muffled by the laboratory's soundproofing. No one could hear his tortured cries. With no one nearby, he felt no need to suppress his anguish. If he was to suffer, he would do so vocally. Time became an enigma as the agony slowly ebbed away, leaving Ling Feng utterly spent upon the floor. He was drenched, his skin coated with a viscous black substance. Breathing heavily, his vision gradually regained clarity. He slowly rose, surveying the chaotic laboratory, perplexed by how he had caused such a mess. He crawled to the wall and leaned against it, pulling out a cigarette to ignite. The recent torment had left him completely drained. His legs remained weak, requiring a moment of respite before he could stand once more. After finishing a cigarette, Ling Feng regained some strength and slowly rose, sensing the changes in his body. Chapter 9. Body Upgrade. Ling Feng gazed at himself, covered in a thick, sticky substance, and hurried to the bathroom to cleanse himself. After an hour of washing, he finally rid himself of the grime. Looking in the mirror, Ling Feng could hardly believe the transformation was so profound. His once dark and coarse skin had now become fair and delicate, surpassing even that of many women. This aspect left him somewhat unsettled. He preferred his previous rugged complexion. Furthermore, his facial features had undergone a change. While the outline remained familiar, his eyes appeared more profound, his nose more pronounced, and he exuded a more robust and handsome demeanor. It was as if he had been touched by beauty filters. Additionally, he seemed to have grown taller. His original height of approximately 172 centimeters had now surpassed 180 centimeters. Ling Feng felt a sense of satisfaction with his physique and appearance. He stepped into the villa's courtyard to assess the changes in his physical capabilities. Approaching the dumbbells, he grasped the middle of one with a single hand. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly lifted the 180-gram weight above his head, feeling no strain at all. He continued to add weights, increasing to 300 grams, and still managed to lift it with ease. Feeling the surge of strength, Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Surely, my power could shatter world records." He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then set his sights on the balcony of the third floor of his villa, with knees slightly bent to gather momentum. He leapt powerfully towards the balcony, landing securely upon it. Surveying the ground below, he realized he had jumped from a height of 7 to 8 meters with ease. Subsequently, he tested his speed, endurance, and reflexes with unrelenting enthusiasm, akin to a child discovering a new toy. It appeared that his physical prowess was roughly 10 times that of an average person. Through a series of evaluations, Ling Tian concluded this. His upper limit could reach 10,000 times, and with continued breakthroughs, these figures would only escalate. As long as he remained cautious and developed steadily, he would undoubtedly become an invincible presence in this world. However, for now, he resolved to keep a low profile. After all, his grandfather had mentioned that he was not the sole researcher of gene serums. Who could say if others had already achieved remarkable advancements in physical development? It was wise to proceed with prudence. Suddenly, a growl echoed from Ling Feng's stomach, as an overwhelming hunger surged within him. In his excitement to explore his newfound abilities, he had overlooked his hunger. Now that his body had relaxed, the intense sensation of hunger became quite uncomfortable. Ling Feng felt as if he could devour an entire cow. He glanced at the clock. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Contemplating whether to order takeout, he soon reconsidered. In a world on the brink of collapse, he resolved not to deprive himself and decided to dine out instead. Returning to his room, he gathered his phone, keys, cigarettes, and lighter before stepping outside. Rather than driving, he chose to walk, recalling a barbecue restaurant nearby known for its delightful flavors. Upon arriving at the establishment, he found it bustling with patrons, despite the late hour of 1 a.m. The place was packed, with tables spilling out onto the sidewalk due to the overwhelming number of guests. He settled at a table outside, adjacent to a boisterous group of spirited young men, perhaps a dozen in number, whose raucous chatter proved quite bothersome. No one intervened. After all, strength in numbers often silenced dissent. He paid them little mind, focusing on his own dining experience, as long as they did not provoke him. He ordered an impressive feast: 5 kilograms of lamb skewers, 40 skewers of kidney, 40 oysters, 10 portions of chives, and various other vegetables, along with a bucket of beer. His body felt somewhat weak, and he understood the necessity of replenishing his strength. As a result of the crowd, it took some time for his food to arrive, but when it did, the sight of the tantalizing, sizzling lamb skewers, glistening with a rich coating of chili powder and cumin, ignited his appetite. Without hesitation, he grasped a skewer and took a bite. The flavor was exquisite, spicy, fragrant, and absolutely delightful. He transformed into an eager diner, relishing the barbecue while sipping on chilled beer. A blissful experience. Only those who have tasted loss can truly appreciate what they have. Having endured a resource crisis in a world on the brink, he understood the value of sustenance. In a whirlwind of consumption, the skewers quickly diminished from the table, yet he felt far from satiated, only a third full. Thus, he ordered another 10 kilograms of beef, 10 kilograms of lamb, and 30 each of kidneys and oysters. As he voraciously indulged, a stunning figure approached him, a woman clad in denim shorts, exuding grace and allure. Her legs were strikingly fair and straight, accentuated by the shorts, while her casual top subtly outlined her curvaceous figure, radiating an effortless sensuality. Her long, silky hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, and her beautiful visage exuded a mature charm. Her arrival captivated the attention of all the men present, and he was not surprised. She was an old acquaintance, Lin Su. What a coincidence, Lawyer Lin. He greeted her warmly. Lin Su, having noticed him, hesitated to acknowledge him, as he appeared somewhat different from usual, leading her to fear she might mistake him for someone else. Mr. Ling, what a surprise. I didn't expect to encounter you here, she replied. Lin Su gazed at Ling Feng, noting that his previously unremarkable face appeared somewhat handsome today. Was it an illusion or the allure of wealth? The young man before her, dressed in ordinary attire, was indeed a billionaire. However, upon observing the mountain of barbecue before Ling Feng, she was slightly taken aback. It was her first encounter with someone ordering such an extravagant quantity of barbecue. She smiled and inquired, "Are you waiting for friends?" "No, I'm dining alone." "Care to join?" Ling Feng promptly invited her to partake. "No, thank you. I'm waiting for a friend." Lin Su hurriedly waved her hand, and then took a seat at the table beside Ling Feng. Noticing her refusal, he said nothing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement before resuming his meal. "Eat if you wish." A chorus of cheers erupted from behind. Ling Feng turned to see a young girl surrounded by a throng of diners. She wore a hat, obscuring her features under the light. However, her figure was appealing. With fair skin and long, straight legs, her physique was well proportioned, suggesting she was accustomed to exercise. She could easily score a 7 out of 10. He overheard some patrons referring to her as a prominent internet celebrity named Lu Zihan, but Ling Feng had never followed stars and was unfamiliar with her. He had occasionally seen her online, but the general sentiment was that she was merely a pretty face. It was said her family was in business, and she pursued fame just for fun. Observing the adoring fans clamoring for her autograph, he felt it was rather tedious and turned back to his barbecue, determined not to let anything distract him from his meal. Chapter 10. A lesson for the blonde. After evading her fans, Lu Zihan promptly sat down opposite Lin Su. Without hesitation, she poured herself a drink and downed it in one go. "Oh dear, this goddess is exhausted. Have you ordered yet?" she exclaimed, pouring another drink and tilting her head back to gulp it down. Lin Su shot her a glance. "It's already past that time." After speaking, she ignored Lu Zihan and returned to her phone. Lu Zihan, pulling out her phone to scroll through short videos, inadvertently caught sight of Ling Feng beside her. Her eyes brightened. There was indeed a handsome man. At first glance, his features were strikingly chiseled, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a robust masculinity. Although his skin was somewhat pale, it did not detract from his overall aura, which was undeniably appealing, far superior to those younger, more effeminate types. She couldn't help but feel a bit enamored. Ling Feng, sensing someone was watching, turned to see the girl fixated on him as he enjoyed his skewers, mistakenly believing she was intrigued by his food. "Care for a bite?" he casually offered. "Sure." Lu Zihan immediately stood and moved to sit beside Ling Feng, seizing a skewer to indulge. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled subtly, choosing to continue eating without further words. Lin Su stared at Lu Zihan in astonishment. Rendered speechless, this girl had once again flipped the script. You don't even know what her name is, yet you casually sit down to dine with her. Ling Feng glanced at Lin Su, who was seated alone at a nearby table, and couldn't help but chuckle. He called out to her, "Lawyer Lin, why not join us?" Reluctantly, Lin Su acquiesced, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as she approached the table. "My apologies for intruding," she said. "So you two are acquainted?" Lu Zihan, holding a skewer, asked with wide-eyed surprise. "Mr. Ling is my client," Lin Su replied with a bright smile. "If there are handsome men around, you ought to introduce them to your friends. It's selfish to keep them to yourself," Lu Zihan boldly remarked. Lin Su felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, her toes nearly digging into the floor in embarrassment. And she quickly signaled for Lu Zihan to be quiet. She regretted bringing her out for dinner today. However, Ling Feng remained unfazed. In fact, he was quite at ease with Lu Zihan's forthright demeanor. "It was not too late to get acquainted. Let us not stand on ceremony," he suggested, eager to diffuse the tension. With Lu Zihan's outgoing nature, the three gradually opened up to one another, and the atmosphere at the table became increasingly lively. Ling Feng reveled in the company. Dining with two exquisite women was certainly more enjoyable than being alone. After all, what man does not appreciate beauty? The envious glances from the other men in the restaurant made that abundantly clear. As they became better acquainted, Ling Feng gleaned some preliminary insights about the two women. Lin Su and Lu Zihan were university classmates and close friends, having worked in the same city since graduation. Eventually, they purchased homes in the same villa community. To Ling Feng's surprise, they lived in the same neighborhood as him. He reflected on how, in his past life, he never encountered these two in the vicinity. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. While the trio engaged in cheerful conversation, a boisterous young man with bleached hair and tattooed arms swaggered over to their table, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Hey ladies, care to join us for a drink?" He leered at Lin Su, flashing a grin that revealed his crooked yellow teeth. Lin Su cast a glance at him, her brow furrowing in distaste. In a cold tone, she replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." The young man bristled at her response, an air of menace creeping into his voice. "My brother has invited you. It would be wise to accept, or you may face the consequences." Lu Zihan, overhearing this, immediately retorted, "Who do you think you are? Just because you say we should go, we must? Get lost, and don't interrupt our meal." Her voice rang loudly, drawing the attention of several nearby tables, who began to whisper and point. Notably, the young man's companions at the adjacent tables erupted in laughter, mocking him. "Hey, can you handle this, or should I step in?" He boasted arrogantly about his capabilities. Upon hearing this, the young man with yellow hair felt a rush of embarrassment, his face turning crimson as he was overtaken by a mix of anger and humiliation. "You insolent wretch, do you think you can insult me without consequence? Have you no idea who my brother, Niu Xian, is?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike Yang Zihan across the face. Caught off guard by his sudden aggression, Yang Zihan had no time to react to this brazen act in public. Panic set in as she hurriedly raised her hand to defend herself, but it seemed too late. Just as his palm was about to make contact with her face, a powerful arm swiftly intervened. She barely registered how this arm had appeared so quickly. Turning slightly, she saw Ling Feng beside her. His expression relaxed as he clasped the yellow-haired youth's wrist. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she caught a glimpse of Ling Feng's handsome profile, her heart racing like a startled deer. The yellow-haired youth, realizing his wrist was firmly held, struggled to free himself. But it felt as though an iron grip had ensnared him. No matter how hard he pulled, he could not break free. "You brat, do you want to die? Let go of me," he bellowed defiantly. Ling Feng merely smiled, exerting pressure downwards on the wrist. With a sharp crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed through the air. The yellow-haired youth was immediately drenched in cold sweat, his face paling as he screamed in agony. Ling Feng flung his hands with force, sending the youth crashing several meters away, rolling on the ground in distress. "Ah, my hand is broken." The companions of the yellow-haired youth, witnessing their friend's defeat, rose in unison, advancing toward Ling Feng. Among them was an older youth bearing a prominent scar across his face, likely the leader of their group. He shouted, "How dare you provoke someone from the Qinglong gang? Brothers, let us deal with him." In an instant, fists began to rain down upon Ling Feng. With a glint of excitement in his eyes, he felt invigorated. Having just undergone a transformation, he was eager to test his newfound strength. It was as though fortune had smiled upon him. Observing the approaching fists, he found their movements painfully slow, akin to a film played at half speed. While a typical observer would see a normal rate of attack, to him, it resembled the slow gait of an elderly woman. He deftly sidestepped a punch aimed at his face, using his shoulder to propel against the assailant. With a sudden burst of force, he sent the man flying 2 meters, crashing onto a table that splintered upon impact. The individual lay groaning on the ground, clearly in considerable pain. Chapter 11. I will defeat 10. The yellow-haired youth was kicked away, colliding with 2 others behind him, and all 3 tumbled to the ground, unable to rise. The remaining individuals soon realized they had encountered a seasoned fighter, prompting each of them to search nearby for suitable weapons. Some wielded bottles, others brandished stools, while a few drew knives from their persons. Behind Ling Feng stood Lin Su and Yang Zihan, their faces etched with worry, outnumbered and armed. The adversaries posed a significant threat. Despite Ling Feng's martial prowess, 2 fists could hardly contend with 4. What was initially a simple outing for a midnight snack had unexpectedly escalated into a perilous situation. Yang Zihan, nearly in tears, fretted about the consequences should anything happen to Ling Feng, urgently warning him, "Be careful, Ling Feng. Nothing to worry about." Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. The gang, incensed by his calm demeanor and apparent flirtation, charged at him with their weapons drawn. Ling Feng, with remarkable grace, evaded their attacks, refraining from striking back. He merely relied on his agility and swift movements to dodge their assaults, testing the efficacy of his nimbleness in real combat. The outcome was promising. He could effortlessly sidestep their attempts, his agility surpassing that of an average person by 5 to 6 times. Frustrated at their inability to land a blow, the thugs, panting from exertion, shouted in anger, "What kind of man just dodges? Stand and fight." Unfazed, and with a composed demeanor, Ling Feng looked at the flustered ruffians and declared, "I suppose I must take action then." With a sudden burst of speed, he propelled himself into the midst of the gang, catching them off guard. Patrons who had been dining had already distanced themselves at the onset of the conflict, some recording the spectacle with their phones, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Yang Zihan, witnessing Ling Feng charge directly at the group of thugs, felt a surge of urgency to flee, yet Lin Su remained resolute, showing no inclination to leave. Forcing Yang Zihan to remain by her side, Lin Su's expression was one of deep concern, her brows furrowed in apprehension, as the thugs beheld Ling Feng rushing towards them. Their eyes glinted with menace as they raised their weapons to strike with lethal intent. However, Ling Feng's speed allowed him to evade their attacks effortlessly, but they could not escape the impact of his fists. A former Special Forces operative, he was well-versed in combat, and with his body recently enhanced, his punches were formidable. When he struck, it felt to the thugs as if they had been hit by a car, sending them flying. In less than 10 seconds, all but the gang leader among the remaining 10 thugs were incapacitated on the ground, groaning in pain. Ling Feng had restrained his strength, using only 40% of his power. Had he unleashed his full force, none would have remained standing. He also did not wish to invite trouble upon himself. This was not the apocalypse, where one could kill indiscriminately, and he certainly did not desire to find himself behind bars for such foolishness. The spectators in the distance erupted into fervor, their faces filled with admiration as they gazed at the man in the arena. Young men were stirred with excitement, unable to contain their applause, for he was the very embodiment of a hero in their eyes, one who could single-handedly take on 10 opponents, simply magnificent. It was akin to a scene from a film. Meanwhile, young women gazed at Ling Feng with starry eyes, captivated by his striking looks and formidable strength. Some had already resolved to request his WeChat later, but their confidence waned upon noticing the 2 stunning women beside him. The only remaining thug, the scar-faced leader, no longer exhibited his earlier bravado. His legs trembled slightly, realizing he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. With so many of his men dispatched in mere seconds by this man, whose speed was terrifying, he scarcely comprehended the blows before they struck. Each punch was executed with such force and precision. It was as if a single blow sufficed to end the confrontation. His band of brothers, seasoned in brawls and possessing some combat experience, knew even professional boxers would hesitate to claim victory against them. Ling Feng, noticing the dampness in the thug's trousers and the foul odor that wafted toward him, pinched his nose in distaste, exclaiming, "You've soiled yourself." Though the scar-faced thug felt a tinge of fear, he mustered the courage to declare, "We are from the Qinglong Society. We have hundreds of members. Are you certain you wish to provoke us?" Ling Feng scoffed. The Qinglong Society? What a pitiful joke. In this day and age, you still cling to gang affiliations? You lot should hurry home and suckle. Don't embarrass yourselves out here. Be gone. And do not disrupt my enjoyment of this meal. With that, he turned back to his barbecue table, where Yang Zihan and Lin Su gazed at him with rapt attention. He flashed a cocky smile and arrogantly inquired, "Am I not handsome?" Yang Zihan, with a look of infatuation, nearly drooled as she replied, "So handsome. Utterly stunning." Lin Su regarded him with an unusual glint in her eyes, though it vanished almost instantly, returning to her usual demeanor. The barbecue restaurant owner looked at the chaotic scene of overturned tables and chairs with dismay. The recent brawl had scared off many diners, leaving several without settling their bills. He anticipated a loss of several thousand yuan that night. He was aware that the trouble had originated with these young thugs, yet he dared not approach them for compensation. He was no match for them, nor did he possess Ling Feng's fighting prowess. Observing the distressed expression on the owner's face, Ling Feng understood the situation and called out to the departing thugs, "Hey, don't leave just yet." The thugs trembled in fear, having just been thoroughly beaten. They were apprehensive at being addressed again, fearing another confrontation. The scar-faced leader turned back, quaking. What is it?" His complexion was somewhat grim, and his eyes were filled with fear. Ling Feng subtly gestured towards the ground, questioning, "Are you expecting me to bear the cost for the damages you've inflicted?" The scar-faced man's expression immediately softened, and he approached the owner with a menacing glare. "Boss, calculate the damages, and the Qinglong Society will compensate you." He emphasized the name of the society, the underlying threat unmistakable. Upon hearing the menacing words and observing the fierce countenance of the scar-faced man, the owner felt a chill of fear and stammered, unable to articulate a response, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Ling Feng's eyes turned icy as he strode over to the scar-faced man, pinched his nose, and with a swift kick, sent him sprawling to the ground. "You dare to quibble over money?" he admonished. "Behave, or I shall make you regret it." Turning to the owner, Ling Feng inquired, "Is 10,000 enough?" Yes, that's more than sufficient." The owner replied, his head bowed in deference, too frightened to meet the scar-faced man's gaze. "Did you hear that? Hurry and transfer the money." Ling Feng's expression was as frigid as frost. The scar-faced man, no longer daring to play tricks, hastily retrieved his phone to complete the transfer. Hearing the notification of the transfer, Ling Feng declared, "You may leave." The scar-faced man, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity, quickly turned and departed, his eyes filled with malice as he looked down. After dealing with the ruffians, Ling Feng returned to his seat to continue his meal, still slightly hungry after having eaten only a modest portion earlier. Throughout the meal, the owner continually replenished their dishes, and Ling Feng, unable to decline the hospitality, reluctantly accepted. The trio continued to dine for another half hour until the table was cleared of all food. Satisfied, Ling Feng patted his stomach. When the time came to settle the bill, the owner adamantly refused to accept payment. After much insistence, Ling Feng finally paid, for he disliked taking advantage of others. As a billionaire, he certainly did not need to quibble over such trifles. For safety's sake, he ensured that the two women were safely returned to their villa before he departed. He assured himself that his intentions were purely for their safety, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Upon returning home, Ling Feng enjoyed a hot shower and reclined comfortably. He took out his phone to explore the rankings of restaurants in the capital city. While relishing his barbecue earlier, an innovative idea struck him. Since his space could preserve delicacies, why not store a variety of dishes within it? This way, even in a post-apocalyptic scenario, he could still savor a multitude of culinary delights. Determined to act on this inspiration, he identified the top 30 dining establishments in the capital and resolved to place an order for 100 tables of food from each. As a first-tier city, the capital is renowned for its cuisine, offering not only unique flavors, but also an extensive variety. He located the esteemed Daming restaurant, ranked first, and promptly placed a call to make a reservation. Although it was already late at night, the restaurant operates 24 hours, and the phone was answered swiftly. The voice on the other end was that of a young woman, gentle in tone. Ling Feng began perusing their official menu and enthusiastically started to order dishes. He selected various signature dishes and sumptuous offerings that caught his eye, opting for high-end ingredients such as abalone, wagyu beef, bird's nest, and bluefin tuna, among others. The pricing was far from his concern. The young operator listened in astonishment as the orders streamed in, her calm demeanor gradually transforming into shock as Ling Feng continued to place order after order, amassing over 40 dishes with no indication of stopping. Each item he selected was of considerable expense, and the total had already soared into the tens of thousands. Ultimately, Ling Feng decided on more than 60 dishes. Feeling satisfied for the moment, "Let us start with these. Prepare 100 tables for me." "Ah, sir, are you certain about 100 tables?" The operator could hardly believe her ears, suspecting she might have misheard, and promptly sought to confirm with Ling Feng again. "Absolutely. 100 tables with these dishes. Not a single one less," Ling Feng asserted with unwavering certainty. The operator was momentarily taken aback, as in her extensive experience, she had never encountered such an extravagant customer. Rough estimates suggested that the cost of 100 tables would be at least 2 million, a substantial sum indeed. She quickly summoned her floor manager, realizing that the magnitude of this order exceeded her authority to handle. Upon hearing the details, the floor manager was equally astonished and hurried to take over the call. "Good day, sir. I am the floor manager at Daming Restaurant. I would like to confirm, Do you indeed wish to order 100 tables of the dishes you selected? After Ling Feng reaffirmed his order multiple times, the manager finally believed him. Following confirmation of the total amount, Ling Feng transferred a deposit of 1 million to the restaurant and requested that they prepare everything within a day, delivering it to his specified location. Once he hung up, the floor manager's face flushed with excitement as she quickly called the owner to report the incident. The owner, who had been asleep, was instantly awakened and issued a directive. They must provide exceptional service to this client, ensuring that both the quality of ingredients and the flavors were impeccable. He ordered everyone to return to work, committing to labor tirelessly to fulfill this order on time. After finalizing his meal order, Ling Feng turned his attention to browsing composite bows online. As a modern innovation in archery, composite bows possess a power that far surpasses traditional ones. Some composite bows boast immense lethality, capable of taking down a grizzly bear. Ling Feng chose the highest-rated composite bow, with a price tag of 80,000. Crafted entirely from carbon fiber, not only lightweight but also remarkably sturdy, he opted for the model with the highest poundage. He made a one-time purchase of 10 bows, along with 5,000 arrows and an assortment of miscellaneous accessories. These compound bows were sufficient for his own use, and he even had room for upgrades. The enhanced compound bows would undoubtedly possess greater power. In addition to the compound bows, Ling Feng spent 60,000 on 10 slingshots and over 1,000 pounds of steel balls. The slingshot was a childhood toy for Ling Feng, yet its potential should not be underestimated. During his time as a Special Forces soldier, the military even included slingshot training in their curriculum. Compact and agile, the slingshot proved to be unexpectedly useful during certain specialized missions. Besides the slingshots, he acquired several military-grade shovels, baseball bats, golf clubs, and a plethora of self-defense weapons. These arms would ensure his safety in a post-apocalyptic world. After reviewing his amassed supplies, Ling Feng felt satisfied. His space still housed dozens of rifles, handguns, and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. This arsenal would be more than adequate for survival in an impending apocalypse. The only regret was the inability to procure a high-caliber sniper rifle. As a marksman, having access to such a weapon would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities, allowing him to avoid close combat and engage in remote precision kills, thus ensuring his safety. However, acquiring such a firearm was virtually impossible. The government had long enforced strict gun control, and such powerful weapons existed solely within official channels. The official channels. In a moment of realization, Ling Feng recalled that during the onset of the apocalypse, the entire national system had collapsed. The government had only made an appearance in the early days of the catastrophe, after which it vanished without a trace. Moreover, just 2 days prior to the apocalypse, there had been a noticeable shortage of supplies throughout the capital city. Was there a connection? It seemed imperative for him to expedite his resource collection efforts, aiming to complete the task at least 3 days before the apocalypse struck to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng recognized that there was still much to be done. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the Kiligou wholesale market in the capital city. Kiligou was not only the largest agricultural wholesale market in North China, but also boasted the largest cold chain storage in the nation. One could procure any imaginable ingredient there, be it meat, seafood, vegetables, or fruits. This place was undoubtedly the prime choice for stockpiling supplies. Just as Ling Feng was contemplating his plans for the next day, he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Chapter 13. The assassin strike. Ling Feng immediately rolled out of bed. With his superhuman hearing, he discerned 3 distinct sets of footsteps. The sounds emanated from downstairs, suggesting that 3 individuals had stealthily infiltrated the premises. Ling Feng quietly opened the door and peered down the staircase. In the darkness, he could make out 3 figures stealthily ascending. Each of them wielded a handgun, equipped with silencers. It appears that these individuals are indeed professional assassins. They have come specifically to eliminate me today. If one were to consider who would seek my demise, it could only be that avaricious uncle of mine. Today, I have just acquired a staggering 15 billion from him, and now assassins are already on the prowl. How eager they must be. Yet, that uncle has underestimated me. Does he truly believe that these 3 mere curs could bring about my end? Such a notion is rather simplistic. Ling Feng retrieved a pistol from his spatial storage, chambering around as he did so. This weapon had been upgraded, though its power had yet to be tested. What a fortuitous opportunity to assess its efficacy on these intruders. The 3 assassins positioned themselves in a triangular formation, demonstrating their professionalism. Ling Feng aimed at the lead assassin and swiftly pulled the trigger. With a soft thud, the assassin collapsed to the ground. To his astonishment, the pistol emitted no thunderous report. Only a faint sound was produced. Ling Feng was elated, realizing that the upgraded firearm possessed an inherent silencing feature, far superior to that of a conventional suppressor. It is well known that a suppressed gunshot is not as muted as portrayed in films. the actual noise remains quite pronounced. Yet, with this pistol, the sound was nearly non-existent after firing a round, truly a weapon of the shadows. After successfully dispatching one assassin, Ling Feng quickly repositioned himself, concealing himself in a visual blind spot. The remaining two assassins, oblivious to the gunfire, merely witnessed their comrade falter before tumbling backward. Reacting with remarkable speed, they crouched low and took cover to either side of the staircase. A slight smirk crept upon Ling Feng's lips. Although they had hidden quickly, they had failed to detect his presence. Positioned directly above them, he had a clear line of sight to one, while the other remained in his blind spot. He aimed at the calf of the visible assassin and decisively fired. A piercing scream erupted from the assassin as he lost his balance and tumbled down the stairs. Clutching his wound, his entire lower leg shattered by the bullet. Unable to contain his agony, the assassin cried out in despair. Observing the writhing figure below, Ling Feng refrained from delivering a fatal shot, instead biding his time for the other assassin to come to his aid. Employing a classic tactic of surrounding and striking the rescue, he awaited his moment. As anticipated, the other assassin, upon witnessing his comrade's injury, swiftly crawled forward to assist him. However, Ling Feng was not about to grant him this opportunity. The instant the third assassin exposed himself, Ling Feng acted decisively. With another soft thud, he fired a shot that struck true, delivering a fatal blow to the head of the unsuspecting foe. With two assassins dead and one injured, Ling Feng swiftly resolved the encounter. He descended the staircase leisurely, turning on the villa's lights. The steps were now slick with blood and remnants of flesh, obscured moments ago in the darkness. As I reflect upon the past, it appears nothing short of a hellish nightmare. The upgraded handguns possess formidable power, and the head of the assassin, struck by a bullet, has been obliterated. Brain matter mingles with blood, a gruesome tableau of red and white strewn across the ground. The sole surviving assassin, witnessing this horrific scene, is rendered pale with terror, momentarily forgetting his own pain. He gazes in dread at Ling Tian, who approaches him step by step. "Stay back. Spare my life," he pleads, crawling towards the door. "Reveal the mastermind, and I shall grant you a swift end." Ling Feng's voice rings out, devoid of any emotion. Trembling, the assassin stammers, I do not know. We merely followed orders from our organization." "How could I possibly locate your organization?" "At 185, Coral Street, on the 25th floor of the Changxing building, seek Lu Wu." Ling Feng noted this address before raising his weapon and dispatching the final assassin. Surveying the chaotic scene, Ling Feng's expression darkens. How long must he toil to cleanse this floor of blood and remains? The bodies are simpler to handle. With a wave of his hand, he stored the corpses in his space, planning to dispose of them in an uninhabited area the following day. He fetched a basin of hot water and a cloth to begin the cleanup. It took him 2 hours to restore the stairs and living room to order. He resolved never to use a firearm at home again. The aftermath was far too cumbersome. By the time he completed the task, it was already 4 in the morning, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him. After a quick wash, he collapsed into bed, succumbing to slumber. The following morning, several trucks laden with building materials rumbled into the Shizi Bay Villa district, where dozens of workers clad in matching uniforms commenced unloading in front of Ling Feng's villa. His actions drew curious onlookers among the neighbors. They overheard the workers mentioning a safe house, and laughter erupted. Has he lost his mind? Perhaps he has been watching too many apocalyptic films. They chortled. Does he truly believe the end of the world is nigh? A cacophony of voices echoed their scorn, turning Ling Feng into a mere jest. Listening to their derision, he couldn't help but smirk coldly. Laugh now, when the apocalypse arrives. I hope you can still find humor. Suddenly, Ling Yutang emerged from the crowd, striding directly towards Ling Feng. A feigned smile plastered across his face made Ling Feng's stomach churn. Though he felt an impulse to end Yutang's life right then and there, he restrained himself. Killing him outright would be too merciful. Instead, he plotted to torment the entire family during the impending apocalypse. "Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Why are you renovating a perfectly good house?" Yutang inquired, a smile on his lips, yet his gaze held a deeper meaning as it scrutinized Ling Feng. "It's been a bit unsettled lately. It's wise to fortify your home for safety." Ling Yutang's eyes momentarily flickered with panic as he grasped the implications of Ling Feng's words, realizing that his affairs might have been exposed. Tentatively, he inquired, "What is it?" "Xiao Feng, have you encountered some trouble? If there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to ask." Ling Feng, maintaining a composed demeanor, adjusted his wrist and replied, "It's merely a few insignificant mice, which I have already dealt with. There is no need for uncle to worry." Upon hearing this, Ling Yutang's heart sank. He understood that Ling Feng was likely aware of the events from the previous day. Internally cursing the incompetence of the individuals he had hired, he lamented their inability to handle a single person. Damn it, Ling Feng was simply too lucky. He had escaped unharmed. although he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. He managed to wear a smile and said, "As long as everything is fine, I shall take my leave as there are matters at the company to attend to." With that, he hastily turned to depart. Watching Ling Yutong leave, Ling Feng prepared to head to Chili Gully to procure supplies. Chapter 14. Procurement of supplies. Ling Feng drove his Hummer SUV towards the direction of Chili Gully. Having a military background, he had little affinity for sports cars. Instead, he cherished this rugged beast of an SUV, a gift from his grandfather on his birthday. He was particularly fond of its robust muscular lines, expansive view, and sturdy style, which aligned perfectly with his aesthetic. After 30 minutes of driving, he finally arrived at the Chili Gully wholesale market. The market sprawled over a vast area, bustling with large trucks laden with goods coming in and out, creating a lively atmosphere. Ling Feng proceeded directly to the market management center and sought out the head of the entire market. The manager, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a protruding belly, welcomed Ling Feng into his office with eagerness, promptly offering him a cup of tea. "Mr. Ling, whatever supplies you wish to procure, rest assured that our market will meet your needs," Zhang Xinguang declared confidently, patting his chest. "I have a substantial list of supplies to procure. I wonder if your market possesses the capability to handle this," Ling Feng responded. Zhang Xinguang erupted in laughter. "Mr. Ling, you can rest assured that our market ranks among the top in the nation." Observing his confident demeanor, Ling Feng handed him a piece of paper. "Here is my procurement list. Please see if you can manage it." Zhang Xinguang took the procurement list, and as he studied its contents, his previously jovial expression gradually turned grave. This was the first time in his years of experience that he had encountered such a request. 100,000 tons of rice, 50,000 tons of flour, 10,000 tons of beef, 10,000 tons of pork, 5,000 tons of lamb, 5,000 tons of chicken, 5,000 tons of steak, 10,000 tons of eggs, 5,000 tons of duck, along with various seafood, vegetables, fruits, dried goods, and spices. The entire inventory of goods available on the market has been meticulously cataloged, with quantities reaching thousands to tens of thousands of tons of medication. It is utterly implausible to acquire these supplies without a budget in the hundreds of billions. To put it plainly, this stockpile would suffice to feed the entire population of a small city for several years. "Mr. Ling, you cannot be jesting with me." Zhang Xinguang scrutinized Ling Feng with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. "Do I appear to be joking? I come here with genuine intent." Ling Feng responded earnestly, locking eyes with him. "Mr. Ling, to be frank, the quantity of goods you require is excessively large. It is impossible for us to procure everything at once. Furthermore, supplying the entire market's inventory to you would disrupt market order. You may deliver in batches, provided that the entire order is fulfilled within 3 months. That is entirely feasible. Mr. Ling, we can assure you of that. However, due to the sheer magnitude of this transaction, we will require a 50% deposit prior to each shipment." "No problem." Ling Feng readily acquiesced. The two then deliberated on the specifics of the supply arrangement for over an hour before finalizing their agreement. Ling Feng also signed a contract directly with the market. "Very well, Mr. Ling. I shall promptly arrange for the coordination of supplies. The first batch will be delivered within a week. Thank you for your diligence, Manager Zhang." The two shook hands, with Zhang Xinguang respectfully bidding farewell to this benefactor. As he watched Ling Feng's departing figure, he could hardly believe the turn of events. It felt like a windfall from the heavens. This project amounted to nearly 20 billion. Even a slight diversion of funds would ensure a lifetime free from financial worry. At that moment, Ling Feng wore a relaxed expression, having resolved part of the supply issue. Nearly 20 billion worth of goods. He could not possibly exhaust them even in 1,000 years. Moreover, with his system, he could replicate them 100-fold. What a delight. And all he needed to pay was half the deposit. As for the other half, by then, in a post-apocalyptic scenario, who would still be concerned with money? Everyone would be preoccupied with survival. Ling Feng subsequently rented an expansive warehouse to temporarily store the supplies, ensuring discretion. He deliberately chose a remote location to avoid drawing attention. After securing the warehouse, he hastened to his next destination, the food city. With food secured, the only remaining essentials were beverages, snacks, and convenience foods. He could not subsist on home-cooked meals alone. Snacks were indispensable for enhancing one's quality of life. With billions at his disposal, none of this capital could be squandered. Ling Feng arrived at the food city, but this time, he did not visit the market management office. Instead, he strolled through the marketplace, exploring each shop in turn. One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable variety of food available in the entire food market, with an extensive array of snacks. There are numerous imported delicacies and high-end treats that leave one utterly dazzled. Ling Feng immediately entered a shopping frenzy. Acquiring instant noodles in vast quantities, 10,000 boxes of various flavors and brands. Such items are considered valuable commodities, even if one does not consume them personally. They can undoubtedly serve as a means of barter. Moreover, Ling Feng commenced a substantial procurement of other goods, indulging in the purchase of premium wines and gourmet snacks. As the shopping progressed, he felt that the pace was too slow and thus adopted a more aggressive approach, clearing the shelves of any delectable offerings he encountered. This behavior astonished the vendors, who eagerly showcased their culinary delights to him, and Ling Feng was unreserved in his acceptance of any delicious fare, promptly acquiring it without hesitation. The entire shopping spree lasted an impressive 4 hours, during which he nearly emptied the food market of its inventory. Satisfied, Ling Feng concluded his day of shopping, with all the acquired goods set to be delivered to his warehouse. After completing his day's endeavors, he drove home, just as he received a call from Daming Restaurant informing him that his order for 100 tables of dishes had arrived. Without delay, he hurried to the small supermarket he rented, directing the workers to unload the goods. The restaurant, adhering to Ling Feng's specifications, had meticulously packaged each dish in insulated containers, complete with labels detailing the names of the dishes. Every item was stored in thermal boxes, maintaining an excellent heat retention, so the meals appeared as if freshly prepared. Pleased with the restaurant's service, Ling Feng promptly settled the remaining balance. Gazing at the neatly arranged banquet in his warehouse, he waved his hand and transferred everything into his system space, adhering to his customary practice of multiplying the items by 100. After completing these tasks, Ling Feng took out his phone to continue ordering, this time selecting the second-ranked restaurant. After placing his order, as he was about to return home, his phone rang. Chapter 15. The alluring woman Ling Feng picked up the phone to see it was a call from Wang Long, promptly answering it. "Fengzi, you've become quite popular. Haven to you?" The voice on the other end was loud, indicative of the excitement that Wang Long was experiencing, likely due to his recent television appearance. "What do you mean by popular?" Ling Feng inquired. "Just take a look at the video I sent you. It's garnering a tremendous amount of views." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng quickly opened WeChat to view the video Wang Long had shared. It depicted the altercation he had experienced yesterday outside the barbecue restaurant, capturing the entire brawl. The video, lasting just over a minute, was somewhat grainy due to the dim lighting of the night. Nevertheless, it had amassed an astounding view count of over 2 million within a mere day, accompanied by tens of thousands of comments. Ling Feng perused the comment section, encountering a myriad of reactions. "Wow, is this a movie? It looks so staged. It is undoubtedly a fabrication. No ordinary individual could exhibit such rapidity. I can attest to its authenticity, for I was present at the scene. My brother is remarkably handsome. Is there a portal for handsome individuals?" Ling Feng furrowed his brow slightly. This was certainly not a favorable development. He yearned to discreetly stockpile supplies, wishing to avoid the attention of those with ulterior motives. If his hoarding were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Fortunately, the dim lighting at the time had obscured his features, making them less discernible. Only Wang Long and those intimately familiar with him could identify him. As Ling Feng scrolled through the comments, contemplating a resolution to this predicament, Wang Long's call came through once more. "Fengzi, when did your skills improve so remarkably? I need these videos to vanish. Can you assist me? I have a friend who works in the review department of this video platform. I will call him now and let you know if he can help." Wang Long hastily ended the call. Such is the nature of brotherhood. In times of difficulty, one will selflessly extend a hand. After the call, Ling Feng felt a pang of conflict within. Wang Long was his childhood companion, closer than a biological brother. They had faced numerous perilous missions together during their military service, having saved each other's lives. Their bond was one of profound trust, making Wang Long the only person he could confide in during this apocalyptic time. With the end of the world looming, should he disclose this situation to him? Wang Long had a tendency to be indiscreet. He might inadvertently reveal this matter. However, Ling Feng could not bear to watch his dear brother perish in the apocalypse. Caught in a dilemma, he lit a cigarette, pondering how to resolve this issue. Suddenly, he recalled that the villa next door appeared to remain unsold and vacant. An idea crystallized in his mind. Ling Feng rented a presidential suite at a hotel near his residence, as his own villa was under renovation. For now, he had no choice but to stay at the hotel. After taking a shower, he resumed his online shopping for supplies. He had nearly completed his food stockpile, but still required additional cold weather gear. In this apocalyptic scenario, the global climate had turned frigid, leading to many unfortunate souls being frozen to death. Thus, acquiring warm clothing was of utmost importance. Ling Feng's first choice was a professional-grade penguin suit, typically worn by research teams operating in extreme cold conditions. Renowned for its excellent insulation. Crafted from special materials, it was not only lightweight, but also boasted waterproof and fire-resistant properties. However, it came at a steep price. with a single set costing several thousand. Ling Feng purchased over 100 sets, selecting various colors and styles. Additionally, he acquired an assortment of tactical gloves, hats, socks, and underwear. In the realm of daily necessities, from mundane items such as toilet paper, toothpaste, and shampoo, Ling Feng places substantial orders. His routine now consists of frenzied shopping, indiscriminately acquiring items regardless of their utility. At the Qiangxing building in Beijing, Ling Yutong gazes at the individual across from him with palpable ire. I have expended so much money for you to handle this matter, yet you have dispatched 3 inept individuals. Not only has the issue remained unresolved, but my identity is now at risk. Please do not be upset, Mr. Ling. A beguiling voice emanates from the sofa opposite him. The speaker is a strikingly beautiful woman. Dressed provocatively, her figure lithe and graceful. Her lips are lush and inviting, and her eyes exude a magnetic allure. She gracefully approaches Ling Yutong, her serpentine waist swaying, and places the tea she holds onto the table before him. The 3 individuals dispatched yesterday are among our company's finest. They are certainly not inept. The target is not as simple as you perceive, Mr. Ling. As she speaks, she activates a video on her phone and presents it to Ling Yutong. Ling Yutong's expression grows serious as he watches the footage. Though the lighting is poor, obscuring the individual's features, he immediately recognizes Ling Feng, who readily overcomes a group of 10 thugs with ease, rendering them powerless to retaliate. The alluring woman's voice breaks the silence. According to our investigation, your nephew is quite formidable. He has served in a special forces unit, possesses expert marksmanship, is proficient in combat, and has undertaken numerous significant missions. Eliminating him will not be an easy task. Ling Yutong scoffs. Are you not renowned for your ability to resolve any situation? Double the remuneration. Ensure this individual is dealt with promptly. The enchanting woman smiles reassuringly. Rest assured, Mr. Ling, regardless of the cost, we shall fulfill your request. The following morning, Ling Feng rises early to begin his physical training. He heads to the hotel gym, running 10 kilometers on the treadmill followed by numerous sets of functional exercises. He concludes his workout only when he reaches a state of exhaustion, aware that his physical potential remains largely untapped and that continuous improvement necessitates relentless training. After finishing his workout, Ling Feng proceeds to the hotel dining area for breakfast. As a 5-star establishment, the breakfast spread is lavish, offering a plethora of choices. From Chinese steamed buns, noodles, rice rolls, and bean soup to Western bread, milk, and cakes, the selection is abundant. Ling Feng opts for a modest meal of steamed buns, 2 fried dough sticks, and a cup of soy milk. Post-breakfast, he drives to the small warehouse he rents to receive his shipments. The various weapons and equipment he ordered online have arrived, and it is now time to inspect the goods. As Ling Feng approached the entrance of the warehouse, he spotted a small black dog lying there. The pup appeared somewhat frail, its body covered in dirt, and it weakly rested on the steps, gazing up at Ling Feng. Chapter 16. Enhanced version. Moved by the sight of this pitiable creature, Ling Feng retrieved a pack of ham sausages from his storage space, unwrapped it, and offered it to the dog. However, the little dog, despite its evident hunger, refrained from eating. Initially, Ling Feng assumed the dog was not hungry, yet he noticed its mouth watering as it eyed the sausage. Realizing this, he placed the sausage on the ground, inviting the dog to eat. Upon receiving the command, the small black dog devoured the sausage with great enthusiasm, finishing it in just a few bites, then looked up at him with longing eyes. Ling Feng smiled softly and continued to feed the dog 3 more sausages. Once satiated, the little black dog decided not to leave, instead choosing to follow Ling Feng closely, clearly intent on staying by his side. Amused by the dog's adorable demeanor, Ling Feng allowed it to accompany him without sending it away. After opening the warehouse door, Ling Feng brought over a chair and settled down, waiting for his delivery to arrive while also browsing for other items he might need. The small black dog, displaying remarkable understanding, laid down at his feet to sleep. Before long, the delivery driver arrived promptly in a small van, showcasing their reliability. Due to the sheer volume of packages, Ling Feng assisted in unloading them, and together they carried the parcels into the warehouse. Once the delivery driver departed, Ling Feng began unwrapping the packages one by one, taking nearly 10 minutes to finish. He first stored 10 compound bows in his space, completing a hundredfold upgrade. Then, he duplicated 4,000 arrows by a hundredfold, while the remaining 1,000 arrows underwent a quality upgrade by a hundredfold. Ling Feng retrieved the enhanced compound bow. Although the weight remained nearly unchanged, its flexibility had significantly increased alongside its hardness. The overall feel and aesthetic of the bow had undergone a remarkable transformation. The draw weight of the bow reached an astonishing 500 pounds. To put this into perspective, a typical compound bow with a 40-pound draw weight can take down a target at 50 meters. A draw weight of 500 pounds would undoubtedly eliminate any adversary. Yet only someone with Ling Feng's physical strength could wield such a bow. Most individuals would find it impossible to draw. Ling Feng then took out a slingshot and similarly upgraded it, greatly enhancing its power. He tested it with a steel ball and under maximum draw weight. The ball embedded itself into a concrete pillar. This force was sufficient to penetrate a human skull, compact and lightweight. This slingshot was perfect for ambush tactics, truly a tool for stealthy maneuvers. Ling Feng continued to upgrade all the other supplies, feeling a profound sense of security as he gazed at the increasingly well-stocked arsenal in his space. He was now prepared to venture into the wilds beyond the city to test the might of his newly acquired weapons. He closed the warehouse door, accompanied by his little black dog, and drove his Hummer towards the suburbs. Upon exiting the city, Ling Feng noticed something peculiar. 2 white SUVs had been leisurely tailing him from the urban area to the outskirts. Along the way, Ling Feng deliberately took 3 detours. Yet the 2 vehicles continued to follow him closely, indicating that they were indeed after him. Ling Feng maneuvered his vehicle into a secluded wilderness, preparing to eliminate this unwelcome pursuit. In the passenger seat of one of the cars sat a woman clad in a striking red leather jacket. Her exquisite features and exaggerated makeup lent her an alluringly sinister charm. Observing the target vehicle veering into the remote path, a smirk crept onto her lips. How audacious of this man to lead us into the wilderness. He is rather intriguing. A bald man in the back overheard her and leaned forward, asking, "Boss, do you think this guy has realized we are onto him? He dares to confront us alone. How arrogant." The woman licked her lips. It's this kind of man that stirs excitement. Ling Feng glanced back, noting that the nearest vehicle was approximately 100 meters away. Suddenly, he slammed the accelerator, causing the off-road vehicle to surge forward, swiftly distancing itself from the pursuers. The upgraded Hummer's acceleration was formidable enough to outpace any sports car. Witnessing the sudden burst of speed, the 2 SUVs, which had been maintaining a steady pace, were taken aback and hastily accelerated in pursuit. However, the Hummer's speed was overwhelming. In mere seconds, the taillights of the SUVs were nearly out of sight. The driver of the pursuing vehicle slammed his fist against the steering wheel in frustration. He quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie to report, "Boss, the target vehicle has suddenly accelerated. It's too fast for us to keep up. What should we do?" A languid voice replied from the other end, "Don't worry, this road is a dead end." He won to escape. The 2 SUVs continued down the road for another 4 or 5 kilometers, and upon ascending a hill, they finally spotted the Hummer again. The Hummer was parked by the roadside, hazard lights flashing. The SUVs came to a halt about 30 meters away, and 10 individuals disembarked, each brandishing a handgun as they cautiously approached the Hummer. At that moment, Ling Feng lay concealed on a hillside to the right of the road, observing the approaching assassins. He was positioned a straight-line distance of about 400 meters from the road. This distance made it effortless for Ling Feng to hit his target. But for these marksmen of questionable skill, it was nearly impossible. Moreover, armed only with handguns, their effective range was merely 100 meters, rendering them incapable of reaching him. Even if he stood still, they would struggle to hit him. Today, a strategy remained a classic: encircle and strike. Ling Feng steadied himself and took aim. Uft! A bullet struck the thigh of one of the bald men, and the reason for targeting him was clear. His gleaming scalp reflected light, obstructing visibility. The sound of the bullet being discharged was remarkably subdued. Following a system upgrade, the recoil of weapon A had diminished significantly while its power had surged. The bald man collapsed on the ground, howling in agony as his thigh was obliterated. His cries echoed throughout the desolate wilderness. Witnessing this, the nearest individual rushed forward, intending to drag him to safety. Suddenly, another shot rang out, hitting him directly, mirroring the fate of the previous bald assassin. The woman in red, witnessing this, shouted urgently for everyone to take cover. The remaining few immediately crouched and scurried to the side of the vehicle, seeking refuge behind it. However, it was evidently too late. More shots rang out. 3 more individuals struck in the thigh, yet 5 others managed to find sanctuary behind the car. The 5 who had been hit on the road lay moaning on the ground, blood pooling around them, yet none dared to reveal themselves to render aid. The remaining assassins were gripped by terror, their hands trembling slightly around their weapons. The woman in red, too, had lost her earlier composure. She had yet to catch even a glimpse of her adversary. Listening to the agonizing cries of her wounded subordinates, she grew increasingly anxious. Drawing a sniper rifle from the vehicle, she steadied it, searching through the scope for a target. After several tense seconds, she finally spotted Ling Feng crouched on the hillside. A smirk curled at the corners of her lips. At last, she had found him. Chapter 17. Counterattack. Ling Feng, lying on the ground, suddenly felt a prickling sensation across his body. This instinct had saved his life on numerous occasions. Without hesitation, he swiftly shifted to the side. Bang! At that very moment, a bullet struck the spot where he had just been lying. A sniper. Cold sweat cascaded down Ling Feng's back. Had it not been for his extraordinary agility, he would have met his end just then. How careless he had been, lowering his guard and failing to detect the presence of the sniper. He had narrowly escaped disaster. Meanwhile, the woman in red stared in disbelief. What kind of creature was this? His reflexes were astonishingly quick. It was inconceivable for an ordinary person to evade such a shot. She steadied her breath and resumed her search for a target, but this time, it seemed as if he had vanished without a trace. Just as she struggled to locate him, another scream erupted from her subordinates. She turned her gaze and saw one of them with an arrow embedded in his chest. The arrow had pierced through the car door before finding its mark, and the man's eyes were vacant, signaling his imminent demise. The woman in red was once again astounded. What kind of arrow could penetrate a vehicle? She had never heard of such a weapon. Its power rivaled that of a bullet. As she was momentarily distracted, another person was struck by an arrow, this time piercing straight through the heart, resulting in instant death. The remaining 3 individuals fell into utter despair. The sensation of being targeted by death itself was overwhelmingly terrifying. One of them cried out, I refuse to continue with this mission, and fled rapidly into the distance. Seeing this, the woman in red shouted angrily, Don't run. Come back quickly. It's dangerous. However, the man had already covered a distance of 20 meters without facing any harm, which brought a flicker of hope to the other 2, prompting them to hasten after their fleeing companion. The woman in red could only shake her head in resignation as she watched the trio escape. Not long after the remaining 2 had ventured out just 5 meters, they too were struck by gunfire, falling one after another in rapid succession. It was evident that the assailant possessed exceptional marksmanship, having reached an extraordinary level of skill. At this moment, the woman in red felt a twinge of panic. All her most capable subordinates lay dead, and the strength of the organization she had painstakingly built was significantly diminished. You scoundrel, if I catch you, I will make you wish for death, she vowed, as she resumed her search for a target. Before long, the silhouette of a young man reappeared in her sights through the scope. She decisively pulled the trigger. Yet once again, her shot was evaded. The man in the distance sprinted toward her rapidly, prompting her to aim once more, preparing to fire. However, his movements were too swift and erratic, akin to a speeding car, making it nearly impossible to lock onto him. In a mere 3 seconds, the man who had been several hundred meters away was suddenly before her. Astonishing speed. This behavior shattered her previous understanding of possibility. The woman in red raised her weapon to shoot, but Ling Feng was even quicker. In an instant, he appeared behind her, executing a joint lock to effortlessly seize the sniper rifle from her grasp. She instinctively reached for her handgun at her waist, only to discover it had also been taken from her. Gazing at the smiling man before her, she felt a chilling dread. What are you, human or ghost? Ling Feng, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, glanced at the woman. You and the 3 assassins from the other day are in cahoots, aren't you? How much did my uncle pay you to go to such lengths to kill me? Before she could respond, he pressed on. What price did my uncle pay you to carry out this assassination? The woman regained her alluring demeanor. Handsome, if you let me go, I will tell you everything. She then arched her back, displaying her voluptuous figure, casting a seductive gaze at Ling Feng. His eyes roamed over her form unabashedly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he approached her, lifting her chin with his hand. As long as you are compliant, I may spare your life. From now on, you will be at my service. Whatever you desire, I will grant it. One of her hands moved toward Ling Feng's thigh, while the other stealthily reached for the dagger at her waist. As Ling Feng momentarily lowered her guard, she swiftly drew a dagger and lunged it toward his back. The close proximity allowed the blade to effortlessly slice through his clothing, igniting a spark of triumph within her. A smirk crept across her lips. But just as the dagger was about to pierce his skin, a sudden pain shot through her back. She felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, the dagger slipping from her grasp as she staggered backward. She could hardly believe that death was imminent, especially when victory had seemed so close. Why had she faltered? Ling Feng shook his head regretfully, remarking, I had said that as long as you behaved, I would spare your life. As the woman sensed her vitality waning, she closed her eyes, overwhelmed by a mix of resentment and fear. Once he confirmed her demise, Ling Feng swiftly tidied the scene, collecting the weapons of the assassins into his spatial storage. However, his most significant acquisition was a Barrett sniper rifle. With this weapon, he felt invincible. Although the ammunition was scant, only 30 rounds. Fortunately, the system allowed him to replicate. In no time, he had enough for his needs. He stored the sniper rifle in his space for upgrades and then stashed away the bullets, increasing his supply to 3,000 rounds. Ling Feng then took out the sniper rifle, aiming at a large tree about 800 meters away, with a diameter of roughly 1 meter. The shot rang out, and the tree was severed cleanly in half. Ling Feng cherished the weapon in his hands, astonished by its power. If it struck a person directly, it would surely cause devastating damage. Elated, he sped down the road, contemplating a visit to the assassin's lair that night, hoping for unforeseen spoils. Yet, the immediate priority was to retrieve supplies. During the skirmish, several suppliers had messaged him regarding pickups. Upon reaching the large warehouse, he found dozens of trucks waiting at the entrance. He promptly organized the trucks to unload their cargo, which consisted entirely of snack foods. This was merely the first batch. Several more would follow in due course. Once this delivery was complete, he rushed back to his smaller warehouse, where the 100 meals he had ordered were ready. Life was indeed fulfilling and bustling. He still had to venture to the assassin's stronghold that night. So busy, Ling Feng spent the entire day in a flurry of acquisitions. By the time he finished, it was already 6 in the evening. He casually entered a restaurant and ordered a plethora of dishes for a quick dinner. After his meal, he lay in bed, engaging in online shopping. During this time, Yang Zihan messaged him on WeChat, but he offered only perfunctory replies. With the apocalypse looming, he had no time for idle chatter. It was far more prudent to procure additional supplies. After purchasing a considerable amount of goods online, the clock swiftly struck 1 in the morning. Ling Feng donned a complete black outfit, adorned with a cap and mask, before venturing out. His destination was the lair of assassins within the Qiangxing building. Chapter 18. The Assassin Headquarters. To avoid leaving any traces, Ling Feng opted for a pedestrian approach, traversing narrow alleys and changing his attire several times along the way, ultimately arriving at the Qiangxing building. Upon entering the edifice, he consciously chose the fire escape over the elevator. Ascending to the 25th floor, he indeed spotted the emblem of Jingwu Combat. Although it was already 2 in the morning, the training hall remained brightly illuminated, with faint sounds indicating that individuals were still training within. As Ling Feng stepped inside the hall, several pairs of eyes turned towards him, and a burly man with a dark complexion approached. "Sir, how may I assist you?" he inquired. "I am looking for Lu Wu," Ling Feng replied in a calm tone, his gaze subtly scanning the interior of the hall. The training area spanned approximately 200 square meters, and there appeared to be an iron door deep within the hall, the contents of which remained a mystery. Currently, there were around 6 individuals visibly present, their distribution rather scattered, making it challenging to eliminate them all swiftly. The situation beyond the iron door was unclear, and Ling Feng dared not act impulsively. He decided to bide his time, gathering intelligence on the personnel within the combat hall before taking action. Upon hearing Ling Feng's inquiry about Lu Wu, the dark-complexioned man regarded him with caution, then turned to a man in black seated at a distant table, sipping tea. The man gave a slight nod. After receiving the indication, the burly man smiled at Ling Feng and said, "Sir, please follow me," leading him towards the iron door. As they reached the entrance, a man in black intercepted them. The burly man then informed Ling Feng, "Sir, before you enter, we must conduct a body search. All communication devices and weapons are strictly prohibited. We appreciate your understanding." Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement, extending his arms to allow them to search him. He was unconcerned, as all his weapons were stored within a secure system, leaving only a phone on his person. After confiscating Ling Feng's phone, the man in black used a walkie-talkie to call someone inside. Moments later, the iron door swung open from within. The burly man gestured for Ling Feng to enter, subsequently remaining outside. Ling Feng calmly stepped through the threshold, where he was greeted by a 10-meter-long corridor, equipped with 2 cameras that meticulously monitored all activities. At the end of the corridor stood another iron door, which could only be opened from the inside. Upon reaching the door, it automatically opened. One must commend the assassin organization's security measures. An ordinary person would stand little chance of causing trouble in such a fortified environment. The entire corridor is constructed of steel plates, with the iron doors made from 20-centimeter thick steel, rendering them impervious to ordinary bullets. After passing through 2 iron doors, Ling Feng finally enters the core area of the assassin organization. Upon entering, the iron door behind him closes automatically. The internal space measures approximately 100 square meters, with 3 of the walls adorned with an array of weaponry, causing Ling Feng's eyes to gleam with excitement. Within the room are 4 individuals. One sits directly opposite the entrance, with massive safes lining the wall behind him. This man is presumably the leader of the assassin organization. The other 3 stand in a triangular formation at various points in the room, ready to strike at a moment's notice should Ling Feng make any sudden movements. Ling Feng contemplates how to swiftly deal with these individuals. "Greetings, sir. Please have a seat." The leader, with a beaming smile, gestures towards the chairs in front of him. Ling Feng strides to the seat and sits down, scrutinizing the leader. "Are you the boss here?" Ling Feng inquires, lighting a cigarette and maintaining a calm demeanor as he gazes at him. "The boss is not present, but I can make decisions regarding matters here," the leader replies. Ling Feng, with a look of disdain, leans back in his chair and exhales a plume of smoke. Bring your boss here. You lack the qualifications. I wish to discuss a business deal worth over 100 million. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifts to one of anger, quickly replaced by shock at the mention of such a staggering sum. This is indeed a lucrative deal. Typically, a single contract hovers around 2 million, with anything over 10 million considered substantial. A contract exceeding 100 million is a rarity, only having been witnessed recently with the chairman of the Tianhu Group. The leader, realizing the gravity of the situation, appears troubled as he responds, I apologize, sir. But our boss is currently out executing a mission with his men and has yet to return. Is your boss a woman? Ling Feng probes tentatively. Do you know our boss? The leader inquires. Not at all. Ling Feng thinks to himself, surprised that he inadvertently killed their boss. With this revelation, the situation becomes significantly more manageable. All he needs to do is eliminate these individuals. With renewed determination, Ling Feng continues, since your boss is absent, let us discuss matters. First, tell me about your organization's capabilities. The man seated opposite him, upon hearing this, responds with confidence, Sir, as for our strength, our organization is the leading force in the entirety of Shangjing City. We have over 20 members, all of whom are former mercenaries. Our boss is also a former special forces operative with a record of completing over 100 missions without failure. Additionally, as the man spoke eloquently, a handgun materialized in Ling Feng's right hand, resting on the table. With a swift, decisive shot, the bullet pierced through his forehead, causing the man's head to explode instantaneously. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. After firing the shot, Ling Feng deftly turned around and rapidly aimed at the other 3 individuals. Caught off guard, they seemed momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend how an unarmed man suddenly wielded a firearm. They hastily reached for their own handguns, but it was too late. The bullets from Ling Feng's gun struck their heads with precision and speed, eliminating the 3 assassins in an instant. Having dealt with the occupants of the room, Ling Feng began to scrutinize the array of weapons within. The more he observed, the more he appreciated them. The walls were adorned with over 100 assorted rifles and handguns, including 5 shotguns, a sniper rifle, and more than 50 various daggers. Ling Feng collected all these weapons into his space for upgrades, thereby further expanding his arsenal. After clearing the weapons from the walls, only a few safes remained in the room. Ling Feng rummaged through the body of the assassin leader and discovered a set of keys. He attempted to unlock the safes with the keys, and fortunately, the first one opened successfully. The moment the safe was unlocked, a grin spread across Ling Feng's face. Chapter 19. Scavenging for Weapons. Grenades. A total of 30 M67 grenades. In addition, there were thousands of rounds of various ammunition and 10 sets of bulletproof vests. Gazing at this impressive cache, Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim. This was no mere assassin organization. It was practically his own armory. Inside the last safe lay a Tang Dao. Ling Feng picked up the sword and examined it closely. This blade appeared to be a Tang Hung Dao, a variant of the Tang sword. The blade was straight, single-edged, approximately 1 meter long, and possessed remarkable flexibility, exuding an impressive aesthetic. The Tang Hung Dao could indeed be considered a pinnacle of cold weaponry. Ling Feng held the sword with great affection. Every man harbors a martial dream, and few can resist the allure of such a weapon. However, he had never wielded such an instrument before. It seemed he would need to diligently study the techniques of using this weapon. Ling Feng resolved to upgrade the Tang Dao within his space and take the time later to delve into its methods of use. After scavenging all the resources, Ling Feng located the button to open the iron door. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 assassins in the hall were utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired inside. Ling Feng believed in either taking no action or executing his plans to the fullest. The remaining individuals had to be dealt with entirely. These were ruthless criminals, each stained with the blood of others. Killing them held no psychological burden whatsoever. Ling Feng opened the first iron door and picked up the intercom. Everyone, come in, he commanded. The black-clad assassins stationed at the entrance, though somewhat perplexed by the unfamiliar voice emanating from the device, complied without hesitation and summoned everyone outside. Once Ling Feng observed through the surveillance cameras that all the assassins in the corridor had gathered, he pressed the control button and the iron door slammed shut, trapping them inside the corridor. The assassins, bewildered and unsure of what was transpiring, stood in the corridor, awaiting further instructions. Ling Feng, armed with a pistol, approached the iron door and opened the shooting port, unleashing a merciless barrage of gunfire. The narrow corridor, devoid of any cover, transformed into a veritable nightmare for these men. The sound of 6 muffled shots echoed through the air. Reacting swiftly to the sudden assault, the assassins scrambled to draw their weapons, but Ling Feng's shooting speed was unparalleled. Before they could even unsheath their firearms, they were all gunned down. Once he confirmed that all had perished, Ling Feng opened the iron door and gathered their lifeless bodies into a concealed space, removing all surveillance equipment as well. Before departing, he secured the combat gym's entrance, hanging a sign indicating it was closed for renovations, and then exited with an air of nonchalance. The disappearance of these assassins would go unnoticed, and he harbored no fears of police pursuit. Shortly after Ling Feng's departure, a middle-aged man, heavily bundled against the chill, arrived at the gym. Upon spotting the closed for renovation sign, he furrowed his brow and muttered, "What on earth?" This man was none other than Ling Yutong, who had come to inquire about the progress of the task he had commissioned. Observing the firmly shut doors and the absence of illumination within, he sensed something amiss. He retrieved his mobile phone and, after locating a number in his contacts, dialed it. Out of service area, the automated voice responded. Undeterred, he dialed a dozen more numbers. Each met with the same disheartening message. He began to analyze the situation. Could it be that the group had absconded with the funds? That seemed unlikely, as this organization had a solid reputation in the industry, having never failed a contract, which was precisely why he had chosen to engage them. The other possibility was that the mission had failed, and everyone had been eliminated. The thought sent a chill down Ling Yutong's spine. Could Ling Feng truly be that formidable? These were seasoned assassins, after all. Yet, he decided it was wiser to err on the side of caution rather than dismiss the possibility. In that instant, he felt an unsettling sensation, as though unseen eyes were fixated upon him. Glancing around to confirm he was alone, he swiftly turned and retreated to the elevator, leaving in haste. After resolving the matter with this group of assassins, Ling Feng's life settled into a brief period of tranquility, gradually adopting a more structured rhythm. His daily routine consisted of receiving packages, online shopping, ordering takeout, and tending to his dog. Every few days, I check on the progress of the villa's renovation. Currently, the pace of the construction is surpassing expectations, with completion anticipated a week ahead of schedule. In the evenings, I frequent the gym to enhance my physical fitness. Occasionally, I dine with Yang Zihan and Lin Su. Although Yang Zihan harbors intentions for a deeper connection, she has been quite clear in her rejections. However, I am not one to be cruel. After spending some time together, I find Lin Su to be quite agreeable, devoid of any ulterior motives. In contrast, I perceive Yang Zihan as cunning, unworthy of close friendship. I have subtly hinted at the potential for colder weather in the future, advising her to stock up on supplies. Whether they heed my counsel is ultimately their own fortune. Wang Long continues to seek my company for drinking and foot baths, especially after the recent viral incident involving a fight video, which he quickly managed to suppress before it could spread further. Time has swiftly passed, and 2.5 months have gone by, leaving merely half a month until the impending apocalypse. During this period, Ling Yutong has refrained from any mischief. Occasionally, I encounter him in the villa community, where he greets me with an air of familiarity, as if nothing has transpired. Yet, internally, he is tormented, plagued by the fear that I might abruptly end his life. His partners are incessantly applying pressure, since taking control of the Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company. Research on the genetic serum has stalled. Key data and the 5 developed serums have mysteriously vanished. Little did he know, his father had anticipated such a turn of events. He suspects that the genetic serum and data are in my possession, yet he lacks the audacity to confront me or search my villa. Previously, in pursuit of acquiring shares from me, he depleted all his assets and even sold a portion for a staggering 100 billion to the world's largest pharmaceutical company, M Group. Now, with research stagnating, M Group expresses discontent, exacerbating his daily distress. After 2 months of diligent preparation, all necessary supplies have been procured, and the villa's renovation has reached completion. This morning, I rose early, for today is the day of inspection for the villa. The renovation holds paramount importance for me, as it constitutes the very foundation of my existence in the impending apocalypse. After breakfast, I hurried to the villa to assess the renovations. Chapter 20. Completion of the sanctuary. Standing before the villa, I observe that the overall appearance remains largely unchanged, the only noticeable differences being the glass and the main entrance. The exterior glass of the villa has been outfitted with the finest bulletproof glass available globally. For added security, I opted for a triple-layer installation. This glass is capable of withstanding bomb attacks, ensuring an unparalleled level of safety. The second notable distinction lies in the entryway of the villa, which features a protective door akin to those found in bank vaults. This formidable door is constructed from steel plates and titanium alloy, capable of withstanding the impact of a small nuclear explosion. To complement this, Ling Feng specifically instructed the security company to equip each window with a similar material for emergency use, should the exterior bulletproof glass be shattered. The titanium alloy windows would serve as the ultimate barrier, safeguarding the entire villa. Upon entering the villa, one is greeted by a corridor measuring 5 meters in length. At the corridor's terminus, there exists an inner door, reminiscent of the internal structures utilized by assassin organizations. However, Ling Feng's corridor is notably more robust, with walls and ceilings reinforced by 30-centimeter titanium alloy steel plates. The ceiling is also outfitted with shooting apertures, facilitating counterattacks against adversaries. The walls and floors of the villa are entirely composed of titanium alloy, providing not only strength but also exceptional insulation, capable of preventing 95% of temperature loss. Ling Feng first descended to the lower level, which boasts the largest area among all floors, spanning 500 square meters. The basement comprises a laboratory, training facility, power room, and control room. Within the training facility, in addition to various training equipment, Ling Feng has deliberately installed a gravity room, where the pressure can be adjusted to alter the gravitational force within, allowing him to train and push the limits of his personal strength. The power room is primarily equipped with 5 large generators. 2 of these generators alone can meet the villa's entire electrical demands, while the remaining 3 serve as backups. In the aftermath of an apocalyptic event, when the power system may face catastrophic failure, these generators will ensure the villa remains operational even during outages. The control room serves as the villa's brain, overseeing the entire electrical system, network, surveillance, and the activation and deactivation of various devices. Exiting the basement, Ling Feng ascended to the first floor, which features a straightforward layout of the living room, kitchen, and dining area. The second floor is primarily dedicated to entertainment, where Ling Feng has reconfigured each room into distinct spaces, including an esports room, shooting range, billiards room, television area, private cinema, and bar, even incorporating a golf zone. Such amenities ensure that, when the world descends into chaos, his leisure activities remain vibrant and varied. The third floor is composed of individual bedrooms, each equipped with its own en-suite bathroom, allowing for a change of scenery whenever one grows weary of a particular room. Every room in the villa is fitted with a fireplace. In the face of extreme cold, conventional heating methods are insufficient, rendering this primal source of warmth vital for effective heating. To ensure an ample supply of firewood, he has procured 50,000 tons of timber, sufficient for his needs in a post-apocalyptic world. In addition to heating, the villa's ventilation system has been meticulously designed to prevent the ingress of toxic gases from the outside. The entire villa is constructed with a fully integrated smart home system, enabling the operation of all doors, windows, and various surveillance devices with a single touch on a mobile device. The villa is adorned with nearly 100 intelligent cameras, achieving a truly comprehensive surveillance system. After touring the entire estate, Ling Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, as the construction had been executed largely according to his specifications. Standing nearby, Hu Yong from Huqiang Security and Construction Company handed Ling Feng a handover document. "Mr. Ling, if you have no issues with the service, may I kindly request your signature?" Without a glance, Ling Feng signed the document. Noticing the signature, Hu Yong smiled and said, "Mr. Ling, please ensure the remaining payment is settled within a month." Ling Feng readily agreed, yet inwardly mused, "Pay you? When the apocalypse approaches, who will still heed your call?" With the villa's completion, a considerable burden had been lifted from Ling Feng's shoulders. His funds, once at 15.8 billion, had dwindled to just over 2 million. But the resources at his disposal were immense. The food supplies from Chiligo alone were valued at nearly 20 billion, complemented by an array of daily necessities, snacks, beverages, and medical supplies. Nevertheless, Ling Feng felt it insufficient. After all, who would ever complain of having too much wealth? Before the impending end of the world, he was determined to execute a grand plan. The Tiannan Storage Center housed an astonishing wealth of resources, encompassing food, clothing, and medical supplies. It served as a repository for major malls, supermarkets, and corporate entities, containing a comprehensive array of essential goods for daily life. Securing these resources would elevate his status significantly. Ling Feng had meticulously contemplated this plan for an extended period. With his system, he could collect any item within a 10-meter radius without limitation. After a period of training, his physical capabilities had reached 20 times that of an average person. At his full speed, he could gather all the resources within half an hour. However, action could not commence just yet. There were still 2 weeks until the apocalypse. Ling Feng recalled that in the days leading up to the disaster, Jing City experienced a significant shortage of supplies. To be prudent, he decided to initiate his plan 5 days before the onset of the apocalypse. The specifics of his strategy required further refinement to ensure absolute success. While Ling Feng was deep in thought about how to flawlessly execute this operation, he received a call from Wang Long. He promptly answered, "Hello? Fengzi, come out and have a drink with me." Wang Long's tone carried a weight of gravity, devoid of his usual flamboyance and irreverence. Ling Feng, drawing from his memories of the past life, understood the cause of Wang Long's distress. His father's company had declared bankruptcy due to operational issues, accruing overwhelming debt. Unable to bear the pressure, his father had tragically taken his own life. All assets under his father's name had been seized, and the shooting range, also registered in his father's name, had been closed down. In his previous life, Wang Long could not withstand the heavy blow, leading to a prolonged state of despondency. Subsequently, he vanished just before the apocalypse, and all attempts to reach him were in vain. Ling Feng sought numerous individuals for clues regarding his whereabouts, yet none could provide any insight. Contemplating this, Ling Feng immediately responded, "Where are you?" "I am in room 305 of the Jiutian Hotel." "All right, I shall come find you." With the address in hand, Ling Feng promptly exited the villa, driving his Hummer towards the Jiutian Hotel. Chapter 21. Enhancement of physical capability. Ling Feng sped through the streets and arrived at the Jiutian Hotel in just over 10 minutes. The establishment, an aging inn, greeted him with damp floors and an overpowering musty odor. Ascending to the third floor, he approached the door of room 305, which was slightly ajar. Pushing the door open, he was assaulted by a blend of cigarette smoke and the musty scent emanating from the walls, which piqued his senses. Wang Long lay disheveled on the bed, cigarette in hand, unkempt hair and stubble betraying his once vibrant spirit, now replaced by a sense of defeat. "You're here." Wang Long's voice was weak, exhibiting profound lethargy. "Let us go." Ling Feng gestured with a beckoning hand, their unspoken bond requiring no further words. The two men made their way to a familiar restaurant, small yet renowned for its delightful cuisine, a favored haunt for their drinking escapades. As they settled in, the owner greeted them warmly. "It's been a while since you two have come by. Old Zhang, how has business lately?" Ling Feng engaged in casual conversation with the owner. "Oh, it's going all right." Old Zhang responded with a cheerful demeanor. Regardless of when Ling Feng visited, Old Zhang always greeted him with a smile, showcasing an exceptionally positive attitude. After exchanging pleasantries, Ling Feng ordered an array of dishes: smashed cucumber, hand-pulled chicken, pot-roasted chicken, grilled lamb, garlic fish, and a variety of stir-fried specialties, all signature dishes of the restaurant, and requested 2 cases of beer. Old Zhang took the order and hurried to the kitchen. Before long, the dishes and drinks began to arrive. Each man took a bottle of beer and commenced drinking. Wang Long remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation, while Ling Feng chose not to pry, silently accompanying him in his solitude. After consuming 6 bottles of beer, Wang Long finally spoke, revealing the hardships he had faced. "Fengzi, I have lost everything. My father has also left me." His eyes, red-rimmed and filled with sorrow, conveyed his despair. "Brother, you still have me. In the days to come, I shall walk alongside you," Ling Feng reassured him. "Money can be earned again. It's not a big deal. We must always look forward." Wang Long nodded solemnly, draining the last of the beer from his bottle. Their understanding transcended words, encapsulating their shared resolve in silence. The two men indulged in drinks from noon until dusk, and by the time their revelry concluded, they had consumed 8 cases of beer. Ling Feng placed the inebriated Wang Long in the back seat of his Hummer. Curiously, despite having consumed such a prodigious amount of alcohol, Ling Feng felt no inebriation himself. Ordinarily, he would struggle to match Wang Long's capacity for drink. Perhaps this was a consequence of his body's enhancements. He drove Wang Long back to his villa, casually tossing him onto the bed in a random room. Outside, a small black dog observed the unfamiliar man Ling Feng had brought back with a look of curiosity. After more than 2 months of attentive care, the little black dog had grown considerably, its rotund body feeling especially comforting to the touch. Ling Feng had named him Black Panther. He affectionately patted Black Panther on the head before proceeding to the gravity chamber on the lower level. Following the villa's inspection, he had yet to experience the effects of the gravity room. With a free evening ahead, he decided to try out some training within its confines. The gravity chamber could amplify the gravitational force inside by up to 500 times. This bespoke device, which Ling Feng had commissioned at great expense, was far superior to conventional gravity chambers that typically offered a maximum increase of only 50 times. He had invested a staggering 20 million to customize this equipment. The entire apparatus was self-contained and could be easily relocated. With a mere thought, Ling Feng summoned the gravity chamber into the system space for an upgrade. Moments later, it reappeared in its original position. Ling Feng examined the upgraded gravity chamber. Its appearance exuded a futuristic aura. The titanium alloy material, already remarkably durable, had been further reinforced, and the internal space had doubled to approximately 50 square meters. Fortunately, the area of his basement was ample enough to accommodate the enlarged device effortlessly. Approaching the control panel of the gravity chamber, he reviewed its parameters. The gravity could now be increased to an astounding 5,000 times and was equipped with an intelligent voice system. With a simple command, he could adjust the gravitational force within the chamber, enhancing convenience. as he issued the command to increase the gravity by 20 times. Ling Feng, in his initial attempt, refrained from setting the parameters too high, allowing his body to acclimatize gradually. 2 seconds after the command was given, the previously manageable weight felt as if a colossal boulder of 1,000 pounds had been placed upon his back. He cautiously shifted his feet forward, finding the pressure tolerable. After a few minutes of adjustment, he began to acclimate to the intensified gravity. Ling Feng commenced a series of basic strength training exercises. Push-ups. The once ordinary push-ups became laborious under the augmented gravity. After completing less than 100, he gradually felt his strength wane, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead until his arms were utterly spent. Subsequently, Ling Feng shifted his focus to training his leg muscles. Squat jumps. In the moment of rising from a deep squat, the body leaps upward. This movement constitutes a compound exercise, effectively training both leg explosiveness and cardiovascular endurance. After completing 200 squat jumps, my legs once again reached the point of exhaustion. In merely 20 minutes of training, Ling Feng had already pushed his body to its limits. However, he did not cease his workout. He persisted in performing squat jumps. To surpass one's limits, one must continuously endure in such extreme conditions to achieve the greatest breakthroughs. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and increased the pressure in the gravity chamber 5-fold. The immense strain, coupled with the limits of his body, rendered his movements exceedingly sluggish. His back gradually bent under the weight. With a fierce roar, he strained to lift his back, his legs trembling incessantly. Just as Ling Feng felt his body on the brink of collapse, he sensed a gradual resurgence of strength, as if a force was flowing steadily into his limbs. His previously trembling legs instantaneously regained their vigor, and the weight of 25 times normal gravity became bearable. Ling Feng glanced at the time. He had spent a full hour in the gravity chamber. Restoring the gravity to normal, he felt an instant lightness envelop him. He experienced a sensation as though he might take flight. Yet, he understood that this was merely an illusion brought on by the reduction in gravity. Ling Feng was quite satisfied with this training session. Perhaps the effectiveness of the initial use was particularly remarkable. An hour of training equated to the results he had previously achieved over a month. His physical prowess had now likely reached approximately 25 times that of an average individual. After completing his workout, Ling Feng took a quick shower in the training room. To facilitate his routine, he had also constructed a bathing area in the basement, complete with a sauna for relaxation post-training. Chapter 22, Zero-Cost Purchase. After his training, Ling Feng returned to his bedroom, where he found Wang Long already awake. After a hearty drink, Wang Long appeared to be in much better spirits, his eyes devoid of any lingering gloom. "Fengzi, why have you decorated the house like this?" Wang Long knocked on the wall, producing a heavy sound, clearly knowledgeable about materials due to his background as a special forces soldier. "This house could withstand a missile attack, right? Do you have enemies?" Wang Long looked at him in confusion. Ling Feng smiled and shook his head, tossing a cigarette in Wang Long's direction. "Come, I'll take you somewhere." With that, he turned and headed downstairs. "Where are we going? Why so mysterious?" Despite his perplexity, Wang Long followed Ling Feng's lead. Ling Feng guided Wang Long to a neighboring villa adjacent to his own. "What are we doing here?" Wang Long exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at Ling Feng with curiosity. "You'll see once we go inside." As he spoke, he opened the grand door of the villa. Upon entering, he noted that the interior design mirrored that of Ling Feng's own residence. 2 months prior, Ling Feng had acquired this villa and commissioned Huachong Security to construct a similarly secure shelter. However, this refuge did not possess the same level of fortification as Ling Feng's. The primary reason was the time constraint, as the materials from Huachong Security had been depleted after completing Ling Feng's villa. Consequently, Ling Feng had to settle for a security house with a slightly lower level of protection. Although this villa was not as robust as Ling Feng's, it was still a top-tier safe haven, capable of withstanding the assault of small missiles, sufficient for the impending apocalypse. Aside from the marginally lower protective standards, all other facilities were consistent with those in his own villa. Ling Feng handed a set of keys to Wang Long, saying, "You shall reside here from now on." Wang Long hesitated for a moment, refraining from accepting the keys. "Are we not brothers? Why the formality?" Ling Feng feigned anger. Wang Long's eyes glistened with emotion. This time, without hesitation, he grasped the keys tightly in his hand. He couldn't help but reflect on the truth of friendship in times of adversity. He had often prided himself on having numerous acquaintances, easily summoning a crowd for drinks. Yet, upon learning of his family's bankruptcy, they had all distanced themselves, some even taking pleasure in his misfortune, their words laced with sarcasm. At that moment, Wang Long realized how laughable his so-called friends truly were. In his time of desperation, it was only his steadfast brother, Fengzi, who offered unconditional support. Ling Feng guided Wang Long through the layout of the villa and the operation of its various devices. As his sole true companion in this world, Wang Long could not stand idly by as the apocalypse loomed. Thus, he purchased this villa to create a sanctuary for Wang Long, ensuring he had a safe haven when calamity struck. After an hour of thorough instruction, Wang Long became proficient in the use of the villa's facilities. Fengzi, constructing such a secure fortress must have been quite an expense. What prompted you to undertake such a venture? Wang Long inquired. Do you believe me, Kaichong? Ling Feng replied earnestly, locking eyes with Wang Long. Of course. We are brothers bound by life and death. I trust no one but you. Wang Long responded with equal seriousness. Very well, then. I must inform you that significant changes in the world environment are imminent. All of this is for self-preservation. This matter must remain confidential. Do not divulge it, for it could lead to unnecessary complications. Upon hearing Ling Feng speak in such a grave tone for the first time, Wang Long understood that this was no jest. He solemnly nodded. Rest assured, this matter will remain between us. During this period, you are to remain in the capital city, refraining from any unnecessary excursions. Ling Feng arranged for Wang Long to stay in the adjacent villa. Although he divulged a modicum of information regarding the impending apocalypse, he refrained from disclosing the intricate details of the situation, prioritizing safety to preclude any unforeseen circumstances. With the arrangements for Wang Long complete, Ling Feng found himself nearing the culmination of his preparations prior to the end times, with only one significant task remaining, the Tiannan Storage Center. As the days slipped by, the arrival of the apocalypse loomed just 5 days away. Throughout this time, Ling Feng dedicated himself to scrutinizing the security and inventory status of the storage center. To ensure the utmost success of his mission, he disguised himself and spent several days working as a laborer within the center. Through his observations, he acquired comprehensive insights into the layout and security measures of the facility. The entire storage center is divided into 6 main zones, each housing distinct types of goods. Ling Feng's primary objective focused on 4 of these zones, predominantly stocked with food and daily necessities, encompassing every aspect of daily life and valued at billions. The management of the center is exceedingly stringent, with security personnel conducting round-the-clock patrols. Moreover, the surveillance system is densely installed, achieving near-complete coverage. It can be said that executing any covert actions within this facility is quite challenging. Nevertheless, Ling Feng identified several vulnerabilities. After thorough reconnaissance, he determined that the security patrols occur approximately once every hour, providing him ample time to complete his task of retrieving supplies. Additionally, regarding the surveillance issue, the monitoring room is staffed 24/7. By severing the surveillance feed and subduing the personnel in the monitoring room, he could effectively address the surveillance dilemma. Ling Feng meticulously rehearsed his plan in his mind countless times, ensuring its viability before preparing to act. Today marks the day of execution. At 2 a.m., Ling Feng rode his electric bike, clad in a delivery uniform, mask, and helmet, arriving at the entrance of the storage center. This time coincides with the shift change for the guards. Inside the security room, several guards were gathered around a table, engrossed in a game of cards, with a colossal LED screen behind them displaying various surveillance feeds. Ling Feng tapped on the window, gesturing with the delivery bag in hand. Upon noticing the delivery personnel, the guards immediately assumed a menacing demeanor, highlighting the contentious relationship between security and delivery workers. You can't come in here, barked one particularly rotund guard. Brother, this is a delivery for you guys, Ling Feng replied. It's from one of the tenants inside, who wanted to treat you to some refreshments and snacks for your night shift. Upon hearing this, the expression of the hefty guard softened as he approached the window to accept the delivery. With an impatient expression, he declared, "All right, I understand," and promptly shut the window. Ling Feng rode his electric scooter to the corner, observing the movements of several security guards inside the guardhouse from a distance. The stout guard, without any hesitation, opened the delivery box. To ensure the guards enjoyed their meal, he had prepared over a dozen exquisite dishes, all of which were quite expensive, ordered from a fine dining restaurant. The flavors were undoubtedly exceptional. For most of these guards, the dishes were merely names they had heard but never tasted. Watching them indulge in the sumptuous feast, a smile crept onto Ling Feng's lips. Chapter 23. A bountiful harvest. In order to keep the guards compliant, Ling Feng had discreetly added a sedative to their meals. Within 10 minutes, the guards began to succumb to sleep, sprawled haphazardly on the floor. Seeing that the guards were now incapacitated, Ling Feng retrieved a device resembling a mobile phone from his space. This device, known as a signal jammer, had been specially purchased online. Once activated, it could sever all network signals within a kilometer radius. It also interfered with surveillance equipment, causing it to cease functioning. To enhance its effectiveness, he had upgraded the device prior to this operation. Ling Feng activated the jammer, and the monitor in the distant guardhouse instantly erupted into static. A surge of joy filled his heart. It was indeed effective. He swiftly leaped into the premises, navigating with ease to the nearest area. This region, he recalled, primarily housed food supplies. Taking a moment to calm his racing heart, he approached the door of a warehouse and forcefully dismantled the lock. Inside the spacious warehouse, spanning hundreds of square meters, shelves were filled with beverages, indicating it was a wholesale distributor. Without a second thought, Ling Feng began to collect everything: Coca-Cola, Sprite, iced tea. He gathered them all into his space. Activating his body's rapid speed, he swiftly accumulated the provisions, finishing in under 10 seconds. Continuing without pause, he made his way to the next warehouse. The second warehouse was substantially larger, encompassing over 2,000 square meters, with a primary focus on snacks. Thousands of boxes of instant noodles, preserves, puffed snacks, biscuits, dried fruits, and candies were all available. Ling Feng unceremoniously took everything. Next came the third warehouse, and then the fourth. He frantically collected supplies until the food section was entirely cleared. One could not deny the exhilaration of such a zero-cost acquisition. Ling Feng felt no remorse for these provisions. Even if he did not take them, they would inevitably be seized by the upper echelons of society before the apocalypse arrived. He then proceeded to the clothing and general goods section. A diverse array of daily necessities, bedding, and various types of clothing were abundantly available, surpassing even what he had previously acquired. There were countless items that Ling Feng had not even considered, all of which were present here. He gathered them all. Next came the home goods section, replete with an assortment of furniture, appliances, computers, tablets, and gaming equipment. He commenced his thorough sweep. In less than half an hour, Ling Feng had collected all the supplies from the 4 areas. He glanced at his phone. The time was nearly right, and then, with nimble agility, he departed the scene of the incident. After exiting the compound, Ling Feng ran another 2 kilometers, with the signal jammers activated the entire time, rendering all surveillance cameras along the route inoperative. He then retrieved his imposing Hummer from the concealed space and departed with an air of nonchalance. To ensure his safety, he took a circuitous route home, keeping the jammers active until he was near his residence, at which point he deactivated them. Throughout the operation, he wore gloves, a hat, and a mask, while his shoes were of an inconspicuous style, leaving no trace behind. Even when delivering fast food to the security personnel, he disguised himself as a hunchbacked cripple, deliberately altering his voice. Such meticulous planning made it exceedingly difficult to trace any clues back to him. Upon returning home, Ling Feng indulged in a luxurious bath and lay down on his soft bed, smiling as he contemplated the supplies he had acquired before drifting into slumber. Oblivious to the fact that his actions had utterly shocked the world, he rested peacefully. Just 10 minutes after Ling Feng left the storage center, patrolling security guards, while making their rounds in Area 1, encountered the shattered warehouse doors. The warehouses stood empty, with all supplies vanished without a trace. The 2 patrolling guards were immediately struck with terror, their faces drained of color. This is it. It's all over. Trembling, they dialed the emergency number. Upon receiving the report, the police swiftly rushed to the scene for investigation. The case, upon examination, was nothing short of bizarre. According to the security protocols of the storage center, guards conducted a patrol every half hour, implying that the suspect had to complete the crime within that time frame. Given the sheer volume of supplies missing, even 100 individuals working quickly would require a full day to load everything. Half an hour was clearly impossible. Moreover, there were no traces left at the scene, and all surveillance cameras had malfunctioned during that period. Not only had the cameras within the storage center failed, but those covering a radius of several kilometers around it were also inoperative. The investigating officers furrowed their brows, struggling to fathom how the suspect had accomplished such a feat. The loss of supplies valued in the billions would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. The officers, feeling helpless, could only report to their superiors. This case was too extraordinary and the amount too vast for a mere junior officer to handle. Ling Feng remained in slumber until 10 o'clock the following morning. Not out of fatigue, but rather due to an unwillingness to rise. He had long been awake, merely indulging in videos from the comfort of his bed. With all his preparations now complete, he simply awaited the arrival of the impending apocalypse. News of the theft of billions worth of supplies from the Tiannan storage center in Beijing surged to the top of trending topics on short video platforms. Major media outlets reported on the incident, with some quick-reacting agencies rushing to the storage center for live broadcasts. The number of online viewers surged past 1 million. The extraordinary nature of the case heightened public astonishment. Numerous netizens engaged their intellects to dissect the unfolding drama. Some speculated it was an inside job by the security personnel. Others posited an alien invasion, while some claimed the suspect possessed superhuman abilities. The various theories only intensified the case's popularity. catapulting it to the forefront of trending discussions within mere hours. Ling Feng switched off his phone, preparing to venture out of the villa complex for breakfast. As he approached the entrance, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Su. Today, she donned a casual outfit, her face devoid of makeup, exuding a breath of youthful vitality. What a coincidence! Lin Su proactively greeted him. Indeed, it was quite fortuitous. Their conversation revealed that she had the day off from work and was also heading out for breakfast, perfectly aligning their paths. They proceeded together to a breakfast shop where Ling Feng ordered a basket of soup dumplings, a bowl of wontons, and a bowl of congee, while Lin Su opted for a bowl of lean meat porridge. As they enjoyed their breakfast, they engaged in casual conversation. By the way, you mentioned last time that it would be wise to stockpile some food. Do you have any insights on that? Ling Feng, momentarily pausing with his wonton, felt a surge of alertness, though his expression remained unchanged. Why do you say that? Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, though he was cautious around Lin Su. A woman with a legal background. Lawyers tend to possess meticulous minds and keen observational skills. Although he was unsure of the intent behind her question, he felt the need to remain vigilant. I am merely speculating. Recently, there has been a noticeable shortage of supplies in the market. Many everyday items are running out of stock. Under normal circumstances, such shortages should not occur at this time of year, suggesting some deliberate orchestration behind it. However, the authorities have yet to address the issue. When I recalled your previous comments, it struck me as somewhat peculiar, evoking a sense of impending turmoil, which prompted my inquiry. Lin Su articulated her perspective in a calm tone. Ling Feng silently applauded her analytical prowess. It was impressive how she could discern the underlying truths from mere fragments of information. I only heard it from a friend who mentioned that the current situation remains uncertain. Thus, I suggested being prepared. It's better to be safe than sorry, don't you think? Ling Feng observed the astute woman across from him, cautious not to divulge any further information. However, with her intellect, she could analyze the information to form a rough understanding. Lin Su nodded thoughtfully. After they had breakfast, the two parted ways. Ling Feng, having finished his meal, packed a portion for Wang Long to take back. Recently, with no pressing matters at hand, he planned to remain in the training room to enhance his physical fitness. No one could predict what calamities the apocalypse might bring. Strengthening oneself, even by a fraction, would augment their ability to survive. On Lin Su's side, after finishing her meal, she initially intended to rest at home for the day. However, Ling Feng's words prompted her to reconsider. As soon as she arrived home, she called Yang Zihan. On the other end of the line, Yang Zihan's voice was somewhat garbled, indicating she had not yet fully awakened. Su, why are you calling so early? Lin Su found herself speechless. It's nearly 10 o'clock. It's hardly early. She then recounted her conversation with Ling Feng, inviting her to accompany her to the supermarket to stock up on supplies. Yang Zihan, upon hearing this, expressed disbelief. I don't trust that rascal. He is out of his mind. A few days ago, I overheard a neighbor mentioning something about a safe house. Isn't that the height of foolishness? Su, don't listen to his nonsense. Yang Zihan disparaged Ling Feng over the phone, bitterly lamenting that he had the audacity to reject her pursuit. This had severely bruised her pride. With her looks and family background, suitors were abundant. Who did he think he was? Anyone she might casually choose from her circle would be superior to him. As Lin Su listened to Yang Zihan's tirade against Ling Feng, an inexplicable displeasure stirred within her. He was not as unworthy as she portrayed. With a somewhat neutral tone, she replied, if you don't want to go, then so be it. After exchanging a few more words, Yang Zihan mentioned her need for more sleep and subsequently ended the call. Lin Su shook her head in resignation, yet she remained steadfast in her own judgment. Having been an orphan since childhood, everything she possessed now was achieved without relying on anyone, solely through her own discernment. She would not alter her view based on a few careless remarks from another. Subsequently, she adeptly drove to procure supplies, ensuring she acquired enough food and necessities to last herself for 2 months. On August 1st, 2098, at 8 a.m., Ling Feng, still lost in slumber, felt a chill encroaching upon him. He opened his eyes and sat up, moving towards the window. The sun, which should have risen by now, was conspicuously absent. Glancing at the thermometer in his room, he noted the temperature, -30 degrees. It had begun. Ling Feng gazed at the misty sky, fully aware of the significance of this moment. The apocalypse had arrived, punctual as ever, reminiscent of his past life. This was merely the beginning. In an hour, the temperature would plummet to -40 degrees. Following that, a relentless snowfall would ensue for several months. In 12 hours, the temperature would drop directly to -60 degrees. At that point, the true apocalypse would commence. Ling Feng stepped out of the villa and made his way to the adjacent residence of Wang Long, knocking on his door. Wang Long trembled as he opened it. The moment the door swung wide, a gust of frigid air rushed in, causing him to instinctively huddle deeper into his clothing. After Ling Feng entered, Wang Long promptly shut the door behind him. What in the world is this weather? It's colder in the middle of summer than in winter. This is merely the beginning. It will only grow colder. Ling Feng casually settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette. What? Colder? How are we supposed to endure this? Wang Long lamented, his face a picture of despair as the cold air left him sniffling. Ling Feng gestured towards the living room's fireplace. With me around, you have nothing to fear. This house has been specially modified to prevent 95% of heat loss. I know that, but I have no firewood. Am I supposed to burn the furniture? Who says there is none? The basement is stocked for you. With that, he led Wang Long down to the basement. Upon entering, Wang Long was utterly flabbergasted. The entire basement was brimming with supplies. Firewood occupied a third of the space, while the rest housed ample food, water, and various essentials. There were even 5 large barrels of diesel. These provisions could sustain a person for 3 to 4 months. When did you stash all this away? Wang Long asked in disbelief. Yesterday, Ling Feng replied, producing a handgun and several boxes of ammunition. Wang Long stared at him, astonished, unable to comprehend his friend's increasingly enigmatic nature. Wait, where did you get this? Just because of a cold snap, we don't need a gun. It feels like the end of the world. Ling Feng looked him in the eye and stated earnestly, this is the end of the world. A gamma ray burst has struck Earth. Humanity is about to enter the 5th ice age, a state that may persist for centuries. Do you not see this as an apocalypse? Wang Long stood frozen, struggling to accept Ling Feng's words, until a sudden realization struck him. Did you foresee this day, which is why you prepared so extensively? Ling Feng nodded slightly, and continued, in this apocalypse, trust no one, and set aside your compassion. He then proceeded to impart various survival tips to Wang Long, emphasizing that the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse was not the extreme weather, but humanity itself. Do not trust anyone lightly, regardless of their appearance or condition. Only through vigilance can one hope to survive in this new world. After finishing his counsel, he hurried back home. Outside, snowflakes began to fall, accompanied by a biting wind that made the windows rattle. Ling Feng ignited some firewood and placed it in the fireplace. Before long, the temperature inside the house rose to a comfortable 25 degrees. He approached the bar and poured himself a glass of Romani Conti, gazing out the window. Admiring the enchanting snow scene while savoring exquisite wine is indeed a delightful experience. Chapter 25. The Blissful Life at the End of Days. Ling Feng glanced at his phone, checking his social media feed. The entire platform was inundated with posts about the unexpected heavy snowfall. Some expressed joy, others lamented, and some voiced their concerns. A worker jubilantly posted, "Wow, no need to go to work. This is fantastic. Although it's a bit chilly. I would much prefer to snuggle in my warm bed than head to the office. Let us get this started." Meanwhile, a young lady shared her thoughts. Such beautiful snowflakes. Only when shared with someone special can it be truly romantic. Being alone, I can never experience that kind of romance. Her post was accompanied by an alluring photo of her in stockings, standing in the snow, delicately holding snowflakes. Ling Feng could not help but admire her audacity to wear stockings in such frigid temperatures, a sight both beautiful and captivating. Others expressed their novelty. Oh my goodness! As a southerner, I have finally seen snow. Is anyone up for a snowball fight? Yet, some voiced their apprehensions. Why has the weather suddenly turned so cold? Everyone, stock up on food. If this snow keeps falling, we might run out of supplies. The biting cold rendered cars immobile and caused pipes to freeze. Ling Feng observed that the apocalypse had just begun, yet most remained oblivious to the drastic weather change. The general tone of the posts was lighthearted, with many dismissing it as a mere coincidence, unaware of the gravity of the situation. As Ling Feng scrolled through his social media, a group message notification popped up. He casually clicked on it. It was the West Bay Owners Group. Comprising 120 members, the West Bay features a total of 80 villas, with some couples both present in the group. Since joining, Ling Feng had rarely spoken, as conversations were infrequent. Those residing in villas were often affluent and busy, leaving little time for casual chatter. Typically, only property management would post updates, mostly notifications about fees or holiday greetings. However, today's group chat was unusually lively, sparked by a message from the owner of Villa 26, Pengfei Industries, Xiao Pengfei. I suggest everyone take advantage of the relatively light snowfall and quickly procure supplies. To which another member replied, I just returned. The stores are completely sold out. I only managed to grab a few bags of cookies. This revelation sent the group into a frenzy, messages flooding in as members struggled to comprehend how supplies had vanished in such a short time. The nearest shopping mall to Shizi Bay is the largest supermarket in the entire Shanjing city, boasting a remarkably diverse array of goods. Yet, in just a few short hours, it was completely emptied of its stock. Many individuals in the group began to question the veracity of this claim. Lu Haixiang remarked, "It's implausible. DUIFA's inventory is exceptionally abundant. It cannot be depleted in such a brief period." Li Lin responded, "Indeed. I heard from the supermarket staff that there is a severe shortage of supplies. Today's food provisions are reduced by half compared to usual." He then shared a video taken in the supermarket, where frenzied shoppers were seen clearing the shelves. Upon the video's release, panic ensued among the members of the group. Lu Feifei expressed, "Our family has never hoarded ingredients. We only have red wine at home. What shall we do?" Ling Yutong added, "Our situation is no different. We only have enough to last 2 days. I trust that the authorities will implement measures. Everyone should remain calm." Ling Feng, observing his uncle's messages in the group, couldn't help but scoff internally. The authorities? This catastrophe has caused the collapse of societal systems worldwide. They are powerless. Nevertheless, Ling Yutong's words garnered some agreement from fellow homeowners. Li Lin affirmed, "What Ling said is correct. We must trust the authorities. If anyone has surplus supplies, please share to help each other through this crisis." Wang Tianyi offered, "Although we do not have much food, those in need may come to me, and I can spare some." Lu Jue added, "My food supplies are limited, but I have a comprehensive stock of medicines. Feel free to contact me if needed." Ling Feng perused the messages, noting the prevailing camaraderie among the people, who were still willing to assist one another. After all, this was merely the onset of the apocalypse, and many still possessed some supplies, allowing them to endure for a few days. The societal structure remained relatively intact, with individuals adhering to laws and ethics. Ling Feng turned on the television and tuned into the news channel. 2 presenters, clad in thick clothing, were broadcasting updates on the extreme cold weather. Their pallid faces were indicative of the severe chill they endured. Typically, studios maintain a warm atmosphere, and even during winter, presenters dress in light attire. This stark contrast underscored the impact of the frigid conditions, with outdoor temperatures plummeting to -50 degrees. Even air conditioning proved futile. The hosts asserted that this extreme cold was merely an anomalous event and urged viewers to remain calm, take precautions against the cold, minimize outdoor activities, and trust in the authorities. Furthermore, they promised that the government would swiftly address the supply shortages, asking everyone to be patient. Ling Feng found the broadcast tedious and promptly turned off the television. To genuinely believe such words would only hasten one's demise. Outside, the blizzard intensified, accompanied by increasing winds. However, despite the heavy snowfall, the accumulation on the ground was surprisingly minimal. This was primarily due to the proximity of Shizi Bay to the coast, where persistent strong winds continually dispersed the blizzards overhead, resulting in a lesser snow accumulation. In areas farther from the sea, the substantial snowfall would inevitably lead to significant snowdrifts. And with the frigid temperatures, the fallen snowflakes would soon freeze into solid ice. Bored, Ling Feng ventured to the second-floor gaming room, where he had previously downloaded and purchased thousands of single-player games before the apocalypse. In the gaming room, he had even installed a refrigerator for the convenience of accessing chilled beverages whenever he desired. Dressed in comfortable pajamas and reclining on a soft sofa, Ling Feng grasped the game controller and began to dominate in his virtual escapades. The table was adorned with chilled beer and an assortment of snacks, including duck delicacies and various treats. Engrossed in gaming while indulging in snacks, he would occasionally doze off, free from the burdens of work or social interactions. One must admit, this lifestyle was rather splendid for him. He was untroubled by the need for sustenance. His only quandary was deciding what to eat each day, given the overwhelming variety of food available in his space. While the world outside was experiencing an apocalypse, for him, it was a dream come true. Chapter 26. A simple bite time swiftly passed, and 5 days elapsed. During this period, the owner's group of Shizi Lake became quite lively, with daily complaints about the various inconveniences of life. The food supplies stored by each household began to dwindle, while the extreme cold rendered all household water pipes frozen, leaving them without drinking water. The snow outside was laden with bacteria. Some individuals attempted to consume melted snow water, resulting in instances of diarrhea. The promised official supplies were yet to arrive, leading many families to tighten their belts and minimize their consumption. This plight was particularly distressing for the affluent residents, who were accustomed to a life of luxury. Each household here was essentially worth over 100 million, and now they found themselves preoccupied with discussions about food and drink. Simultaneously, a wave of panic began to spread, with apocalyptic sentiments gradually permeating the group. However, none of this concerned Ling Feng. These past few days had been exceptionally delightful for him. After tiring of gaming, he would call Wang Long over, and the two would don short sleeves to engage in a game of billiards. When evening came and he felt disinclined to cook, he would retrieve a dozen dishes from his space and uncork a few bottles of liquor. They would smoke, drink, and chat. When fatigue struck, they would simply lie down and sleep without a care for the following day's obligations. Any leftover food was discarded, as his current stock in the space was remarkably ample. Even if he were to feast on 10 tables daily, he would never exhaust it in a lifetime. Wang Long had begun to lament about gaining weight during these days. Ling Feng encouraged him to exercise in the training room, assisting him in shedding some pounds while simultaneously helping him restore his physical fitness. Since their retirement, Ling Feng had consistently maintained his physical condition, keeping his body in peak form. However, Wang Long was no longer the same. After retiring, he succumbed to the allure of debauchery, his physical condition deteriorating significantly. Even his once unparalleled combat skills had become rusty. During his time in the military, Wang Long was renowned for his martial prowess, unmatched within the entire Special Forces team. If he could regain his former state, his abilities would suffice for survival in the apocalypse. Ling Feng ushered Wang Long into the gravity chamber, subjecting him to rigorous training, doubling the gravity's intensity. After a mere half-hour of training, Wang Long lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, utterly spent. "I can't go on. This is unbearable," he groaned weakly, devoid of even the strength to lift his arm. Observing that Wang Long had reached his limit, Ling Feng finally relented. After concluding their training, the two returned to the dining area on the first floor, ready to eat. Ling Feng prepared a simple meal consisting of 6 Australian lobsters. For steaks, 2 servings of caviar, and 2 portions of pasta, complemented by a bottle of Lafite. It was a straightforward, yet satisfying feast. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the phone rang. Ling Feng picked up his mobile device and saw the caller's name, Ling Yutong. A cold smile crept across his face. It seemed they were out of food. In his previous life, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, their family had also run out of supplies. With 5 mouths to feed and little in reserve, they could barely last 3 days. Ling Feng took a bite of pasta before answering the call. "Hello, uncle." On the other end, Ling Yutong had initially dialed the number with a sense of uncertainty, fully aware of the misdeeds he had committed against Ling Feng. If not for his desperate hunger, he would not have called. He knew that Ling Feng had an abundance of food. Having discreetly monitored Ling Feng's activities for several days, he was aware of his restaurant orders. With a heavy heart, he mustered the courage to reach out, hoping that Ling Feng might, out of familial ties, grant him a morsel to eat. "Xiao Feng, could you spare some food for your uncle's family?" Ling Yutong's voice trembled as he huddled beneath the covers, shivering from the cold. "Oh dear, supplies are exceedingly scarce. And I have no surplus food," Ling Feng replied, his mouth full, speaking somewhat indistinctly as he chewed. The sound of his chewing made Ling Yutong swallow hard on the other end. "Xiao Feng, are you eating right now?" "Indeed, it is evening, after all. I'm just having a bite." He then snapped a picture of the meal on the table and sent it over. Ling Yutong, upon receiving the image from Ling Feng, clicked to view it. When he beheld the 6 Australian lobsters on the table, his eyes widened in astonishment. Each lobster weighed at least 3 pounds. The critical detail was that there were 6 in total. In addition to the lobster, there were steaks, caviar, and a half-empty bottle of Lafite on the table. Ling Yutong's mouth watered at the sight. In the current societal climate, merely having enough to eat was a blessing. Yet Ling Feng was indulging in such a lavish feast. Doubts clouded his mind. Could anyone truly afford such extravagance in the apocalypse? "Xiao Feng, are you jesting with your uncle? At a time like this, where would one find such ingredients?" To substantiate his claims, Ling Feng sent another selfie, capturing the array of dishes on the table. Upon seeing the photo, Ling Yutong's eyes brimmed with jealousy. He was dizzy from hunger while this little brat feasted, clad in nothing but a thin nightgown. It was evident that Ling Feng had access to heating, unlike himself, who was shivering in the biting cold, likely with temperatures plummeting to -40 or 50 degrees. The sight of such food only intensified his hunger. He longed to rush over and gorge himself. "Xiao Feng, can you possibly finish all that Australian lobster? Isn't it wasteful if you can't?" "Not at all. If I can't finish it, our dog can devour it. I can't let it go without a meal. After all, it still guards the house for me." With that, he snapped another picture and sent it, revealing a black panther squatting on the ground, its bowl filled with a plump Australian lobster. Ling Yutong fumed. This little brat was feeding such exquisite ingredients to a dog. What a waste. That mutt doesn't he deserve such high-end food? "Xiao Feng, you know, your uncle rather enjoys Australian lobster." Just as he spoke, Ling Feng interrupted from the other end of the line. Hello, uncle, what are you saying? What is wrong with the signal?" He promptly hung up. After ending the call, Ling Feng burst into laughter at the dining table. He knew that this call had surely infuriated Ling Yutong. Yet this was merely the beginning. There were many more days ahead to toy with him. On the other end, Ling Yutong was indeed furious, his face flushed with anger, feeling as though the cold had vanished in his rage. The photos Ling Feng sent felt like a significant humiliation. Most distressingly, he was now even hungrier. A malicious thought suddenly crossed his mind. Chapter 27. The bitter strategy. He quickly summoned his son, daughter, and wife, gathering the 5 of them together. Ling Kuer wore a disgruntled expression, After finally warming her bed, her father had roused her once more. Now, she was both cold and hungry. "Dad, why did you call us over?" Ling Cooter tightened her down jacket. Her two brothers, Ling Yi and Ling Tao, also looked at him, awaiting his words. Ling Yutong said nothing, merely displaying the photos Ling Feng had sent to them. Upon catching sight of the Australian lobster in the photograph, Ling Cooter swiftly snatched the phone from his hand, scrutinizing the image several times, noting also Ling Feng's selfies. Australian lobster, steak, caviar, and lawfight. "Father, did Ling Feng take this?" She licked her cracked lips, her eyes glimmering with avarice. Ling Yutong nodded slightly. Upon hearing Ling Cooter's words, the others clamored to seize the phone. Examining it with keen interest, their gazes filled with longing. "Father, how did Ling Feng manage such a lavish feast?" Ling Cooter fixated on the lobster in the photograph, as if mere contemplation could allow her to partake. Ling Yutong then divulged the entirety of Ling Feng's stockpiling and the construction of his safe house, along with the recent phone call he had made for assistance, which had been met with a cruel refusal. "That little bastard has no sense of kinship whatsoever. After all, we are his relatives," remarked his wife, Wang, her expression darkening as she incessantly cursed Ling Feng. "Indeed, why does that brat deserve to live in such a splendid house and feast on gourmet meals?" Ling Tao clenched his fists tightly, a frenzied glint in his eyes. Having gone a day without food, he felt a surge of envy at the sight of Ling Feng's indulgent repast. "We provided him with 15 billion, surely. All these luxuries were purchased with our money, and it is time he repaid us." Ling Yi echoed the sentiment with an air of entitlement. Observing that his family's thoughts aligned with his own, Ling Yutong slowly began to speak. "We must devise a method to obtain the food he possesses, ideally. We should infiltrate his residence." He had summoned them to deliberate on a plan. "Why not simply break down the door and force our way in?" Ling Tao suggested for the first time. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Ling Yutong. Ling Feng's background as a special forces operative rendered him formidable. They were no match for him. "We could rally others from the community to join us," Ling Yi proposed, voicing his opinion. "Are you foolish? If more people become aware, once we succeed, we'll have to share the spoils with them. Do you truly believe you could monopolize his house?" Ling Yutong berated Ling Yi, expressing his frustration. The two of them were merely competing for dominance, devoid of any rational thought. Ling Tao and Ling Yi fell silent, both of them lacking the intellect, their minds preoccupied with frivolities. For them to engage in critical thinking would be an undue burden. Ling Yutong regarded his two disappointing sons with a look of exasperation. "I have a plan." Ling Cooter, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Ling Yutong turned his gaze towards his youngest daughter. She had always been clever and full of resourceful ideas. As everyone focused their attention on her, Ling Cooter cleared her throat, speaking deliberately and calmly. "We cannot approach this matter with brute force. Instead, we must employ some cunning strategies." Ling Feng is indeed a person deeply bound by emotions. Upon hearing Ling Cooter's words, a group of individuals expressed their agreement and promptly set about taking action. After toying with Ling Yutang, Ling Feng felt elated. His spirits lifted, and his appetite improved as he devoured an entire table of food. Following dinner, he reclined on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in a game, while Wang Long returned to his own villa. The house was now left with just him and Black Panther. After 2 months of growth, Black Panther had matured considerably, now weighing around 40 to 50 pounds. This fully grown creature, with its glossy black coat devoid of any stray hairs, showcased even a black tongue, epitomizing the authentic 5 black dog. Despite its seemingly foolish demeanor and gentle nature, one should not be deceived by its appearance. The 5 black dog possesses formidable combat prowess. Capable of serving as a hunting dog in adulthood, not only is it strong in battle, but it is also intelligent and fiercely loyal to its owner. Just as Ling Feng reached a critical moment in his game, an urgent alarm pierced the air. He turned to the large display screen in the living room to observe the surveillance footage. To facilitate real-time monitoring of his villa, he had specifically installed an oversized display screen in the living area. On the screen, a young girl repeatedly knocked on the door of his home. Due to the dual-layered security of his residence, the sounds of knocking from outside were inaudible to those within. However, his surveillance system was equipped with intelligent monitoring. Upon detecting an unfamiliar face, it would immediately trigger the alarm. Ling Feng watched, somewhat astonished, as the girl continued to knock. It was Ling Cooter. Simultaneously, he noticed Ling Yutang lurking behind a tree not far away. He wondered what mischief his uncle and his family were concocting this time. Ling Feng rose to unlock the second layer of security and approached the entrance. Climbing a ladder, he opened the observation hatch positioned 2 meters above the ground, which could only be accessed from inside. "Who's there, knocking at this hour? Don't you have any sense of decency?" he questioned, irritation evident in his voice. Ling Cooter appeared disheveled, her eyes red and swollen, exuding a frail demeanor that evoked a sense of pity. Yet, Ling Feng was acutely aware of their family's nature. None of them were to be trusted. It was clear that something was amiss. Upon hearing Ling Feng's voice, Ling Kuer's heart leaped with joy, and she sobbed. Her voice quivering, "Brother Feng, it's me, Kuer. I was chased out by my two brothers, and now I have nowhere to go. Please, I beg you. Take me in." She trembled visibly, and this was no act. She was genuinely cold. Ling Feng scoffed. "You think you can just waltz into my home? Dream on." He feigned concern, asking, "What do you mean they chased you out? What on earth happened?" Ling Kuer choked back her tears, lamenting. "They said the food at home is scarce, so to conserve supplies, they sent me out to find food and forbade me from returning. My father has been injured by them." "What? Those two brutes? How could they commit such atrocities?" Ling Feng's voice, filled with righteous indignation, resonated from within. Ling Kuer sensed that Ling Feng had taken the bait. As long as she could gain entry to the villa, half of her plan would be accomplished. "Brother Feng, I am so cold right now. Could you let me in to escape the wind? I promise I will leave by tomorrow morning." Ling Feng scoffed inwardly, realizing that she was still intent on invading his home. In his previous life, he might have allowed her entry, but not now. Chapter 28. Filial piety among family. "We are family. Such words create distance. I will fetch the key," he added with a sly tone, "but don't leave." "Thank you so much, Brother Feng." Ling Kuer felt a surge of joy. She was on the verge of moving into the warm villa and feasting on Australian lobster. No more hunger or cold. Ling Feng returned to the living room, feeling a bit warm. The fire in the fireplace was burning a tad too fiercely. And glancing at the time, it was rather late. He decided to head upstairs to sleep. Outside, Ling Kuer remained eagerly awaiting Ling Feng to unlock the door. Gradually, she sensed something was amiss. After waiting for over 10 minutes, there was still no sign of Ling Feng coming to open the door. Ling Kuer thought he might still be searching for the key. She tucked her chin in and continued to wait. After another half hour, nearly frozen, she realized she had been played. She began to pound on the door, hoping to catch Ling Feng's attention. She was unwilling to accept defeat, knowing success was so close. However, Ling Feng was oblivious to her pounding, while the malevolence in her eyes was captured clearly by the surveillance camera. Ling Feng lay in bed, amused by the sight of Ling Kuer's frantic attempts outside the door. However, he felt that this was not enough for him to satiate his desire for revenge. After a moment's contemplation, he rose from his bed and returned to the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw Ling Kuer still knocking. In his hands, he held a bowl of instant noodles he had just prepared. Though he had little fondness for instant noodles, he had begun to crave them after some time without. He opened the peephole, allowing the fragrant aroma of the noodles to waft outside. Ling Kuer, who had been pounding on the door, suddenly caught a whiff of the enticing scent. Having been pampered since childhood, she had always looked down on instant noodles. Yet, at that moment, the fragrance that drifted toward her felt like the most delectable dish in the world. Her throat involuntarily rolled, and her stomach began to rumble. At that moment, Ling Feng's voice resonated appropriately. "Kuer, my dear sister, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting." Upon hearing his voice, Ling Kuer instantly donned a pitiful expression. "Brother Feng, I am so cold. I implore you to let me in. It is not that I wish to deny you entry. Alas, I cannot find the key, and this door cannot be opened without it. Please bear with me until tomorrow. I shall not rest until I locate it." As he spoke, he took a mouthful of the aged pickled vegetable beef noodles in his hand. Hearing the slurping sounds from within intensified Ling Kuer's hunger, prompting her to plead. "Brother Feng, could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten all day." "Is that so? Why did you not mention it sooner?" "Unfortunately, all I have is instant noodles, which I recall you are not particularly fond of," Ling Feng replied with a tinge of regret, deliberately slurping his noodles with exaggerated sound. Ling Kuer quickly retorted, No, I have always enjoyed instant noodles." However, Ling Feng ignored her response, focusing on his meal, ultimately drinking every last drop of the broth. With a satisfied burp, Ling Feng gazed outside at the shivering Ling Kuer. "Dear Kuer, come back tomorrow morning. I will ensure the door is open for you," he said gently, tossing a bun from his supplies outside. "This is my ration for the day. If you do not fancy instant noodles, please have this instead." He then closed the observation window. Ling Kuer, seeing the bun thrown out carelessly like a dog's meal, set aside her pride and hurriedly bent down to retrieve it. Stuffing it into her mouth, the bun was still warm and soft. She had never realized that such a simple bun could taste so exquisite today. From a distance, Ling Yutang observed his daughter consuming the white morsel, which appeared quite delectable, and rushed over. Noticing her father approach, Ling Kuer hastened to finish the bun, quickly devouring it in a few bites. However, in her eagerness, she choked on it, her face flushing red. She had to jump in place a couple of times to swallow it down. By the time Ling Yutang reached her, the bun was already gone. He looked at his daughter with indignation, pointing a finger at her as he scolded, "How can you be so selfish?" with food available. Why did you not leave a portion for me? How could I have raised such an ungrateful child? Ling Kuer, unfazed by his words, replied with a hint of pride. I earned this through my own efforts. Why should I share it with you? Not bothering further about the bond, he directly inquired about the progress of the situation. Ling Kuer simply responded, let us discuss it at home, and walked towards their residence. Ling Yutang, with a resigned sigh, followed her home. The scene of paternal affection and filial piety was clearly observed by Ling Feng, who monitored their conversation through the surveillance equipment. However, the surveillance cameras installed by Ling Feng were all miniature and covert, making them virtually undetectable. Observing the departing Ling family, Ling Feng found it somewhat amusing. Indeed, they were not of the same ilk, nor did they share the same threshold. Only someone like Ling Yutang, who had committed fratricide and patricide, could raise such exceptional offspring. In Villa 27 at Shizi Bay, Ling Kuer was conferring with a few others about their plans for the following day. Yet, she refrained from mentioning that she had consumed only a bun today, as divulging such information would undoubtedly lead to a quarrel. Ling Yutang had not been kind to her all evening, considering this operation was her own suggestion. Now, with no benefits to reap and her stomach growling, she felt the weight of her decision. We must act together as a family tomorrow, ensuring a decisive strike. Otherwise, we shall have no hope. Ling Kuer asserted as she laid out the battle strategy, brimming with confidence. Relying on her impeccable acting skills, she was certain she could persuade Ling Feng to open the door. Rest assured, the second brother and I excel in this, promised the brothers Ling Tao and Ling Yi, patting their chests, assuring that they would accomplish the task at hand. Ling Yutang, however, sensed the peril in this plan and had always opposed such a reckless scheme. Yet, it seemed they had no alternative. Ling Feng is formidable. You must act swiftly, do you understand? He cautioned with evident concern. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Ling Feng was jolted awake by the blaring alarm. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up and checked the surveillance on his phone, discovering that the Ling family had returned. What spectacle would unfold today? Last night had been Ling Kuer's solo performance, and today it appeared to be an ensemble act. Chapter 29. Shooting Ling Tao. Ling Feng observed the absurd scene outside his door. Ling Tao and Ling Yi stood on either side of the entrance, each wielding a machete, poised to attack. Ling Yutang's wife, Mrs. Wang, leaned against him, her head bandaged, with what appeared to be blood seeping through. She looked utterly feeble. Ling Kuer maintained her usual listless demeanor, banging on Ling Feng's door. Unbeknownst to them, their supposedly flawless plan had been captured in its entirety by the surveillance. Ling Feng gazed at this distasteful family with a look of disdain. How foolish he had been in his previous life, allowing himself to be ensnared by such people. Ignoring them, he proceeded to freshen up and prepared a simple breakfast: 2 fried eggs, a sandwich, and a glass of soy milk. After an indulgence of rich food lately, he craved something lighter. By the time he finished his meal, an hour had passed, and he leisurely made his way toward the front door. Ling Tao and Ling Yi, lying in wait on either side, were gradually losing their patience. They had been standing there for over an hour, their hands numb from the cold. Ling Tao quietly questioned Ling Kuer, is your plan even reliable? Why is there still no movement? My hands are almost devoid of sensation. Ling Yi echoed his sentiments, expressing his dissatisfaction. Ling Kuer shot him a glance, reproaching him softly. Have a little patience, will you? Stay hidden. Internally, she harbored disdain for her 2 brothers, who seemed only capable of chasing after women, inept in all other endeavors. While they were conversing, sounds emerged from within the door, prompting Ling Tao to quickly retract his head and grip the machete tightly, holding his breath in readiness to deliver a lethal blow to whoever opened the door. Ling Feng peered through the observation window, surprised to see Ling Kuer outside. Kuer, didn't we agree that only you would come in yesterday? What is this about? Before Ling Kuer could respond, Ling Yutang interjected, Xiao Feng, your aunt took a tumble yesterday and is now feeling faint and weak. We truly have no choice but to trouble you. I know your home is warmer. I just want your aunt to recuperate there. Just let them in. And as soon as she's better, they'll leave. Ling Feng's expression turned troubled. The food here is barely enough for myself. Only one of you can enter. You must choose. Ling Kuer wore a tearful expression, pleading with Ling Feng, Brother Feng, please save my mother. We are family, I beg you. Ling Feng scoffed internally, amused by their moral coercion. Watching their performance, he almost wanted to award them an Oscar. He teased, I understand your reasoning. But what are your 2 cousins doing standing at the door with knives? Upon hearing this, Ling Kuer's demeanor shifted to one of panic, her forced smile faltering. Brother Feng, what are you saying? I don't understand. Enough with the pretense. I can see everything on the surveillance. Ling Tao and Ling Yi glared at Ling Kuer, irritated by her words. They then lowered their weapons and approached the door. And as for that aunt of yours, wake her up. She'll catch a cold if she sleeps too long. Wang Shi, who had appeared quite feeble, suddenly opened her eyes and sat up from Ling Yutang's embrace. She pointed a finger at Ling Feng, declaring, "You little brat, don't think we can't handle you just because you're inside." Her voice was strong, indicating her robust health, thanks to her ample physique. "Xiao Tao, Xiao Yi, smash every piece of glass in his house. If you want to let us in, you want to have it easy either." Ling Feng, upon hearing Wang Shi's brazen threats, felt a mix of amusement and irritation. "You, with your plump visage and large ears, how long have you been marinating your tongue? While I am aware that you possess a straightforward disposition, it is rather unseemly to let such words escape your lips." Upon hearing this, Wang was incensed by the insult directed at him. He furiously pounded on the door, shouting, "You little wretch, you are the one with the plump face and large ears. Come out. Not only are you overweight, but you are also quite unattractive, resembling an extraterrestrial. I can only wonder how your mother managed not to vomit when you were born." Ling Feng, leaning against the door with a cigarette in hand, engaged in a leisurely exchange of insults. Wang, overwhelmed by rage, lost his composure and began hurling bricks at the windows of Ling Feng's residence. Ling Tao and Ling Yi joined in the assault, while Ling Kuer and Ling Yutang stood aside, lost in their own thoughts. The three of them relentlessly battered the villa, much to Ling Feng's amusement. Why would he fear their feeble attempts with bricks when his home was fortified with bulletproof glass? With a playful demeanor, he approached the window, made a face at the trio, and casually raised a middle finger. Although he could not discern the exact words they were uttering in their frenzy, their expressions suggested nothing pleasant. Ling Feng decided it was time to teach them a lesson. A means of collecting a small debt, he ascended to the third floor, opened the window, and retrieved a compound bow from his storage. He had even prepared a barbed arrow, which would be quite troublesome to extract once embedded. Adjusting his stance, he knocked the arrow and took aim. Whoosh! A piercing scream echoed from outside, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as Ling Tao collapsed, clutching his thigh in agony. The arrow had pierced through, causing him to break into a cold sweat. However, the frigid temperature caused the perspiration to freeze almost instantaneously. Yet, the pain in his thigh subsided within moments. Ling Tao glanced down, only to find that the blood flowing from the wound had frozen, leaving his leg entirely numb. In such extreme cold, if the penetrating injury did not receive prompt medical attention, the affected area would quickly decay, ultimately necessitating amputation. Wang, witnessing her son's injury, was rendered speechless, as she had never encountered such a scene. Before she could fully grasp the situation, another arrow struck Ling Tao's other leg, just moments ago hurling insults. Ling Yi was now terrified to the point of wetting himself, hastily retreating, disregarding Ling Tao's plight, fearful of receiving a similar fate. Ling Kuer and Ling Yutang rushed over to assess Ling Tao's condition, and upon seeing the frozen wound, they quickly sensed the gravity of the situation. The three of them frantically lifted Ling Tao and began their hurried journey home. Ling Feng stood by the window, observing the frantic retreat of the trio, and coldly remarked, "This time, I shall spare your lives. But should you dare to trouble me again, it will not be merely your legs at stake." Chapter 30. Ling Yutang's retaliation. The Ling family hurriedly carried Ling Tao back to the villa. At this moment, Ling Tao's face was ashen, having slipped into a state of unconsciousness. Ling Yutang procured scissors to sever the fabric encircling the wound. When the onlookers beheld the injury on his thigh, they collectively gasped in horror. Ling Tao's thigh had turned an ominous shade of purple, and his legs had begun to stiffen, indications that they were beyond salvation. If aid were not rendered promptly, in such frigid conditions, his life would soon extinguish. Ling Yutang steadied Ling Tao's thigh with one hand, while with the other, he grasped the tail of the arrow and exerted tremendous force to extract it. The barbed tip had penetrated deeply through the entire thigh, and it took an immense effort for Ling Yutang to withdraw the two arrows. Despite their removal, no blood flowed, for his lower body had succumbed to the freezing temperatures. In a flurry, the others brought forth wooden furniture from the house. Although the Wangwali chair was of considerable value, it was rendered worthless in this apocalyptic setting. It could only serve as kindling. Ling Yutang dismantled the chair into pieces and began to kindle a fire, hoping that the flames might provide some warmth to save Ling Tao. As the fire gradually blazed, they gathered around, reveling in the long-missed warmth since the onset of the apocalypse. Wang, unable to contain her grief, clasped Ling Tao's hand and wept uncontrollably, her words laced with curses. That wretched Ling Feng. We only sought a morsel of food, and he retaliated with such brutality. How could he be so cruel? Standing aside, Ling Yutang's countenance darkened. These two sons were his cherished ones, and now it appeared Ling Tao was on the brink of demise. He had merely intended to request some provisions from Ling Feng and stay a few days, but this had escalated into a dire situation. Ling Kuer, devoid of any sorrow, was consumed only by resentment. Had it not been for her two incompetent brothers, her plans would not have unraveled so swiftly. Had she approached Ling Feng herself, perhaps she would have succeeded, making it all the more difficult to regain his trust in the future. Ling Yi, on the other hand, felt a mixture of relief and dread. Fortunate was he for having fled swiftly and kept his distance, or he would have been the one lying on the ground. Simultaneously, a flicker of fear towards Ling Feng crept into his heart. He possessed weapons and was not averse to using them, so it was best to avoid provoking this harbinger of doom. After a spell of weeping, Wang composed herself and, through her sobs, urged, Yutong, quickly devise a means to save Tao. Yes, call the police and have that scoundrel Ling Feng apprehended. With that, she waddled over to the table, grasped her phone, and dialed the emergency number. However, her attempts yielded only silence, as none of her calls were answered. She then tried to reach the hospital's emergency line, but to no avail, not a single call connected. Clinging to the delusion that the world remained unchanged, she sank despondently to the ground, lost and defeated. At that moment, the previously unconscious Ling Tao suddenly awoke, his lips murmuring incessantly, "Mother, mother." The once silent crowd hurriedly gathered around, their faces lighting up with a glimmer of hope. Believing that Ling Tao's condition was improving, Wang, filled with maternal instinct, gently caressed Ling Tao's pale and cold cheeks, her voice trembling. "Mother is here, Tao?" Ling Tao's voice, though faint, broke through the silence as he intermittently uttered, "I feel so cold." Upon hearing this, Wang, together with Ling Yutang, swiftly moved Ling Tao closer to the fire. "Tower, do you feel any better now?" However, at this moment, Ling Tao fell back into unconsciousness, his body temperature plummeting rapidly. Half an hour later, he had transformed into a lifeless, icy corpse. Wang collapsed over Ling Tao, weeping uncontrollably, her lips cursing Ling Feng repeatedly. Although Ling Yutang did not shed tears, his face was etched with sorrow and loathing for Ling Feng. He did not consider that it was his own provocation that had led to this fatal retaliation, entirely deserving of his fate. It was all Ling Feng's fault. Had he simply presented the food and allowed their family to take shelter, this tragedy would not have unfolded. It was Ling Feng, that selfish and cruel wretch, who had brought about this calamity. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my actions. He took out his phone and snapped a photo of Ling Tao's tragic death, promptly sharing it in the Westlake Villa owners group, directly tagging Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, I merely sought to borrow a bit of food. Your household possesses ample supplies. Lending a little would not disrupt your life. If you are unwilling to lend, so be it. Why resort to lethal force? I am your uncle, and Ling Tao is your cousin. You shot him in the thigh with an arrow, and now he has lost all signs of life. You must provide our family with an explanation." Upon Ling Yutang's message, the group erupted in outrage, painting Ling Feng as a heartless and brutal murderer. Accusations against Ling Feng began to surface, especially upon learning of his abundant food supplies. Jealousy ignited a fervor among group members, rallying support for Ling Yutang. Watching the growing support, Ling Yutang felt immense satisfaction. By inciting the other owners' animosity towards Ling Feng, he could proceed with his next scheme. 26 Peng Fei Industrial Xiao Peng Fei. I cannot believe that such cruelty still exists in this world. How could you kill your own cousin? 15 Ling Feng 55 Zhang Deshan. You possess so much food. What harm is there in sharing a little? Resorting to lethal force, are you even human? 5 Lu Hai Xiang. Such extremists do not deserve to reside in our community. They should leave at once. 32 Lu Yong. With so much food, you still refuse to assist your neighbors. How selfish. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, engrossed in a gaming session, was suddenly alerted by a flurry of notifications on his phone. However, engrossed in a crucial moment of the game, he paid no heed to the news and continued to battle the formidable dragon. Amidst his endeavor, notifications incessantly popped up, signaling his disadvantage in the game, which began to irk him. Just as he was about to silence his phone, a WeChat call came through. Turning his gaze, he saw it was Lin Su calling. He pressed the button to answer, placing the phone aside while still gripping the game controller. As soon as the call connected, Lin Su's anxious voice resonated. "Ling Feng, have you killed someone?" Ling Feng, taken aback by her inquiry, pondered the many he had dispatched, wondering which one she referred to. He was baffled by her sudden question. What does she mean? How could I have killed anyone? I am a law-abiding citizen. In the group chat, your uncle accused you of causing harm, resulting in a death. You must check the owner group immediately. The situation has incited great fury among the masses. Ling Feng set down his game controller. All right, I understand. I will take a look now. He ended the call and opened WeChat, where the group chat notifications displayed a staggering 99 messages, with several mentions directed at him. Chapter 31. Provocation of Lu Jiwei. Ling Feng opened the group chat to peruse the conversation history. After reviewing the messages, he smirked. This Ling Yutong truly harbored undying malice. From his statements in the group, His intentions were unmistakably cruel. Firstly, he informed others that he had stockpiled an abundance of supplies, a matter that currently posed no immediate concern. However, once the majority of households in the villa community exhausted their provisions, he would become the target of collective ire. At that point, peace would be a distant memory, as these people would undoubtedly unite against him. While he was not intimidated by them, it was still bothersome. All he desired was to live a quiet life, free from the scrutiny of others. Secondly, Ling Yutong stood on a moral pedestal, condemning him for violence while conveniently neglecting to mention their family's conspiracy to harm him. Ling Feng promptly shared the surveillance footage of Ling Yutong's family lying in ambush at his doorstep in the group chat, directly tagging Ling Yutong. "Your family lies in wait with knives at my door, enticing me to step out, and you claim it's merely for food? Which household borrows food armed with knives?" He then shared a video of Ling Yutong's 2 sons and Wang's family smashing their windows with bricks. "I acted solely in self-defense. You vandalized my property, and I have the right to protect myself. As for those self-righteous individuals in the group, how much food I possess is my own concern and none of your business. Do not attempt to morally bind me. I am not familiar with you, and your starvation is not my doing. If anyone dares to provoke me again, they shall meet the same fate as the one above." Ling Feng released several videos in one breath, feeling somewhat relieved. In this apocalyptic world, how dare they still act superior in front of me? Their sense of superiority is utterly worthless in the face of such calamity. After Ling Feng posted this message in the group, there was a noticeable hush. Those who had been clamoring moments ago fell silent. Some individuals, upon viewing the 2 videos shared by Ling Feng, finally grasped the unfolding situation. Some believed that Ling Yutong had sinister motives in plotting against him, only to find themselves countered. A case of poetic justice, indeed. Others felt that Ling Feng's actions were excessively harsh. After all, they were still family, and there was no need to resort to such lethal measures. In the group, a few self-appointed mentors began to lecture Ling Feng. 20 Lu Jiwei remarked, "Young Ling from Building 5, do not harbor such animosity. We are all residents of the same community, and there is no need to escalate tensions. While your uncle's family may have erred, expelling them suffices. There is no necessity for deadly force. Such actions are excessive. I suggest you apologize to them and offer some form of compensation." Ling Feng, upon reading the comment from Building 20, couldn't help but laugh in anger. He had heard of Lu Jiwei before, an ex-official from a state-owned enterprise who always spoke with an air of authority. Moreover, he was acquainted with Ling Yutong and seemed to have financial dealings with him. Clearly, Lu Jiwei was siding with Ling Yutong, playing the roles of good cop and bad cop to exert pressure on him. In this apocalyptic era, how could one still maintain such a condescending attitude? Ling Feng was unimpressed. A retired official residing in a mansion worth tens of millions. If he claimed to be virtuous, Ling Feng had no belief in it. Often, such individuals were the most greedy and cunning. Nevertheless, Ling Feng chose not to retort. He was curious to see what tricks Lu Jiwei would conjure. "What do you suggest I do?" Lu Jiwei, lounging on his sofa, brightened upon reading Ling Feng's message, feeling somewhat smug. This kid knows how to play along. His own food supplies were dwindling, and he was worried about having nothing to eat. Now, with a new source of provisions, he could procure some food. From the photos Ling Yutong had sent him, it was evident that Ling Feng was still enjoying Australian lobster, indicating that his family must have considerable reserves. After days of consuming nothing but bread and compressed biscuits, he was on the verge of nausea. He, too, wished to savor some Australian lobster. He promptly sent a lengthy voice message. "First, you must personally apologize to Ling Yutong's family. Secondly, you must ensure their daily food needs are met. We are in a critical period. We must unite to confront this calamity together. You should allocate a portion of your supplies to those residents facing food shortages. Of course, you will not suffer a loss. We can purchase at double the market price. Moreover, I have heard that the indoor temperature in your place is quite agreeable. I propose that we temporarily accommodate some elderly, infirm, and disabled individuals, as their immunity is comparatively fragile. Once the calamity has passed, they can vacate the premises. I believe the homeowners will be immensely grateful for your generosity. We are all individuals of considerable stature in this group, possessing abundant resources that will undoubtedly provide you with substantial support in the future." Following Lu Jiwei's voice message, many individuals suffering from shortages at home raised their thumbs in appreciation, lauding him for his vision. Wang Tianyi remarked, "I believe we must unite and weather this storm together." Peng Fei from Pengfei Industries added, "I think this suggestion is excellent. A distant relative is not as beneficial as a nearby neighbor." After listening to Lu Jiwei's message, Ling Feng exclaimed his professionalism. He could not help but admire Lu Jiwei, a true talent, even more adept at exploitation than Zhou Beiobi. Not only did he expect others to contribute food, but he also insisted on offering his own home. It's no wonder he holds a leadership position. It seems he will leave no scraps behind. Should I offer all my supplies for you to distribute? Ling Feng continued to tease this esteemed leader, finding it quite amusing. Lu Jiwei, adjusting the few strands of hair atop his head, glanced at Ling Feng's message and thought this young man was rather astute. As for the specifics of who should manage the supplies, I believe it is essential for us to discuss and decide collectively. If necessary, we could form a small committee to reach a consensus. So, let us hastily deliberate and arrive at a conclusion. Ling Feng reclined on the sofa, laughing heartily. This was far more entertaining than playing games. Lu Jiwei truly took himself seriously, naively believing he was so easily swayed. To liven the atmosphere in the group, Ling Feng decided to share a photo of the supplies he had scattered about the space. To him, that small amount was a veritable treasure trove of resources. He had amassed nearly 30 billion in supplies through purchases and zero-cost acquisitions, coupled with the replication system of his space. This amounted to a staggering 30 trillion in resources, a stockpile that could only be described as terrifying. Chapter 32. Yang Zihan's plea. Upon seeing the photo shared by Ling Feng, the homeowners group was visibly moved, their eyes glistening with emotion. Dozens of boxes of instant noodles, various canned meats, freshwater, fruits, fresh meat, and snacks. The variety of supplies was impressively comprehensive, sufficient to sustain a family of 3 for 3 years. After posting the photo, Ling Feng thoughtfully added a caption. If these supplies were to be given to you, how would you propose to distribute them? This prompted a lively discussion among the group members. Lu Feng suggested, I believe we could divide them equally based on the number of 80 villas. That would be fair. To which Wu Tianle retorted, what a naive thought. Your household consists of only one person, while others have families of 5. How could that suffice? 35. Lu Lily. I believe we should prioritize distributing more to the women, and then allocate the rest based on the number of people. After all, ladies first. 59. Li Lin. Those advocating for women's rights can just step aside. It's quite hypocritical to speak of prioritizing women only when it serves their interests. 35. Lu Lily. It's best for the men below to clean their mouths before they speak. They shouldn't spew nonsense. Ling Feng observed the fervent discussions unfolding in the group, some even devolving into heated arguments, and he couldn't help but chuckle, his stomach aching from laughter. In just a few short days, these elite individuals began to shed their facades, quarreling over mere scraps of food. Amidst the lively chatter, he received a message from Yang Zihan. Are you there? Ling Feng was taken aback. It had been quite some time since they last communicated. Ever since he had firmly rejected her, she had not sought him out. So why was she suddenly reaching out now? In truth, Yang Zihan was reluctant to contact him as well. After all, she was a public goddess, and those wishing to pursue her had to wait in line. Men typically approached her, and her responses depended on her mood. To seek out someone who had previously spurned her was unthinkable in the past. Yet now, faced with hunger, maintaining her pride seemed far less important than satisfying her appetite. During the initial days of the apocalypse, Lin Su had generously provided her with food. But when she sought more yesterday, she found none available. Their family had gone a whole day without food. The thought of this filled her with resentment towards Lin Su. They had merely taken a little from her, and yet she had chosen to sever ties. What a foolish friendship that had turned out to be. Noticing Ling Feng's delayed response, Yang Zihan sent another message with an emoji. Is there something you need? Ling Feng replied curtly with 3 words. Not wishing to engage in prolonged entanglement with her. Not familiar. Yang Zihan felt like smashing her phone upon reading his message, but reconsidered. Remaining at home without a phone would be even more troublesome. Yet, with no food left, she had to devise a plan to procure some sustenance. Gazing at her disheveled reflection in the mirror, she felt a twinge of self-disdain. Ever since the onset of the frigid weather, the pipes in her home had frozen, leaving her unable to wash her face or bathe for several days. Her hair had become greasy and unkempt. She scoured a WeChat group titled Fish Pond for a suitable candidate and, after much searching, finally found one, Zhao Jun, a wealthy heir residing in her neighborhood. He had persistently pursued her, yet she had always ignored his advances. During her live streams, he frequently showered her with gifts. With this thought, she promptly sent him a message. Brother, what are you up to? Zhao Jun, who had been lounging in bed munching on bread, sprang up upon receiving a message from his goddess. He had long harbored feelings for Yang Zihan, having been captivated by her beauty. He could no longer perceive any other girl in the same light, especially when she smiled sweetly at him each time he gifted her a sports car or a rocket during her streams. The way she called him brother made his nights blissful. He snapped a photo of his half-eaten bread and sent it back. I'm just lying in bed eating bread. How I envy you, having bread to eat. I can only manage a single sausage each day, Yang Zihan replied, suppressing her discomfort as she sent him a voice message. Zhao Jun, a man of short stature, stout build, and dark complexion, was someone she would have overlooked in the past. Yet now, in her hunger, She found herself begrudgingly engaging in conversation with him. Listening to the voice message from his goddess sent shivers of delight through him. Her voice was intoxicating. He felt as though he could soar just from hearing it. Hastily, he sent a voice message in return. Zihan, how pitiful. I would never let you go hungry. Wait for me. I'll bring you something to eat. Without delay, he grabbed a backpack and filled it generously with food, rushing towards Yang Zihan's home. Fortunately, his family owned a food company, and their pantry was well stocked with provisions. Imagining the way his goddess would act playfully towards him, he quickened his pace. Arriving at her villa, Zhao Jun nervously pressed the doorbell. Moments later, Yang Zihan opened the door, her face illuminated with joy. "Brother, you're here," she exclaimed, grasping his arm, her excitement palpable. Seeing his goddess greet him with a smile, Zhao Jun blushed and grinned foolishly. He handed her the heavy backpack. "Here. If it's not enough, just let me know." Yang Zihan accepted the weighty bag, her smile widening. "Thank you, brother, you're so kind." Zhao Jun returned home with a satisfied expression, feeling as though he were floating in a haze of bliss. His mind was awash with fantasies of a future romance with his goddess. Today, I finally had my first close encounter with her. Soon enough, I will win her heart. After rejecting Yang Zihan, Ling Feng promptly blocked her, sparing himself from further annoyance. When the time came to stockpile resources, where was she? Now she comes seeking supplies. Such fools are utterly disregarded. In a post-apocalyptic world, they often meet their demise the quickest. It is best to keep a safe distance from such individuals to avoid being dragged down. Only women like Lin Su, who are not only beautiful but also intelligent and decisive, can endure in such dire times. The mere thought of Lin Su's composed and aloof demeanor, her graceful and statuesque figure, and her exquisitely perfect features stirred something within Ling Feng as he pondered the importance of sustenance. Chapter 33. The supervisory committee residing alone in this villa felt somewhat lonely, despite Wang Long's frequent visits to keep him company. Yet, certain matters could only be resolved by a woman. Just as Ling Feng was lost in daydreams of Lin Su, a WeChat call came through. He glanced at the phone on the table. What a coincidence. It was Lin Su calling. He answered the call. "Ling Feng, are you truly prepared to distribute supplies to this group?" Lin Su's voice conveyed skepticism. She doubted his willingness to share resources. She knew him well enough. He was not one to suffer losses easily. Although he held feelings for Lin Su, they had not yet reached the stage of complete openness. Especially in these turbulent times when trust was a luxury. "I have no choice. If they come to rob me, what can I do?" Ling Feng replied. Lin Su almost voiced her thoughts about the rule of law, but reconsidered given their current circumstances and withheld her words. Then, with a hint of embarrassment, she asked, "I have some medications that are scarce in the market. If you need them, I would like to trade for some food." Her cheeks flushed slightly. She had never asked anyone for help before, and this was her first time seeking assistance. With only enough food to last a week, stretching it might yield 10 days at most. She had to plan for her future, and Ling Feng was undoubtedly a prime candidate. Ling Feng was taken aback by her words. Logically, she should have stockpiled some supplies. How could she be running short already? "Don't you have any resources at home?" This was a vexing matter. She then recounted the situation with Yang Zihan, explaining how her insatiable demands had depleted her supplies, leaving her with little. Consequently, she had severed ties with Yang Zihan. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng realized that Yang Zihan's family had no resources at all, relying solely on her verbal pleas. After rejecting her, he wondered who the next unfortunate soul would be to fall victim to her demands. "The supply of pharmaceuticals is not lacking on my end. What do you offer in exchange?" Ling Feng stroked his chin, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Lin Su on the other end of the line slowly responded, "The only thing I can offer as a trade is pharmaceuticals. My background in biomedicine, particularly in genetic research, might be of assistance to you." Upon hearing the mention of genetic research, Ling Feng instantly quelled the somewhat lascivious expression on his face. This was precisely what he desperately needed. He possessed crucial data regarding genetic serums and had long wished to delve deeper into this field. Unfortunately, his knowledge in this area was limited, and the apocalypse had hindered his pursuit of learning. Moreover, he lacked a systematic mentor to guide him. With his brain now functioning at 20 capacity, he would learn rapidly. Although he indeed required talent in this domain, he refrained from expressing his urgency immediately, opting instead to assess whether Lin Su would be a suitable partner in the harsh reality of the apocalypse. "Your expertise could indeed prove beneficial to me. Though it's not an immediate priority, I will reach out when the time comes. By the way, please keep an eye on the movements of others. Notify me of any developments." After ending the call, Ling Feng commenced his physical training for the day. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not ceased his regimen. Presently, he had adapted to 32 times the normal gravity, enabling him to perform basic strength training under such pressure. However, Today he intended to adopt a different approach. He retrieved a Tang Hung knife from his spatial storage. This blade, seized from the assassin headquarters, had undergone a significant upgrade. The enhanced Tang Hung knife could be described as capable of slicing through iron like mud, exhibiting remarkable hardness and resilience, with a sharpness that defied conventional understanding. He had previously tested this knife on a beef bone, effortlessly severing it in half with a clean cut, the blade remaining unscathed despite minimal exertion on his part. Ling Feng cherished this knife dearly. Thus, he resolved to practice the fundamental techniques of the Tang Hung knife today. The moves were primarily sourced from instructional videos online. Lacking a master to teach him, he was left to self-learn. However, his current learning efficiency was exceptionally high, and after watching the videos just once, he had nearly mastered all the basic techniques. With the knife held firmly in both hands, Ling Feng tirelessly practiced the techniques within the training grounds. Although it was his first time practicing, he executed the moves with considerable flair. As he repeated the drills, the initially unfamiliar techniques gradually became second nature. His speed increased remarkably, and his form became difficult to discern, creating afterimages that obscured the line between illusion and reality. After an hour of relentless practice, he had fully mastered the intricacies of the sword technique. However, he remained unsatisfied, feeling that his speed was inadequate and that he had merely acquired a rudimentary skill, lacking in sophistication. To gain the upper hand in combat, one must strike with sufficient swiftness. Only by achieving unparalleled speed can even the simplest of techniques transcend into the realm of mastery. In the world of martial arts, resilience is unbreakable, and speed is invincible. He entered the gravity chamber and adjusted the gravity to 20 times its normal force. Thus, he resumed wielding the Tang sword. Under the weight of 20-fold gravity, his movements became exceedingly slow, akin to a slowed-down film. Yet, the intensity of the forces he endured was magnified, and after executing a single set of techniques, he was drenched in sweat. Nonetheless, Ling Feng felt immense joy. He had unexpectedly discovered the deficiencies in his movements under such pressure. Moreover, through the practice of sword techniques, his physical stamina was continuously enhanced, a true twofold benefit. After wiping away the sweat and taking a sip of water, he recommenced his training. At the same time, the owners of Shizi Bay engaged in extensive discussions regarding the distribution of resources. After considerable deliberation, they made significant progress. To facilitate better discussions, the owners established a new discussion group, notably excluding Ling Feng from its membership. After all, it would be rather inappropriate to discuss how to divide his resources in his presence. With unanimous agreement, they formed a supervisory committee, tasked primarily with overseeing the utilization of resources to prevent any misconduct. Chapter 34. Live streaming dinner following a collective endorsement. Lu Weiji was unanimously elected as the chairman of the supervisory committee. The vice chairman position went to Ling Yutong, given that his appointment was a result of a tragic loss, a fact that garnered no objections. The remaining 5 members, all active participants in the group discussions, included Xiao Pengfei from Building 26, Li Lin from Building 59, Lu Haiyang from Building 5, Wang Tianyi from Building 27, and Zhang Dashan from Building 55. Once the supervisory committee was established, the owners celebrated in the group, for they anticipated that the acquisition of resources would yield a substantial share for each household. Preparations were underway, sharpening their metaphorical knives, ready to feast upon Ling Feng, the proverbial fat sheep. Lin Su was quick to inform Ling Feng of this development. Upon hearing the news, Ling Feng found it quite amusing. He had not expected them to be so organized, arranging such formalities. The next step would be to target the wealthy and distribute the resources. Ling Feng rather hoped they would come forth to confront him, enabling him to resolve the matter in one fell swoop, thus sparing himself future complications. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, at 10 in the morning, Ling Feng remained nestled in bed, soundly asleep. Yesterday, I was so exhilarated by my swordsmanship practice that I continued until the early hours of the morning, not ceasing until my body could no longer wield the blade. However, the results were remarkably evident. Under 20 times the normal gravity, I had already achieved the ability to wield my sword at a regular pace. One can only imagine how terrifying my speed would be under normal gravitational conditions. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarms pierced the stillness of the night. The abrupt noise jolted Ling Feng from his slumber, prompting him to approach the window and gaze towards the entrance on the first floor. There, he noticed several figures standing by the door, their ages indiscernible, each one bundled tightly against the cold. Yet, among them, he distinctly recognized Ling Yutong. Ling Feng returned to his bed and activated the surveillance on his phone to ascertain the intentions of these individuals, while also eavesdropping on their conversation. The group stood at the threshold, stamping their feet incessantly, most of them experiencing the biting chill of the outside world for the very first time. One individual inquired of the person standing at the center. "Chairman Liu, shall we knock now?" With an air of authority, Liu Jiwei nodded, relishing the satisfaction that accompanied such power. It had been quite some time since he had felt this sense of control, especially after his retirement. To his astonishment, in this post-apocalyptic world, he found himself reclaiming authority, particularly over the vital allocation of resources. From this point onward, everyone in Shizi Bay would be beholden to his whims. Pondering this, he straightened his back and lifted his chin with pride. The one designated to knock was Xiao Pengfei, eager to impress his superiors. He clenched his fist and struck the door with considerable force. Bang! Instantly, his face flushed crimson, and he began to hop on the spot, cradling his hand. "Why is this door so hard?" he exclaimed, feeling as though his hand might shatter from the impact. "What kind of door is this? It's excruciating." Liu Jiwei, witnessing Xiao Pengfei's comical display, felt a surge of irritation. "You had one job, to knock on the door, and you've made a fool of yourself. Are you intentionally trying to frustrate me?" "Chairman, the door is too sturdy. I must have struck it too hard." Xiao Pengfei gritted his teeth in response. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, observing the scene from his bed, was nearly in tears from laughter, rolling joyfully on his mattress. His own door was crafted from the most resilient materials known to man. Solid all the way through. The fact that Xiao Pengfei dared to strike it so forcefully was nothing short of miraculous. He was fortunate not to have broken any bones. Outside, Liu Jiwei regarded Xiao Pengfei with a mix of incredulity and disdain, deeming him inept for failing at such a simple task. "Let me handle this," offered Li Lin, stepping forward from the crowd. Having learned from the previous mishap, he wisely chose not to exert too much force, applying only a fraction of his strength. The door emitted a deep, resonant sound. Ling Feng chose to ignore them, allowing them to wait for half an hour. He descended the stairs and retrieved 3 boxes of instant soup dumplings from his storage. These dumplings were semi-finished products that required merely a brief steaming of about 10 minutes before they could be enjoyed. Placing the dumplings into the steamer, he ignited the induction cooker to heat them up. Following this, he simply prepared a cup of soy milk and boiled 2 eggs. Currently, he was perhaps the only resident in the Shizi Bay community capable of using high-power appliances, thanks to his generator, which allowed him to utilize electricity freely. The other residents were not so fortunate. After the apocalypse, the supply of electricity had become severely problematic, with frequent power outages and significantly reduced capacity. Presently, the power available was only sufficient for charging mobile phones, rendering any other electrical activities impossible. It wouldn't be long before power cuts became a reality, and soon after, issues with the internet would arise as well. After all, these devices required regular maintenance, and in the current frigid weather, many individuals were trapped in their homes, unable to even procure meals, let alone attend work. In some neighborhoods, the snow had piled up to 3 or 4 meters high. However, due to Shizi Bay's proximity to the sea and the strong winds, the snow accumulation there was only 30 centimeters. After a short while, the dumplings were ready, and Ling Feng placed them on the dining table, preparing to enjoy his meal. The sight of the steaming soup dumplings invigorated his appetite. He picked one up and took a hearty bite, causing the juices to burst forth. The rich flavor of the beef broth tantalized his taste buds, while the tender meat and thin skin of the dumpling made for an exquisite experience. He devoured one dumpling in a single bite, then proceeded to enjoy them with fervor. While he relished this delightful breakfast, several individuals outside the villa were knocking on the door, catching sight of Ling Feng enjoying his meal. The dining room and the main entrance were aligned, with the table positioned in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, allowing those outside to see the scene within clearly. The group in the villa's courtyard watched Ling Feng devour the soup dumplings, their mouths watering in envy. Observing him in his thin pajamas, sitting comfortably in the chair, they felt as if they were gazing into a paradise, replete with warmth and delicious food. All eyes were fixated on the delectable feast before him. Liu Jiwei, eyeing the dumplings on the table, felt as though his tongue might be bitten off from yearning, yet he maintained an air of composure. As a leader should not lose his dignity, he approached the window, casting a stern gaze at Ling Feng. "Xiaoling, please open the door." However, Ling Feng paid him no heed, continuing to savor his dumplings while hastening his pace. It was not that he intended to ignore them. Rather, the soundproofing of the glass was too effective, rendering their voices inaudible. The onlookers watched in astonishment as Ling Feng swiftly devoured 3 baskets of dumplings. Ling Feng felt unsatisfied and pretended to rise and head to the kitchen, but in reality, he retrieved a steaming large pork knuckle from his spatial storage. Chapter 35. A rift appears. Eating a pork knuckle so early in the morning was quite unprecedented. After all, there were spectators nearby. The taste was exceptionally delightful. Outside the window, a crowd watched eagerly. Some of the more irritable individuals began to pound on the window with increasing force. Their expressions were fierce, eyes bloodshot, reminiscent of a zombie attack scene from a movie. Observing these adorable souls outside as they shouted with fervor only made Ling Feng relish his meal even more. However, the pork knuckle was indeed rather rich, and after consuming half, he found it difficult to continue. "Black Panther," he called out, and the panther swiftly dashed to his side. Gazing hungrily at the pork knuckle, saliva nearly dripping from its mouth, Ling Feng smiled and brought the knuckle closer to Black Panther's mouth, offering a better meal. The panther hesitated, momentarily stunned. Was it a festival? "Go ahead," Ling Feng urged, and Black Panther then opened its mouth, seized the knuckle, and scurried to its little den, devouring it with gusto. Upon witnessing Ling Feng feed half-eaten pork knuckle to the dog, the onlookers outside became agitated. They pounded on the window even harder, their mutterings growing louder. They felt a deep resentment, envious of Ling Feng's abundance of food, and lamented why they were not the dog inside. Lu Jiwei, his face darkened, glared at the ineffectual individuals beside him, nearly lashing out at their incompetence. Simultaneously, his animosity towards Ling Feng intensified. In his eyes, feeding the dog was a blatant act of humiliation. Was this not a slap in the face? Today he must make Ling Feng pay. Determined, he took out his phone and dialed Ling Feng. When Ling Feng saw the unfamiliar number on his screen, he answered, "Who is this?" "Ling Feng. Open the door at once." Lu Jiwei's authoritative voice rang out, laced with undeniable command. The tone irked Ling Feng immensely, thinking to himself, "Who do you think you are? Speak to me properly." Lu Jiwei, suppressing his fury, realized that after all these years, no one dared to speak to him in such a manner, yet this was not the time for confrontation. "I am Lu Jiwei, open the door immediately," he insisted. Ling Feng, looking at Lu Jiwei outside, responded with astonishment, "Open the door? Why should I let you in? Stop playing dumb. Open the door and hand over the supplies. You must compensate for the lives lost. You agreed to the terms, did you not?" Ling Feng suddenly understood. "Oh, you mean that matter? I was just joking with you. Did you take it seriously? You should hurry back. It's quite cold out." Lu Jiwei's face darkened instantly, realizing he had been toyed with. "Ling Feng, do you comprehend the consequences of your deliberate act of murder if we report this to the authorities?" Upon hearing these words, Ling Feng could not help but chuckle. "Authorities? You must first locate them before making such threats. What era are we in, still attempting to intimidate him with the notion of official intervention? As if he were a mere child? What consequences? Oh, I am so frightened. You, old baldy, hurry up and leave." Ling Feng emphasized the last word, his voice resonating clearly for Lu Jiwei and those around him to hear. Lu Jiwei could no longer suppress his frustration. After being insulted repeatedly, he dared to have his flaws thrown back at him. "I have hair on my head. It's just not abundant. Ling Feng, I warn you to open the door obediently. We can overlook this matter, but if not, you shall bear the consequences." Ling Feng was eager for these individuals to bring trouble upon themselves. They were the ones who sought conflict, not him. "Just leave already." Ling Feng abruptly hung up the phone and returned to the third floor to play games. Lu Jiwei's countenance had shifted from his earlier nonchalance to a clouded expression. Ling Feng's words today had diminished his authority, leaving a negative impression on the group below. "Chairman, Ling Feng is exceedingly arrogant, completely disregarding us. Isn't this a blatant provocation?" Ling Yutong, witnessing the situation, began to embellish the narrative and exchanged glances with Li Lin. "Indeed, we cannot let this slide. He is essentially slapping your face." Li Lin joined in, fanning the flames to provoke Lu Jiwei further. "Let us return and deliberate on our next course of action." With that, Lu Jiwei turned and exited, followed closely by the others. The 7 members of the supervisory committee gathered in Lu Jiwei's villa, which was conveniently small, accommodating only him and his young wife in her 20s, making meetings simpler. "Chairman, what shall our next step be?" Wang Tianyi of the supervisory committee inquired as he settled into his seat. "Ling Feng is obstinate and unreasonable. I propose we adopt a more forceful approach and exert direct control." Lu Jiwei expressed his opinion, his eyes glinting with ferocity. "Let us swiftly mobilize the other homeowners in the group, gather all the young men, and we shall form a protective squad. Ling Feng, this scourge, must be our first target for elimination." After speaking, Lu Jiwei pulled out his phone and began disseminating information in the West Ziwang group. "Dear residents, due to extreme weather conditions, the authorities are currently unreachable. We in West Ziwang must unite and support one another. In light of the lessons learned from the Ling Feng murder incident, I propose that the homeowners of West Ziwang voluntarily establish a protective squad to safeguard the lives and properties of our community. Every household is required to send 1 member to join the guard team, unless there are no males aged 18 to 50 residing in the home. Whether facing internal threats or external invasions, the presence of the guard team ensures our self-protection." Following the dissemination of this information, members of the supervisory committee began to echo the sentiment in the group, continuously urging others to join. However, The response was less than satisfactory. Few were inclined to heed their call. After all, they belonged to the upper echelons of society and were reluctant to assume the role of security personnel. The chairman. The response from the homeowners is quite minimal, lamented Ling Yutong with a furrowed brow. Yet, Lu Jiwei maintained a calm demeanor. Fear not, I have a strategy, he confidently asserted. Subsequently, he took to his phone to send a voice message within the group. Dear family, I have received inquiries from numerous individuals wishing to join our guard team, yet a small portion remains unresponsive. I perceive this lack of unity as concerning. I urge everyone to enthusiastically sign up. Those who do not participate will not have their personal safety guaranteed. We shall only protect the lives of the guard team members and their families. Furthermore, should food become available in the future, priority will be given to the members of the guard team. Once Lu Jiwei's message was sent, the group indeed became lively, with many individuals beginning to sign up. In no time, over 50 people had registered, and the numbers continued to rise. Chapter 36. The Villa Under Attack Chairman. Your tactic is truly remarkable. Li Lin praised Lu Jiwei from the sidelines, eliciting a pleased response from him. Having served as a leader for decades, Lu Jiwei had a keen understanding of human nature. Managing such trivial matters was second nature to him. As long as he had supporters, he believed that Ling Feng could hardly pose any threat. He envisioned leading a group of individuals to demolish Ling Feng's residence, compelling him to kneel before him in submission. Yet, unbeknownst to him, these plans had already come to Ling Feng's attention, thanks to the information provided by Lin Su. Ling Feng scoffed at Lu Jiwei's impending actions. Even if 1,000 individuals were to converge, they would not inflict any harm upon his villa. Over the past few days, Ling Feng had advised Wang Long to remain at home and avoid unnecessary outings, as he was not privy to the discussions within the homeowners group. Nonetheless, Ling Feng insisted that Wang Long maintain his physical fitness to regain his peak condition. Ling Feng meticulously inspected every door and window of the villa, ensuring they were securely closed. He also conducted operational checks on the villa's equipment to prepare for the forthcoming confrontation. After completing these tasks, he retrieved a slingshot from his space, which had been upgraded to possess formidable power. At full draw, the projectiles could penetrate 3 millimeters of steel. The power of such a force is undoubtedly sufficient to arm this group. Yet Ling Feng felt that the potency of ordinary steel balls was still lacking. He then retrieved a bottle of insecticide from his space, donned a gas mask, and proceeded to vigorously spray the steel balls with the insecticide. The destructive capability of these insecticide-coated steel balls upon entering the human body would be significantly enhanced. Who can withstand the amalgamation of physics and magic? Meanwhile, Lu Jiwei's security team had nearly confirmed that, apart from 1 or 2 homeowners who declined to participate, every other household had sent a representative. The total number of members in the security team had now reached 65, a figure with which Lu Jiwei felt quite satisfied. Observing that preparations were nearly complete, he resolved to initiate the first attack against Ling Feng. He took out his phone and began issuing directives in the group. Dear family members, an unstable factor has emerged within our West Ziwan community, namely Ling Feng from Building 5. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. Not only has he ruthlessly slain his own cousin, but his volatile temperament poses a risk of further violence. To preserve the unity and stability of our community, I have decided to lead a group to subdue this rogue. Moreover, Ling Feng's household harbors a substantial stockpile of supplies. Just this morning, we witnessed him feeding leftover pork knuckles to his dog. He claims that even when feeding his dog, he refuses to share the food with others. Such behavior is utterly selfish. I will first lead 20 members of the security team to Ling Feng's residence to apprehend him, and the supplies obtained will be distributed among us. Upon hearing this, the homeowners in the group praised Lu Jiwei. Thank goodness our community has Chairman Lu. His benevolence is commendable, exclaimed one. This is wonderful. It would be great to receive some food. Another added. Such a menace should be eradicated at once. I volunteer to be the first, declared another. The group buzzed in response to Lu Jiwei's call, each member retrieving weapons from their homes to gather at Lu Jiwei's villa. Their arsenal was diverse. Some wielded baseball bats, others golf clubs, kitchen knives, and even dismantled chair legs, alongside steel pipes. Lu Jiwei looked at the 20 assembled individuals, filled with confidence. With a single command, several members of the supervisory committee led the 20 security team members in a grand march toward Ling Feng's villa. Just as Ling Feng was deeply engrossed in a heartfelt song in the TV room, he was interrupted by the urgent sound of an alarm. To promptly respond to external threats, he had installed alarms in every room. Approaching the window, he observed dozens of individuals outside his villa, all armed, clearly harboring ill intentions. Ling Feng directly opened the window and shouted down, Lu Jiwei, what do you and your group intend to do here? Lu Jiwei stood at the back of the crowd. Flanked by 2 individuals, clearly prioritizing his safety. He had heard rumors that Ling Feng possessed a bow and arrow. Should he be struck by one, he would certainly face grave consequences. Ling Feng, I shall give you one final chance to surrender your supplies. Otherwise, we shall forcibly breach the door. Lu Jiwei looked up at Ling Feng, feeling quite uncomfortable with the way he had to tilt his head to speak to others. To hell with your supplies. I have plenty here. If you have the guts, come in and take them, you fool. With that, he spat down at Lu Jiwei, infuriated by the insult. Lu Jiwei immediately ordered the door to be breached. The foremost individual swung a steel pipe and struck the door with great force. Bang! The door emitted a deep sound, and the tremendous recoil left his arm numb, nearly causing him to drop the pipe. What the hell? Why is this door so sturdy? The others, witnessing this, collectively struck the door, only to find their arms trembling with pain. Meanwhile, the door remained unscathed, not even a scratch to be found. Everyone present was astonished by the door's resilience. They had never encountered such a formidable barrier. One individual, seeing no results, directed his gaze toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. Smash the windows, he shouted. A throng of people began to assault the windows with vigor, yet their efforts proved futile. The glass sustained no damage whatsoever. Ling Feng, observing the futile attempts from the third floor, found the spectacle amusing and laughed heartily. Even if they could shatter it, he had reinforced the glass with 3 layers. They could hammer away for 10 years without success. With both the windows and the door impervious to their efforts, Lu Jiwei had others bring several large bedboards. A dozen individuals hoisted the boards and charged at the door. Their actions resembled ancient siege tactics, but after several minutes of effort, their faces flushed with exertion. The door remained steadfast. Lu Jiwei could not help but curse inwardly. What a peculiar situation. Who would install such an impregnable door and windows? The group, feeling increasingly despondent in the face of the unyielding door, found themselves at a loss. Meanwhile, Ling Feng surveyed the crowd below, retrieving a slingshot and specially processed steel balls from his space. Now, it is my turn to make a move. Chapter 37, A Vicious Assault on the Cornered. The reason for employing a slingshot instead of a firearm or compound bow was quite simple: boredom. Despite having various entertainment facilities at home, Ling Feng felt a sense of tedium. If he were to use a gun or compound bow, these individuals would be eliminated in no time. Using a slingshot is of no concern. Ling Feng aims to ensure that these individuals neither thrive nor perish. Thus, they may remain by his side for amusement. Unless he grows weary of their company one day, he would eliminate them all, for they were the ones who instigated the conflict. Observing the crowd below, who, after a brief respite, resumed their fervent attempts to breach the door, Ling Feng prepared to commence his shooting game. He retrieved a marble and placed it in the slingshot. Snap! The marble was swiftly propelled, striking one of the red-clad men on his right arm, primarily due to the distinctive nature of his attire, marking him as the first unfortunate victim. Ouch! The weapon in the red-clad man's hand fell instantly, followed by a piercing scream. The moment the marble penetrated his body, his arm felt a slight tingling, quickly escalating to excruciating pain. The red-clad man clutched his right arm, wailing, causing the others to turn in alarm at the sudden outcry. Blood began to gush from his hand, swiftly freezing. The red-clad man felt his arm rapidly losing sensation. It's the slingshot. He shot it with a slingshot, Li Lin shouted, pointing at Ling Feng on the 3rd floor. The crowd glanced upward, where Ling Feng wore a broad smile. However, in the next moment, he continued his barrage with the slingshot. As the crowd regained their composure, another individual was struck. The new victim immediately joined in the chorus of screams. Chaos erupted among the throng as they scrambled for cover. Yet, despite their frantic searches, they found no refuge that could shield them entirely. In less than 10 seconds, 6 more were struck, all in their right arms. This was a deliberate tactic employed by Ling Feng. The right arm is the most frequently used and serves as a crucial point of power. Once compromised, an individual is rendered significantly incapacitated. At this moment, Lu Jiwei, surrounded by the chaos, could scarcely fathom the unfolding scenario. Observing the 8 individuals around him, each clutching their right arms and wailing, it was evident they were devoid of combat capability. He could only direct his impotent rage towards Ling Feng above. Ling Feng, how could you be so merciless? We merely sought supplies, and yet you resort to such lethal measures. Ling Feng responded with a cold, mocking smile directed at Lu Jiwei. You dare to destroy my front door and then accuse me? Have you lost your mind? With that, he gestured to use the slingshot again. Witnessing this, the members of the security team, seized by fear, hastily fled. Even several members of the supervisory committee were spurred to escape, leaving only Lu Jiwei, Ling Yutong, and 2 others in the courtyard. Enraged by the fleeing crowd, Lu Jiwei shouted in vain, "Damn it, come back! All of you return. Do you still want the supplies?" Yet, even as he shouted until his voice was hoarse, No one paid him any heed. The individuals were utterly terrified, no longer daring to heed his words. Furthermore, they were merely ordinary folk, unaccustomed to such scenes. And they fled with their heads turned away. Ling Feng, wait for me. This matter is not over, Lu Jiwei declared, glaring at Ling Feng above him and uttering fierce threats. However, Ling Feng showed him no mercy, promptly sending a marble his way. The marble pierced through Lu Jiwei's ear, leaving a gruesome little hole that immediately began to bleed. Lu Jiwei winced in pain, baring his teeth. A man of his stature had never endured such agony, and panic began to manifest in his eyes. Clutching his ear, he bolted outside, no longer daring to make threats. Witnessing their leader's hasty retreat, the others quickly followed suit, fleeing into the courtyard. In his fright, Lu Jiwei failed to notice the slick ground beneath him, and he fell clumsily onto the ground. Seeing this, Ling Yutong rushed forward, intending to help him. Just as he reached out, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, and a steel ball forcefully struck his palm, landing on the ground ahead. Before he could comprehend the situation, another steel ball struck his arm. Pain surged from 2 points on his body, and Ling Yutong, terrified by Ling Feng's assault, ran away in sheer panic. As for the fallen Lu Jiwei, he was left to fend for himself. Ignoring the pain from his recent tumble, Lu Jiwei scrambled backward, desperate to escape. Observing his comical, frantic flight, Ling Feng could not suppress a chuckle. He continued to fire a barrage of steel balls at Lu Jiwei, deliberately avoiding vital areas, causing him to cry out in distress. As the villa fell silent once more, Ling Feng mused that this retaliation had been rather swift. In less than a minute, the group of bodyguards had already begun to flee in disarray. A band of rabble, utterly tedious. He, still unsated, closed the window and descended to the basement to continue honing his knife skills. In stark contrast to Ling Feng's leisurely demeanor, the atmosphere in Lu Jiwei's villa was far more chaotic. A throng of individuals congregated in the living room, wailing incessantly. Those injured clutched their right arms, their expressions contorted in agony. The wounds began to darken, primarily due to the insecticide that coated Ling Feng's steel balls, leading to infections. Lu Jiwei fared even worse, bearing numerous wounds as he lay on the sofa, groaning and appearing exceedingly weak. Given his advanced age, compounded with the shock he had just endured in his injuries, he was nearly at death's door after his frantic escape. Among the bodyguards was a physician who volunteered to tend to their wounds. He retrieved a surgical knife and antiseptic gauze from his home and approached Lu Jiwei. "Chairman, I shall first extract the steel balls from your wounds. It may be somewhat painful, so bear with it." Lu Jiwei weakly nodded in response. The doctor meticulously cut away the clothing surrounding the wound, and upon revealing the injury, his countenance darkened immediately. The wound, subjected to the frigid temperatures, had begun to necrose. The internal condition remained uncertain, but under the current medical circumstances, the only recourse was to excise the dead tissue. Alas, without anesthetics, the procedure had to be endured in sheer agony. A sound akin to that of a slaughtered pig escaped Lu Jiwei's lips. The intense pain, unrelenting in its assault on his nerves, was exacerbated by the numbing cold that had dulled his extremities. Yet, this piercing torment was far beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. The other injured parties, witnessing Lu Jiwei's excruciating ordeal, turned pale with dread, each one trembling at the thought of undergoing a similar fate. However, it was Lu Jiwei who bore the brunt of the suffering, as he was afflicted by not just one, but an overwhelming number of wounds. After the extraction of 5 pellets, he succumbed to the pain and fainted. He was jolted back to consciousness thrice by the relentless agony, and when the final pellet was finally removed, he lay limply upon the sofa. His body bore numerous wounds, all the necrotic flesh excised, presenting a gruesome sight that was truly harrowing. Chapter 38. Conspiracy. Once Lu Jiwei's wounds were attended to, the doctor turned his attention to Ling Yutong and the other members, commencing their treatment. The villa echoed once more with cries reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. After several hours of surgery, all were finally bandaged, though they were stabilized. The doctor delivered a harsh reality. Your right hands are essentially rendered useless. Even if they heal, you will not be able to lift heavy objects. This pronouncement plunged the room into a swift silence, the atmosphere heavy with despair. "Damn it, it's all that old bastard's fault." One of the team members suddenly erupted, directing a tirade at Lu Jiwei. "If it weren't for that son of a dog and his ridiculous security team, we wouldn't be in this predicament." They accused him of treating them as mere tools for his own ends. "I say we disband this ridiculous security team." The members of the security team began to vociferously voice their grievances toward Lu Jiwei, their agitation mounting to a point where conflict seemed imminent. Terrified, Lu Jiwei, who had just regained consciousness, dared not open his eyes and pretended to be asleep. "Everyone, hear me out," Ling Yutong suddenly shouted, commanding the attention of the now quieted crowd. Neighbors, we have faced defeat today due to our lack of preparation, but we must not give up. Give up and just get beaten? Someone retorted. How can we fight against Ling Feng's place, which is fortified like a tortoise shell? Right. You should be the one to lead the charge next time. The crowd, which had only just settled, erupted again in outrage directed at Ling Yutong. As the vice chairman of the supervisory committee, he too bore an undeniable share of the responsibility for this failed endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any source of food left if we do not confront the Ling family? Are we to starve to death? Ling Yutong's words indeed had an effect. Those who were previously embroiled in endless disputes began to lower their heads in contemplation. Indeed, what food do we have left? If this continues, we shall all gradually perish from hunger. Observing the impact of his statement, Ling Yutong continued, our villa area, due to its geographical advantage, has not been buried under snow. Look at the plains below our villa. The snow has reached 5 to 6 meters. Under such circumstances, finding food is virtually impossible. So what shall we do next? The defenses of the Ling family are too formidable. We simply cannot penetrate them, lamented Xiao Pengfei. Hearing this, Ling Yutong chuckled mysteriously. Since we cannot enter through the windows and doors, what about the walls? The walls of our villa, apart from the main structure being concrete, are largely made of hollow bricks, which are not that sturdy. If we use tools to dismantle them, their defenses will be rendered useless. Others found his reasoning compelling. Since the doors and windows are secure, we shall not touch them, but dismantling the walls of your house should be feasible. Yet he possesses a slingshot. We cannot defend against that. One injured team member voiced his doubts, still in pain and recalling the harrowing experience. We can use bedboards as shields. Though his slingshot is powerful, it cannot penetrate the bedboards. Our initial preparation was insufficient. Next time, we will send more personnel, and we will surely take down Ling Feng. Ling Yutong's words successfully rekindled the spirits of the nearly disheartened guard team, and he was appointed as the new chairman of the supervisory committee. As for Lu Jiwei, lying on the sofa, no one cared for his fate. At that moment, Lu Jiwei, sprawled on the sofa, was consumed by resentment. Not only was he gravely injured, but the position of chairman of the supervisory committee had also been snatched from him. After all his efforts, he had gained nothing, a tremendous loss. Bitterness towards Ling Yutong slowly brewed within him. In contrast, Ling Yutong's mood was one of triumph. With Lu Jiwei out of the picture, he had finally secured real power. And the next step would be to act once more. This time, I shall succeed. Ling Feng must die. He silently encouraged himself, determined to avenge his son. Having just completed an intense training session, Ling Feng took a hot shower and had scarcely settled into bed when he received a call from Wang Longfengzi. How has your day been? Do you need me to come over and assist you? Today, when Lu Jiwei brought people to cause destruction, Wang Long had observed everything from the third floor. He had initially intended to confront them, but recalling Ling Feng's explicit instructions to stay indoors, he refrained from intervening. It's nothing. A motley crew cannot stir up any real trouble, so rest assured. Stay at home and be honest. The two conversed for a while about the recent events regarding the escort team, which incited Wang Long's desire to assist him in combating the bandits. However, he declined the offer. Although today's assault was repelled, it was certain that these individuals would return with renewed vigor. In a state of hunger, people are capable of anything. For now, they had not yet reached a desperate situation, but it was anticipated that within a week, the entire West Bay would descend into chaos. That would be the most perilous time. However, none of this concerned Ling Feng. He simply wished to live a tranquil life in his villa. Ideally, he would prefer to find a trustworthy woman, and at present, Lin Su seemed to meet his criteria in every aspect. Nevertheless, he felt the need to observe her closely, as he did not wish for his companion to harbor any ill intentions toward him. Having lived a second life, he had become exceedingly cautious regarding trust. Just as he pondered whether to invite Lin Su into his villa, he received a picture from her. The photo depicted a throng of individuals marching past her doorstep, some wielding hammers and shovels, while others carried bedboards. However, their direction was not towards Ling Feng's villa. Lin Su warned him to remain vigilant, as this group was preparing to strike under the cover of night, deploying their entire force. Ling Feng was quite pleased with Lin Su as an informant. He consistently received advance notice of the escort team's movements, which allowed him to respond with greater composure. Upon receiving the news, Ling Feng began his preparations. From the earlier photograph, it appeared that this assault intended to use bedboards to shield against his slingshot. This tactic was indeed clever, as his slingshot was not particularly lethal. However, he was not solely reliant on it. He retrieved a compound bow from his storage, made some quick adjustments, and gathered 100 arrows, sufficient to deal with this group. Yet, should he resort to the compound bow, it would inevitably result in casualties. However, this was a consequence of their own making. Since they chose to be merciless, they could not blame him for being unyielding. Chapter 39. Another defeat on the 8th day of the apocalypse. In the early hours, Ling Feng gazed out at the heavy snow falling outside, relentlessly battering the windows under the force of the howling wind, producing a chilling sound. The temperature outside continued to plummet, reaching a terrifying -70 degrees. For those lacking food and warmth, this was akin to adding insult to injury. In the future, many more would succumb to freezing or starvation. In the face of nature, humanity truly appears insignificant. Ling Feng lamented the horrors of the apocalypse. Even in this era of advanced technology, humanity remained utterly vulnerable. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately. No matter how adverse the external conditions, he could face them with equanimity. He lit a cigarette, awaiting the impending danger, the dimly lit room revealing only the faint glow of the ember. Halfway through his smoke, the shrill sound of the alarm pierced the silence. They have arrived. Ling Feng approached the window and peered down. A gathering of over 50 individuals congregated beneath his building. In stark contrast to the previous encounter, it was evident that this time they were far better prepared. These individuals brandished planks, tightly enclosing the top and sides, obscuring the interior from view. The surveillance footage showed that rather than assaulting the front door, they commenced the demolition of the villa's outer walls. This unexpected tactic intrigued Ling Feng. These aggressors displayed a modicum of intelligence by targeting the walls. Armed with axes and hammers, they began their assault, and soon a gaping hole began to form. The security personnel, witnessing their efforts yield results, redoubled their vigor, driven by visions of endless provisions and the warmth of shelter, unconsciously quickening their pace. However, Ling Feng remained unfazed. He had anticipated this scenario when constructing the villa. All walls were fortified with 30-centimeter titanium alloy steel plates, impervious even to nuclear blasts. With their rudimentary tools, they could excavate for a millennium without success. Yet, observing the fervent enthusiasm of the crowd, Ling Feng hesitated to interrupt their fervor. Among them, Ling Yutong, wounded yet resolute, stood at the rear, overseeing the operation, demonstrating commendable dedication. As the newly appointed chairman of the supervisory committee, Ling Yutong led by example, earning the unwavering support of his team. Watching the walls nearing breach, his excitement mounted. Success was within reach. They had broken through. A voice cried out, triggering an eruption of cheers from the crowd, each face illuminated with joy. Ling Yutong, hearing the commotion, felt elated and swiftly commanded the next group of team members to replace those at the front and continue the excavation. To ensure efficiency, Ling Yutong implemented a rotation system. 6 individuals excavating at a time, with a 5-minute changeover. This method proved remarkably effective. Within 40 minutes, the outer wall was nearly demolished. Just as Ling Yutong reveled in the success of his strategy, a gasp rippled through the crowd once more. What on earth is this? It's tougher than steel. Ling Yutong quickly maneuvered through the throng to investigate, as a nearby companion illuminated the area with a flashlight. To his astonishment, the inner layer of the villa's exterior wall was composed of a steel-like substance, extraordinarily resilient. Even a hammer strike left no mark. Ling Yutong found himself momentarily bewildered. After laboring for half a day, they had merely breached the first layer. That scoundrel Ling Feng had fortified the house so robustly. Had he foreseen this day all along? As he contemplated the vast stockpile of supplies, his suspicions about the situation solidified further. The thought only intensified his loathing for Ling Feng. This wretched scoundrel was acutely aware of the impending severe cold, yet chose not to inform the homeowners, selfishly prioritizing his own safety. How despicable! Suddenly, he cried out in pain, having been struck by an arrow. Just as this realization dawned upon him, a cry erupted from the ranks of the guard. In that instant, another individual fell victim to an arrow, prompting the crowd to hastily turn their attention to the 2 wounded. One bore an arrow lodged in his chest, blood gushing from the wound, while the other had been pierced through the throat. Ling Yutang could not fathom why, despite having wooden boards for protection. Arrows still found their mark. What sort of arrows could penetrate such thick timber? Yet, Ling Feng was clearly not inclined to grant him the luxury of pondering this. As arrows continued to rain down upon them, the air was filled with the anguished cries of the crowd, with injuries occurring almost every second. The wounds varied, some struck in the thigh, others in the abdomen, some even in the heart. Regardless of the location, in an environment plummeting to -70 degrees, each injury was perilously fatal. At that moment, on the 3rd floor, Ling Feng's expression was devoid of emotion as he launched his assault. His speed was astonishing, requiring little to no aim. One arrow after another was swiftly released towards the throng below. Obscured by the wooden boards, he resorted to indiscriminate attacks. The upgraded compound bow unleashed arrows of formidable power, rendering the wooden boards as flimsy as paper. The guard members suffered catastrophic losses, with more than half incapacitated within a mere 30 seconds. Terrified, The remaining guards began discarding their weapons and fleeing, abandoning even the wounded on the ground. Yet, Ling Feng showed no signs of relenting. He continued his merciless slaughter. With no wooden boards for protection, the guard members became mere lambs to the slaughter. The compound bow incessantly harvested lives, each arrow claiming another soul. Witnessing their comrades fall, the remaining guards hastened their escape, each one desperately seeking to flee. As the leader of this beleaguered group, Ling Yutang lagged behind due to his injuries and advancing age. Watching the continuous downfall of his comrades, fear had rendered his legs weak, as though he could sense the grim reaper beckoning him. Yet, fortunately, Ling Feng seemed not to recognize him, despite being left behind. He had unexpectedly avoided being struck by an arrow. Observing that he was mere meters from the corner, where safety awaited, his dread began to dissipate. 5 meters. Almost there. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Just as he believed he was on the verge of safety, a searing pain shot through his calf, and his body uncontrollably lurched forward. Glancing down, he saw a black arrow embedded in his leg, blood oozing from the wound and beginning to freeze, while a numbing sensation spread through his limb. At that moment, he disregarded his injury, propelling himself forward towards the corner, driven by an indomitable will to survive, which unleashed a surge of strength within him. Reopening the gash on his hand, he paid no heed to the pain. Chapter 40. The starving neighbors observing Ling Yutang crawled desperately ahead. He refrained from delivering another arrow. Killing him now would be too merciful. Even in death, he should endure further torment. In the absence of law and authority, ending his life was as effortless as squashing an ant. His gaze fell upon the ground, where over 20 corpses lay strewn about, alongside a dozen more who, incapacitated by leg injuries, writhed in agony, destined to freeze to death if no one intervened within half an hour. Ling Feng felt no sympathy for these individuals. The moment they trespassed into his villa, they became his mortal enemies. If they were to seize his home, would they show him any mercy? Surely, he would meet a far worse fate. Ling Feng chose to ignore them, closing the window to prepare for a midnight snack before retiring for the night. The following morning, Ling Feng awoke feeling refreshed. Picking up his phone, he noticed the WeChat group for homeowners had exploded with 99 messages. He opened the chat, scanning the records, each message laden with accusations of his murderous actions. 26 Tanjua. Damn you, Ling Feng. Why did you kill my husband? We only sought a morsel of food. Was it necessary to resort to murder? 55 Zhang Dashan. You directly slaughtered 43 of us. Retribution will surely come. 27 Ling E. We are all family. You killed my brother. And now my father has lost a leg and an arm because of you, you bastard. 70 Zhao Dayo. My son was also killed by him. This scoundrel will meet a dreadful end. You'd best remain holed up in your shell for the rest of your life. Ling Feng regarded the vitriol directed at him in the group with a cold smile. It seemed they had learned to complain after suffering losses. You fools are quite amusing. You think you have the right to complain after being slaughtered while trying to steal supplies. Let me tell you, I allowed a few of you to escape this time. But next time, fortune will not favor you so easily. I have ample resources at my disposal, and not a single morsel will I relinquish to you. It will infuriate you, won't it? Without hesitation, he retaliated in the group, showing no leniency. Afterward, he shared a photo of his breakfast, which was nothing short of lavish. Dumplings, fried dough sticks, rice noodles, egg pancakes, sandwiches, meat-filled buns, milk, spicy soup, and an assortment of high-end fruits, a truly balanced and refined meal, even in the apocalypse. After posting a photo, I accompanied it with some words. Today, my appetite isn't great, so I opted for a simpler meal. From now on, I shall share my daily dietary habits with you all. Remember to give me a thumbs up. I also included a playful emoji. As soon as this message was sent, a few individuals in the group began to comment with envy. How can you eat so much without bursting? Some people, it seems, would rather throw away food than share it. Such individuals have a corrupted heart. God would not grant them a place in heaven. I curse your food to be poisoned. May you suffer the consequences soon. Alongside the venomous remarks, some members started to flatter me. 71. Yuan Tianhu. Brother Ling, I have never participated in any actions against you. I don't want your food. Just give me your leftovers, and I'll consider it feeding a dog, alright? 42. Yang Zihan. Brother, please share a little food with me. I'll do anything. I beg you. 48. Zhao Na. May I also be granted an opportunity? She added, sending a seductive artistic photo. Ling Feng observed as several individuals in the group began to share their own pictures. With an appreciative gaze, he scrutinized them multiple times. I must admit, these individuals possessed some charm, and their figures were commendable. Their lights shone brightly. However, he still deemed them unworthy. He was not so desperate as to eat anything that came his way. Moreover, he knew little about these people and was cautious about inviting them into his home. After all, his life mattered more than mere beauty. Notably, Lin Su refrained from seeking his favor, indicating that he had discerned well. Lin Su was not one to casually offer her body for approval. He paid little heed to the flattery and sycophancy from others, treating them merely as a trivial diversion during his meals. His WeChat contacts continued to grow as people added him. He opened the app to find requests stemming from the owner's group. "Brother, may I get to know you? Mate, I need to discuss something with you. Hello. I'm from our community. I'd like to understand the situation. Bro, we've dined together before. Let us connect. I'm Yang Zihan. Why did you delete me? Brother?" Glancing at the numerous friend requests, Ling Feng chose to ignore them and simply closed his phone to enjoy breakfast. Time swiftly passed, and a week flew by. It had been a full half-month since the apocalypse began, and these 7 days had been relatively tranquil for Ling Feng. He engaged in normal meals, training, and gaming, while also sharing his daily diet in the owner's group to provoke reactions. Each photo he posted attracted a wave of flattery and curses. He paid no mind to the latter, for only those who felt discomfort within truly understood their own hearts. During this week, the group of guards ceased to trouble him, likely intimidated by their last encounter. In the previous battle, Ling Feng directly eliminated over 40 individuals, decimating the entire escort team. However, he surmised that they would not simply acquiesce, especially as Ling Yutang was certain to return with renewed vigor. After 15 days of apocalyptic turmoil, most families had exhausted their food supplies, and even those with some provisions were beginning to face shortages. The situation was poised to spiral further into chaos. This morning, he observed individuals stealthily congregating beneath his building, removing the bodies of those he had slain. After a week's passage, their motives for retrieving the corpses were suspect. Was it an act of benevolence to grant them a proper burial? If they sought to reclaim their kin, why had they delayed until now? The answer was likely singular. When food becomes scarce, survival instincts compel individuals to resort to any means necessary to procure sustenance. These people had set their sights on the corpses. Cannibalism has been a historical reality. During the tumultuous end of the Tang dynasty, Huang Chao's army resorted to slaughtering thousands daily for provisions. In the face of hunger, morality and humanity swiftly erode. This is the essence of the apocalypse, a world that consumes its own. Ling Feng retrieved his phone, intending to send a message to Lin Su, believing the time was ripe. After a week, her food supplies were likely dwindling as well. Throughout this period, Lin Su had only broached the subject of exchanging resources once, and had refrained from mentioning it since, though she had previously shared information with him during their endeavors. On the whole, he found her trustworthy. Chapter 41. Lin Su encounters danger. Are you still alive? Ling Feng sent a message to Lin Su. Upon receiving his text, Lin Su felt a surge of frustration nearly overwhelming her. She had not eaten for 2 days, and now, chilled and famished, she curled up in bed. Her frame visibly gaunt and elicits sympathy from onlookers. Despite her dire state, her innate pride prevented her from soliciting help from Ling Feng, even in the presence of someone she cherished. With great difficulty, she managed to type a brief response. "Thanks to you, I'm still alive." Reading her message, Ling Feng exhaled in relief. It would have been a tragic loss had she succumbed to starvation. Lin Su was a remarkable individual, and while her beauty was noteworthy, he held her capabilities in even higher regard. "Come to my building," he instructed. Upon reading his message, Lin Su felt an inexplicable trepidation. She was astute enough to understand the implications of her visit. People do not offer assistance without ulterior motives. Struggling to rise, she gathered all the medical supplies she had hoarded into her backpack, casting a final glance at her home before stepping out of her villa. Beneath the biting cold winds, the snowflakes stung her cheeks painfully. Having gone 2 days without food, she felt increasingly dizzy and disoriented as she trudged through the snow. Fortunately, her villa was not far from Ling Feng's residence. After 5 arduous minutes, she finally spotted Ling Feng's villa. Just a little further, 50 more meters to go. She silently encouraged herself. Immersed in her determination to reach her destination, she was oblivious to the 2 figures trailing her from behind. Yang Tianwu, accompanied by his son Yang Ji, observed the slowly advancing woman ahead, their eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. These 2 were none other than Yang Ji's father and brother. They had initially set out in search of food, but after wandering for some time without success, they found themselves in dire straits. Their family had recently run out of supplies. Originally, his precious daughter had been able to procure food from a devoted admirer, but their family's consumption had been too great, and the admirer's stock had been depleted, leaving him on the brink of starvation as well. After 2 days of hunger, they had no choice but to venture out in search of sustenance. Their original intention was to chance upon some luck at Ling Feng's place. Having heard rumors of people scavenging for corpses to consume, they planned to retrieve a body, but unexpectedly encountered the solitary Lin Su. "Follow her, and we'll take her back," Yang Tianwu said fiercely to his son, Yang Ji. Yang Ji understood his father's implication and felt a surge of fear. He had already been uneasy about the notion of searching for a corpse, and now the prospect of capturing a living person filled him with even greater reluctance. Moreover, the woman seemed oddly familiar. Dad, she is a living person, he exclaimed. And what of it? There is hardly any food left. If it means survival, we must do what we must, Yang Tianwu retorted, his expression filled with disappointment at his son's weakness. A man must be ruthless when the time calls for it. Do you understand? With that, he urged Yang Ji to stealthily follow Lin Su. As Lin Su continued on her path, an instinctive sense of danger prickled at her, a sixth sense warning her of impending peril. Suddenly, she turned around and spotted the two figures approaching her, now less than 20 meters away. As they drew closer, it became evident that their intentions were directed towards her. Stop! Lin Su commanded herself to muster her strength. The harsh winds had obscured her view of them earlier, but now, as they neared, she could clearly discern their features. In turn, the two also recognized Lin Su. At that moment, Yang Ji gasped, Dad. It's Sister Lin Su. Yang Tianwu's expression shifted to one of shock as he realized that it was indeed his daughter's close friend. Regarding his daughter's close friend, he had long coveted her, for both her figure and beauty were of the highest caliber. However, Lin Su was exceedingly proud, indifferent to his threats and temptations, which left him feeling quite humiliated. Yet today, he unexpectedly spotted Lin Su alone outside, and an insidious thought swiftly invaded his mind. He was determined to take this woman back and toy with her. It would be a pity not to indulge in such a remarkable woman. Ignoring his son, he continued to approach Lin Su. As Lin Su noticed the man drawing nearer, she instinctively clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves. Uncle Yang, what do you intend to do? She exclaimed, her legs shifting backward in evident disbelief at the two familiar figures trailing her. She harbored no fondness for Uncle Yang, even feeling a sense of aversion, as he had previously harassed her, displaying a lack of respect for his elder status. Now, following her, his intentions were clearly nefarious. Stop right there, she commanded, her voice sharp, directing her words at Yang Tianwu. Unfazed, Yang Tianwu continued to saunter toward Lin Su, his gaze fervent and a smile gracing his lips. Little Lin, it's me. Have you become so estranged from your Uncle Yang after just a few days? Haha. I said stop. Lin Su raised her voice once more, lifting her right hand toward Yang Tianwu, revealing a firearm. Yang Tianwu was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. It appeared that Lin Su's weapon was no mere toy. However, observing the tremor in her right hand, his smile widened. As a seasoned player in the business world, he had a keen grasp of subtle expressions. Lin Su was clearly frightened. Possessing a gun was one thing, but daring to pull the trigger was another. Affecting a tone of feigned surprise, he looked at her. Little Lin, what are you doing? Your Uncle Yang merely wished to greet you. Is it necessary to aim a gun at him? Yet he dared not advance recklessly, relying instead on conversation to lower her defenses. Behind him, Yang Zi was startled by Lin Su's firearm, as he had never encountered such a scene and felt his legs tremble. Sister Lin, we mean no harm. Please don't shoot. Yang Zi's voice quivered with fear. Despite the father-son duo's claims of harmless intentions, Lin Su remained vigilant. In this apocalyptic world, one could not easily trust anyone, especially not someone who had previously harbored inappropriate thoughts about her. Chapter 42. Lin Su enters the villa Uncle Yang. We are in a precarious situation. It is wise to remain cautious. Let us speak from a distance. As she spoke, she tightened her grip on the gun, her body continuing to retreat. Yang Tianwu's face was adorned with a gentle smile. My dear child, you are indeed cautious. I assure you, Uncle bears no ill intent. He subtly advanced toward Lin Su. However, this slight movement did not escape Lin Su's keen eyes. As she observed Yang Tianwu's attempt to draw nearer, she issued a loud warning. Take another step forward, and I will shoot. What do you mean shoot? That's excessive, Yang Tianwu replied, unfazed by Lin Su's admonition, continuing his approach. Suddenly, a resounding gunshot echoed through the Shizi Bay community. Yang Tianwu stared in shock at Lin Su, unable to believe that this seemingly delicate girl had the audacity to fire a weapon. He looked down to see a gruesome wound on his chest, blood seeping out relentlessly. You, truly, dare to shoot. A wave of weakness washed over him, and his body uncontrollably toppled backward. Behind him, Yang Zijing witnessed his father collapse in front of him, paralyzed by fear, his trousers dampened. Lin Su, wielding dual firearms, aimed them at Yang Zijing. Please don't kill me. I beg you, Sister Lin Su. Yang Zijing knelt, repeatedly bowing to Lin Su, desperate for mercy. What do you intend to achieve by following me? Lin Su questioned coldly. It's all his doing. He wanted to abduct you. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Zijing screamed, pointing frantically at his father on the ground. I will spare your life. You may leave. Yang Zijing, kneeling, felt as if he had received a pardon, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, Sister Lin Su. He quickly turned to flee, but in that instant, malevolence flickered in his gaze. His earlier actions were merely a means to save his own life. How could he not avenge his father's death? The thought of his father being ruthlessly slain by Lin Su filled him with profound sorrow. As he contemplated his revenge, another gunshot rang out. Yang Zixing glanced down at his bloodied chest, terror overtaking him. Struggling to turn, he looked at Lin Su. Didn't we agree not to kill? With that, he collapsed, powerless. Having taken 2 lives, Lin Su trembled, her hands shaking, her face ashen. The reality of her first kill overwhelmed her, and she sank to the ground, retching. After a minute, she turned her gaze to the 2 she had shot, her eyes hardening with resolve. This is all of your own making. With that, she pivoted and continued toward Ling Feng's home. Ling Feng had witnessed the entire ordeal unfold. Initially, when the young father and son had followed Lin Su, he had considered intervening to save her, but chose to observe how she would handle the situation instead. However, the unfolding events took him by surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Su possessed a firearm, nor could he have foreseen her decisive action in firing it, claiming the lives of 2 individuals with ruthless efficiency. It must be said that this resolute nature greatly appealed to Ling Feng, for it was only individuals of such temperament who could endure in this harsh post-apocalyptic world. Nevertheless, he realized that he must remain vigilant around Lin Su. Until he fully trusted her, he had to exercise caution. Before long, Lin Su arrived at the entrance of Ling Feng's residence. Ling Feng descended to the ground floor and opened the peephole. Unload your magazine and hand the gun to me. Reversed. Lin Su said nothing and complied, passing the unloaded handgun to Ling Feng. Once he had the weapon in hand, Ling Feng unlocked the door, then retreated 2 meters, aiming the gun at the doorway, and called out loudly, "Come in." Outside, Lin Su pushed the door open with all her might, feeling its unusual weight. After exerting her utmost strength, she managed to create a slight opening. Instantly, the warm air from within surged outward, enveloping Lin Su in a comforting embrace. She again exerted herself, finally pushing the door wide enough to enter sideways. Stepping inside, the cozy environment felt as though she had transcended into another realm. Closed the door. Facing Ling Tian, who stood cautiously with his weapon trained on her, Lin Su felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, but she complied and forcefully shut the door. Remove your clothing. The command made Lin Su's cheeks flush crimson. However, the warmth within the house made her feel rather overheated in her bulky attire. She ceased her hesitation and swiftly discarded her garments until only her underclothes remained. That will suffice. Ling Feng led her into the villa's living room. Observing the woman before him, in the span of half a month, she had visibly lost weight, her eyes betraying a deep weariness. Despite her disheveled appearance, she could not conceal the air of elegance and aloofness that surrounded her. Ling Feng gestured towards the bathroom. Why not take a hot shower first? Upon hearing the promise of warm water, Lin Su's eyes sparkled. In the past 2 weeks of the apocalypse, her household had been deprived of running water, and she had gone half a month without a bath. The grease in her hair felt as if it could be used for cooking, and the mere thought made her skin itch. Nodding, she hurried towards the bathroom, and soon the sound of water splashing echoed from within. Ling Feng rummaged through his supplies and found a pair of slippers and some undergarments for her. Estimating her size to be around a D cup, he felt a sense of confidence in his judgment. All these clothes had been acquired during his previous venture to the Tiannan warehouse, where he had carelessly gathered all sorts of items without discrimination. Little did he know that they would be put to use today. I've left the clothes for you here. Ling Feng stood at the doorway, calling out to the interior. Subsequently, he began preparing lunch, cooking a pot of rice in the rice cooker, followed by a pot of tomato and egg soup. He retrieved 8 dishes from his space, all of which were meat-based, specifically prepared for Lin Su. Recently, he had grown somewhat weary of these meat dishes, so he made himself a refreshing tomato salad and a small bowl of scallion tofu to cleanse his palate. After an hour, Lin Su emerged from the bathroom, having nearly scrubbed her skin raw during her long-overdue bath. Her cheeks flushed. She donned a fitted nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure, leaving Ling Feng nearly drooling. Lin Su gracefully approached Ling Feng, her stomach rumbling in response to the mouth-watering aromas wafting from the table. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she cast a shy glance at him. Ling Feng smiled warmly at her, finding her adorably charming. Please, sit down and enjoy your meal. Chapter 43. The Azure Dragon Society. Lin Su took her seat opposite Ling Feng, gazing at the sumptuous spread before her, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. The array of dishes included spicy beef, pepper chicken, human lamb, pot chicken, braised pork, crystal pig's trotter, lion's head meatballs, and spicy pig's feet. Each dish appeared tantalizingly vibrant. Unable to contain her hunger any longer, Lin Su dove into the feast with abandon, shedding all pretense of ladylike behavior. Since the apocalypse, she had not enjoyed a proper, warm meal, let alone indulged in meat. In comparison, This place felt like paradise. Without regard for her image, she seized a pig's trotter and began to gnaw on it, entirely oblivious to Ling Feng's amused gaze. Watching her relish her meal, Ling Feng felt a smile tug at his lips. For the first time, he found watching someone else eat more entertaining than eating himself. Now he understood the popularity of food streamers. Initially, he had intended to keep his meal light, but seeing Lin Su's enthusiasm, he couldn't help but pick up a lion's head meatball and savor it slowly. After half an hour, nearly all the dishes on the table had been devoured by the two of them. Lin Su sat back in her chair, a satisfied expression gracing her features. "I'm full," she exclaimed, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks as she recalled her earlier ravenous display, feeling somewhat shy about her lack of decorum. "Let us go. I'll show you upstairs." Ling Feng led her through the various rooms and entertainment facilities, finally arriving at the bedroom on the third floor. He stepped closer, tenderly brushing her hair aside, gently lifting her chin. "You've eaten well, now it's my turn." This section has been omitted for brevity. 2 hours later, Ling Feng lit a cigarette, a look of contentment on his face as he felt utterly relaxed, his body liberated from tension. He gazed at the girl beside him, already in a deep slumber, and gently caressed her smooth, fair back. To his astonishment, such a flawless woman was experiencing her first time. Recalling the 2 hours of unrestrained passion, he felt a stir of desire within him. However, upon gazing at the peacefully slumbering Lin Su, he relinquished these thoughts. There is ample time ahead, yet he could not ignore the simmering heat within him. It must be said that this woman's allure was undeniably potent. Fortuitously, his robust physique allowed him to endure. Otherwise, even a bull would be unable to withstand such temptation. He resolved to descend to the basement to practice his swordplay, seeking to quell his restless spirit. Through relentless dedication, he had recently achieved the ability to wield his sword with fluidity under 30 times the force of gravity. His maximum bearing capacity had also surpassed 40 times, demonstrating rapid progress. Retrieving his Tang sword from his spatial dimension, he entered the gravity chamber. Today he intended to challenge himself by practicing under 35 times the gravitational pull, executing basic movements such as retreating, chopping, advancing with a flourish, withdrawing with a strike, parrying, and sweeping. Each fundamental action was flawlessly executed by his skilled hands. Compared to 30 times the gravity, the resistance at 35 times was significantly greater. Each strike left him with a sense of exhaustion, yet Ling Feng persevered, determined to perfect every motion. After an hour of relentless practice, his shirt was drenched in sweat, and his movements became increasingly rapid and fluid. Under 35 times the gravity, his swordsmanship grew more adept and intuitive. Upon concluding a day of training, Ling Feng emerged from the gravity chamber, feeling utterly invigorated. The previously restless tension within him now quelled. Returning to the third floor, he found Lin Su still lost in slumber and chose not to disturb her. After a period of mental strain, the sudden release would undoubtedly leave her fatigued. She deserved a restful sleep. He made his way to the second-floor gaming room, eager to continue his gaming endeavors. Recently, he had become enamored with a survival game set in a post-apocalyptic world, dedicating countless hours to completing quests. With ample leisure time, immersing himself in gaming was the perfect way to pass the hours. Lighting a cigarette and cracking open a chilled can of cola, he continued his gaming marathon. Meanwhile, not far from Shizi Bay, in a nearby apartment complex, a bald man lounged on a sofa, smoking, while a young woman kneaded his legs, her expression tinged with fear. Across from them sat a fearsome-looking man, distinguished by a menacing scar etched across his face. This was the scarred individual who had been soundly beaten by Ling Feng for harassing Yang Zihan at the barbecue restaurant, a self-proclaimed member of the Qinglong Society. Originally a minor gang, the Qinglong Society had grown emboldened in the absence of law and order following the apocalypse. Their leader, Niu Xian, wielded power over dozens of followers, forcefully dominating the entire complex. Through violent means, they pillaged vast amounts of essential supplies, committing heinous acts within the community, with even the most attractive women falling victim to their grasp. Those who dared to rebel or disobey commands faced severe beatings, or, in the worst cases, death. In the entire neighborhood, a life akin to that of an emperor had been established, yet beneath his tyrannical reign, the mortality rate surged alarmingly, with numerous families succumbing to starvation as he seized their provisions. At this moment, Scarface gazed respectfully at the imposing figure of Niu Xian across from him. "Boss, the supplies in the neighborhood have almost been completely plundered. What we have left can only sustain our brothers for 2 days. Niu Xian frowned, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. "Are you certain there are no resources left?" "Boss, there truly are none. Out of the 12 buildings in the neighborhood, fewer than 80 households remain alive." Upon hearing this, Niu Xian closed his eyes, lost in contemplation, though his expression betrayed his discontent. Scarface felt a twinge of anxiety. His leader was notoriously capricious and could become dangerously unpredictable when angered. Just days prior, he had beheaded a resident of Building 6 for refusing to surrender their supplies, instilling fear in the remaining homeowners who dared not hoard resources any longer. Boss, I have an idea. I'm not sure if it will work, Scarface ventured cautiously. Speak. Niu Xian opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Scarface. There's a villa district nearby, renowned as the wealthiest area in our city. It's possible that they possess ample supplies. Moreover, I hear there are many beautiful women residing there, including a prominent internet celebrity. He cast a knowing look towards Niu Xian, fully aware that his leader had a penchant for such diversions. Of course, Scarface had his own motives. He had been beaten up at a barbecue stall by someone associated with the Ling family from Tianhu Pharmaceutical Group, who resided in that very villa district. As a mere petty thug at the time, he had refrained from confrontation, but the tides had turned, and he was determined to reclaim his honor. Niu Xian's eyes lit up at Scarface's suggestion. Indeed, why have we been languishing in this dilapidated complex? Inform the brothers to gather our remaining supplies, arm themselves, and prepare to confront the wealthy. Chapter 44. Chef Ling Feng, engrossed in his game, lost track of time until he noticed the darkness enveloping the outside world. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 22:25. Has it grown so late? He shut down the game, intending to have dinner before resuming his activities. As he descended to the first floor, he suddenly remembered that there was someone else in his home. He returned to the bedroom on the third floor, and upon entering, he found Ling Su awake, standing barefoot by the window, gazing outside. Dressed in a delicate white silk nightgown that accentuated her perfect curves. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist. Even from behind, her silhouette was utterly captivating. Upon hearing footsteps, Ling Su turned to glance at Ling Feng. Her cheeks slightly flushed. As her first man, her emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. She had never imagined that she would lose something so precious in such a manner. Can you cook? Ling Feng broke the silence. I can, she replied. Let's go downstairs and prepare a meal. Ling Feng led her to the kitchen on the first floor, where an enormous double-door refrigerator was filled with a variety of ingredients that he had meticulously stocked in advance. Dinner is in your capable hands. Feel free to use whatever you find in the refrigerator. Cook whatever you desire. Furthermore, you'll be responsible for our daily meals from now on. Ling Su felt no sense of unease. Rather, a comforting sense of security enveloped her. Now reliant on Ling Tian, she recognized the necessity of contributing in ways within her capacity to demonstrate her worth. The haughty mindset she had before the apocalypse must be discarded. Embracing the role of a diligent caretaker sufficed. Residing in such an environment, she was shielded from the chaos outside, where others were desperate to survive. As Ling Su opened the refrigerator and beheld the abundance of ingredients, excitement coursed through her. It had been half a month since the apocalypse began, and those outside had long exhausted their supplies. While others fought fiercely over a mere piece of bread, here she found fresh vegetables and fruits. She quickly surveyed the produce and began to skillfully prepare the meal. Ling Feng observed Ling Su's nimble movements with great satisfaction. Having a lovely and capable woman at home promised a more comfortable future for him. Relaxing on the living room sofa, he lit a cigarette. With a bottle of sugary soda on the table, while he played a leisurely racing game on the latest limited edition Switch console. This life was truly irreplaceable. Ling Su's cooking was remarkably swift. In less than an hour, she prepared 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a pork corn soup. After arranging everything on the table and serving the rice, she called out to Ling Feng to come and eat. Ling Feng gazed at the lavish spread before him. The colors enticing and the dishes exquisitely crafted. He picked up a piece of beef and tasted it. This is truly delightful. The flavor rivals that of a 5-star hotel chef. He gave her a thumbs up. Ling Su smiled and replied, as long as it suits your taste. Ling Feng was genuinely surprised by Ling Su's culinary prowess. Her cooking was infinitely superior to his own. His meals often relied on luck. Sometimes they turned out well, but more often than not, they were quite unpalatable. The two of them relished the feast before them, swiftly clearing the table. With most of the dishes disappearing into Ling Feng's belly, Ling Su felt immense satisfaction watching her food vanish entirely. For those who cook, the greatest joy lies not in receiving praise, but in witnessing their meals devoured completely. After finishing dinner, Ling Su began to tidy up the dishes and clean the kitchen. Thoughtfully, she brought a fruit platter to Ling Feng. While Ling Feng immersed himself in his game, Ling Su quietly sat beside him, occasionally offering pieces of fruit to his lips, providing him with a regal experience. Would you like to play together? Ling Feng, concerned that she might find herself bored sitting alone, wished to include her in the game. I don't know how. I have never played before, Ling Su replied, shaking her head. Growing up in an orphanage, her childhood was fraught with misfortune, leaving her unfamiliar with video games. After entering university and then the workforce, she devoted all her thoughts to her career, lacking personal entertainment, with her only hobby being the exploration of culinary arts. Not a problem. I'll teach you. It's better than doing nothing. Ling Feng gently took her soft hand and guided her to sit on his lap, teaching her how to play the game. It was Lin Su's first time sitting on a man's lap, and she felt her face flush with embarrassment, resulting in frequent mistakes while gaming. Ling Feng, sensing her flustered state, felt a surge of warmth and swiftly scooped her up, carrying her toward the bedroom. Another sleepless night was upon them. As Ling Feng reveled in the tenderness of the moment, a group of dozens stealthily infiltrated the Shizi Bay community under the cover of darkness. This group belonged to the Qinglong Society, led by their boss, Niu Xian, who had come to Shizi Bay with the intent of seizing resources. Although the community comprised only 80 villas, the expansive grounds between each building stretched 100 meters apart. Niu Xian gazed upon the line of luxurious villas with palpable excitement. Having emerged from the lower echelons of society, he could hardly fathom stepping into such opulence before. Now, however, he envisioned himself in control of this domain, where all resources and women would soon belong to him. With his entourage of several subordinates, Niu Xian approached the nearest villa. The interior was shrouded in darkness, lacking any illumination to reveal its condition. Without hesitation, Niu Xian commanded his men to break down the door. One brash young man swaggered to the entrance, wielding a steel pipe, and began to strike the door repeatedly, causing it to reverberate with loud bangs. "Open up, or I'll smash all your glass." After half a minute of relentless banging and threats, there was still no response from within. Just as the group prepared to force their way in, the sound of a lock being turned echoed from behind the door. Niu Xian shone his flashlight toward the figure emerging from inside, revealing a woman of about 30 years. Upon seeing her, his eyes gleamed with delight. Luck was indeed on his side, as he had stumbled upon a beauty at the very first villa. The woman, startled by the unexpected visitors and their aggressive demeanor, stood frozen in fear, her voice trembling as she asked, "What do you want?" Niu Xian stepped forward, wrapping his arm around the woman's waist, a wicked grin illuminating his face as he said, "Beautiful lady, we have come to seek refuge for the night. If you cooperate well, I assure you, no harm will come to you." With that, his hands began to roam indecorously over her body. Just as she found herself at a loss, a feeble voice emanated from within, calling, "Xiao Wu, who has come?" Without waiting for the woman named Xiao Wu to respond, Niu Xian and his band of ruffians stormed into the villa. Upon entering, they were met with a series of groans. Niu Xian followed the sound, illuminating the source with a beam of light. There, sprawled upon a sofa, lay a gaunt old man, his painful moans escaping his lips. This elder was none other than Lu Jiwei, the former chairman of the supervisory committee. At that moment, Lu Jiwei was devoid of the vigor he once possessed. His eyes were filled with despair, his complexion as pale as parchment. Since the last incident where Ling Feng had shot him multiple times with marbles, his wounds had become infected due to inadequate medical care, and now his entire back was in a state of decay, causing him to endure excruciating pain at every moment. Furthermore, his lack of nourishment, with his young wife providing him merely half a piece of bread daily, had rendered him incapable of even standing. He had been tortured to the brink of unrecognizability, yearning only for death as a means of escape. "Who are you people?" Lu Jiwei weakly inquired, gazing at the intruders who had invaded his home. "Old man, we've come to borrow some food. Hand over what you have, and if you're sensible, you won't regret it. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." The scar-faced man threatened, brandishing a machete. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwei's previously lifeless eyes sparked with a flicker of excitement, a hint of color returning to his pale visage. "Kill me, I beg you. Put an end to my life. I have long wished for it," he implored. His words rendered the scar-faced man momentarily speechless, as he had never encountered someone so eager for death. At that juncture, Niu Xian, still embracing Xiao Wu, approached Lu Jiwei. Recognizing the elder's frail state, he proposed, "Old man, if you surrender the food, I can grant you a swift release. What do you say?" Witnessing his woman in the embrace of another ignited a surge of humiliation within Lu Jiwei. He had enjoyed a life of prominence, only to find himself reduced to such a pitiful state. Not only did he suffer from illness, but he had also lost his beloved to another. Yet, a thought struck him. These intruders were here for food. Why not divert their wrath? Perhaps they could eliminate that scoundrel Ling Feng, allowing them to turn on each other. Moreover, Ling Yutong, had it not been for his instigation, Lu Jiwei would not have found himself in this dire predicament. If he were to suffer, then Ling Yutong should not expect to fare any better. Our provisions are insufficient even for your teeth. But I know of another household that possesses a substantial stockpile of food. Upon hearing these words, Niu Xian's eyes gleamed with intensity. The sustenance consumed daily by his band of brothers was substantial, Without provisions, this group would hardly be inclined to fight for him. Whose residence? Ling Yutong. Residing in Building 80, the very last villa within that community. Once Niu Xian processed this information, he turned to the woman in his arms and inquired, "Do you know where Building 80 is?" The woman, albeit somewhat frightened, nodded in affirmation. "Lead the way." With that command, he and his entourage moved towards the exit. Lu Jiwei, perched on the sofa, observed the departing group without any indication of concern for him. In a state of desperation, he shouted frantically, "Stop! Stop! Kill me! And grant me a swift end as promised." Yet, no one heeded his pleas. Soon, the room was left desolate, with only him remaining. In his bitterness, he cursed the departing figures. "Bastards, may you all meet a wretched fate. Ha ha ha, may you all suffer." Alas, no one would respond. Only the echoes of his lamentation lingered within the villa. After exiting Lu Jiwei's residence, Niu Xian, guided by Xiao Wu, made his way towards Ling Yutong's home. Their group swiftly arrived at the entrance, and to expedite matters, Niu Xian commanded his subordinates to break down the door. Several of his men began to pound on the door relentlessly, the cacophony stirring Ling Yutong's family from slumber. Ling Yi and Ling Kuer rushed downstairs to ascertain the commotion, while Ling Yutong, with the aid of Wang Shi, also made his way to the first floor. At this juncture, Ling Yutong was in a dire state. His right leg and arm incapacitated due to gunshot wounds inflicted by Ling Feng, and without timely medical attention, he was now severely impaired and limping. Peering through the peephole, Ling Yi caught sight of the throng assaulting the door, his complexion draining of color as fear gripped him. "Parents, there are dozens of people outside. What should we do?" Ling Kuer interjected, "Father, let them in. If they breach our threshold, our fate will be far worse." Ling Yutong sighed, "Go and open the door." Reluctantly, Ling Yi, the only able-bodied male left in the household, steeled himself and approached the door with trepidation, cautiously unlocking it. "Damn it, taking your sweet time to open the door. Do you wish to die?" Scarface kicked Ling Yi against the wall, causing him to crumple to the ground, writhing in pain and drenched in cold sweat. "On what grounds do you strike?" Wang Shi, witnessing her beloved son sprawled on the floor, rushed forward to confront Scarface. With a fierce glare directed at the approaching middle-aged woman, Scarface responded with a swift slap. The impact left Wang Shi momentarily stunned. The force nearly toppled her, and her cheek stung with pain. Regaining her composure, she erupted in fury, for she had never endured such indignity, and charged at Scarface with reckless abandon. The audacious wretch dared to strike her. Wang raised her palm, intent on delivering a retaliatory blow to the scarred face. However, the scarred man reacted with swiftness. Seizing her wrist, like a rabid dog, Wang bit down fiercely on his thumb. The pain forced the scarred man to unleash a flurry of punches at her, yet Wang, consumed by rage, clung to his finger with unyielding tenacity, refusing to release her grip despite the blows raining upon her. "Let go, or I will destroy you," he shouted, his threats falling on deaf ears as she remained resolute. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Wang's head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering across the scarred man's face, shocking him into silence. He turned to see Niu Xian, calm and collected, holstering his weapon as he strode toward the villa. On the ground, Ling Yi was paralyzed with fear, playing dead even at the sight of his mother's demise. Ling Kuer, witnessing the horrific scene, did not rush to check on her mother but stood still, her eyes darting, lost in thought. Ling Yutang, upon seeing his wife killed, displayed no sorrow. Their emotional bond had long since withered, and her death brought him a strange sense of relief. Had it not been for her family's influence, he would have divorced her long ago. Niu Xian observed the unnaturally composed father and daughter, intrigued by their demeanor. A smile crept upon his lips as he regarded Ling Kuer's appearance. Chapter 46. The Fat Lamb. Ling Feng as Ling Kuer beheld the approaching man and the unabashed lust in his eyes. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. Despite her inner trepidation, she maintained her composure, stating, "If you are here for food, I'm afraid you shall be disappointed. We have nothing to eat at home." Niu Xian regarded the young woman with interest. Her calmness in the face of danger was rare, and her beauty was striking. "No food? Then what do you eat?" he inquired. "Human flesh," Ling Kuer replied nonchalantly, as if discussing the most mundane of topics. The members of the Qinglong society exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe that this seemingly delicate girl would partake in cannibalism. Recognizing their skepticism, Ling Kuer offered no further explanation, simply stating, "If you doubt me, come to the kitchen and see for yourselves." Niu Xian followed her to the kitchen, where Ling Kuer pointed towards a shadowy corner. "It's right there." Illuminated by the light, Niu Xian indeed found a dismembered corpse, half of it remaining. The body belonged to none other than Ling Tao, her own brother. After Ling Tao's demise, the family was enveloped in profound sorrow. They intended to inter the body, yet the outdoor conditions were unforgiving. Ice and snow rendered the ground immovable. Consequently, they had no choice but to temporarily keep the corpse within their home. Initially, there was a modest supply of food. However, in an effort to prolong their sustenance, the family began to reduce their daily rations. Regardless of their frugality, the provisions eventually dwindled to nothing. After enduring 2 days of hunger, the family, albeit reluctantly, turned their gaze toward the lifeless body that had succumbed to frost. Ling Yutang's family had survived thus far by relying on Ling Tao's frozen remains. Niu Xian was taken aback by the gruesome sight before him, while some of his subordinates were compelled to vomit. In contrast, Ling Kuter maintained an expression of tranquility. Her eyes had long since grown numb, and she was inured to dealing with such horrific scenes. Niu Xian suddenly realized that he had been deceived by the old rogue Lu Jiwei. How infuriating! That old fool tricked me. Yet, upon looking at Ling Kuer, he felt that this visit had not been in vain. He grasped her hand with a smile, saying, "I have no need for food, but as for you, come with me, and I shall provide you with sustenance." Before Ling Kuer could respond, Ling Yutang hobbled over, pleading, "Please, let us join you. As long as you provide me with food, I can offer my daughter to you." Niu Xian, still smiling, replied, "No problem. I have dozens of brothers under me. I am not lacking in a few more." Ling Yutang was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing this, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, completely disregarding that this man had just killed his wife. Ling Kuter observed her father's demeanor with cold indifference, realizing that to him, her hunger was of lesser importance. "I agree. I shall henceforth be yours." Niu Xian was elated by her words. Ling Kuer, with her beauty and refined demeanor as a scion of a prominent family, was a prize beyond reach for someone of his humble status. Now, to be able to engage with such high caliber amidst the apocalypse was indeed a stroke of fortune. Eagerly, Niu Xian commanded the members of the Qinglong Society to spend the night there, also providing Ling Yutang's family with some food, before leading Ling Kuer and Lu Jiwei's young wife upstairs. 20 minutes later, Niu Xian lay in bed, utterly satisfied, having experienced unparalleled exhilaration during the earlier escapades. Particularly, the young dancer, who showcased an array of talents, had overwhelmed him with her sounds, leading him to surrender twice. It was a waste for such a woman to serve an old man. And then there was Ling Kuer, with her aristocratic grace and pure beauty, simply enchanting. Though her movements were somewhat awkward, she made every effort to please him, and the thrill of conquest was exhilarating. Feeling content, he succumbed to a wave of fatigue, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Niu Xian awoke with unsteady steps. Upon seeing him awake, Ling Kuer and the young dancer approached, greeting him with tender kisses. Niu Xian, whose previously feeble body was suddenly invigorated, made his way to the living room where his subordinates had also risen. One of them, tasked with culinary duties, had prepared a simple breakfast, a bowl of plain porridge. In the entire Qinglong Society, he was the sole individual to enjoy this meal, while the others had to endure hunger. Unfortunately, due to a scarcity of provisions, this group could only afford one meal a day, and the remaining supplies would only last for 2 more days. As Niu Xian sat at the dining table, savoring the porridge, his comrades looked on with longing, their mouths watering incessantly. Upon finishing his breakfast, he resolved to continue scavenging for food that day. He called for Ling Yutang, inquiring, "Old Ling, do you know if anyone in this neighborhood has food?" Yes. The wealthiest in supplies here is Ling Feng." Ling Feng. That name sounds so familiar, Niu Xian mused, a vague recollection surfacing. The scarred-faced subordinate interjected, "Boss, Ling Feng is the one who hit me at the barbecue restaurant and insulted our Qinglong Society." "Oh, right. Almost forgot." Niu Xian slapped his forehead, finally recalling Ling Feng. He had long harbored thoughts of revenge against him, but the family's considerable influence had deterred him. Now, however, the opportunity for retribution had arisen. "Is there plenty of food at his place?" Niu Xian inquired eagerly. Listening to their exchange, Ling Yutang recognized that Ling Feng appeared to be their enemy, and a sense of joy filled him. His chance had come. He replied hastily, "Not just plenty, but an extraordinary amount." He once boasted in the homeowners group about his stockpile, which is astonishingly plentiful. He reached for his phone to show Niu Xian the photos, only to realize that the power had been out for several days, leaving his phone dead. He often flaunted his daily meals in the group, always lavish dishes, fine wines. While we had nothing, his home was stocked with Australian lobsters, steaks, and caviar, luxurious delicacies. Moreover, his villa is renovated to be exceptionally warm. In this weather, he only wears a short-sleeved shirt at home. As Ling Yutang elaborated on Ling Feng's abundant resources, Niu Xian and his subordinates were left salivating. If what he said was true, they had stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove. The thought of indulging in exquisite seafood and fine wine was tantalizing. If they could infiltrate Ling Feng's residence, not only would they find ample provisions, but also a cozy villa. Niu Xian was enticed by the prospect of escaping hunger and cold, and perhaps even inviting a few beautiful women to reside with them. The thought alone was utterly delightful. Chapter 47. Dealing with the mischievous child, where does Ling Feng live? Take us there, Niu Xian urged, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. Bolstered by the numbers of his subordinates, he felt emboldened and fearless. Ling Yutong's lips curled slightly as he was about to unveil his plans when Ling Kuer interjected. We must not act rashly. Ling Feng's residence is extremely fortified, and he possesses lethal weaponry. A forceful assault would inevitably result in casualties. Niu Xian furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He has a gun? Ling Yutong replied, not exactly. But he does have a bow and arrow as well as a slingshot, which are quite formidable. Bows and arrows. Slingshots? Ha! Niu Xian and his entourage erupted in laughter, with Niu Xian nearly in tears from mirth. A slingshot. Ha! He drew his handgun from his waistband and slammed it onto the table. No matter how powerful. Can it compare to this? Powerful? I suspect his glass and iron doors are bulletproof. Your gun would be ineffective, Ling Kuer retorted, dousing him with cold water and recounting their previous 2 failed attempts at an assault. Ling Kuer held a deep disdain for Niu Xian, viewing him as an imbecile solely preoccupied with women. In her eyes, he was a muscle-bound fool, someone she would have ignored in the past. However, she needed him to eliminate Ling Feng. To conquer Ling Feng, cunning was essential. Brute force would lead to severe losses. Niu Xian, contemplating Ling Kuer's words, realized that Ling Feng was indeed a formidable opponent, and their group might not succeed in a direct confrontation. Yet, he could not devise any strategies beyond fighting. He turned to Ling Kuer, recognizing her intellect, and asked, what do you think we should do? Ling Kuer promptly shared her meticulously devised strategy, one she had pondered over the previous night. Since her first rejection by Ling Feng, she had been relentlessly devising ways to eliminate him and seize his home. Yet she lacked the strength to do so. The arrival of Niu Xian and his group had ignited a glimmer of hope, prompting her to endure the discomfort of associating with this loathsome individual to earn his trust and fulfill her vengeance. Niu Xian, thrilled by her plan, found it exceptionally ingenious, something his own mind could not conceive. Let us execute this plan. We shall commence our actions immediately and strive to capture him today. He commanded his subordinates to spring into action, and they busied themselves at once. At 8 in the morning, Ling Feng was awakened by a gentle voice. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Lin Su leaning by the bed, smiling warmly at him. Get up, wash up, and have breakfast. Ling Feng wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her closer. Lin Su lost her balance and fell directly into his arms. Ling Feng swiftly turned and pinned her beneath him, captivated by her alluring crimson lips, which seemed to beckon him irresistibly. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned in closer. After an hour of fervent entanglement on the bed, Ling Feng finally satisfied, donned his clothes and took Lin Su's hand, preparing to head for breakfast. Lin Su's cheeks were flushed, and she gazed at him with a hint of melancholy, lamenting the day-to-day cravings. With unsteady steps, she descended from the bed, her movements almost ethereal. Ling Feng smiled gently, wrapping his arm around her waist as they made their way downstairs for their meal. Having just engaged in an hour of deep connection, they found their breakfast had grown cold, prompting Ling Feng to reheat the meal. The breakfast consisted of steaming dumplings prepared by Lin Su, accompanied by a delicate congee of pickled egg and lean meat. As Ling Feng took a dumpling into his mouth, he was delighted by the exquisite flavor, each dumpling containing succulent shrimp, tender and springy. His eyes lit up, and he soon devoured them ravenously. The congee was rich and flavorful, enhanced by a sprinkle of scallions, elevating the taste to new heights. Ling Feng polished off 5 baskets of dumplings, fortunate that Lin Su had anticipated his hearty appetite and prepared ample portions. After their meal, Ling Feng lit a lotus flower cigarette, indulging in a post-meal smoke, relishing the moment like a celestial being. Recently, he had been smoking more of Huazi and decided to switch up his flavors. His personal collection was quite extensive, boasting various brands of cigarettes from both domestic and international sources. Should he tire of those, his inventory also included many premium cigars such as H. Upmann, Davidoff, Monte Cristo, and Romeo y Julieta, all highly regarded brands, ensuring he would never run short. Reclining on the sofa, Ling Feng immersed himself in a game while Lin Su busied herself with tidying up. Black Panther trailed closely behind her, seemingly enchanted by Lin Su's beauty ever since she arrived at the villa. Lin Su had developed a fondness for the chubby little creature, often tossing him morsels of meat while cooking. Ling Feng had scolded Black Panther several times, calling him an ungrateful beast, which elicited laughter from Lin Su. Lin Su's presence breathed new life into the villa, enhancing Ling Feng's comfort, and he found great satisfaction in his current life. Living like this for a lifetime seemed quite agreeable. Just as he indulged in thoughts of a blissful existence, the alarm suddenly blared once more. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. After only a few days of tranquility, trouble had come knocking again. He glanced at the surveillance monitor and saw an elderly woman with a head of white hair standing at the door, accompanied by a frail little boy. The boy appeared emaciated, his body little more than skin and bones, a clear sign of chronic malnutrition. Ling Feng recognized the pair. They lived in a nearby villa. The boy's father was the CEO of a publicly listed company, quite prominent in the area, known for his ostentatious lifestyle. Though he had been dealt with during their last altercation, the elderly lady, relying on her son's wealth, often displayed a domineering and unreasonable demeanor. Whenever faced with logic she could not comprehend, she would throw tantrums, and no one in the entirety of Shizi Bay dared to provoke her. Each day, she busied herself at home caring for her beloved grandson, indulging his every whim without hesitation. This unrestrained affection had transformed the young boy into a nuisance. Notorious for his mischief, causing disturbances throughout the community, residents frequently confronted the elderly lady regarding her grandson's antics, but they were met with her obstinate and irrational responses. Powerless, they could only endure, allowing the boy to grow increasingly audacious. Ling Feng recalled how the troublesome child had once scratched his car, and the family had vehemently denied responsibility, even accusing him of attempting to extort them. Angered by the memory, Ling Feng resolved to confront the unruly boy. Chapter 48. The demise of the rascally child. Ling Feng approached the entrance and opened the intercom, observing the grandmother and grandson standing outside. With a smile, he greeted, if it isn't Old Lady Lu, what brings you here today? Upon hearing his voice, Old Lady Lu immediately donned a cheerful expression, saying, Young Ling, I know you have some food at home. Could you spare a little for Xiaoyu? Ling Feng feigned regret, responding, oh, if only you had mentioned it sooner. We have no surplus food to offer. I'm afraid I cannot assist you. Without warning, Old Lady Lu knelt before him, repeatedly bowing her head, her voice trembling with desperation. Young Ling, I implore you, please share some food with us. Xiaoyu is starving. Be kind, and good deeds will be rewarded. Ling Feng silently scoffed. Do I require your prayers? Good deeds do not always yield good returns. Unmoved by her pleas, he recognized her true nature all too well. She could turn on you in an instant. Old Lady Lu, I cannot accept such a grand gesture. You are practically cursing my longevity. Please leave. The boy, standing beside his grandmother, could no longer contain himself. With a fierce expression, he pointed at Ling Feng, exclaiming, Hurry up and give us the food, you bastard. If you don't, I'll have my dad deal with you when he returns. Old Lady Lu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing her grandson's words. She quickly pulled him close, covering his mouth to silence him, and turned to Ling Feng with an apologetic gaze. I'm so sorry, young Ling. The child lacks understanding. Please do not take it to heart. Ling Feng waved dismissively. Why would I be angered? After all, your days are numbered. He regarded the displeased child. Rest assured, you will soon reunite with your father. Old Lady Lu bristled at this remark, perceiving it as a death wish upon them, and she could no longer contain her outrage. She climbed up in a fit of rage, shedding her earlier pitiable demeanor, instantly transforming back into her former brazen self. You wretched little brat, can you even speak? May your entire family perish. You heartless fiends, turning a blind eye to death. The unruly child stood there, hurling insults at Ling Feng. Bastard, big fool, filthy scoundrel. Ling Feng maintained an air of calm in the face of their vitriol, not engaging in a loud exchange of curses, but instead observing the grandmother and grandson with serene composure. Your father is already dead, never to return. You shall starve. As he spoke, he took out a bag of chips and began to eat noisily before them, crunching audibly and deliberately smacking his lips to amplify the sound. He then continued to unveil an array of snacks, indulging himself with delight. The unruly child outside, witnessing Ling Feng savoring his various treats, was incensed, crying out in frustration, give me, you bastard, they're all mine. He relentlessly struck his grandmother, demanding, I want chips, hurry and get them back for me. Ling Feng observed this heartwarming scene with great amusement, addressing the child who was wailing and rolling about. Child, do you wish to eat? Upon hearing this, the child immediately ceased his cries, nodding earnestly, attempting to appear obedient. Not a chance. I won't give you any. The child's wails grew more fervent, and he resumed striking his grandmother. Old Lady Lu, exasperated by her grandson's ruckus, could not bring herself to retaliate, but chose to unleash her ire upon Ling Feng. With a darkened expression, she glared at him, stating, You little scoundrel, do not be so arrogant. You have killed my son, and the government will not let you off lightly. Prepare for their reckoning. We shall never compromise. You social scum deserve to be executed. Ling Feng scoffed, Oh, I'm so frightened. Just make sure you don't show mercy when that day comes. But you must survive until then, he added, brandishing a slingshot in his hand, preparing to draw it back. Old Lady Lu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. She was well aware of the slingshot's potency and dared not utter another word. Grabbing her grandson, she made her way out of the courtyard. The unruly child continued to protest, demanding the snacks in Ling Feng's possession, his face contorted with dissatisfaction. Once he had successfully dismissed the bothersome pair, Ling Feng returned to the living room to continue his gaming, choosing not to confront the grandmother and grandson physically, for he deemed it unnecessary to waste ammunition. Without food, the elderly and the child would not survive long in this apocalyptic world. Old Lady Lu, accompanied by her grandson, arrived at Ling Yutang's villa to report on the recent events. Upon hearing of the failed plan, Niu Xian, though somewhat prepared for such news, was still seething with rage. You two imbeciles, you cannot even manage this simple task. You are utterly useless. Get out. Niu Xian observed that Old Lady Lu stood motionless, showing no inclination to leave. What are you waiting for? Should I send you off in an 8-man sedan chair? Get lost, he exclaimed. Old Lady Lu forced a smile, trembling with fear as she stammered. Didn't someone say they would provide us with some food? Niu Xian chuckled at her words, retorting coldly. You expect supplies when I haven't even resolved the situation yet? Have you lost your mind? Hurry up and leave, or I'll break a leg. Nearby, the unruly child, witnessing his grandmother being scolded, displayed his fearless nature, pointing a finger at Niu Xian and shouting, You scoundrel, don't you dare insult my grandmother. Apologize. Apologize? To you? Niu Xian responded, kicking the child away, who crashed into the wall and promptly lost consciousness. Upon seeing her grandson struck, Old Lady Lu screamed and rushed to his side, weeping uncontrollably. You bandits, he*s just a child. How can you be so cruel? The cacophony of her lamentations overwhelmed Niu Xian, causing a ringing in his ears. He could no longer endure it. Drawing his pistol, he aimed at Old Lady Lu and fired. Bang! The bullet struck her heart, and she slowly lowered her arms, collapsing to the ground. At last, tranquility ensued. Niu Xian remarked with an expression of calmness, as if taking a meal was as routine as taking a life. Dispose of these two, they are an eyesore. He commanded his subordinate regarding the bodies of Old Lady Lu and the unconscious child. Ling Yutang, witnessing the scene, trembled in fear, hastily lowering his head, terrified that this harbinger of death might turn his gaze upon him. In contrast, Ling Ku remained composed, her expression betraying no emotion, though her tightly clenched hands revealed her underlying turmoil. Niu Xian turned to Ling Ku, inquiring with an air of anticipation, when shall we proceed with our next plan? In an hour. We cannot delay too long, or Ling Feng will grow suspicious, she replied. Niu Xian nodded, affirming, I shall personally partake in the forthcoming operation. We must capture that brat. Chapter 49. The onslaught of the Qinglong Society. After a brief wait in the dwelling, a subordinate rushed in, carrying a bulging package. Boss, I've retrieved the items. Niu Xian opened the parcel and, upon inspection, nodded in satisfaction. He summoned a sharp-witted subordinate to accompany him in the upcoming endeavor. The package contained 2 police uniforms, acquired after he had eliminated a resisting officer during a previous scavenging mission. Their next course of action was to disguise themselves as law enforcement and lure Ling Feng out for assassination. As the time approached, Niu Xian, clad in his police uniform, strolled toward Ling Feng's residence accompanied by another associate. Upon reaching the courtyard of the villa, Niu Xian's gaze fell upon the woman in the dining room, who was busy wiping the tables. The sunlight reflecting off the glass obscured her features, yet her silhouette and form were undeniably superior to those of the women in his own home. Unable to contain his eagerness, he quickened his pace toward the dining area, driven by an intense desire to behold her visage. Inside, Lin Su, engaged in her tasks, sensed someone observing her. She turned her head and locked eyes with Niu Xian. At that moment, he finally glimpsed the woman's face, and his breath caught in his throat. She was nothing short of exquisite. Her beauty rivaled that of the stars on television, especially her aloof demeanor and the striking allure of her figure, leaving him parched with desire. The 2 women he had acquired just the day before paled in comparison to her. It was simply unfathomable. He yearned to rush inside and engage her in conversation. The thought of Ling Feng, thriving in the apocalyptic world with abundant resources, a warm villa, and a stunning beauty by his side, ignited a fiery jealousy within him. He silently vowed to seize everything that belonged to Ling Feng. Lin Su, noticing the sudden appearance of 2 men in police uniforms outside the window, felt a twinge of surprise. However, her discomfort escalated as she caught sight of the lascivious gaze that scanned her from head to toe. Quickly, she drew the curtains and hurried to the living room to inform Ling Feng of the incident. At that moment, Ling Feng was engrossed in monitoring the surveillance footage, lost in his thoughts about the 2 unusual figures. What do you mean they're unusual? Lin Su inquired, breaking the silence. They may be in uniform, but their demeanor is far from that of proper officers. Their eyes, they resemble thugs, Ling Feng replied, narrowing his eyes with a playful grin. But I must say, your own gaze is rather peculiar as well. Lin Su shot him an exasperated glance, incredulous that he could jest at such a time. You're just as much a rogue. Then allow me to play the rogue, he chuckled, extending his hands towards her sensitive areas. Startled, Lin Su blushed and swiftly pushed his hands away. There are people outside. With a laugh, Ling Feng retracted his hands, having merely intended to tease her and revel in her flustered reaction. He then turned his attention to the two men knocking at the door, sauntering lazily toward the entrance. Opening the small door above, he inquired with a casual demeanor, "What brings you here, officers?" Niu Xian's companion, with a serious expression, asked, "Are you Ling Feng?" Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The younger brother confirmed and continued, "We are from the police department. We have received a report claiming that you are suspected of intentional homicide. Please accompany us back immediately to assist with the investigation." Ling Feng, taken aback, unleashed a torrent of insults at the two men. "Are you both blind? How dare you attempt to arrest me? Open your eyes and see who I am. Even directors Wang and Zhao wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. You two insignificant lackeys think you can apprehend me? Get lost." The young brother of Niu Xian was utterly bewildered by Ling Feng's unexpected outburst. The lines he had memorized were rendered useless. He quickly turned to Niu Xian for guidance. Niu Xian, incensed by the insult, momentarily contemplated resorting to violence, but restrained himself. Suppressing his temper, he stepped forward, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. "Mr. Ling, Directors Wang and Zhao specifically instructed us to handle this matter with the utmost professionalism. Please do not make this difficult for us." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had merely concocted two names. Yet the duo outside had unwittingly fallen into his trap. His assumptions were indeed correct. With the world having descended into chaos for over half a month, the government had long since crumbled, leaving them with little interest in trivial matters. It appeared that this was yet another attempt to deceive him into opening the door, though their methods were notably more sophisticated than before. Ling Feng withdrew a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, leisurely exhaling smoke rings. "If you wish to take me away, present your warrant for investigation, and I shall consider your request." Niu Xian, catching a whiff of the smoke wafting inside, felt a pang of craving. His last pack had been finished the previous day, and he was now struggling against his addiction. "This matter is far too urgent. We did not bring it with us. If you come with us, I will show it to you," Niu Xian asserted solemnly. Ling Feng, amused by their act, decided to toy with them a little longer. "That's not acceptable. Without a warrant, I will not accompany you. Sir, if you do not cooperate, we may have to resort to force," Niu Xian warned. "Have you thought this through?" Ling Feng, unfazed, exhaled another puff of smoke. "Yes, I have thought it through. Come at me." With that, he ended the call. Damn it. Niu Xian could no longer contain himself. He removed his hat, revealing a gleaming bald head, and in a fit of rage, raised his hat as if to throw it, only to feel a sudden chill and hastily put it back on. "Ling Feng, listen well. I am Niu Xian from the Qinglong Society. Open the door like a sensible person, or when I break in, it will be the end for you." Ling Feng, observing Niu Xian's impotent fury through the surveillance, remained indifferent. The mention of the Qinglong Society struck a familiar chord. He turned to Lin Su beside him. "Have you heard of the Qinglong Society? It sounds oddly familiar." Lin Su, too, recognized the name but couldn't quite place it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "I understand that we are having barbecue tonight. The ruffians at the adjacent table, whom you reprimanded, are they not claiming to be from the Qinglong Society?" Ling Feng suddenly recalled the name Qinglong Society, and it was indeed unexpected to encounter such individuals in this post-apocalyptic world. Strangely enough, he had never crossed paths with them in his previous life, yet here they were in this one. Could it be that his rebirth altered certain trajectories of his life? It is indeed possible, as he had never encountered members of the Qinglong Society in his former existence. However, with their arrival, he found himself amidst a new game. Chapter 50. A forceful assault. Niu Xian, witnessing the reclusive Ling Feng fuming with rage, hastily returned to prepare for a forceful assault. He stormed back to the villa, summoning his subordinates to arm themselves and follow him. Upon seeing Ling Kuer, his fury intensified. He approached and struck her down with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "What kind of foolish idea did you give me that wasted my entire afternoon?" He then led his group in a grand procession towards Ling Feng's residence. Ling Kuer, clutching her swollen cheek, coldly regarded Niu Xian's departing figure, her eyes flickering with disdain. It was his own foolishness, yet he placed the blame upon her. How infuriating. Ling Feng, observing the approaching throng of over 60 individuals, counted them carefully. Each person was armed, with the bald man in police uniform leading the charge, brandishing a firearm, while several others in the ranks were similarly equipped. At that moment, Wang Long called to inquire about the situation, clearly having noticed the gathering. Fengzi, I'm on the verge of going stir-crazy at home, Wang Long complained. Ling Feng agreed that it was time for Wang Long to stretch his legs. With so many adversaries present, it was the perfect opportunity to hone their skills. You have a gun, right? You may shoot. But do not kill the leader at the front. If he dies, the fun is over. Absolutely no problem, Wang Long replied, exhilarated, before hanging up. Just as Ling Feng ended the call, gunfire erupted from the neighboring villa. Among the Qinglong Society members, one man fell to the ground. The group was startled by the sudden gunfire. Someone's been shot. Before the words could settle, another shot rang out. Another member fell, both injuries fatal. Panic ensued among the Qinglong Society members, who began to scatter like headless flies. These individuals were mere street thugs. While they could engage in fights for protection money, they lacked the courage to risk their lives. Niu Xian, witnessing his fleeing subordinates, erupted in anger, shouting, "Get back here. Do you not want to eat anymore?" He declared. "Whoever runs will be shot." With that, he raised his gun and fired a shot into the air. The members of the Qinglong Society were also intimidated by Niu Xian, gradually retreating, as their leader was a man of his word. Niu Xian, having identified the position from which gunfire had emanated, raised his pistol and aimed at Wang Long's location. However, the bullet ricocheted off the window, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Alas, it was bulletproof glass. Everyone dispersed towards Ling Feng's villa. Niu Xian shouted loudly, urging his subordinates to hasten their pace. This tactic proved somewhat effective, yet ultimately, they still left behind 4 or 5 corpses in their wake. Upon reaching the villa, Niu Xian instructed his men to break down the door, having learned from Ling Yutang that Ling Feng was unarmed. Thus, he felt an unjustified sense of security. Ling Feng observed the fools below attempting to breach the door. Noting that they had failed to heed the lessons learned from the previous 2 groups, the mob struck the glass and the door in a frenzy, yet left not even a mark. Niu Xian, watching his inept subordinates make no progress, was infuriated, especially as Ling Feng stood inside the window, nonchalantly accompanied by a stunning beauty. His rage ignited. Bring out the explosives and blow the door open. Niu Xian, having worked in a mining operation, possessed knowledge of explosive fabrication. These explosives were his homemade concoctions. While rudimentary, they were not without potency and could easily obliterate ordinary walls. Lin Su, witnessing the explosives they had produced, expressed her concerns. They have explosives. Surely, nothing disastrous will occur? Ling Feng gently reassured her, do not worry. Such minimal power poses no threat. Observing his confident demeanor, Lin Su felt considerably more at ease, placing unwavering trust in his words. Regardless of the circumstances, he always maintained an air of composure, capable of addressing even the gravest challenges with a smile. This was the very quality that captivated her about him. Niu Xian, witnessing the intimate exchange between the two, felt a surge of jealousy that nearly ignited flames in his eyes. Observing his subordinate's sluggishness, he could no longer restrain his ire, exclaiming, "Hurry the hell up and set the explosives properly." Soon, 5 or 6 explosives were positioned at the entrance, and Niu Xian took it upon himself to ignite them. With a thunderous bang, the entire doorway erupted in a violent explosion, sending a massive cloud of smoke billowing forth. As the smoke dissipated, Niu Xian and his band of followers approached to inspect the aftermath, only to be astounded. The door remained intact, without so much as a dent. What material is this door made of that it withstands a bomb? He fumed. I refuse to believe it. Continue the assault. If the door won't yield, then let us demolish the walls and glass. In the wake of the earlier explosion, Ling Feng felt merely a faint noise and a tremor, compelling him to commend the construction quality of the Huaqiang Security Company. Ling Feng escorted Lin Su to the 3rd floor, producing a handgun. This very firearm had been taken from Lin Su's possession on that fateful day. Upon inspecting the magazine, he noted it contained 8 rounds. It suddenly dawned on him that he had neglected to inquire how Lin Su had come into possession of such a weapon. Lin Su, this gun is yours. I acquired it from the black market. After our brief conversation before the apocalypse, I realized that as a woman, it would be wise to possess a means of self-defense. I spent 10,000 yuan on this gun and 10 additional bullets, never anticipating that I would ultimately need it. Recalling the moment he had shot the father and son, Yang Tianwu, he felt a lingering trepidation. Ling Feng deftly chambered the handgun, cracked open the window, and began firing at the figures below. Bang! One of Niu Xian's subordinates was instantly struck, his head exploding, blood splattering across Niu Xian's face. Instantly pale with fright, Niu Xian scurried behind a column, and upon witnessing Ling Feng shooting from the 3rd floor, he retaliated. However, his aim was poor. Despite several attempts, he merely struck the window, each bullet ricocheting harmlessly away. In stark contrast, Ling Feng's every shot claimed a life, each bullet finding its mark with deadly precision. Soon, 8 individuals had fallen, and the once calm subordinates, witnessing their companions meet such fates, began to flee in terror. Niu Xian, equally shaken by Ling Feng's marksmanship, cursed the inaccurate intelligence provided by the Ling family. Just as he feared for his life, Ling Feng abruptly ceased firing. Chapter 51. I am quite agitated now out of ammunition. It seems fate has spared me. Niu Xian dashed toward the courtyard gate, quickly disappearing from sight. Once the members of the Qinglong Society had retreated, Wang Long called to boast about his achievements. After a month of pent-up frustration and a few kills, he felt much better. Fengzi, it has been ages since we last shared a drink. I've been cooped up at home for half a month. I'm nearly going moldy. Ling Feng agreed. They used to share drinks every few days. But since the world had changed, such moments had become rare. Very well, let us drink together tonight. Head to the basement and wait for me. To the basement? What for? Wang Long questioned, perplexed by Ling Feng's intentions. Ling Feng ended the call and instructed Lin Su to prepare several dishes for their guests that evening. Lin Su, without further inquiry, busied herself in the kitchen. Ling Feng made his way to the auxiliary storage in the basement, shifting aside a cabinet leaning against the wall. Behind it lay a hidden door, a feature he had specially arranged during the villa's renovation. This secret passage connected to Wang Long's basement, crafted from the same titanium alloy steel as the main entrance. The concealed door can only be opened from the side of Ling Feng's residence. It remains inaccessible from the opposite side. The installation of this hidden door is remarkably discreet, which is why Wang Long has remained oblivious to its existence. Upon Ling Feng's opening of the door, Wang Long followed his instructions to the door's location. Upon seeing Ling Feng standing beside it, he exclaimed in exaggerated disbelief. What the hell? Brother, you are astonishing. Wang Long gazed at him in utter astonishment, never having anticipated that Ling Feng possessed such a hidden talent. Leaving behind a secret door, despite visiting the basement almost daily, he had never discovered this concealed entrance. Approaching Ling Feng, he intended to give him a bear hug, only to be pushed away. What are you up to, you rascal? Keep your distance. Ling Feng regarded him with caution. Come on, I just haven't seen you in ages. It's merely a brotherly embrace. Wang Long looked at him with a touch of melancholy. Ling Feng, dismissing his banter, offered him a cigarette, then closed the hidden door and led Wang Long towards the first floor. As they reached the ground floor, Wang Long's gaze fell upon Lin Su, who was busy cooking in the kitchen. He was instantly captivated, unable to believe his eyes. In sheer astonishment, he circled around Ling Feng, scrutinizing him up and down. What is going on? Ling Feng asked, puzzled by Wang Long's circling. You've done well. Are you hiding a beautiful woman in your golden house? Even Lin Su has been won over by you. Wang Long recognized Lin Su, having previously dined with her and Ling Feng. Upon first meeting her, he had been utterly entranced. He had immediately sought her contact information, but Lin Su had shown no interest in him, leaving him disheartened. Yet, he could hardly fathom that such an exquisite beauty had ultimately been won by Ling Feng. Watching Lin Su embody the essence of a virtuous wife made Wang Long seethe with jealousy. Nevertheless, he genuinely felt happy for his friend in securing such a stunning girlfriend. Although he had only seen Lin Su once, he could tell she was a wonderful girl. Busy in the kitchen, Lin Su heard the conversation and peeked out to see who it was. Upon recognizing Wang Long, she stepped out with a smile, greeting him warmly. Mr. Wang, welcome to our home. Hello, sister-in-law. Wang Long beamed, waving at Lin Su. The term sister-in-law made Lin Su blush slightly, and her heart swelled with joy. Hello. Please chat with your brother Feng for a while. I'll go prepare your meal, Lin Su said, beckoning Wang Long before returning to her culinary tasks. Watching Ling Feng's triumphant expression, Wang Long, in a fit of annoyance, snatched the cigarette from his hand. The two ascended to a small tea room on the 3rd floor, where Ling Feng brewed a pot of da hong pao and poured a cup for Wang Long. Wang Long lifted the cup to his lips, savoring the rich flavor with deliberate appreciation. Ah, exquisite tea, the authentic Wui Mountain da hong pao. I never anticipated that amidst the apocalypse, I would still have the pleasure of savoring such fine tea. Just how many treasures do you possess? Ling Feng smiled faintly. A secret. It's more than sufficient. Wang Long, seeing Ling Feng's reticence, chose not to press further, trusting his brother implicitly. As the two enjoyed their tea, they discussed the events of the Qinglong Society, and Ling Feng also revealed the rationale behind his decision not to annihilate their adversaries completely. Fengzi, considering they've been thoroughly beaten today, do you think they would dare return? They will undoubtedly come back. These individuals are driven by desperation, and the slightest glimmer of hope will compel them to exert every effort. You must also exercise caution. Your actions against them today will not be forgotten. Ling Feng cautioned Wang Long unbeknownst to them. Over an hour passed as they sipped tea and engaged in conversation, until Lin Su came to summon them for dinner. The evening meal was lavishly prepared. Lin Su had busied herself in the kitchen, crafting 8 dishes that were vibrant in color and fragrant, causing Wang Long to salivate. After weeks of consuming frozen food, he was thoroughly fatigued by it. As he took a bite of the braised pork, his expression transformed instantaneously. The dish was rich yet not greasy, with a gelatinous texture that melted in the mouth. The lean meat was succulent without being dry, perfectly tender and flavorful. The taste was so delightful it brought him to tears, and he gave a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, not only are you beautiful, but your cooking is exceptional. This braised pork is incredibly aromatic, utterly divine. His envy towards Ling Feng intensified. Having found such a remarkable wife, he felt it was worth a lifetime. Ling Feng produced 2 bottles of Mao Tai, handing one to each of them, assuring that they had ample reserves to indulge in. As they relished the delectable feast and sipped the fine liquor, they engaged in pleasant conversation. However, at that moment, Niu Xian's situation was rather dire. He had lost over a dozen brothers throughout the day, and most critically, his food supplies were dwindling. Currently, the remaining rations would only suffice for one more day. Beyond tomorrow, his subordinates would face hunger. The thought of their potential unrest plagued him, bringing him considerable distress. Leaning back on the sofa, he pondered how to procure more food. Noticing Ling Kuer in the kitchen preparing a meal, his frustration escalated. Had it not been for the misleading information provided by her family, he would not have suffered such losses. Come here, Niu Xian called out to Ling Kuer. Seeing the displeased expression on Niu Xian's face, Ling Kuer felt a twinge of anxiety and timidly approached. What do you want? She asked cautiously. Niu Xian sneered. What do I want? I am in a foul mood. With that, he forcefully pressed her head down. Chapter 52. The green tea knocks at the door. Ah, how delightful. Ling Feng stretched lazily and sat up in bed. After a night of revelry with Wang Long that lasted until 2 o'clock, he had slept soundly until now. Feeling refreshed and invigorated, glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already 10 o'clock. After completing his morning routine in the bathroom, he descended to the first floor to prepare for breakfast, where he found Lin Su engrossed in a drama series. These shows had been downloaded by Ling Feng prior to the apocalypse, encompassing nearly all the classic films and television series from both domestic and international sources. Lin Su was currently captivated by a palace intrigue drama, thoroughly absorbed in the plot. Ling Feng, however, found little interest in such tales. Watching a throng of women incessantly chatter around a single man was a source of frustration for him. Missing even a single episode left one utterly bewildered about the unfolding events. Noticing Ling Feng had come downstairs, Lin Su promptly approached him. I'll go warm up your breakfast. I didn't want to disturb your slumber this morning. Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, a delightful breakfast was presented on the table, a bowl of tofu pudding, a steamer basket of xiaomai, 2 beef pancakes, 2 tea eggs, and a small dish of pickles. The sight of it stirred Ling Feng's appetite. After a night of drinking, he was indeed quite hungry. He retrieved his phone and played an electronic version of a pickled vegetable song while savoring his meal with great pleasure. Once he finished breakfast, Ling Feng felt considerably revitalized. He intended to ask Lin Su to begin teaching him about genetics today. The core data left to him by his grandfather must not go to waste. He resolved to delve into the study of genetic serums, striving to complete the work his grandfather had left unfinished. With his enhanced cognitive abilities, he could swiftly grasp this new discipline and efficiently undertake foundational learning tasks. Should he successfully rectify the flaws present in the genetic serum, his strength would undoubtedly be further augmented. Yet, he grappled with whether to involve Lin Su in this research, as the implications were significant. Nevertheless, Lin Su was a rare talent. Her intelligence and acumen would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to his endeavors. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, the alarm in the house blared unexpectedly. Ling Feng's irritation flared. Peering out the window, he spied a disheveled woman knocking frantically on his front door. After a moment of careful scrutiny, he recognized her, Yang Zihan. She was now a shadow of her former self, having lost considerable weight. Her face was grimy, her hair a tangled mess, and the sparkle in her eyes had vanished. The contrast to the once exquisite and beautiful Yang Zihan was stark. Her expression conveyed a palpable terror as she pounded on the door with increasing urgency. Ling Feng noticed a few figures lingering nearby, their eyes fixed on Yang Zihan. Yet they dared not approach his villa. He regarded them closely, finding them somewhat familiar. They were likely members of the Qinglong Society. It appeared that they had been intimidated by Ling Feng the previous day, and their current demeanor suggested they were targeting Yang Zihan. Yang Zihan stood outside the door, prompting a discussion on how to respond. Lin Su, having observed the surveillance, approached Ling Feng with a question. Do you wish to let her in? Ling Feng was curious to discern whether Lin Su possessed an overly compassionate nature. If she did, he would unhesitatingly cast her out. In a post-apocalyptic world, an abundance of compassion was perilous. Those of such disposition would be devoured without a trace left behind. Lin Su shook her head. Yang Zihan is cunning and insatiable. Allowing her entry would be akin to inviting trouble. Once others learn that she has been granted access, more will come seeking assistance daily. Ling Feng was quite satisfied with Lin Su's response. She was not overly sympathetic and had a clear understanding of human nature in these dire circumstances. Then let it be you who plays the villain, he said with a mischievous smile, pushing her toward the entrance to communicate with Yang Zihan while he listened from the side. Lin Su climbed the ladder to the communication hatch and opened the small door above. Upon seeing the door ajar, Yang Zihan's initial joy vanished as she recognized a familiar face. How can it be you? She exclaimed, incredulous. How could Lin Su be here in Ling Feng's home? Did he permit her entry? Why her? What made her superior? Why are you here? Yang Zihan glared at Lin Su, jealousy evident in her eyes, especially as she noted Lin Su's refined appearance, rosy complexion, and neatly styled hair, adorned with subtle makeup. She appeared to thrive even in the apocalypse, looking better than before. This realization stung deeply. Lin Su coldly retorted, my presence here is of no concern to you, nor am I obligated to report to you. Furthermore, Ling Feng does not wish to see you right now, so do not waste time here. Leave at once, and do not linger at our doorstep. You speak nonsense. Yang Zihan fumed, incensed. What do you mean our home? You are deliberately preventing me from seeing Ling Feng. You truly consider yourself the mistress here? You are merely a wretched creature seeking refuge by sleeping with him. Spare me the pretense of superiority. Lin Su, stung by Yang Zihan's insults, felt her anger rise, her expression turning icy. Ling Feng, overhearing Yang Zihan's tirade, could no longer contain himself and shouted from inside, Yang Zihan, clean up your language. Su is my wife. If you dare to speak ill again, do not expect me to be polite. Upon hearing Ling Feng's voice, Yang Zihan immediately broke into a smile, swiftly adopting her second persona. In a feeble tone, she implored, Brother Ling Feng, I beseech you to assist me. For the sake of our past friendship, please help me just this once. Ling Feng, repulsed by her pretentious tone, replied, our home is rather small, and it's inconvenient for a girl like you to come in. I fear Su might be displeased. Perhaps you should seek help elsewhere. Lin Su, exasperated, shot a glare at Ling Feng. It seemed he was playing the Good Samaritan while placing her in the role of the villain. In response to Lin Su's scornful look, Ling Feng mischievously winked at her. Yang Zihan, upon hearing Ling Feng's words, cast a furious glare at Lin Su, realizing she was the one orchestrating this situation. Her resentment toward Lin Su intensified. Not only had she stolen the boy she adored, but she was also constantly opposing her. If it weren't for her, it would be Yang Zihan residing within, enjoying all the resources meant for her. Brother Ling Feng, do not be deceived by this woman, Lin Su. She has been lying to you all along. She does not love you. She merely seeks to exploit the resources you possess. Only I harbor genuine affection for you. Chapter 53. The arrival of the superstar Yang Zihan began to sow discord between Ling Feng and Lin Su. Lin Su scoffed, casting a disdainful glance in her direction. Yang Zihan, save your breath. We will never allow you entry. If you wish to linger here, then continue to do so. With that, she shut the small door, ignoring Yang Zihan outside. Yang Zihan's face flushed with anger, her expression filled with bitterness. She began to unleash her frustration upon the door, kicking and punching it while hurling insults. However, her actions elicited no response. Breathing heavily, she glared viciously at the villa's entrance. Lin Su, Ling Feng, you wretched couple. I shall not let you escape my wrath. With a huff, she turned and strode towards the nearby members of the Qinglong Society. The two members of the Qinglong Society, who had originally been pursuing Yang Zihan, exchanged anxious glances as they saw her approaching. They were apprehensive that the individual from the villa might emerge and confront them. The fear from yesterday's encounter with Ling Feng still fresh in their minds. Just moments ago, they had been ordered by their leader to capture this girl. But in a moment of distraction, they had inadvertently allowed her to slip away. Now, they could only observe the situation, hesitant to breach Ling Feng's villa. Unexpectedly, Yang Zihan lingered at the entrance for a moment before approaching them. Take me to your leader, she demanded, her expression devoid of emotion. The two lackeys of the Qinglong Society, cautious not to offend her, complied, as she was the person their leader had specifically requested. They escorted her back to the villa where the Qinglong Society was stationed. In the villa, Niu Xian was busy arranging his work when he caught sight of Yang Zihan entering through the door, a flicker of delight crossing his face. Hastily, he made a haphazard arrangement of his tasks and approached Yang Zihan, his gaze aflame with eagerness. He had heard of her before the apocalypse. She was frequently seen on short video platforms, a colossal streamer with millions of followers, adored by countless boys. Had he not heard from Ling Kuer that she resided in this neighborhood, he might have missed the opportunity to encounter such a stunning beauty. Although she might not rival the beauty of Ling Feng's partner, she was certainly captivating. A star had arrived. Niu Xian beamed at Yang Zihan. Is there anything to eat? Yang Zihan, Gazing at the unpleasant and fierce-looking man before her, felt a wave of revulsion. Yet, in her quest to satiate her hunger, she suppressed her discomfort and playfully cooed at him. Niu Xian was utterly enchanted by her calling him brother, his resolve melting under her pitiful gaze, stirring a deep sense of compassion within him. Yes, yes, yes. Brother will get you some right away. He located Scar, who was in charge of the food supplies, and retrieved a packet of bread from the meager rations. After a moment's thought, he felt it was insufficient and took another packet. He returned to Yang Zihan, waving the bread in front of her. Upon seeing the bread, her face lit up with joy. It had been ages since she had tasted such a delight. She had survived thus far solely on her stash of compressed biscuits, even withholding food from her mother, who had perished from starvation. Eagerly, she approached, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother." She reached out to take the bread, but Niu Xian withdrew his hand, a playful glint in his eyes. "This bread isn't free, big star. I wish to engage in a more profound conversation with you. Shall we head upstairs to discuss it in detail?" Yang Zihan understood his implications all too well. She sidled up to him, wrapping her arm around his, and said, "I, too, wish for a deeper conversation with you, brother." Niu Xian's excitement was palpable as he playfully tilted her chin, eagerly leading her upstairs for their intimate discussion. After a prolonged 10 minutes of close contact, they acquired a basic understanding of one another. Niu Xian lay on the bed, holding Yang Zihan, a look of reminiscence on his face. Though a hint of fatigue creased his brow, he had been feeling somewhat overwhelmed lately. Meanwhile, Yang Zihan, though dissatisfied with Niu Xian's performance, maintained a facade of contentment. Much to his delight. "Brother, how much food do we have left at home?" Yang Zihan asked softly, clinging to his arm. "Alas, our food supplies are dwindling." Her question plunged Niu Xian back into anxiety, the prior satisfaction dissipating in the face of their pressing difficulties, leaving him to sigh repeatedly. Upon hearing that the food supply was dwindling, Yang Zihan immediately lost her composure, inwardly cursing Niu Xian. "I endured sleepless nights with you just to have a full meal. And now you tell me it's running low? How infuriating." Although displeased, she adopted a seductive tone and addressed Niu Xian. "Oh? Does that mean we will go hungry in the future? Don't worry, I am already devising a way to find food." As Niu Xian spoke, his right hand wandered incessantly beneath her clothing, causing her cheeks to flush. "Oh dear," Yang Zihan exclaimed shyly, yet suppressing her discomfort, she continued, "Brother, doesn't Ling Feng's family have an abundance of food? We could simply borrow some." Upon hearing this, Niu Xian's brows furrowed even more, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. "We've tried that. To secure his resources, we lost over a dozen brothers." Niu Xian recounted the previous attempts they had made against Ling Feng. Yang Zihan frowned at his words, realizing the formidable nature of Ling Feng's residence. Ever since the arrival of the extreme cold, numerous individuals, from the owners in Shizi Bay to Niu Xian, had attempted to breach his villa. Yet they had made no progress whatsoever. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she looked at Niu Xian with excitement. "Brother, I have a plan. Though I'm unsure if it will work." "What kind of plan?" Niu Xian, having exhausted all strategies against Ling Feng's villa, was at a loss. Yang Zihan leaned in close to whisper her idea into Niu Xian's ear, and as she spoke, his eyes began to brighten, his expression growing increasingly animated. "Brilliant. I must admit, your approach might indeed prove effective. How did I not think of this?" Niu Xian exclaimed, impulsively planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. "You truly are my lucky star, darling. If this plan succeeds, you shall be the greatest contributor. Once we move into Ling Feng's villa, we shall no longer suffer from hunger or cold. No more of these junk foods. I will treat you to grand feasts." Yang Zihan's strategy invigorated him, dispelling the clouds of gloom from his face and filling him with renewed vigor. Gazing at the delicate beauty beside him, he felt a surge of determination and promptly flipped Yang Zihan beneath him. Chapter 54. A touch of warmth for the Qinglong Society. After completing a day of rigorous training, Ling Feng engaged in an intimate dialogue with Lin Su for an hour. Reaching a mutual understanding before concluding their meeting, they shared honesty and embraced as they drifted into slumber. However, this tranquility was shattered by a phone call from Wang Long. "Fengzi, the Qinglong Society has quietly made their way to your side again. Be cautious." Ling Feng hung up the phone, feeling a surge of frustration. Do they not understand the concept of sleep? He approached the window, gazing out at the snow-covered ground, and indeed, a group of individuals was steadily advancing towards him. Each person carried a substantial bag, though judging by the size of these bags, they likely contained no heavy items. In addition to these large sacks, some individuals were shouldering benches, sofas, and other materials. Ling Feng observed this bustling assembly, silently commending their dedication. Such professionalism. As this group invaded the courtyard, the alarm rang out punctually. Ling Feng casually silenced the alarm. Lin Su, awakened by the blaring sound, sleepily regarded Ling Feng standing by the window. "What is happening outside?" she inquired. "Nothing to worry about. Just that group of people. You should go back to sleep. I will check on the second floor." Lin Su obediently lay back down, her eyes heavy with sleep. After an hour of conversation the previous night, she was indeed quite fatigued. Upon reaching the second floor, Ling Feng observed the members of the Qinglong Society arranging sofas, chairs, and bed frames against the walls while cautiously extracting clothes from the bags and placing them atop the furniture. Their movements were meticulous, devoid of any sound. Once everything was prepared, Niu Xian emerged from the crowd, producing a lighter from within his coat and igniting the clothes. An incendiary tactic? A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Feng's eyes. He watched with keen interest as the flames illuminated the faces of those below, each beaming with joy. It was uncertain whether the warmth of the fire or the exhilaration of anticipated success fueled their smiles. As the flames grew larger, Niu Xian's spirits soared. This conflagration would not only threaten to consume the structure, but would also envelop it in thick, suffocating smoke. "I refuse to believe you can remain hidden in that shell indefinitely." Humph. Ling Feng remained unperturbed in the face of the roaring fire. The materials of his villa were unique, rendering it impervious to any significant damage from the blaze. At worst, it would only mar the original exterior walls. Regarding the smoke, he had anticipated this during construction, having modified the ventilation system to prevent toxic gases from infiltrating the interior. However, observing the members of the Qinglong Society huddled together for warmth, Ling Feng suddenly felt this situation was perfectly suited for a particular weapon: grenades. He possessed 30 grenades previously confiscated from the assassin headquarters, and after system replication, he had amassed a total of 3,000. To date, not a single one had been utilized. Today, he thought, would be an excellent opportunity to test them, providing a touch of warmth to this group on a frigid night. Ling Feng retrieved 2 grenades from his space, one in each hand. He pulled the pins with his teeth and aimed at the crowd below, hurling them downward with force. At the moment of release, the second safety mechanism of the grenades was triggered, releasing the shrapnel. Amidst the warmth of the fire, the members of the Qinglong Society were savoring a rare moment of comfort when suddenly, an unknown object struck one of them on the head. Enraged, he shouted, "Who threw a brick at me? Have you no sense of public decency? This is a communal space." Before he could finish his tirade, there were 2 deafening explosions, illuminating the courtyard with flames. The tremendous blasts reverberated throughout Shizi Bay, rousing the residents from their slumber. Each one peered out from their windows, their expressions a blend of fear, curiosity, and schadenfreude. As the smoke dissipated, the site of the explosions gradually became visible, accompanied by a cacophony of agonized cries. The very spot where the Qinglong Society had gathered was now marked by 2 gaping craters, surrounded by dismembered limbs, the ground saturated with blood. Fragments of flesh littered the courtyard, painting a gruesome scene. Several individuals lay on the ground, their limbs severed, their eyes blinded, wailing in despair. The courtyard resembled a hellish landscape, a veritable inferno of suffering. 2 grenades had claimed nearly 20 lives, primarily due to the crowd's close proximity. Not far off, Niu Xian, shaken by the horrifying scene, felt his legs weaken. He had stepped away from the heat of the flames, seeking a cooler refuge, unwittingly saving his own life. No longer did he harbor thoughts of confronting Ling Feng. His sole desire now was to flee, anxious about the potential for another grenade to be hurled his way. As if to validate his fears, another grenade detonated nearby, taking down 5 more individuals, 2 of whom were writhing in agony. Among them was his trusted aide, Scarface. A severed hand landed directly before him. "Retreat." Niu Xian dashed away, terrified to linger in this hellish, man-eating abyss. He vowed never to provoke Ling Feng again. As for his injured subordinates, he dismissed them with a bitter thought. "Damn it, I can barely protect myself, let alone them. Even if I saved them, those wounds would surely lead to death." He continued to reassure himself internally. The surviving dozen watched their leader flee and hastily followed suit, scrambling in panic. Meanwhile, Ling Feng observed the fleeing crowd, his resolve to pursue unyielding. He retrieved his cherished A from his space, eager to partake in the hunt. Since the apocalypse began, he had not utilized his A, and today seemed the perfect occasion to unleash it. He aimed at the heart of the last runner and decisively pulled the trigger. The rifle emitted a soft sound, and the distant target collapsed in response. Subsequently, he continued to aim at the next target, firing with unerring precision, each shot finding its mark. In a remarkably brief span of time, he had dispatched 8 individuals. His performance was commendable. Ling Feng was in high spirits, his marksmanship honing further. Ever since he had administered the genetic serum, his focus had sharpened significantly, resulting in an increasingly accurate aim. Ling Feng closed the window and stored away the A. Outside, the cries of the remaining individuals echoed relentlessly. In the absence of any aid, these people, even if they did not succumb to excessive blood loss, would inevitably perish from the cold. However, Ling Feng harbored no intentions of extending a helping hand to them. This group had wrought too much havoc to deserve mercy. Yet, the sight of so many corpses and severed limbs in the yard was indeed unsettling, severely affecting his mood and appetite. He needed to devise a means to clear away the bodies in the courtyard. Chapter 55. Gene research. Since the last incident where he eliminated over 20 members of the Qinglong Society, Niuxian had remained relatively subdued for a spell. For 10 consecutive days, Ling Feng experienced a notable tranquility, dedicating his time to studying genetic science at home. His learning pace was remarkably swift, prompting Lin Su to exclaim that he was a genius. Concepts that others found challenging were grasped by Ling Feng after just one hearing, and he could apply them creatively. The notion of not understanding a problem simply did not exist for him. In a mere 10 days, Ling Feng had mastered what would typically take others years to learn, and he could apply this knowledge with remarkable agility. After all, unlocking 20 of one's brain capacity was no trivial feat. In the latter days, Ling Feng began to delve into the research of the genetic serum. After considerable contemplation, he decided to involve Lin Su in the research endeavor. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had grown more familiar with her, gradually lowering his defenses. Although he allowed her to participate in the research, he refrained from granting her access to the core data, as the implications of this matter were substantial. After 2 days of research, he discovered that his laboratory lacked 2 essential mechanical devices and some genetic samples. These were large-scale equipment that his grandfather had not equipped at home. Such apparatus could only be found in the company's laboratory. Ling Feng felt a twinge of frustration. In these apocalyptic times, he had no clear understanding of the world outside. His philosophy had always been to survive quietly, and he had no desire to place himself in peril. Nevertheless, if he did not visit the company, the research on the genetic serum would come to a standstill. After much deliberation, Ling Feng concluded he must venture to the company. The genetic serum would determine his future strength, and he had to take this risk. However, before leaving the villa, he needed to eliminate any uncertain factors within it, for he could not depart with a troubled mind. Ling Feng glanced at the bodies outside, and an idea sparked in his mind. In recent days, there have been clandestine movements involving the transportation of corpses, some belonging to members of the Qinglong Society and others to the indigenous people of Shizibei. Today is no exception. Ling Feng observed 2 individuals stealthily approaching the villa from a distance, their expressions cautious as they peeked inside. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the indigenous brothers from Shizibei, who had previously partnered in a construction business before the apocalypse. Standing at the 3rd-floor window, Ling Feng opened it. The 2 brothers, initially intent on surreptitiously moving the bodies, were startled by the sudden opening of the window and fled in terror. To them, Ling Feng was akin to a living wraith, a figure capable of merciless slaughter. "Halt!" Ling Feng bellowed, but the brothers only quickened their pace, fearing that a moment's displeasure from him could lead to their demise. "If you run any further, I shall fire." He raised his voice, discharging a round into the air. The brothers froze in their tracks, paralyzed by fear, well aware of Ling Feng's marksmanship. "You two, come here. I have something to discuss with you." They turned around, trembling as they approached the villa, their expressions more dismal than that of someone mourning a lost father. The elder of the 2, shaking, implored Ling Feng. "We merely wish to transport a body back. We harbor no ill intentions. Please do not kill us." Ling Feng, bemused, was not one to indulge in wanton slaughter. Provided others did not provoke him, he had no inclination to take lives. "Who said I intended to kill you? I seek your assistance. It's a good matter." From his spatial pocket, he retrieved 2 steaming buns and tossed them at their feet. "These are for you." The brothers gazed in awe at the freshly fallen buns, the steam rising enticingly. Unable to resist, they each seized a bun and devoured it eagerly. For the first time, they found the buns to be remarkably delectable. Having starved for so long, they consumed each bun within a few bites. Once finished, they savored the lingering taste, regretting that they had eaten so hastily. The elder brother, overwhelmed with gratitude, fell to his knees and bowed, repeatedly expressing his thanks. "Thank you. You are truly a benevolent soul. My life, Zhongning, belongs to you." The younger brother, witnessing his siblings' reverence, followed suit and knelt, offering his thanks as well. "You are our savior. We vow to follow you to the ends of the earth." However, Ling Feng remained unmoved by their fervent gratitude. The notion of them following him was laughable. He had no intention of wasting resources on such burdensome individuals. "Do you wish to enjoy buns every day?" he inquired, his tone laced with temptation. "Just think about it. What a dream that would be." The brothers nodded vigorously, kneeling before him. "Now, go and summon all the surviving residents of Shizibei. Inform them that I am distributing food for free." Ling Feng addressed the 2 brothers below, saying, "Gentlemen, my brothers and I shall attend to this matter at once." Zhang Ning, inadvertently flattering him, pulled his brother Zhang and along to summon others. Meanwhile, Lin Su observed Ling Feng's actions with a hint of confusion. Why the sudden generosity in providing food? Ling Feng replied with a mysterious smile, "You shall see shortly." Before long, individuals began to approach Ling Feng. And after about an hour, nearly everyone had gathered. Among the familiar faces were Yang Zihan and Ling Kuer, though he noticed the absence of Ling Yutong, leaving him to ponder whether he had met his demise or simply lacked the courage to appear. Zhang Ning squeezed through the crowd, his expression one of obsequiousness as he reported, "Master, everyone from our community is present." Nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Feng conducted a rough head count. The population of Shizi Bay had dwindled to a mere 26, a stark contrast to the over 300 residents it once boasted, reflecting a mortality rate that was undeniably high. Each countenance bore the marks of numbness, with frail figures resembling those of refugees. Clearing his throat, Ling Feng addressed the assembled neighbors. "Dear residents, it pains me to see you suffer from hunger. Therefore, I have decided to offer what little food I possess in aid. I shall distribute 1 bun to each of you, so please form an orderly queue. Zhang Ning, take charge of organizing the line." Upon hearing of the buns, the once numb expressions of the homeowners began to show flickers of excitement, albeit tinged with disbelief at Ling Feng's apparent kindness. Zhang Ning, along with Zhang En, commenced the orderly arrangement of the 24 individuals. Once the line was established, Ling Feng retrieved a plastic bag and summoned 26 buns from his space, tossing them down from the 3rd floor. "Zhang Ning, Zhang En, you may commence the distribution." The buns were quickly handed out, with one resident exclaiming, "These buns are delicious. So sweet. I finished mine in 2 bites and barely savored the flavor. This is the best thing I have ever eaten. Now I find myself even hungrier." Conversations among the crowd began to flourish, smiles re-emerging as the simple joy of a bun brought satisfaction to these once elite individuals. Yet not all faces were filled with happiness. Yang Zihan and Ling Kuer stood apart. Yang Zihan wore a grim expression, her gaze filled with animosity as she scrutinized Lin Su beside Ling Feng, noting her exquisite features and well-fitted attire. In contrast, she felt like a beggar, believing that Lin Su had usurped what rightfully belonged to her. Ling Kuer's eyes flickered, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The demise of her elder brother at the hands of Ling Feng, followed by the tragic loss of her second brother and her father's lingering breath, has all been orchestrated by the very same Ling Feng. Yet, when presented with his offering of steamed buns, she found herself devoid of the fortitude to refuse. Her own schemes had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him, casting a significant shadow over her confidence, which now lay engulfed in a haze of defeat. Ling Feng observed the residents of Shizi Bay as they savored their steamed buns, and with a benevolent tone, inquired, "Are the buns to your liking?" The chorus of voices responded enthusiastically, "Delicious, absolutely delightful. Ling Feng's buns are the finest. I could consume 10 of them." The crowd, animated by flattery, praised him without reservation. Unfazed, Ling Feng continued, "For anyone who can slay a member of the Qinglong Society, I shall reward you with 5 steamed buns, a bucket of instant noodles, and a pack of pickled vegetables." His proclamation widened their eyes, brimming with avarice and excitement. Some began to calculate how they might eliminate one of them, for 5 buns could sustain them for days. Yet, a glimmer of fear towards the Qinglong Society flickered in some eyes, for these were notoriously ruthless individuals who had recently silenced several disobedient residents. Though a handful seemed stirred by Ling Feng's challenge, the majority remained unmoved, evidently intimidated by the Qinglong Society. Recognizing this, he decided to raise the stakes. He declared 10 steamed buns and 2 buckets of noodles for each Qinglong Society head. Furthermore, whoever can eliminate Niu Xian will not only receive double the reward, but an additional roasted chicken. With that, he unveiled a steaming roasted chicken, plump and golden, its appearance tantalizing. The residents' eyes widened in awe, their mouths watering at the sight, yearning to seize it and take a bite. Ling Feng displayed the chicken for a few moments before stowing it away, leaving the crowd yearning for more, their gazes filled with desire. "That is all I wish to convey. Should anyone accomplish these feats, come to me for your rewards. I await your good news." With that, Ling Feng closed the window, dismissing the crowd. Lin Su regarded him with admiration, realizing his intent to utilize the residents to dismantle the Qinglong Society, inciting them to turn against one another. Ling Feng, with a look of mentorship, patted her curvaceous form and remarked, "Clever." The residents began to huddle in small groups, their previous wariness dissipating as they united over a common goal. Yang Zihan and Ling Kuer also gathered, whispering their plans until, having reached a consensus, they departed together. Ling Feng's acquisition of a life from the Qinglong Society quickly reached Niu Xian's ears. although none from the Qinglong society had arrived. They had strategically placed an insider within Niu Xian's group. Should any unrest arise among those in Shizi Bay, he would be immediately informed. Niu Xian was indifferent to the bounty on Ling Feng's head. He still commanded a loyal cadre of 8 or 9 men. Though fewer in number than the business owners of Shizi Bay, each of his men was fiercely formidable. He had subdued that group of owners, and he doubted they would dare challenge his authority unless they were courting death. Yet, he overlooked the potent allure that sustenance holds for a group ravenous with hunger. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, even a morsel of bread could cost a life, let alone the handsome reward Ling Feng had offered. As night fell, Niu Xian, while professing indifference, felt a twinge of unease. He instructed his subordinates to take turns standing guard at his door. Although his men were somewhat disgruntled, they dared not voice their displeasure. After all, Niu Xian wielded a firearm, and provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Reclining on his bed, Niu Xian reveled in the attentions of Yang Zihan and Ling Kuer, for it was during these moments that he found his greatest comfort. "Brother, how about the 3 of us tonight?" Yang Zihan said, her face flushed with shyness, her beauty akin to a blossoming flower, inviting yet innocent. Upon hearing her words, a surge of excitement coursed through Niu Xian. He had long desired a more intimate encounter, but Yang Zihan had previously resisted. Now, unexpectedly, she was the one proposing it. Behind her seemingly pure facade lay a more audacious spirit than he had anticipated. "Yes, I have been waiting for you to say that," he replied, his gaze fixated on her soft curves, his eyes ablaze with desire. Yang Zihan and Ling Kuer exchanged knowing smiles, inching closer to Niu Xian. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of lively conversation. Meanwhile, the 2 subordinates stationed outside the door exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with longing. They could only envy their leader's fortune, resigned to the fact that he held the power. They could only fantasize in silence, resolving to find their own solace later. 2 hours later, Yang Zihan and Ling Kuer gazed at Niu Xian, who lay sprawled on the bed, soundly asleep, their expressions marred by disdain. To curry favor with him, they had employed their most enticing skills. Niu Xian, weary, succumbed to a deep slumber. Yang Zihan's eyes gleamed with a determined light as she tentatively called out, "Brother?" Ling Kuer leaned closer, whispering into his ear, "Brother, are you asleep?" and gave him a gentle nudge, confirming he was deeply asleep. The 2 women exchanged glances and began to explore the bed, ultimately retrieving the handgun Niu Xian had tucked beneath his pillow. Yang Zihan held the gun. A fierce expression etched across her face, reflecting on the revulsion she felt for the man who had tormented her for so long. Now at last, she could personally exact vengeance upon this man for the preservation of her virtue. She aimed the gun at Niu Xian's chest. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and Niu Xian did not even have time to utter a cry of anguish before meeting his demise. Chapter 57. Subduing the owners of Shizi Bay, the 2 henchmen stationed outside the door, upon hearing the gunfire, immediately called out, "Boss, are you all right?" However, there was no response. They called again, "Boss?" Still, silence met their ears. Instinctively sensing that something was amiss, they prepared to force their way inside. Just then, the door swung open. It was Ling Kuer, her face etched with terror as she exclaimed, "Your boss has been shot dead by Yang Zihan, and she has turned the gun on herself." Upon hearing this, the 2 rushed into the dimly lit room. Due to a power outage, they could only discern their surroundings by the faint glow of the moonlight. They advanced into the room, oblivious to Yang Zihan concealed behind the door. Without hesitation, Yang Zihan raised her gun and fired several shots into the backs of the 2 henchmen, who collapsed instantly. In mere minutes, she had taken multiple lives, and instead of feeling any discomfort, she experienced an exhilarating rush of bloodlust. Fortunately, she had accompanied her father to shooting ranges on several occasions, rendering her somewhat familiar with firearms. After eliminating the 2 henchmen, Yang Zihan and Ling Kuer swiftly proceeded to sever several heads and set them aside. Having completed this grim task, they worked together to conceal the bodies beneath the bed. Following their plan, Yang Zihan hid behind the door while Ling Kuer went out to lure their next target. Soon, Ling Kuer returned with another unfortunate soul at the threshold of the room. The blonde man, brimming with excitement, addressed Ling Kuer, "Sister-in-law, is it true that the boss won't be returning tonight?" Ling Kuer, entwining her arm with his, whispered softly in his ear, "Don't worry, he said he wouldn't be spending the night here. Tonight, Zihan and I will ensure your utmost comfort." At her words, the blonde man could barely contain his eagerness, his eyes gleaming with fervor and excitement. He longed to claim this enticing woman immediately, especially since she was the boss's partner. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. As the saying goes, nothing satisfies quite like dumplings, particularly when it came to Yang Zihan, whom he had long coveted. The moment Ling Kuer opened the door, he eagerly embraced her and kissed her. completely oblivious to the woman lurking behind. Bang! A bullet struck the blond man in the back. Pain shot through his body as he turned to look behind him. Before he could fully turn, another shot rang out, this time hitting his heart. He collapsed to the ground, confusion and resentment filling his eyes. In his final moments, he could only see Ling Kuer advancing towards him, brandishing a gleaming watermelon knife. Yang Zihan and Ling Kuer, employing this method, eradicated all members of the Qinglong society within a single night. Upon completing this grim task, they exchanged relieved smiles, their gazes fixed on the severed heads scattered about, which to them represented sustenance. At dawn the following day, they meticulously gathered the heads, preparing to trade them with Ling Feng for food. Ling Feng, still in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the blaring alarm. Approaching the window, he beheld Yang Zihan and Ling Kuer, each dragging 2 hefty suitcases. Opening the window, Ling Feng called down. "What brings you out so early? Does your promise from yesterday still hold?" Yang Zihan inquired, her tone laced with frost, the night's slaughter having numbed her heart. Ling Feng yawned and stretched, replying, "Of course. As long as you bring the heads, I shall not go back on my word." Upon hearing this, the 2 women wasted no time, crouching down to unzip their suitcases, revealing a total of 10 heads within, including that of Niu Xian. Ling Feng regarded them with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, "You did all this?" They nodded in affirmation. Without further ado, he retrieved 2 roasted chickens from his space and tossed them down to them, believing they deserved a reward for their efforts. The moment the chickens landed, the 2 women sprinted forward, eagerly picking them up and devouring them ravenously. Grease dripped from their lips as they stuffed their mouths. Their eyes solely focused on the warm meat. This was their first taste of freshly cooked flesh since the apocalypse. The chickens were soon reduced to nothing but bones. Satisfied, they licked their lips and exchanged a smile, reveling in the delightful meal. Ling Feng then packed the remaining buns and instant noodles into 2 large bags and tossed them down from the 3rd floor. The women, having received their bounty, said nothing further and turned to leave. Ling Feng, filled with pleasure, realized he had effectively dealt with the Qinglong society at minimal cost. This transaction was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Now, he could venture out with peace of mind, but first, he needed to ensure the remaining individuals at Shizi Bay were kept in check to avoid any complications. Before long, Zhang Ning and Zhang An arrived at Ling Feng's courtyard, kneeling before him in greeting, flattering him to the utmost degree. Ling Feng appreciated their self-awareness, recognizing their humility. He then tossed down 2 boxes of instant noodles as a reward. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master," they exclaimed, bowing fervently in gratitude. Their mouths watering at the sight of the noodles, such a rare delicacy. The mere thought of the pickled cabbage made their mouths water in anticipation. "You 2 go and inform those homeowners that from this day forth, they shall heed my commands and labor for me. I shall provide each of them with a steamed bun daily. Those who do not participate in labor shall receive nothing. Every afternoon, come to me to collect your bun." Upon finishing this directive, he tossed down a walkie-talkie. In this apocalyptic world, such devices have proven to be exceedingly practical, especially since mobile phones are now obsolete. He had plenty of these walkie-talkies in his possession, having scavenged a significant number during a previous zero-cost acquisition. Now they were finally coming into use. "From now on, use this to communicate with me on Channel 5. "Yes, master." The 2, having received their orders, hurried off with the walkie-talkie in hand. Soon, the homeowners of Shizi Bay were gathered once again, though today the number was reduced by 2 compared to yesterday. Zhang Ning mentioned that 2 individuals had succumbed to fever and could not recover. Ling Feng paid it little mind. As per routine, Ling Feng distributed 1 steamed bun to each person. Once everyone had consumed their bun, he spoke. "From today onward, those who work for me shall have food. Those who do not shall go hungry. I will also reward those who perform well. Furthermore, you will now follow the arrangements of Zhang An and Zhang Ning. Any matters I have will be relayed through them." He observed the crowd's reaction. Smiles illuminated their faces, relieved to no longer face starvation. Though it was but a single bun, it was sufficient for survival. "Thank you for your generous gift, master." Zhang Ning led the others in kneeling before Ling Feng, expressing their gratitude fervently as they all bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you for your benevolence, master." Chapter 58. Encountering Brother Cohen. Nearly a month had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. Having resolved the issues at Shizi Bay, Ling Feng decided to venture out in search of resources at the Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company. He donned professional-grade winter attire, snow boots, tactical gloves, and an upgraded bulletproof vest, an acquisition from the assassin organization, which had been enhanced for greater lightweight comfort and superior ballistic protection. He ensured his sniper rifle was fully loaded, with all magazines brimming with ammunition before preparing to depart. "Be careful on the road." Lin Su expressed her concern, fussing over his clothing. "Rest assured, stay home and behave while I am gone." Ling Feng kissed her gently on the cheek, then approached the entrance and opened the door. As he did, a biting cold wind rushed in, prompting him to squint against the chill. After nearly a month, Ling Feng was stepping out of his home for the first time. He retrieved a snowmobile from his space, an investment of 500,000 that, after his modifications, could reach speeds of 300 kilometers per hour and boasted exceptional stability and shock absorption. It was undoubtedly an ideal mode of transportation in this desolate world. For someone like Ling Feng, who had a penchant for motorcycles, this particular model was a perfect match for his aesthetic. At first sight, he had been captivated by this snowmobile and had purchased 10 of them in one go. In the desolate world, this item is a consumable, necessitating ample reserves. However, after upgrades, the vehicle exhibits formidable pressure resistance. Ling Feng mounted the motorcycle, donned his helmet, and ignited the engine. The thunderous roar immediately capturing the attention of others in Shizi Bay. Observing Ling Feng's departure, none dared to entertain any inappropriate thoughts, particularly given the rifle slung across his back. In a shadowy corner, a pair of cold eyes fixated intently on the direction Ling Feng was heading, a faint smirk curling at the corners of their mouth. Upon exiting the community, the motorcycle merged onto the road, though it was nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding landscape. A month of relentless blizzards had blanketed the ground in a 5-meter thick layer of snow, submerging the shops along the sides of the road, with only the signage hinting at their former purpose. Drawing upon his memories, Ling Feng propelled himself toward the company's location. The motorcycle sped through the icy winds, racing down the empty streets, devoid of any other souls. The exhilaration of breathing in the fresh air after being cooped up for so long was liberating. Halfway through his journey, a striking red structure came into view, the words Dragon Country Petrochemical emblazoned above the entrance. Ling Feng's spirits lifted, a gas station. Currently, he found himself in dire need of such resources. Although he had stockpiled some gasoline and diesel before the apocalypse, the quantities were limited, barely sufficient for a decade of use. This predicament stirred a sense of anxiety within him, compounded by the high fuel consumption of the snowmobile he was operating. The gas station before him could effectively alleviate his immediate concerns. Ling Feng maneuvered his vehicle inside, only to discover that the station was completely buried beneath the snow. Accessing the underground storage tanks would require breaking through the icy surface. Faced with this challenge, Ling Feng hesitated. The thickness of the frost posed a significant obstacle, and he was uncertain of the location of the tank's entrance. Clearing the entire surface of the station would prove an arduous task. He retrieved an ice pick from his supplies and began to clear the snow. Drawing on his considerable strength, he quickly cleared a 2-meter radius of ice within an hour. Yet, Ling Feng felt dissatisfied. At this pace, it would be nearly impossible to finish the task in a single day. He decided to temporarily abandon the endeavor, marking the spot to return later, as this was not the most pressing matter. For now, he needed to head to the company to retrieve essential equipment. Stowing away his tools, he returned to his motorcycle, preparing to depart. A sense of unease crept over him as he glanced back. Since arriving at the gas station, an unsettling feeling had lingered in his mind. It felt as though something was watching him, yet the landscape stretched endlessly white, revealing nothing amiss. Ling Feng chuckled to himself in self-deprecation before starting the engine and departing amidst the roar of the motorcycle. Not long after his departure, a colossal figure emerged from a snowdrift, its cold, piercing gaze fixed on the direction in which Ling Feng had vanished. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Having left California Station, Ling Feng set out with unwavering determination towards the city center. After 20 minutes of travel, he finally arrived in the heart of Shanjing City. Once the most vibrant area of the city, it had been a bustling hive of activity before the apocalypse, teeming with life and illuminated by a kaleidoscope of lights. Now, it lay desolate, blanketed in a sea of white. The vacant streets, devoid of any human presence, evoked a profound sense of sorrow in Ling Feng, a stark reminder of the brutality of the end times. Slowing down, he began to search for the company's building. Most structures were hidden beneath a thick layer of snow, forcing him to rely on his instincts. After several minutes of searching, he finally spotted the edifice. To his astonishment, he noticed a group of individuals outside, living beings. As Ling Feng observed them, they too had caught sight of him. He scrutinized the group, noting their uniform attire and robust physiques, unmistakable signs of seasoned fighters. Each individual was armed, which made Ling Feng cautious as he instinctively gripped the pistol at his waist. He approached the group on his motorcycle, prepared for any eventuality. The group, noticing his slow approach, adopted a defensive stance. A burly man turned to the leader of the group, addressing him as Brother Cohen. "Someone's coming, should we?" He gestured in a throat-slitting motion. Brother Cohen, appearing displeased, retorted, "I told you to use titles during work." His voice, ambiguous in tone, combined with his fair and attractive features, rendered it difficult to discern his gender. Let us assess the situation first. Do not escalate matters unnecessarily. The subordinate, sensing Brother Kuen's irritation, nodded awkwardly. Ling Feng halted a short distance away, removed the key from his motorcycle, and approached the group. His intention was not to engage, but their position coincided with that of the Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company building, necessitating contact. Stop! What are you doing? The burly man demanded, his tone authoritative. Ling Feng frowned, irritated by the man's demeanor. What business is it of yours? Step aside. The burly man's expression darkened. Kid, I'll give you one chance to rephrase that. Otherwise, you'll be staying here today. Apologize and leave your snowmobile if you wish to depart. Ling Feng smiled faintly, thinking to himself that this man was courting disaster. Ling Feng possessed unwavering confidence in his current prowess. Even in the face of armed adversaries, he remained unperturbed. His physical attributes had soared to an astonishing 60 times that of an average individual, and with his current velocity, he was certain he could swiftly eliminate these few foes. Even if they wielded firearms, he believed he could dispatch them before they had a chance to draw their weapons. If they desired the vehicle, it would depend on their capabilities. Ling Feng removed his helmet and cast it aside, revealing his rugged visage. Upon catching sight of Ling Feng's countenance, Brother Kuen, standing a short distance away, felt a stir of emotion. His eyes glimmered with intrigue, and a smile graced his lips. The subordinates beside him shuddered at their leader's expression. Well aware that Brother Kuen was an enthusiast of fencing, and such a demeanor signified his intrigue. Brother Kuen's gaze towards the androgynous figure across from him was laced with an unmistakable hint of allure. Beard, I want him alive. Brother Kuen declared to the burly man beside him, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he looked at Ling Feng, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Ling Feng, observing the peculiar gaze from the ambiguous figure before him, felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, his skin prickling as he nearly retched the breakfast he had consumed that morning. He furrowed his brow at the bizarre individual across from him, feeling utterly uncomfortable. In response to Brother Kuen's command, the burly man approached Ling Feng with a mocking demeanor, saying, Kid, you're in luck. Our boss has taken a liking to you. So you won't meet your end just yet. If you serve him well, perhaps our boss will show mercy and spare your life. Haha. Just as the burly man was about to continue his taunting, he observed Ling Feng rush towards him with an astonishing speed. In a flurry of panic, he attempted to defend himself, but it was too late. With a resounding slap, the burly man was sent flying, landing 4 to 5 meters away and sliding several more meters across the ground. Half of his face swelled grotesquely, blood mingled with teeth strewn about the earth. The force of the blow had shattered his jaw. Had it not been for his robust constitution, it might have claimed his life. Yet even now he was not unscathed. His head throbbed, buzzing as if a swarm of bees were buzzing in his ears, disturbing. Ling Feng disdainfully shook his hand. Onlookers in the distance observed the scene with indignation, their expressions filled with fury. Only Brother Kuen remained unfazed, a glimmer of delight illuminating his features. A sinister smile crept across his lips, and he licked his scarlet tongue, finding the situation amusing. You 5, advance together, take him alive. The 5 individuals could scarcely contain themselves, eager to eliminate Ling Feng at once. Upon receiving Brother Kuen's command, they encircled Ling Feng with fierce expressions. While Brother Kuen had ordered to take him alive, he had not prohibited them from delivering blows until the young man was subdued. One of the men, with a fierce expression, declared, Brothers, once the boss is done, we shall thoroughly torment him. I intend to shatter his bones, piece by piece. If this brat is to blame, let it be for his ill fate. The others laughed menacingly, exuding an air of confidence. These individuals were all specially trained warriors. Each could easily overpower a group of ordinary people, and the 5 of them working together could effortlessly subdue the pale-faced young man before them. He merely relied on his speed for a surprise attack, and as long as they exercised caution, victory was assured. The 5 simultaneously exerted their strength, converging from various angles towards Ling Feng. Unfazed by the onslaught, Ling Feng took the initiative, launching a swift punch at one of them. He did not hold back. His attack was delivered with full force at an astonishing speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. The opponent could not react in time and was struck squarely in the head. With one adversary eliminated, the encirclement formed by the 5 was shattered. Ling Feng did not pause, continuing his assault on the remaining foes. With a powerful sidekick, one of them was sent flying, crashing into the glass of a nearby building, shattering it instantly before colliding with an interior pillar. Watching from a distance, Brother Kuen was taken aback as he witnessed Ling Feng's rapid dispatch of 2 men. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail young man possessed such formidable prowess. What an impressive young man. Yet, he remained unperturbed, clearly confident of victory. The remaining 3, witnessing Ling Feng effortlessly eliminate their companions, were thrown into disarray, contemplating retreat. They were mere workers, striving for a living. What was the point of risking their lives? However, Ling Feng afforded them no opportunity. With a series of 3 punches, he sent them all home. Clap, clap, clap. Brother Kun applauded, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, "My dear, you are truly formidable. I adore it." Ling Feng frowned, his expression more grotesque than if he had just consumed a dead fly. "Get lost, you pathetic wretch. Don't disgust me." Brother Kun, unfazed by Ling Feng's insults, gazed at him with adoration, smiling as he replied, "I relish your rough demeanor. Come now, indulge me." Ling Feng, puzzled, responded, "What?" Brother Kun shyly nodded. "Go to hell, you vile homosexual." At that moment, Ling Feng's temper ignited, and he drew a tang knife from his space, aiming it at Brother Kun. Stunned by the sudden manifestation of the weapon, Brother Kun was momentarily distracted, allowing Ling Feng to close the distance with the blade. He hastily dodged, but the tang knife sliced through the fabric of his clothing. He quickly distanced himself, feeling a chill as he looked down to find his garment torn, exposing his fair skin beneath. He finally suppressed his playful expression, looking at Ling Feng with a grave demeanor. "Are you also a genetic warrior?" Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. Since the other party had discerned his uniqueness, it was evident that they too must be a genetic warrior. Given the swiftness of his previous strike, it was inconceivable for an ordinary person to evade it unless their physique vastly surpassed that of others. Clearly, he was not the only one who had injected the genetic serum in this world. "Who are you?" Ling Feng inquired coldly. Kuan Ge flashed a seductive smile. "If you agree to one condition, I will tell you." Ling Feng remained silent, opting instead to convey his intent through action. He thrust his long knife forward, advancing toward Kuan Ge. Kuan Ge swiftly drew 2 short blades from his waist, engaging with Ling Feng's long knife. In the instant their blades clashed, Kuan Ge's short knives were cleaved in 2 by the saber. The assault continued unabated, aiming directly for Kuan Ge's head. Kuan Ge was momentarily taken aback, hastily tilting his head to evade the blow. The saber grazed his hair, slicing into his shoulder, and he retreated in agony. Rapidly, he retrieved a syringe from his waist, filled with a pale green liquid. Without hesitation, he plunged the syringe into the artery of his neck, injecting the green substance. Ling Feng regarded the madman with apprehension, tightening his grip on the long knife, poised for an imminent attack. Meanwhile, Kuan Ge's form began to undergo a rapid transformation. Chapter 60. The mutated Kuan Ge before Ling Feng's eyes. Kuan Ge's physique began to inflate as if filled with air, his height soaring past 2 meters in no time. His clothing could not withstand the change, bursting apart to reveal his muscular arms, leaving him clad only in a tight-fitting pink thong. His formerly fair visage had morphed into a deep green hue, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. Blood-red eyes glinted with a ferocious hunger. "Hulk!" Ling Feng was momentarily astonished by Kuan Ge's appearance, reminiscent of a character from a film. However, upon noticing the garish thong, he felt a profound sense of insult wash over him. "Perverse fiend," Ling Feng muttered under his breath. "Kid, I've changed my mind. I intend to crush every bone in your body." Kuan Ge growled ominously. He seized the corpse of a nearby companion and hurled it at Ling Feng in a fit of rage. Ling Feng, observing the towering behemoth before him, felt a flicker of hesitation and cautiously retreated a step. However, Kuan Ge was not one to remain passive. He lunged forward with remarkable speed, nearly matching Ling Feng's own. With both hands gripping his knife, Ling Feng aimed a horizontal slash at Kuan Ge's waist. The long knife sliced through the air, producing a series of whooshing sounds. Kuan Ge let out a cold chuckle, refusing to evade the attack, and instead raised his arm to block the strike. Clearly, he possessed a profound confidence in his own defenses. However, he grossly underestimated the sharpness of the Tang Dao. The long blade encountered no obstruction and severed his arm with ease, his robust limb flying away. Remarkably, he appeared to be impervious to pain, his expression unchanged as he lunged with his other hand towards Ling Feng's heart. Ling Feng had no time to evade, and the force of the blow sent him staggering backward for several paces before he managed to dissipate the impact. Yet, he sustained no substantial injury. "Given the opportunity, you proved to be quite ineffectual," Ling Feng remarked with a mocking grin. Kong Ge, infuriated, pounded the ground with his fists, swinging his remaining arm in an attempt to charge at him. The loss of one arm had diminished Kong Ge's offensive capabilities, and Ling Feng found himself considerably more at ease. As Kong Ge attacked, Ling Feng deftly evaded, with Kong Ge's fists failing to even graze his clothing, which only served to heighten Kong Ge's agitation. His emerald-hued visage flushed with a tinge of crimson. Seizing the moment, Ling Feng struck downward at Kong Ge's remaining arm, producing a sharp crack. Once again, Kong Ge's other arm was severed at the root. Deprived of both arms, Kong Ge's strength significantly waned, However, he refused to relent and instead employed his body as a weapon, charging at Ling Feng. Yet, Ling Feng had anticipated this move the instant he severed Kong Ji's arm. He swiftly sidestepped. Ling Feng then maneuvered behind him and swung the Tang Dao towards his neck. With a decisive stroke, Kong Ji's head was cleaved from his body, and the headless corpse continued to run forward until it collided with a wall, coming to a halt. Ling Feng gazed at the fallen body. A frown etched deeply upon his brow. Who exactly were these individuals? Ling Feng pondered, his mind swirling with uncertainty. It seemed this world was far more complex than he had envisioned. Encountering such peril on his very first day outside was a chilling revelation. The individuals he had just slain appeared to have undergone genetic enhancement treatments, and they had conspicuously appeared beneath the Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company. Were they in search of something? If his suspicions were correct, these individuals were likely after the genetic serum. This realization placed Ling Feng in a precarious position. It was only a matter of time before they sought him out. He needed to swiftly ascertain the origins of this group. Approaching the bodies of those he had just dispatched, Ling Feng began to search for useful clues. To his astonishment, he discovered the same letter M emblazoned on their garments. Could they be affiliated with M Pharmaceutical Company? Ling Feng recalled his grandfather mentioning that M Company had once sought to collaborate with him on research concerning the genetic serum, an overture that had been firmly declined. Given the day's events, it seemed plausible that M Company remained unyielding in their ambitions, still pursuing leads regarding the genetic serum. Ling Feng rummaged for a considerable time, yet he could not uncover any further clues. He gathered the firearms of several individuals and stored them within his spatial compartment, subsequently placing the snowmobile inside as well. Ling Feng made his way towards the company's edifice, its entrance long buried beneath the heavy snowfall, rendering the ground nearly level with the third floor of the building. With a powerful punch, he shattered a pane of glass before crouching to enter. Navigating through the familiar surroundings, he arrived at the fire escape. The global power outage rendered the elevators inoperative, compelling him to ascend to the 88th floor on foot. This level housed the company's laboratory, where all new product developments were conducted. Utilizing his formidable physique, Ling Feng ascended to the 88th floor without breaking a sweat. Upon encountering the tightly sealed laboratory door, he contemplated using a grenade to force entry. The doors were fortified with bulletproof glass, and he preferred not to employ alternative methods. Given his ample supply of grenades, he retrieved one and hurled it towards the door. With a resounding explosion, the door was obliterated. Grenades proved to be quite effective. It seemed prudent to acquire more in the future. Entering the laboratory, Ling Feng swiftly began to gather experimental apparatus. He carelessly stuffed all the equipment into his spatial compartment. Unperturbed by the space it occupied, after collecting the instruments, he proceeded to the warehouse storing raw materials, filled with pharmaceuticals intended for genetic research. Fortunately, these items were well packaged and ready for use. After hastily gathering these supplies, he prepared to leave. However, just as he stepped out of the laboratory, he recalled that Ling Yutong's office was located one floor above. Why not take a look? After all, he was already there, and who knew what he might discover? He ascended the stairs to the 89th floor, where Ling Yutong's office occupied the northwest corner, the largest office within the entire company. Arriving at the entrance, he forcefully kicked the door open. The lavish decor of the office prompted Ling Feng to mentally chastise Ling Yutong once more. Inside the office, apart from a few safes, there was little of value, predominantly consisting of antique paintings and calligraphy. Ling Feng found these items uninteresting. In the apocalypse, they held no worth. Not even enough to procure a loaf of bread. His gaze shifted to the three safes in the distance, hoping to find something surprising within. He applied brute force to open one of the safes, revealing a collection of documents, mostly contracts, of no practical use. He then opened the second safe, which contained a handgun, several dozen rounds of ammunition, and various passports. Finding no valuable items in the first two safes left him somewhat disheartened. He directed his attention to the third safe. Chapter 61. Ling Kuer's Conspiracy. Ling Feng took a deep breath, invoking a silent prayer for luck as he opened the third safe. Inside, the contents were sparse, revealing only a small box. Upon opening it, he was taken aback by what he found: a gene serum. How could Ling Yutong possess a gene serum? However, upon closer inspection, it appeared to differ from the one he held. The gene serum left to him by his grandfather was red, while the 5 vials before him were a pale green. Ling Feng speculated that the gene serum in the safe was likely a subpar product developed by Ling Yutong and his team. Lacking the core data essential for creating a true gene serum, it was merely a half-finished product. He attempted to store the gene serum in his spatial realm, hoping it would trigger a special item upgrade. He selected a hundredfold enhancement. Gene serum. Enhancement effects. 1. No side effects. 2. Enhances human potential a hundredfold. It truly worked. Ling Feng was exhilarated as he beheld the upgraded gene serum in his spatial realm. Yet, he realized that this particular serum was rather inferior, even after enhancement. It could only offer a hundredfold increase, far less effective than the serum he possessed. Nonetheless, these vials could be considered for use by Wang Long or Lin Su. How incompetent Ling Yutong was to produce such a trivial concoction. Suddenly, an idea struck Ling Feng, prompting him to hastily depart from Tianhu Building and mount his motorcycle, heading towards Shizi Bay. Meanwhile, in the villa, Lin Su gazed out the window with a face drained of color, her expression one of sheer terror. Outside, a monstrous figure relentlessly assaulted the door, its immense strength causing the door to thud ominously. Lin Su felt a chill run through her. Peering through the surveillance, she beheld the creature outside, her legs trembling and her complexion paling. The monster was utterly terrifying, far beyond her comprehension. Towering at 2.5 meters. Its body was covered in flesh-like orbs the size of lychee fruit, with dark liquid seeping from the corners of its mouth. Its eyes glowed a menacing red, bulging in a frightful manner. Lin Su deeply missed Ling Feng's presence. If only he were here, she thought, he would undoubtedly resolve this predicament with ease. Unbeknownst to her, her reliance on him had grown ever deeper. The creature outside seemed to realize that the door was unyielding, growing increasingly agitated as it rained blows upon the first-floor windows. It continued to batter against the glass, roaring ferociously. Lin Su, paralyzed with fear at the sight of the monster's grotesque assault on the window, hesitated to even draw the curtains. Through the window, she caught sight of a figure on the second floor of the neighboring villa, Ling Kuo. It turns out she was behind it all. At that moment, Ling Kuo gazed coldly at Ling Yutong, who had transformed into a monster before her, her heart devoid of any turmoil. "Father, you are on the brink of death anyway. Just help your daughter one last time," she whispered. Ever since she discovered that her father possessed the gene serum, a plan had gradually formed in her mind. However, due to Ling Feng's cautious nature, this plan had remained unexecuted. This morning, however, Ling Feng unexpectedly left the villa alone. She finally awaited this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, nearly fainting with excitement. How foolish of Ling Feng to venture out alone during such perilous times. Did he not realize he was creating an opportunity for her? She injected all 3 vials of the gene serum into Ling Yutong's body, and the once nearly lifeless Ling Yutong suddenly erupted with formidable strength. With a single punch, he shattered the front door of their home. Under Ling Kuo's command, Ling Yutong advanced to Ling Feng's villa and began a frenzied assault. Ling Kuo watched with exhilaration. Once the door was breached, she would claim everything that belonged to Ling Feng. However, her elation was short-lived. After an hour of relentless attacking, the door remained unscathed, standing resolutely in place. In contrast, Ling Yutong, drained from his frenzied onslaught, had exhausted every ounce of his strength and potential. His strikes grew weaker, and the fury in his eyes diminished, until eventually, his gaze was consumed by despair. He could no longer sustain himself, and his massive frame toppled backward. Lin Suxin, still shaken, patted her wide chest, relieved that the monster had perished. Otherwise, she would have truly been terrified. Noticing that Ling Kuo had vanished, her suspicions were further confirmed. She took out her phone, intending to inform Ling Feng of the recent events and caution him about Ling Kuo. Just as she was about to dial, she spotted Ling Feng approaching on a snowmobile from a distance. Seeing Ling Feng return safely, her anxious heart finally settled. Lin Su put down her phone and prepared to open the door for him. Ling Feng halted the snowmobile at the villa entrance and immediately spotted the monstrous corpse lying in the snow. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. However, upon seeing the intact front door, his tension eased. He approached the creature's body to inspect it, observing the grotesque mass that resembled a repulsive toad. Judging by its appearance, it must have been Ling Yutong. Ling Feng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had not been able to deliver the final blow himself, which was rather disappointing. It was truly regrettable that he could not kill him with his own hands. He reached the entrance, where Lin Su stood waiting with a pair of slippers, ready to welcome him inside. Ling Feng entered the villa, and Lin Su willingly knelt down to assist him in removing his shoes, replacing them with comfortable cotton slippers. She then helped him out of his coat and hat. "I have prepared ginger syrup for you. Let me bring you a bowl." With that, she turned and made her way to the kitchen. Ling Feng, reclining on the sofa with a relaxed demeanor, leisurely lit a cigarette. He could not help but reflect. Home indeed offers a sense of comfort, safety, and warmth. The outside world remains perilous, and he must hasten to enhance his strength. For stronger adversaries will inevitably emerge in the future. Lin Su approached, presenting a steaming bowl of ginger syrup before Ling Feng. "Drink it while it's hot." Ling Feng accepted the ginger syrup, sipping it at a leisurely pace. The scalding liquid coursed through him, providing a welcome warmth. Lin Su stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders while recounting the events of the day. Ling Kuer, however, caused Ling Feng's expression to grow increasingly cold, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his gaze. This individual truly harbored insatiable greed. He had once granted her a chance at life, yet she failed to cherish it. Since she was so intent on her demise, he would grant her wish. Ling Feng drained the bowl of ginger syrup, his eyes momentarily glinting with a murderous intent. Wait for me at home. I shall step out for a moment. He rose, preparing to leave. Wait, Lin Su called out, hastily catching up with him. She looked at Ling Feng with concern. Be careful, she may have a gun. Ling Feng caressed her smooth cheek and smiled. Do not worry, I shall return shortly. He then turned and exited the villa, heading towards the villa of Ling Yutang. It was time to settle this grudge. Chapter 62. The death of Ling Kuer. Ling Feng arrived at Villa No. 80. The door stood wide open, seemingly left ajar for him. He stepped inside and found Ling Kuer seated on the sofa, her demeanor cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. You have come to kill me, haven't you? Ling Kuer remarked with a faint smile, her tone flat. Ling Feng settled onto the sofa opposite her, lighting a cigarette. I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it time and again. Ling Kuer chuckled bitterly, a despondent expression crossing her face. I have lost. All of this is of my own making. However, do not think you will escape. Suddenly, she drew a handgun from behind her, aiming it at Ling Feng with a triumphant grin. I want your entire family to pay the price. Ling Feng die? Ling Feng remained calm, sitting on the sofa with an air of tranquility, showing no signs of fear. Ling Kuer, seemingly displeased with his demeanor, exclaimed in anger. Aren't you afraid? You are about to die? Ha! What's wrong? Are you too scared to move, you bastard? You once exuded an air of superiority, did you not? Ling Feng took a deep drag from his cigarette, casting a scornful glance at her. Do you truly believe that you can take my life with this wretched firearm? Ling Kuer's eyes instantly reddened, fury igniting within her. This was not the outcome she desired. She longed to witness Ling Feng kneel before her, pleading for mercy, only for her to mercilessly extinguish his life thereafter. You bastard, perish! She exclaimed, pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and she envisioned the bullet striking Ling Feng, a scene that had replayed in her mind countless times. Yet, the fantasy she conjured did not materialize. The bullet struck the sponge of the sofa, and Ling Feng, who had been sitting there, had somehow appeared at her side. Ling Kuer was taken aback, hastily redirecting the gun for a second shot. Alas, her reflexes were too sluggish. Ling Feng was extraordinarily swift, beyond ordinary speed. In an instant, the gun was wrested from her grasp, and she could barely comprehend his movement. What manner of being are you? Panic seized Ling Kuer as she felt her strength evaporate, collapsing to the ground. Ling Feng toyed with the confiscated handgun, a mocking expression adorning his face. I came here specifically to deal with you. A shiver coursed through Ling Kuer, and it was only then that she realized death was imminent. Her earlier composure shattered. Trembling uncontrollably, her visage paled. Brother Feng, spare me. I will do anything you ask. Ling Feng's eyes glinted with interest as he appraised her from head to toe. Anything at all. Ling Kuer, believing that she had stirred his affection, nodded vigorously. Indeed. From this moment forth, I shall be your devoted servant, ensuring your utmost comfort. Though her heart brimmed with resentment towards Ling Feng, her will to survive compelled her to submit to any indignity. Even if it meant living as a dog, it was preferable to being dead. Ling Feng regarded her with disdain. Truly, it seemed that they were cut from the same cloth, akin to Ling Yutang, willing to stoop to any depths for personal gain. Spare you? That is out of the question. I have no desire to invite trouble upon myself. Without hesitation, Ling Feng fired a shot straight into her heart, instantly creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl in her back, blood gushing forth relentlessly. You said you wouldn't kill me. Ling Kuer looked at Ling Feng in bewilderment, confusion etched on her face. Hadn't he just promised her mercy? I never claimed I wouldn't kill you. It was merely your own misinterpretation. Ling Feng tucked away the gun, his demeanor icy. After dispatching Ling Kuer, he swiftly commenced a thorough search of the villa. Within the villa lay the lifeless bodies of the members of the Qinglong Society. Yet the absence of Yang Zihan was conspicuous, leaving Ling Feng somewhat taken aback. However, he did not dwell on it for long. As he departed from the Ling family villa, a sense of relief washed over him. He had finally exacted vengeance for the grievances of his past life, avenging both himself and his grandfather. Since his rebirth, he had been consumed by hatred, but with this retribution fulfilled, even the act of breathing felt invigorating. Upon returning to the villa, Ling Feng summoned the brothers Zhang En and Zhang Ning via intercom. What are your commands, master? Zhang Ning inquired respectfully, awaiting Ling Feng's instructions in the courtyard. Ling Feng produced 5 intercom devices and handed them to him, stating, from this day forth, station lookouts at every entrance and exit of the villa. Each post will receive 1 intercom. Should any outsider enter, report to me immediately. The reward shall be 2 steamed buns daily. Additionally, arrange for some strong individuals to dig pits in the villa and its surroundings. Their compensation will be a bucket of instant noodles and 1 steamed bun per meal. Ling Feng resolved to have this group of homeowners from Shizibei work for him, as he had ample provisions, and such a demand was trivial for him. As long as these individuals refrained from causing trouble and obeyed, he was willing to grant them a chance at survival. Upon hearing Ling Feng's terms, Zhang Ning and Zhang En's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such conditions, in the pre-apocalyptic world, would have been deemed unworthy even for a dog. Yet, under the current circumstances, it was akin to a windfall. At the very least, they would no longer have to endure hunger. Rest assured, I will implement your instructions and ensure this task is executed flawlessly, Zhang Ning assured, thumping his chest. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction and rewarded both of them with a bag of sausages. The brothers bowed and pledged their loyalty, which struck Ling Feng as somewhat excessive. Once he sent them off, Ling Feng began contemplating his next steps. Ever since he learned of the actions of Company M, a growing sense of urgency had taken root within him. He realized that these individuals would inevitably seek him out, and he needed to prepare adequate defensive measures. Otherwise, he would be left in a passive position when they came knocking at his door. Furthermore, Company M likely possessed a multitude of individuals enhanced by genetic serums, each significantly stronger than the average person. This reality demanded serious consideration. He needed to elevate his own strength swiftly, and he also intended to assist Wang Long in enhancing his abilities, ensuring he had a trustworthy ally by his side. Additionally, he planned to seek out more powerful weaponry. Although his arsenal was well stocked, he lacked weapons of substantial power. An opportunity to venture out and scout for arms was essential. Locations such as police stations or military bases would undoubtedly house formidable weaponry. Securing artillery would be even more exhilarating. The thought of the numerous matters awaiting his attention caused him a slight headache. He clearly wished to remain at home in peace, yet troubles incessantly sought him out. Lin Su, busy in the kitchen, noticed his discontent and set down the cucumber she was holding to massage his shoulders from behind. "Are you facing another vexing matter?" she inquired gently. Ling Feng nodded in response. "How about we go upstairs and unwind?" Upon uttering these words, Lin Su suddenly realized the potential ambiguity of her suggestion and quickly amended. "I meant to say we could rest upstairs, nothing more." However, upon witnessing Ling Feng's ravenous gaze, she understood how misguided her words had been. In an instant, Ling Feng lifted her into his arms and ascended the stairs. Chapter 63. Strange Marks. The following morning, Ling Feng awoke feeling refreshed, rising from his bed. After a brief wash, he made his way to the dining room on the first floor, where Lin Su began to serve breakfast. Observing Lin Su, now vibrant and rosy-cheeked, akin to a ripe peach, he couldn't resist the urge to take a bite. A smile crept across Ling Feng's lips as he approached her from behind, enveloping her in an embrace and feeling her supple form, his hands wandering inappropriately. Lin Su sensed a shift in Ling Feng's demeanor and quickly evaded him, fearing he might pursue his desires again. Noticing her alarmed expression, Ling Feng teased, "Why not lie down again upstairs?" Upon hearing this, Lin Su shot him an exasperated glance. "No? Can't I have a day to rest? I'm utterly exhausted." Ling Feng chuckled heartily, refraining from further teasing as he settled down to enjoy his meal. Breakfast was quite lavish. Barbecue pork buns, rice rolls, flat rice noodles, fried dough sticks, and eggs. Ling Feng's appetite was piqued, and he indulged heartily, having expended considerable energy the previous night, his stomach growling in protest. After savoring Lin Su's cooking for such an extended period, he found it utterly delightful, relishing every bite. After finishing his meal, Ling Feng exited the villa and visited Wang Long's residence. After several calls, Wang Long leisurely opened the door. Rubbing his eyes, he appeared groggy. Can't a person get any sleep in the morning? After opening the door, he collapsed onto the sofa, completely ignoring Ling Feng, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Ling Feng observed Wang Long's state with a mixture of amusement and concern. Ever since the apocalypse, he had become increasingly reclusive and lethargic. It was essential to rouse him, or he would truly waste away. He retrieved a balloon from his space, filled it with water in the bathroom, and tied it off. Ling Feng approached the sofa, where Wang Long continued to sleep soundly, and raised the water-filled balloon, preparing to drop it onto Wang Long's face. "What the hell?" Wang Long shot up from the sofa, instantly awake, his expression one of utter disbelief as he glanced at the laughing Ling Feng. "What on earth are you doing?" Ling Feng, tears of laughter streaming down his face, took a moment to compose himself before slowly speaking. "If I didn't resort to this method, do you believe you could sleep through the night?" Wang Long, wiping the cool water from his body, looked at Ling Feng with a face full of frustration. "What made you think of finding me today?" "I'm here to present you with a grand opportunity," Ling Feng replied with an air of mystery. "Opportunity? What opportunity?" "Follow me, and you shall soon find out." Ling Feng, amidst Wang Long's puzzled expression, led him to the basement. He selected a spacious spot to avoid any potential damage when Wang Long's medication took effect. He then produced a prepared gene serum and handed it to Wang Long. This is the gene serum. It will alter the structure of the human body and enhance its potential. Wang Long examined the serum with a skeptical gaze. Have you used it? He questioned, filled with doubt. I haven't used this particular one, Ling Feng admitted candidly. Wang Long became agitated. Are you treating me like a guinea pig? What if it poisons me? Ling Feng rolled his eyes. If I weren't confident, do you think I would offer it to you? This is something others would fight tooth and nail to obtain, and if you don't want it, then return it to me. As Ling Feng spoke, he attempted to reclaim the gene serum. Wang Long immediately clutched the serum tightly, realizing he had merely been venting. He trusted his brother implicitly. Perhaps this could indeed be his chance at greatness. I want it. I want it, Wang Long exclaimed, playfully sidling up to Ling Feng with a flattering grin. How do I use this? Ling Feng produced a specialized syringe, prepared the serum, and ready to inject it into Wang Long. Am I going in? Let us do it. Wang Long tightly shut his eyes, wearing a constipated expression. Ling Feng swiftly administered the serum into the area near his heart. I don't feel anything, Fengzi, Wang Long remarked, feeling no immediate discomfort. This thing hasn't expired. Has it? Ling Feng remained silent, lighting a cigarette and watching him with a smile. Approximately 10 seconds later. Oh no, why does it hurt so much? Wang Long's complexion began to flush, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and soon the pain became unbearable. He fell to the ground, rolling in agony, his cries echoing throughout the basement. Ling Feng observed Wang Long's distress with a sense of schadenfreude, keenly taking in the spectacle of his friend's misfortune. Soon dark, viscous substances began to ooze from Wang Long's skin, releasing a foul odor. After about half an hour, Wang Long's cries gradually diminished, and he slowly stabilized. An hour later, he stood before a mirror, admiring his muscles with a face full of narcissism. Wow, this is incredible. I feel capable of defeating 5 versions of my former self. How extraordinary. How impressive. Wang Long looked at Ling Feng, eager to test his newfound strength, which had inflated his confidence, making him feel terrifyingly powerful. Fengzi, let us spar. You should no longer be my match. Come on. 5 minutes later, Wang Long emerged from the basement, bruised and battered, his expression contorted. The arrogance he had exhibited moments ago had been replaced by a humbled demeanor. The once invincible Wang Long had been sent flying by a single kick from Ling Feng. After administering the serum to Wang Long, Ling Feng resolved to venture out once more in search of supplies. Previously, he had been unable to gather resources from a gas station due to a lack of tools. Today, he intended to return, aiming to collect all the fuel resources within and perhaps find some weapons as well. Upon hearing about Ling Feng's plan, Wang Long insisted on accompanying him for a joyride. Ling Feng, recognizing that Wang Long had undergone serum enhancement, granting him physical resilience far exceeding that of an ordinary individual, consented to his request. He communicated via intercom to Zhang Ning to remain vigilant regarding the lookout, and cautioned Lin Su not to open the door carelessly before they departed. Ling Feng rode a snowmobile with Wang Long, speeding towards their destination, the gas station. The hole Ling Feng had dug the previous day remained untouched, and no footprints marred the surface of the snow. It appeared that no one else had visited this place. Ling Feng retrieved his tools, preparing to continue clearing the frozen snow. Fengzi, come over here and see what this is. Wang Long called from beside an abandoned van not far away, gesturing excitedly. Ling Feng set down his tools and approached Wang Long. What is it? Wang Long pointed to a peculiar mark on the ground, a drag mark approximately 50 centimeters wide, extending from the van into the ruins beyond. The trace did not resemble tire tracks, and with the heavy snowfall currently blanketing the area, it seemed too fresh to have been left long ago. It appears to be the mark of a reptile. Ling Feng's expression darkened as he gazed toward the distant ruins, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Chapter 64. The giant python. Yesterday, Ling Feng had sensed an unsettling presence at the gas station, and upon discovering this drag mark today, his apprehension deepened. He retrieved a weapon from his storage, grasping it firmly, and tossed another to Wang Long. Be cautious. This place feels ominous. Ling Feng's demeanor grew tense as he warned Wang Long. The latter felt a chill at Ling Feng's words, contemplating the implications of such a large reptile. Gripping his weapon tightly, he inquired, could it be a snake? Let us investigate further. We must see where this mark leads. Ling Feng gestured towards the expanse of ruins ahead, and the two cautiously advanced, one to the left and the other to the right. Midway through their approach, Ling Feng raised his hand to signal a halt. Wang Long, in perfect synchrony, came to a stop, ready to shoot at a moment's notice. Having participated in numerous missions together, their teamwork was remarkably seamless, often requiring only a glance to understand the next course of action. Ling Feng made a motion with his right hand, indicating for Wang Long to provide cover from a distance while he ventured forth to investigate. Just moments ago, his keen sense of hearing had detected the sound of movement among the debris. Ling Feng carefully approached the ruins, halting at a distance of 20 meters. Silently, he retrieved a grenade from his gear and hurled it towards the ruins. A resounding explosion echoed as the grenade detonated, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. Simultaneously, a long, thick figure slithered along the ground, darting towards Ling Feng with alarming speed. Its crimson eyes glowed like two ominous lanterns, coldly fixated on its prey. Upon seeing the massive form, Ling Feng's expression shifted. The giant python, approximately 60 centimeters in diameter and an estimated 15 meters in length, appeared quite terrifying. The creature flicked its crimson tongue and opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs on either side. Covered in scales, the python was a formidable sight. Ling Feng quickly retreated, firing his weapon repeatedly at the beast. Wang Long, stationed not far away, also opened fire the moment the python revealed itself. However, the bullets merely sparked against its hardened scales, inflicting no damage. The giant python, deterred by the gunfire, coiled its body and fixed its gaze intently on Ling Feng. This creature's hide is too tough to penetrate, Wang Long remarked gravely. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, maintaining a defensive stance to guard against a sudden attack from the python. It appeared to be a mutated variant, resembling a cauliflower snake rather than a traditional python. You should fall back. I will hold my ground, Ling Feng decided. Recognizing the challenge presented by the creature, conventional firearms would be ineffective, and engaging in close combat would undoubtedly be perilous. The best course of action was to retreat swiftly. Wang Long nodded and began to back away towards their motorcycle. As the python noticed his movement, it seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly turned its attention towards him. Seeing this, Ling Feng sheathed his rifle and sprinted towards the giant python, drawing his tang knife. Wang Long possessed strength only a few times greater than that of an ordinary person, but he was no match for the python. Ling Feng took the initiative to distract the beast. The python, initially poised to attack Wang Long, roared and decisively altered its course towards the approaching Ling Feng. Its massive body, surprisingly agile, moved with remarkable swiftness. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at Ling Feng's head. With astonishing speed, Ling Feng wielded his blade, executing a horizontal slash towards the serpent's skull. The clash of the tang knife against the fangs produced a shower of sparks, the keen edge of the blade severing half of the giant python's teeth. The creature recoiled in pain, violently shaking its head. Simultaneously, it lashed its tail toward Ling Feng. Observing the snake's tail sweeping towards him like an iron chain, Ling Feng hastily dodged, performing a forward roll to evade the strike. The python's tail missed its target and struck the snowy ground, creating a half-meter deep trench in the earth. Ling Feng, still trembling from the near miss, felt relief wash over him. Had he been struck, it would surely have caused internal injuries. With its initial attack thwarted, the giant python swung its tail again, aiming for Ling Feng. He began to dodge ceaselessly, relying on his speed and agility to engage in a perilous dance with the creature amidst the ruins. Searching for an opportunity to strike, the python's repeated assaults all fell short, frustrating it and causing its aggression to escalate. The attacks grew even swifter, intensifying the pressure on Ling Feng. However, he discerned a crucial flaw. Despite the serpent's increased speed, it also exposed itself more. Previously, the python maintained a relatively safe distance during its assaults, using its tail as a weapon. Yet, after Ling Feng evaded multiple strikes, the creature, now agitated, began to close the distance, attempting to encircle him with its massive body. Ling Feng, of course, would not afford it that chance. He quickened his pace, deftly evading while, at opportune moments, countering with his own attacks. In this life-and-death struggle, he felt his potential surging, his speed accelerating. What had initially required great effort to dodge became progressively easier. Soon, the python could no longer match Ling Feng's velocity. As he landed strikes upon it, the creature accumulated more wounds, causing its own speed to diminish. In this ebb and flow of power, Ling Feng's momentum grew ever stronger, and the balance of strength shifted. Seizing the moment, he swiftly advanced to the python's vulnerable spot, channeling all his strength into a decisive downward strike. The serpent was cleaved in two, its massive form thrashing before gradually falling still. Seeing the creature finally subdued, Ling Feng relaxed, sinking to the ground, panting heavily. Not far away, Wang Long approached with excitement, vigorously patting Ling Feng on the shoulder. "Well done, Fengzi. That was incredible. I was so worried over here. This giant worm's hide is so tough. Not even a bullet could penetrate it," Wang Long exclaimed, kicking the python's lifeless body in awe. Ling Feng gazed upon the colossal form of the giant python, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Fortunately, he had managed to push his physical limits at a critical moment. Otherwise, he and his companion would have become mere sustenance for the serpent. This creature must be a mutated species. Leaning on his broadsword, Ling Feng scrutinized the python's body. He pondered whether it would be palatable, contemplating bringing it back for Lin Su to prepare a snake soup for him to savor. Approaching the enormous head of the serpent, he sought to inspect its fangs. Suddenly, the lifeless python opened its eyes and lunged at Ling Feng's neck with its gaping maw. In a split second, Ling Feng narrowly evaded the attack by sidestepping. Failing to catch him, the python slithered away, dragging its severed body in haste towards the ruins. Chapter 65. Resources acquired. What the hell? Wang Long stared in disbelief as he watched the python escape. The creature, cleaved in two, was somehow still alive and fleeing. This was utterly outrageous. It shattered his perception of reality. That beast had undoubtedly been feigning death, biding its time to escape. Damn it, outsmarted by a long worm. Wang Long fumed with indignation. Without hesitation, Ling Feng brandished his sword and pursued the direction in which the python had fled. Before departing, he reminded Wang Long to keep an eye on the other half of the creature's carcass, as he intended to take it home for his snake soup. Ling Feng carefully followed the trail left by the python. This mutated serpent had presumably developed a level of intelligence. It was possible that it was now lying in wait to ambush him. Following the slithering marks, he arrived at the entrance of a cave. The cave's diameter was approximately 1.5 meters, and peering inside revealed an impenetrable darkness. Ling Feng hesitated to rush inside. Uncertain of what lurked within, what if a second python awaited him? This serpent was cunning, its intellect perhaps surpassing that of an average human. He retrieved a grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the cave. The explosion reverberated, shattering part of the cave, yet the python remained elusive. The grenade had damaged a portion of the cave, but had not completely obliterated it. From the outside, it still appeared unfathomably deep. Damn, how deep is this place? Ling Feng cursed under his breath, then continued to toss grenades inside, having ample supplies at his disposal. With each grenade, he relentlessly dismantled the python's lair. After a barrage of detonations, he finally caught sight of the serpent. It lay coiled on the ground, barely clinging to life, seemingly drained of its strength. However, after the recent encounter, Ling Feng remained on high alert. Who could say if the creature was merely pretending to be incapacitated, or whether another python lurked nearby? Ling Feng stood still, surveying his surroundings for a moment. Once he confirmed the absence of other giant pythons, he cautiously approached the colossal serpent. Gripping his blade with both hands, he advanced carefully to a short distance from the python. The creature laboriously turned its head, seemingly attempting to shift its body. But after several futile attempts, it proved unsuccessful. It appeared that being severed in two had inflicted severe injuries, allowing it to endure longer than an ordinary snake would. With determination, Ling Feng gathered his strength and swiftly struck at the python's head. Despite its weakened state, he was resolute not to commit the same error again. The blade of his tang knife plunged into the python's body, severing its head from the rest of its form. The disembodied head continued to flick its tongue, its eyes reflecting a semblance of human resentment, sending shivers down Ling Feng's spine. Truly, it was a creature that could not be easily vanquished. However, the headless python posed no further threat to him. Ling Feng promptly stored the severed head and a portion of the snake's body in his spatial storage, intending to examine them later for insights into the reasons behind the python's mutation, which might yield unexpected discoveries. Having dealt with the python, Ling Feng returned to the gas station feeling lighthearted. Upon seeing him, Wang Long, who was seated atop the python and smoking, hurried over to check if he was injured. Is it resolved? Wang Long inquired with a calm demeanor. Ling Feng nodded in affirmation. We need to locate the oil storage room quickly. The situation outside is too perilous. The two men armed themselves with tools and began digging into the ground in search of the storage room's entrance. After 2 hours of relentless excavation, they finally discovered the entrance, a fortunate outcome attributed to their genetic serum transformations. A regular person would not have endured such conditions outdoors for that long. Upon entering the storage room, Ling Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of 4 large fuel barrels. With these resources, thanks to the system's replication function, he would have enough fuel to last him for decades. He stored all 4 barrels into his spatial storage, leaving Wang Long in a state of astonishment. Previously, Ling Feng had mentioned to him that he had unexpectedly gained supernatural abilities, allowing him to store objects in a different space, and had asked him to keep it a secret. Wang Long had thought it was mere bravado, but witnessing the 4 massive barrels vanish into thin air left him utterly flabbergasted. It's real. I wish I had such powers, he exclaimed. Fengzi, how did you awaken your abilities? Wang Long asked with an envious expression. Ling Feng, smiling, replied, I have no idea. I just woke up with it. He then disregarded Wang Long's curiosity and headed outside, eager to leave as the outside world felt exceedingly dangerous. After stepping outside, the two men mounted their motorcycle and departed, taking the python's remains with them. In the suburbs of Beijing, within an ordinary residential building, 5 men dressed in identical uniforms queued to enter the basement. At the forefront of the 5 individuals stood a man with a square face, approximately 30 years of age. His countenance was stern and devoid of humor, and his physique was remarkably robust, indicative of someone who had undergone rigorous training. Upon arriving in the basement, the group re-entered the elevator, which descended to subterranean levels. Remarkably, during a global power outage, this elevator continued to function seamlessly. It halted at a depth of 30 meters, and the door slid open. The group exited the elevator and made their way to the innermost office of the underground space. The square-faced man bowed slightly to a seated individual within the office. Brother Chong, Inshi and the others have been killed. We discovered their bodies beneath the Tianhu pharmaceutical building. Inshi was murdered after using the berserk serum. The man addressed as Brother Chong maintained a neutral expression, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table, eyes closed as if lost in thought. You mean to say that Inshi was killed despite using the berserk serum? He inquired, his voice low and measured as he opened his eyes to gaze at the square-faced man. The latter, observing the man's impassive visage, couldn't help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Indeed, Brother Chong, the mutation evident in Inshi's corpse clearly resulted from the serum. Wang Chong's eyes narrowed slightly, and his demeanor darkened. It seems he was slain by a genetic warrior, and a formidable one at that. What discoveries have been made at Tianhu Pharmaceuticals? I led my brothers there for a thorough search, but it appears the place has already been ransacked. Even the laboratory equipment has been taken. No useful information was found within the entire building. The square-faced man reported cautiously, wary of inciting his leader's wrath. Wang Chong stroked his chin, scrutinizing the square-faced man with evident discontent. The latter, feeling increasingly uneasy under Wang Chong's gaze, found his legs trembling uncontrollably. Recognizing the telltale signs of an impending emotional outburst in his leader, he prepared to defend himself. However, before he could utter a word, Wang Chong swiftly drew his pistol and shot the square-faced man in the head, ending his life instantly. The subordinates surrounding the square-faced man turned pale with fear, bowing their heads in silence, too terrified to breathe. Chapter 66. The Harvest of the Giant Python. Wang Chong, his expression unflustered, holstered his pistol and addressed the group of ashen-faced subordinates. You lot, dispose of the body, then summon Kwang Hu to me. The group, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, exhaled quietly as they hurriedly carried the corpse away. Wang Chong settled into his swivel chair, idly toying with the handgun in his grasp. In a short while, a burly man with a full beard approached him. Boss, you called for me, Kwang Hu said, his expression one of displeasure. He had been engaged in a card game with his subordinates, riding a wave of good fortune when he was abruptly summoned. Wang Chong observed the arrogant Kwang Hu, feeling a flicker of anger within, yet refraining from verbal reprimand. After all, Kwang Hu ranked among the top 5 gene warriors in the organization, having rendered considerable service. Should he abandon his post, it would mean the loss of a formidable fighter. His audacity was indeed backed by substantial strength. Inshi is dead, Wang Chong declared, his expression darkening. What? Kwang Hu's fury ignited instantly, his fists clenched tightly, causing the joints to crack ominously. A 2-centimeter deep imprint manifested on the wall beside him. Inshi had been his closest friend, having accompanied him through countless lonely nights. Their bond was filled with cherished memories. Just last night, they had played cards together, and now, this separation was irrevocable. They were brothers who understood each other deeply. With Inshi gone, who would keep him company in the dark nights ahead? Who did this? Kwang Hu ground out through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse. Wang Chong noted the intensity of Kwang Hu's expression, feeling a surge of satisfaction. It seemed he would not need to motivate him. With just a little guidance, Kwang Hu would take it upon himself to investigate. I don't have all the details yet, but I suspect Inshi's death is connected to the Tianhu Corporation. I have dispatched individuals to investigate Ling Tianhu's family. I trust we will have results soon. I will inform you immediately upon discovering anything. Also, exercise caution. The perpetrator may have injected themselves with the gene serum developed by Ling Tianhu, enhancing their strength significantly. Wang Chong continually reassured Kwang Hu. I care not who he is. He shall know my might. Allow me to partake in the investigation. I wish to find the murderer swiftly. Kwang Hu scoffed, disregarding Wang Chong's words. Very well. I entrust this matter to you, Wang Chong replied, pleased to see his objective achieved. This fool only knew how to fight and kill, lacking any semblance of strategic acumen. Nevertheless, with Kwang Hu involved, the issue might be resolved swiftly, as the higher-ups had repeatedly urged him to locate the hidden research data and gene serum samples of Ling Tianhu. Meanwhile, Ling Feng and Wang Long, having returned to Shizi Bay on their snowmobiles, parted ways at the entrance to the villa area. Ling Feng parked the snowmobile in a secluded spot and stowed it away. He noticed that work had commenced around his villa, as Zhang Ning efficiently directed others in construction. Ling Feng was quite pleased with Zhang Ning's performance. As a construction company owner, he demonstrated remarkable professionalism in overseeing the project. Within merely half a day, substantial progress had been made. The snow in the courtyard had been nearly cleared, rendering the area far more pleasant. Zhang Ning spotted Ling Feng approaching and hurriedly jogged over to greet him. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Master, you have returned." Ling Feng nodded, patting him on the shoulder. "Well done. I shall reward you with a chicken leg at noon." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ning's lips immediately curled into a radiant smile. "Thank you, master. I will certainly work diligently." The onlookers, engaged in their tasks, regarded Zhang Ning with envy. He was to enjoy a chicken leg. Just the thought made their mouths water. To savor even a single bite of that delicacy, they would willingly forfeit a year of their lives. Zhang Ning, buoyed by the envious gazes surrounding him, instinctively puffed out his chest. In his heart, he felt a swell of pride, declaring to himself that he would steadfastly follow his master. Though they might whisper behind his back that he was merely Ling Feng's dog, he chuckled inwardly. What was wrong with being a dog if it came with chicken legs? Meanwhile, a somewhat brazen individual drew near, showering him with flattery. "Brother Zhang, might I have a taste of the leftover bones from your chicken leg? I shall heed your every command from now on." Zhang Ning furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. The speaker, Lu Jingtian, was the owner of a logistics company, known for his cunning and propensity for deceit. "What are you saying? We all must obey the master, understand? This is a matter of principle. You seem to be misguided. Do not let this happen again." Lu Jingtian, frightened, hastily explained himself, realizing that if this reached Ling Feng's ears, he might face dire consequences. Ling Feng had a notorious reputation for his ruthless disposition. "Brother Zhang, you misunderstand. I have always been loyal to the master." "Well, that is acceptable," Zhang Ning replied, lifting his head as he departed. Once he was a distance away, Lu Jingtian spat contemptuously onto the ground, casting a venomous glare at Zhang Ning's retreating figure. "Humph, a pretentious creature, full of airs. Just wait until I rise to power. I shall see to it that each of you pays." Ling Feng, having completed his inspection, returned home. Lin Su approached him, assisting him in changing clothes and shoes, and offering a warm towel to cleanse his face. Ling Feng reveled in Lin Su's attentive service, a look of contentment upon his face. "How was your harvest today?" Lin Su inquired with a smile as she helped him change. "Quite fruitful. I shall show you shortly." Once he was dressed, Ling Feng led Lin Su to the living room, his demeanor shrouded in mystery. "You have never seen anything like this. Do not blink, and pay close attention." His words piqued Lin Su's curiosity, and she widened her eyes, nodding eagerly. "Here it comes." Ling Feng unveiled the serpent's massive body and head from the confines of his spatial realm. The moment Lin Su laid eyes on the python, she was instantly struck with terror, her complexion paling significantly as she clutched tightly to Ling Feng, burying her face in his embrace. Ling Feng, feeling the softness against his chest, found his thoughts wandering. However, it was evident that Lin Su was genuinely frightened. Her legs trembled, and her small face lost all color. Realizing he might have taken the jest too far, Ling Feng gently patted her back, whispering words of solace. "It's all right. This snake has already been dispatched." He was taken aback to witness the usually composed Lin Su react so dramatically, her startled scream revealing a side of her he had never seen before. It seemed that even the most aloof of women could not withstand the dread of serpents. With Ling Feng's continuous reassurances, her pallor began to improve, and she gradually turned to gaze at the enormous python. Although she knew it was lifeless, she still dared not approach, her hands firmly gripping Ling Feng's arm. Chapter 67. Surge in combat power. Lin Su stared at the massive python that occupied the entire living room, taking deep breaths to alleviate her anxiety. The panic in her eyes slowly began to subside. "How enormous! How can there be such a large snake?" she remarked, still shaken. "Tonight, we shall feast on a complete snake banquet. You handle it." Ling Feng skillfully sliced a portion of the snake's flesh with a tang dao, simultaneously removing its skin. The hide was remarkably tough, capable of withstanding bullets, and Ling Feng collected it with the intent of crafting armor in the future. While the skin was robust, the flesh within had a pleasing elasticity. After handing the meat to Lin Su, he made his way to the laboratory in the basement. He retrieved the snake's head from his storage space and placed it on the workbench. Ling Feng intended to dissect the python's head to investigate the cause of its mutation. Armed with tools, he exerted considerable effort to cleave the skull in two. To his surprise, within the head of the snake, he discovered a small, peanut-sized, translucent crystal. "What is this? A tumor?" Ling Feng murmured. The crystal was situated at the center of the brain, surrounded by an intricate network of nerves and blood vessels. He carefully extracted the crystal from the python's brain, holding it up for close examination. The crystal felt remarkably smooth and rounded, emitting a faint, pleasant aroma. Ling Feng placed the crystal in a device for further scrutiny, but after a prolonged analysis, he found nothing particularly remarkable. He decided to store the crystal in his system space for an upgrade. To his astonishment, a prompt appeared from the system, and he gazed in wonder at the crystal suspended in the space. This marked the third occurrence of such an event with the system. The previous two had involved genetic serums. It appeared that this crystal also belonged to a category of special items. With anticipation, Ling Feng opened the page to investigate further. Exquisite Monster Core contains an abundance of energy, capable of enhancing physical constitution and unlocking 5 of brain capacity. Upon reading the system's explanatory information, Ling Feng was filled with delight, astonished to discover that this object also possessed the ability to enhance one's physical constitution. What a serendipitous surprise! He retrieved the upgraded inner elixir from his spatial storage. This substance, it turned out, was known as the inner elixir. The upgraded version was entirely a milky white, resembling the size of a longan fruit, and emanated a rich fragrance that was irresistibly tempting. Ling Feng couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. He pondered whether this item could be consumed directly. Hesitant, he held the inner elixir in his hand, unsure about the trial. However, considering that it was a product of the system's upgrade, he reasoned that it should pose no problem. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to proceed and promptly tossed the inner elixir into his mouth. Once the elixir entered his mouth, it slid down smoothly, causing no discomfort whatsoever. Ling Feng then lay down in an open area, bracing himself for any potential waves of intense pain that might arise. To his astonishment, he felt no physical discomfort. On the contrary, a sense of warmth gradually flowed from his stomach to every part of his body, enveloping him in a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. So pleasurable that he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, my goodness." Ling Feng lay on the ground with his eyes squinted in bliss, emitting intriguing sounds from his lips. While reveling in comfort, he continuously attuned himself to the changes within his body. His heartbeat quickened significantly, the throbbing of his heart resonating with a powerful rhythm. At this moment, his mind was refreshingly clear, and his past experiences flashed through his consciousness like scenes from a film. This entire process lasted 2 hours before the warm sensation gradually subsided. The frequency of his heartbeat also decreased slowly, ultimately returning to a normal state, even lower than before. Ling Feng rose to his feet, stretching his body, joints cracking with satisfying pops. Clenching his fists to gauge the changes within, he felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. Compared to before, the transformation was monumental. His mind had become significantly clearer. Moreover, his sensory abilities had vastly improved. He could even hear Lin Su cooking on the first floor from the basement, which was notable given the basement's excellent soundproofing that had previously rendered any sounds inaudible. Eager to test the extent of his newfound physical prowess, he approached the gravity chamber. Entering, he closed the door and adjusted the gravity settings to an astonishing 80 times. His previous limit had hovered around 60 times. Now, he had escalated it to 80. Ling Feng found the increase to be quite manageable, suggesting that 80 was not his ultimate limit, and that he could further augment the gravity. 100 times, 130 times, 160 times. Until reaching 200 times, Ling Feng only began to feel that overwhelming pressure, ultimately persevering to 230 times. This was the limit. After testing his own boundaries, Ling Feng stepped out of the gravity chamber, his face alight with excitement. He never anticipated that a single inner elixir could amplify his physical prowess several-fold. After diligently training for months to attain 60 times, enduring considerable hardship, he found that one inner elixir not only facilitated a comfortable breakthrough, but also doubled his capabilities. Ling Feng now harbored a newfound yearning for the outside world. If he could procure a few more inner elixirs, wouldn't he swiftly surpass the 1,000 mark? It appeared he could venture out into the world more frequently. With his current strength, he could effortlessly vanquish that enormous python once more. He now possessed a measure of self-protection, a physical capacity of 230 times for an ordinary person. Such defenses could withstand bullets. Ling Feng felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. His current punch could easily exert a force of at least 10,000 pounds. Who could withstand that? Ling Feng glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the evening. He proceeded to the bathroom for a shower, having just emerged from the gravity chamber drenched in sweat and feeling sticky. After his shower, he felt significantly more refreshed. Lighting a cigarette, he leisurely strolled to the first floor, where he saw Lin Su serving dishes. "I was just about to call you. Come quickly to dinner," Ling Feng exclaimed. Gazing at the table laden with dishes, the aroma wafted toward him, causing his mouth to water. After the recent upgrade, His body had already depleted its energy. Now he was so hungry that he felt his stomach pressing against his back. Lin Su approached with a bottle of Lafite. Just awakened, and it pairs even better with this aroma, she said, gesturing with the red wine in her hand and smiling. She poured a little red wine into a goblet for Ling Feng. Ling Feng picked up a piece of braised snake meat and savored it slowly, his eyes lighting up. The snake meat was tender and succulent, delightfully chewy, prompting him to indulge in several more pieces. In addition to the braised snake meat, there was also snake soup. A delightful concoction of snake and chicken simmered together, producing an exquisite flavor. Lin Su had named it Dragon and Phoenix Soup. As Ling Feng ate, he praised Lin Su's culinary skills. The entire table of dishes was devoured by the two, with Lin Su only stopping when she could eat no more. Su, is it just me, or is the temperature in here a bit high? I feel so warm, Ling Feng remarked, unbuttoning his shirt and fanning himself, feeling quite overheated. Not at all. The temperature remains at 25 degrees, unchanged. However, it does feel rather warm, Lin Su replied, her cheeks flushed and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her gaze appeared somewhat dreamy as she fanned her face with her hand. Ling Feng, parched and captivated by Lin Su, could no longer restrain himself. Chapter 68. Study material. Lin Su reclined against Ling Feng's robust chest, her hair slightly disheveled, a hint of rosy intoxication gracing her cheeks. The beauty of her countenance was accentuated with a touch of sensuality. Her alluring eyes, though weary, sparkled with a hint of satisfaction. The duo had just engaged in an extensive 3-hour dialogue, the heat enveloping them gradually dissipating. Why are you so, today? Lin Su gazed at him with a look of melancholy. She felt utterly drained, unable to even lift a hand. Ling Feng, the rogue, seemed entirely oblivious to the fragility of her state. Ling Feng regarded her with a mischievous grin, his hands wandering indiscreetly. It was likely due to the snake meat, known for its invigorating properties, particularly potent given the mutation of this python. Perhaps you should indulge a little less next time. Who could endure such excess? Very well. There is plenty of snake soup left in the pot. I shall deliver some to Wang Long shortly to replenish him. Haha. Ling Feng carried Lin Su to the bedroom on the 3rd floor, laying her gently on the bed to rest. After dressing, he descended to the kitchen on the 1st floor, transferring the remaining snake soup into a clay pot, preparing to take it to Wang Long. Upon arriving at Wang Long's residence, he found him immersed in a bowl of instant noodles. The moment Wang Long caught sight of the fragrant clay pot in Ling Feng's hands, he rushed over and seized it. As soon as Ling Feng entered, the tantalizing aroma wafting from the pot had already captivated him. Ah, such a delightful fragrance. What kind of meat is this? Wang Long exclaimed, eagerly sampling a piece, his expressions reflecting sheer delight. It's snake soup prepared by your sister-in-law, just for you. Enjoy. I must take my leave now, Ling Feng said hastily as he exited Wang Long's home. Upon returning home, Ling Feng settled onto the sofa. Engrossed in the captivating tale of a post-apocalyptic rebirth he had been reading, titled I Have a Hundredfold Replication System, which had captivated him so thoroughly that he had forsaken gaming entirely. After about an hour, Wang Long called him. Ling Feng answered, and Wang Long's heavy voice resonated from the other end. Did you add something to that snake soup? I feel incredibly hot all over. I've taken several cold showers. Yet it's of no avail. Ling Feng nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. The snake meat has invigorating effects. It's perfectly normal for you to feel this way. Wang Long, irate, cursed at Ling Feng. Damn, are you trying to set me up? You give this to a single guy like me, deliberately making me uncomfortable. Is there any way to alleviate this? I have study materials. Would you be interested? Ling Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Really? Wang Long's tone shifted, excitement flickering in his voice. Absolutely. I'll fetch it from the basement for you. The learning materials were painstakingly gathered by Ling Feng, who, in order to facilitate his own studies, meticulously categorized them. A passionate learner, Ling Feng frequently revisited the teacher's videos to grasp their insights, occasionally putting the knowledge into practice. He descended to the basement to hand over a hard drive containing 10 terabytes of study materials to Wang Long, casually gifting him a few small toys as well. Wang Long, clutching the hard drive and toys, hurried off without uttering a word, his face slightly flushed. Another sleepless night awaited Ling Feng, who reflected on the formidable power of the Serpent Lord, preparing to return to rest. The following morning, Ling Feng rose early. To allow Lin Su an extra hour of sleep, he took it upon himself to prepare breakfast. Lin Su had been quite exhausted the previous night, and today he wished for her to recuperate fully. After a simple breakfast, he set out. First, he inspected the situation of the sentinels stationed at several entrances of the villa. The results were satisfactory. The watchmen exhibited commendable vigilance and were well concealed. Ling Feng felt quite pleased with these sentinels, rewarding each with a bag of bread. The recipients of this bounty were visibly excited, their enthusiasm for work rekindled. Having completed his inspection, he mounted his snowmobile and ventured out once more. Today, he intended to search for some weaponry, to procure powerful arms. His best option was to visit the military barracks. As a veteran, he possessed a fair understanding of the stationed troops in Shangjing City. Before the apocalypse, there had been approximately a brigade stationed in the suburbs of Shangjing, particularly in a place called Shishan Town. While Shishan Town was relatively distant from Shizi Bay, the roads were now largely deserted, effectively having the travel time. Under full throttle, the snowmobile would take about an hour and a half. As Ling Feng rode towards Shishan Town, he passed several residential complexes. His snowmobile attracted considerable attention, with envious glances cast his way, and some individuals even opened their windows to plead for help. Ling Feng, however, paid them no mind. He had no obligation to concern himself with their plight. Yet, should anyone provoke him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Approaching the entrance of a residential complex, Ling Feng noticed a group of 6 or 7 individuals blocking the road with a stout tree trunk. In a swift maneuver, he slammed on the brakes, skidding several meters before halting a mere 5 meters from the obstruction. As the figures drew nearer, their eyes gleamed with a predatory glint, indicating they were likely a band of desperate rogues, having likely taken many lives within the confines of this community. "Leave your vehicle and belongings," commanded a middle-aged man clad in a mink coat, a glimmer of menace flickering in his gaze. He appeared to be the leader of the group. Ling Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Truly, there are those who fail to recognize their own folly, robbing those who could easily retaliate. "Depart, or face death," Ling Feng declared with a fierce voice. Instead of being incensed by Ling Feng's threat, the middle-aged man erupted into laughter, his subordinates joining in raucous mirth. "You're putting on quite the act. I've taken dozens of lives. You think you can order me to leave?" The man regarded Ling Feng with disdain, signaling to his lackeys, "Bind this fool. I detest pretentiousness, and I shall tear his mouth apart soon enough." 2 of his minions stepped forward, mockery etched on their faces as they eyed Ling Feng. "You're doomed. You've provoked our boss, and you're in for a world of pain." Ling Feng dismounted his motorcycle, stretching his limbs. The 2 thugs, perceiving his readiness for a genuine confrontation, approached him with hostile expressions. Ling Feng remained still, awaiting their assault. One thug charged forward, fists raised to strike Ling Feng's face. Just as the fist was about to make contact, the thug felt a surge of triumph, internally scoffing at Ling Feng's apparent fear. Wasn't he just putting on a show moments ago? Before he could register what was happening, his wrist was firmly grasped by Ling Feng. In an instant, a punch from Ling Feng collided with his face. The sound was akin to a watermelon exploding. The thug's head shattered under the force of the blow, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Another would-be attacker stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by fear. Ling Feng wasted no time. With a swift left hook, he obliterated the second thug's skull. All of this transpired within mere seconds, before the remaining onlookers could react. The 2 thugs lay lifeless, their mangled remains strewn about. The gruesome spectacle left those nearby utterly terrified. Is this a one-punch man? Did he really just burst someone's brain with a single blow? The earlier jovial atmosphere evaporated, leaving only stunned silence as they gazed in horror at the bloody scene. The man in the mink coat swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably, refusing to heed his command to flee. The remaining subordinates were filled with dread, initially intending to flee, but upon seeing their leader standing resolutely in place, they halted in their tracks. Ling Feng shook the blood from his hands and approached the man clad in leather. His gaze was imbued with a chilling intent. "Quite commendable to stand your ground. A true man indeed." The leather-clad man's eyes brimmed with despair. "Honor? If my legs hadn't turned to jelly, I would have fled long ago. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding," the man said, forcing a smile. "Oh, a misunderstanding?" Ling Feng stepped before him, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired. "It truly is a misunderstanding. We simply—" A loud thud interrupted him as Ling Feng's fist obliterated the man's skull. "I detest being threatened. Do you possess the strength to rob me?" Ling Feng remarked nonchalantly. The onlookers were struck with terror, hastily dropping to their knees in supplication. "Brother, spare us. We were coerced. Today was my first outing, and I did nothing. I will follow you from now on. Please grant me this opportunity." Ling Feng sneered disdainfully at their pleas. He held no belief in their words. Did they truly think they could survive after encountering him? He drew his pistol and addressed the group. "I am offering you a chance to escape. In 3 seconds, I will fire. If you can evade my shot, I shall spare your lives." Upon hearing this, the small-time thug's eyes flickered with a desperate will to survive. 3. They scattered in all directions, unleashing every ounce of their strength. 2. Ling Feng swiftly pulled the trigger. 5 gunshots rang out, and 5 lifeless bodies lay upon the ground. After resolving the matter, he mounted his snowmobile and departed. Following the recent events, the journey ahead was relatively smooth. An hour later, Ling Feng arrived at Shishan Town. He lifted his gaze to behold the town entirely blanketed in ice and snow, with only a few taller buildings emerging from the white expanse. Navigating by his rough bearings, he arrived at the location of the military camp. Observing the snow-covered barracks, he felt a sense of overwhelming challenge. The compound was vast, spanning hundreds of acres. Locating the ammunition depot within such a sprawling area would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Seated on his motorcycle, Ling Feng lit a cigarette and surveyed the expanse, his mind racing as he analyzed potential locations for the depot. Drawing upon his military experience, he identified 3 plausible sites for the ammunition storage. With the locations determined, Ling Feng resolved to commence his excavation. To expedite the excavation process, he procured a fuel-powered cutting machine from the void and commenced slicing into the ground. He meticulously carved a square into the earth, subsequently employing an icebreaker to shatter the frozen layer within. Bolstered by his remarkable physical prowess, he swiftly unearthed the underlying structure. Excitedly, Ling Feng approached to inspect, only to discover it was merely a garage, devoid of any military vehicles, all of which had presumably been relocated. Disheartened by this fruitless endeavor, he redirected his efforts toward the next area. After an hour of relentless digging, he once again reached a structural layer in the second zone. Upon encountering a robust blast door, a surge of assurance washed over him. He had finally found the right location. After clearing the snow that had accumulated before the door, he forcefully kicked it open and entered the ammunition depot, only to be rendered speechless by the empty shelves. How could such a vast arsenal be entirely devoid of ammunition? Had someone arrived before him? Ling Feng pondered this momentarily, but soon dismissed the thought, noticing that the snow atop the depot bore no signs of disturbance, indicating he was indeed the first to arrive. This suggested that the ammunition had been removed prior to the apocalypse. Another troubling observation was the absence of any corpses during his excavation. It appeared the military had received advance notice, evacuating both personnel and weaponry. Undeterred, Ling Feng resolved to search meticulously, feeling disheartened by the considerable effort he had expended for naught. The ammunition depot contained several small rooms, and perhaps they held some remnants of value. With a flicker of hope, he ventured into the depths of the depot, equipped with his headlamp. He entered the first room filled with gun cabinets, all of which stood ajar, revealing their emptiness. Methodically inspecting each cabinet yielded no discoveries until he reached one nestled in the corner, still locked. Shaking it gently, he felt its weight. There was indeed something inside. A smile spread across his face as he exerted a slight force, causing the lock to snap. With palpable excitement, he opened the cabinet door to reveal a cache of machine guns, an extraordinary find. To his elation, the cabinet housed 5 brand-new squad automatic weapons, pristine and unused. This model was the latest issue across the military, featuring a magazine capacity of 200 rounds, rapid-fire rates, and formidable power. Equipped with a professional scope, it could deliver precise strikes even at considerable distances. Ling Feng stowed the machine guns into his space, preparing to enhance their capabilities. Post-upgrade, the machine guns would boast an expanded capacity of 1,000 rounds, a firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute, and an effective range of 4,000 meters. Moreover, the durability of the upgraded machine gun has been significantly enhanced, with the barrel's lifespan reaching an impressive 1 million rounds. Upon witnessing the machine gun's performance, Ling Feng was overwhelmed with joy, realizing that with this weapon, the defensive capabilities of his villa would be greatly augmented. However, upon observing the gun's rate of fire, he felt a twinge of anxiety, as he possessed fewer than 1 million rounds of ammunition. Should he employ the machine gun, it might prove insufficient. Clearly, he needed to gather more bullets. After thoroughly searching the entire room, Ling Feng found no additional items and decided to investigate the second room. Upon opening the door, he was astonished, his expression radiating sheer delight. Chapter 70, Official Shelter. The second room was filled to the brim with ammunition. Ling Feng caressed the munitions like a child discovering a new toy. He estimated there to be approximately 200,000 rounds. In addition, there were 20 crates of grenades, each containing 30 grenades, totaling 600. This was a true windfall. With an exuberant expression, Ling Feng began to stow away the ammunition into his space. With this newfound supply, and utilizing the system's replication feature, he could now use his ammunition liberally, especially the grenades, with over 60,000 at his disposal. The next time he found himself in a conflict, he could hurl dozens of grenades at his opponents. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. After securing the supplies from the second room, Ling Feng proceeded to explore several other rooms. Unfortunately, the remaining rooms were entirely barren, their ammunition having been completely evacuated. Nevertheless, Ling Feng felt satisfied, as his haul for the day far exceeded his expectations. He surmised that the departing troops must have left in a hurry, otherwise they would not have abandoned any supplies. It seemed the corps officials were still present, merely biding their time. However, he was unconcerned. Even with the presence of officials, society would undoubtedly not revert to its former state. As long as he could lead a good life, he had little regard for who it was. Anyone who crossed him would meet their end. After collecting the supplies, Ling Feng exited the munitions depot and stepped into the snowy expanse outside. There, he encountered 10 soldiers clad in military uniforms. Each one was robust, their expressions stern. Judging by their demeanor and stance, they were not ordinary soldiers. Each had undergone rigorous training as special forces, and one among them exuded an aura of lethal intent, unmistakably stained by the blood of others. This squad of soldiers immediately raised their weapons upon seeing Ling Feng and closed in on him. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" One officer, adorned with the insignia of a second lieutenant, queried coldly. Ling Feng, unarmed and having stored all his belongings within his space, replied, "I am a local resident, here to see if there are any useful supplies." Ling Feng spoke casually, his demeanor nonchalant. The lieutenant's expression shifted slightly, his sharp eyes scanning Ling Feng with evident skepticism. The strikingly handsome young man before him exhibited an unsettling calm in the face of such a multitude of threats, a composure unattainable by most. Furthermore, there was an air of danger surrounding him. "I suspect you may have issues. You must return to undergo our investigation," the lieutenant stated with grave seriousness. "Return? To where?" Ling Feng inquired, a hint of confusion washing over his features. "To the official sanctuary, of course. I advise you not to be cunning, or you may find yourself unaware of your own demise." The lieutenant's gaze was steely, his words laced with menace. "Ah, must I go?" Ling Feng feigned embarrassment. "Very well. Provided you can present sufficient resources, I shall release you." The lieutenant's tone was mocking. Ling Feng's cold laughter echoed. Sensing that the mannerisms of these individuals hardly resembled those of soldiers. Rather, they bore the hallmarks of underworld figures. "What are you laughing at?" The lieutenant glared at him, his gun now aimed squarely at Ling Feng's head. "Kid, do not test my patience." Despite the gun pressed against his temple, Ling Feng remained unfazed, maintaining his tranquil demeanor before the lieutenant. "I detest having a gun pointed at my head." The lieutenant's smirk was taunting, tilting his head as he provocatively challenged. "And what if I do this to you right now?" But before the words fully escaped his lips, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Lowering his gaze, he was horrified to discover that his hand, which had held the gun, was severed and lay on the ground, still clutching the firearm. A wave of searing pain coursed through him, drawing beads of cold sweat across his skin. His gaze met the smiling visage of the man before him, a flicker of fear igniting within. "It was you. You harmed me," he stammered, unable to comprehend how Ling Feng had struck so swiftly without him noticing. The sheer terror of the moment was overwhelming. The other soldiers, witnessing their commander's injury and still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, turned just in time to see Ling Feng, like a specter, standing behind them. They spun around, intent on firing their weapons. But Ling Feng's speed rendered them incapable of acquiring a target. They could only fire wildly in his direction. Meanwhile, Ling Feng effortlessly dodged the barrage of bullets, his enhanced physical capabilities allowing him to evade their attacks with ease. Drawing his saber, he charged at one of the soldiers. His strike was executed with such rapidity that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. As the soldier prepared to redirect his weapon in defense, it was already too late. Ling Feng's blade swept decisively across his neck. The soldier suddenly felt a chill around his neck. As he lowered his gaze, he was met with the sight of his own headless corpse. Shortly thereafter, consciousness slipped away from him. After dispatching one foe, Ling Feng continued to wield his Tang Dao, attacking the remaining 8 adversaries. In his swift movements, none could withstand the force of his strike. Within mere seconds, all the soldiers on the field were decapitated, leaving only a lieutenant who had lost an arm. The lieutenant gazed at Ling Feng, fear etched across his face, filled with regret. Had he known better, he would have allowed Ling Feng to pass. Why had he provoked him? It seemed today would be his downfall. "We are official personnel. Do you not fear the repercussions of killing us?" he exclaimed. "Even if you are an ability user, you must adhere to the regulations." "Huh? Official? Ability user? Tell me what you know, and I may consider sparing your life." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in the lieutenant's eyes. As long as he could survive, revealing a secret was a trivial matter. If he could return alive and report this incident to his superiors, they would surely send someone to investigate, and he could take his revenge then. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. With this self-persuasion, the lieutenant began to elaborate on the shelter and information regarding ability users. Through his explanation, Ling Feng gained a thorough understanding of the shelter and the ability users. This so-called official shelter was originally established by high-ranking military officials, But later, one of these officials was slain by an ability user, who subsequently became the leader of the shelter. The ability users emerged after the apocalypse, possessing physical mutations that granted them one or more extraordinary abilities. For instance, the current leader of the shelter commanded the power of speed, boasting a velocity far beyond that of ordinary humans. Their combat prowess was overwhelming, allowing them to easily slay regular individuals. "I have disclosed everything I know. Can I now be allowed to leave?" the lieutenant said, his expression filled with anticipation and a plea in his eyes. The wound on his arm had grown numb from frost, and if left untreated, he feared he would lose the entire limb. No. With a flash of his blade, Ling Feng severed the lieutenant's head to eradicate the root of the problem. He had no desire to expose himself. He gathered the weapons of the fallen and summoned a snowmobile from his spatial storage, setting course for home. Chapter 71. The storm approaches in the outskirts of Shangjing City. Within an underground base, Zhang Ergu reclined languidly on a sofa, a finely made-up woman skillfully massaging his shoulders behind him. Flanking him were two elegantly dressed young women attending to his needs. Despite the frigid weather outside, his office remained as warm as spring. He extended his right hand and formed a gesture resembling scissors. The young girl beside him quickly and cleverly handed him a cigarette, while another girl leaned in to light it. Zhang Ergu took a deep drag from the cigarette, his hands unceremoniously wandering over the two girls. Their faces flushed with his teasing, their breaths gradually becoming more labored. Zhang Ergu, feeling invigorated, was just preparing to proceed to the next stage when an untimely knock echoed from outside. Furrowing his brow, his expression darkened. "Who dares to be so bothersome at this moment? Come in," Zhang Ergu said sharply. As soon as he spoke, a middle-aged man rushed in, his face etched with urgency. He respectfully addressed Zhang Ergu. "My lord, the search team we dispatched, Squad 15, has yet to return. The satellite phone remains unresponsive. I suspect something has gone awry." Zhang Ergu listened to the man's report, his face betraying no emotion as he slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. However, his cold gaze remained fixed on the middle-aged man before him. "Long Hao, you are the captain of the search team. For trivial matters like this, refrain from reporting to me in the future. Handle it as you see fit. If everything requires my decision, what do I keep you around for?" Zhang Ergu's voice escalated into a sudden roar. "You are ruining my enjoyment over such a trivial issue, deliberately seeking to irritate me, are you? So what if a few people have died? What is the big deal? I am already troubled by a shortage of provisions and pondering how to manage a group of individuals. Isn't it a blessing that 10 people have perished?" Long Hao felt the brunt of Zhang Ergu's ire, his expression tinged with fear. Although he was displeased internally, he dared not express it. In his heart, he cursed Zhang Ergu, thinking that if it weren't for his supernatural abilities, he would have long since torn him apart. A street thug, empowered by his abilities, had killed the base's leader and seized control through sheer force, arrogantly adopting the title of Lord. Ever since this individual had taken control, he had indulged in pleasure, exploiting the lower class and mercilessly executing anyone who defied him. He treated Long Hao, the captain of the search team, with nothing but disdain, often resorting to violence without a trace of compassion, truly unworthy of his position. Though Long Hao harbored deep resentment towards Zhang Ergu, he lacked the power to resist and could only bow his head in submission. After venting his frustrations, Zhang Ergu's fury began to subside, and he waved his hand at Long Hao. "If there is nothing else, you may leave. I have other matters to attend to." Long Hao exited the room with his head bowed. Zhang Ergu closed his eyes, relishing the massage. Such moments were when he felt truly happy. He was originally a small-time thug, and now endowed with formidable power, he indulges in pleasure and amusement daily. After enduring so much hardship, what is wrong with relishing the fruits of his labor? His long-held dream has finally materialized. A flicker of disdain momentarily crossed the eyes of the woman massaging him, but she quickly masked it with a sweet smile. "My lord, are you feeling a bit upset? Would you like me to help you relax?" Zhang Ergu, with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a smile illuminating his face. "Ah, Zihan, you truly understand me. Come here." Yang Zihan smiled brightly and obediently leaned down. 3 minutes later, she stood up, her cheeks flushed, returning to Zhang Ergu's side. He was thoroughly pleased with her performance. The thought of having a renowned internet celebrity so completely captivated by him brought immense satisfaction. That day, he merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air, only to unexpectedly encounter the stunning beauty that was Yang Zihan. With just a small offering of food, he had secured her unwavering loyalty. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, Yang Zihan possessed a wealth of hidden talents, showcasing a striking contrast that even an extraordinary individual like him found challenging to resist. Standing behind him, Yang Zihan gently remarked, "My lord, are you still troubled about the food situation?" Zhang Ergu nodded. "Indeed, we have thousands of mouths to feed at the base, and our daily food consumption is significant. The teams dispatched to forage for supplies have been yielding less and less. It's quite concerning. I happen to know of a place abundant in food, Yang Zihan said with a radiant smile. Oh, where's this place? Zhang Erge's interest piqued immediately. Observing that she had successfully captured his attention, Yang Zihan began to divulge the details of Ling Feng's substantial stockpile of resources. Upon hearing her words, a smile spread across Zhang Erge's face, yet skepticism lingered in his mind. Could an ordinary person truly amass such a vast reserve? Does Ling Feng's household genuinely possess so many resources? Of course. How could I possibly deceive you, my lord? Yang Zihan feigned nervousness, while internally she sneered. Ling Feng, Lin Su, aren't you both so formidable? Let us see how you handle this. Since you refuse to allow me peace, then no one shall have it. And that wretched Ling Kuer, taking advantage of my slumber to steal my gun and cast me out, I will ensure you endure 100-fold suffering. Zhang Erge studied her expression, sensing no deceit, which alleviated his lingering doubts. He stroked his chin, pondering deeply. Go summon Long Hao for me. Zhang Erge commanded the young girl attending to him. The girl, receiving the order, hurriedly dashed outside. Before long, Long Hao stood before him once again. His demeanor one of utmost respect. Long Hao, arrange for someone to go to a villa area called Shizi Bay and capture a young man named Ling Feng, along with the women in his household. He has just learned that Ling Feng's family also harbors an extraordinary beauty, truly remarkable, which instantly captivated his interest. Furthermore, do not forget about the food in his home. This individual possesses a firearm. Send 100 men at once, and make haste. Upon receiving Zhang Erge's command, Long Hao did not dare to hesitate. He exited Zhang Erge's office and promptly made his way to the barracks at the base. There, he summoned one of his squad leaders. Soon, a lean, dark-skinned man approached. This man, named Ma Wu, had been by his side for many years and was his trusted confidant, always obedient to his orders. Captain, you called for me. Ma Wu's expression was stern, his demeanor serious, and his voice low. Long Hao nodded and promptly assigned him the task, instructing him to prepare immediately for departure. Take 100 brothers with you, and bring ample ammunition. This person has a gun. Exercise caution. A flicker of disdain crossed Ma Wu's face, and he silently questioned Long Hao's decision. After all, it was merely the capture of one individual. Was it truly necessary to deploy so many men? It seemed rather excessive. His troops were elite soldiers, each capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Capturing one man should be a straightforward endeavor. Nevertheless, as it was the leader's directive, he would comply without question. Following the orders, Ma Wu swiftly gathered the soldiers, ensuring sufficient ammunition was prepared before the group set off in an orderly fashion toward their objective. Chapter 72, Hu Family Village. After collecting weapons and ammunition in Xishan Town, Ling Feng prepared for his return journey on his motorcycle. After an hour and a half of riding, he finally reached the road near the villa area. Suddenly, he noticed shadows moving in the distance. Although they were far away, his eyesight was exceptionally keen. The figures that had just moved quickly concealed themselves upon noticing him. Moreover, there were not just one or two individuals. Ling Feng spotted 5 or 6, though he could not ascertain if there were others hidden from view. Despite their white clothing, Ling Feng detected their presence. A cold smile crept across his face. It appeared these individuals were after him. He immediately halted his motorcycle, stopping 400 meters away from the group. He retrieved his beloved sniper rifle from his spatial storage and took cover behind a nearby vehicle. Uncertain of the situation ahead, he knew better than to charge in recklessly. Who could say whether they possessed heavy weaponry or supernatural abilities? Since discovering the existence of such abilities in this world, he had learned to temper his overconfidence and become increasingly cautious. Problems that could be resolved from a distance with a sniper rifle should never be approached with close combat. He peered through the scope, observing the enemy's movements. Upon discovering his concealed parking spot, 4 individuals stealthily approached from either side of the road. Ling Feng took aim at the one leading the group and fired, resulting in a resounding pop as the bullet shattered the man's skull into fragments. The remaining 3, taken aback by the gruesome scene before them, froze momentarily. "Qingchun," exclaimed a middle-aged man standing behind Ling Feng, his expression shifting from shock to fury as he glared at Ling Feng in the distance and pressed forward. Just as Ling Feng prepared to take another shot, gunfire erupted from the opposing side. However, their aim was woefully inadequate, with bullets landing several meters away from him. He adjusted his position, honing in on the source of the shots, and discharged his weapon with precision. The middle-aged man met a similar fate, his skull obliterated. The 2 others, witnessing the brutal execution of their companion, turned tail and fled in terror. Ling Feng, demonstrating no favoritism, ensured each received a peanut, maintaining a sense of fairness. After the demise of 4 individuals, a somber silence descended upon the opposition, with no further attempts to engage. Based on the recent encounter, Ling Feng concluded that these were merely ordinary individuals, not seasoned soldiers. Yet, the question lingered. Why had they attempted to ambush him? Moreover, how had they known of his outing today? It seemed that some among the homeowners in Shizi Bay were less than trustworthy. Ling Feng felt a chill sweep through him. He had previously shown them too much kindness. Nevertheless, he resolved to address the immediate predicament. Ling Feng continued to take aim. But the remaining adversaries remained hidden behind their cover, evidently intimidated by the recent losses. With a spark of inspiration, he retrieved grenades from his spatial storage, deciding to utilize them for an offensive. Despite the distance of 400 meters, his formidable physical prowess would allow him to easily hurl the grenades beyond that range. He extracted 20 grenades, preparing to unleash a barrage akin to a human mortar. Grasping one grenade, he pulled the pin and hurled it toward the hidden adversaries with great force. The grenade soared like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling swiftly toward the enemy position. Meanwhile, Hu Tian, concealed behind his cover and strategizing on how to eliminate Ling Feng, was startled by a deafening explosion nearby. Turning swiftly, he witnessed two of his comrades, merely 10 meters away, being obliterated into dismembered pieces. Rage and despair flooded Hu Tian. These were his fellow villagers, close companions with whom he had conversed just moments ago. In an instant, they had been reduced to mere fragments. He urgently alerted the others to remain vigilant and hidden. The explosions continued to reverberate around them. The sound of explosions began to reverberate incessantly, transforming the area into a chaotic scene. The cacophony of detonations intertwined with anguished cries, rising and falling like a haunting symphony. After more than 20 consecutive blasts, an eerie silence finally enveloped the site. Hu Tian emerged from the rubble, his heart gripped by terror as he beheld the devastation around him. All 15 villagers he had brought with him lay lifeless. He was now utterly alone. A tumult of fear and rage surged within him. He glanced towards Ling Feng, who was leisurely riding his motorcycle in his direction. The once ordinary roar of the engine now resonated like a death knell. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Tian turned and fled, unwilling to remain and await his fate. However, he quickly realized that he could not outrun a motorcycle. Ling Feng soon positioned himself directly in front of him. Ling Feng regarded the unfamiliar face before him, someone he had never encountered and who bore no previous connection to him. Why would this person wish to harm him? He removed the key from the ignition and approached Hu Tian, his voice icy. "Who are you, and why have you ambushed me?" Hu Tian glared at him, speechless with fear. Observing his defiance, Ling Feng raised his weapon and aimed it at his head. Terrified, Hu Tian's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. "I will tell you. Please, don't shoot. We are from Hujia village." Ling Feng cast a scrutinizing glance at him, prompting Hu Tian to divulge the entire story. It turned out that these individuals hailed from Hujia village, not far from their location. A few days prior, a young worker in the city had mentioned a remarkably sturdy villa nearby, which he had constructed. It was presumed to contain a considerable stockpile of food. The village leaders, upon receiving this information, were elated, for their own resources were dwindling. Upon hearing that Ling Feng possessed supplies, they resolved to organize the village youth to seize the villa. They had conducted reconnaissance for several days, and when they observed Ling Feng departing that morning, they set traps and lay in wait for him, fully expecting an easy victory. Little did they know they would pay a steep price for their folly. "Who provided you with this information?" Ling Feng demanded coldly. "It was Hu Yong." "Hu Yong?" Ling Feng exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. It was no wonder these individuals, unfamiliar with him, dared to attack. It was Hu Yong who had betrayed him. Hu Yong was a salesman for the Huaqiang Security Company, the very person with whom he had coordinated during the construction of the safe house. It was inconceivable that this individual would dare to target him in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Truly reckless. Ling Feng's expression darkened as he quietly inquired, "Did Hu Yong come today?" He said he was unwell and did not come. Hu Tian's heart raced with trepidation as he spoke hesitantly. Ling Feng let out a cold laugh, approached Hu Tian, and retrieved a zip tie from his spatial pocket, binding Hu Tian's hands behind his back. "Take me to Hu Yong, and I shall spare your life." Hu Tian dared not resist and nodded repeatedly. Ling Feng unceremoniously tossed him onto the motorcycle's rear seat and sped towards Hujiazhuang. Chapter 73. The Quick Shooter. After a 15-minute journey, Ling Feng and Hu Tian arrived at Hujiazhuang. To his astonishment, they were so close to Shizi Bay, which explained how these individuals could walk there. As they reached the entrance of the village, Ling Feng noticed someone standing guard. Clearly, this village was not to be underestimated. With a swift motion, he flung Hu Tian from the motorcycle. Bound as he was, Hu Tian could not brace himself for the fall, resulting in a painful encounter between his face and the ground. Wincing in agony, Hu Tian gritted his teeth, harboring resentment yet refraining from voicing his anger. "Lead the way," commanded Ling Feng, securing the motorcycle and following closely behind Hu Tian, who limped forward with a sorrowful expression. The two villagers stationed at the entrance quickly spotted Hu Tian and the unfamiliar man trailing behind him. Gripping their iron rods, they hurriedly approached. "Tian Ge, what happened?" inquired one of the younger men, slightly overweight. As they drew nearer, they realized Hu Tian's hands were bound, and their gazes turned hostile towards Ling Feng. "Who are you? How dare you bind someone from Hu Jiazhuang? You must be seeking death." Before the stout man could finish his words, he found himself ensnared by Ling Feng's grip around his neck, lifted off the ground. His face flushed crimson, and his legs kicked helplessly. "Fatty, damn it, I'll bang." The words died in his throat as Ling Feng shot him in the head, blood splattering across Hu Tian's face, causing him to involuntarily wet himself. Fear filled his eyes as he looked at Ling Feng, all hope extinguished. "Continue walking," Ling Feng instructed, exerting a slight pressure that snapped the overweight youth's neck before discarding him carelessly by the roadside. Trembling, Hu Tian approached the door of Hu Yang's residence. I've arrived," he stuttered. "Can I leave now?" His eyes pleaded with Ling Feng, desperation etched across his face. "You can die," was Ling Feng's cold reply as he fired a shot directly at Hu Tian's heart. Terror etched on Hu Tian's face as he gazed down at his chest. Realizing he could not escape his fate, he slowly collapsed. Ling Feng regarded Hu Tian's lifeless body with indifference, devoid of any compassion. This group of individuals had originally intended to take his life, but now they have met their demise at his hands. This is indeed their just deserts. He rapped upon the door of Hu Yang's residence. Moments later, Hu Yang, wrapped snugly in layers, opened the door. The instant Hu Yang beheld Ling Feng, his expression froze in surprise. He was perplexed as to why Ling Feng would suddenly appear at his doorstep, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Hadn't someone been dispatched to his home in the village? How was he still alive? Had that group failed in their mission and divulged his whereabouts? Manager Hu. It has been quite some time. Ling Feng greeted him with a broad smile. Ling, what brings you here? Hu Yang responded with a forced chuckle, while a sense of caution began to rise within him. Oh, I merely came to escort you. Escort me? Hu Yang queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. Of course, to see you off, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. In an instant, Hu Yang grasped Ling Feng's intention, and he instinctively took a step back, increasing the distance between them. Ling Feng observed his reaction with surprise, but soon recalled that he was likely a man of military background, which eased his astonishment. It seems you are already aware, Hu Yang remarked coldly, stealthily reaching towards his waist. I advise you not to make any sudden moves, Ling Feng cautioned in a calm tone. Hu Yang smirked icily, swiftly drawing a dagger from his waist, but alas, before he could raise it, Ling Feng's bullet shattered his hand. Hu Yang instinctively lifted his arm, only to witness the gruesome sight of his severed limb as pain surged throughout his body. The speed of the shot was astonishing. He had barely even seen Ling Feng draw his weapon before his arm was broken. What a marksman! Enduring the agony, Hu Yang glared fiercely at Ling Feng. If you kill me, the people of Hu family village will not spare you. Ling Feng disregarded his glare, maintaining a calm demeanor. Then we shall see if the people of Hu family village are sufficient for me to slay. With that, he discharged another bullet, obliterating Hu Yang's skull. After dispatching Hu Yang, Ling Feng mounted his motorcycle and began his journey back to Shizi Bay. Upon returning home, he lay down on the sofa, feeling somewhat weary. It had been a tumultuous day, encountering numerous troubles and taking the lives of dozens. Why was it so difficult to live a peaceful life? Trouble seemed to incessantly seek him out. It was truly exasperating. In the kitchen, Lin Su, who had been bustling about, noticed the fatigue etched across Ling Feng's face. She set down the cucumber she was holding and approached him from behind, gently massaging his temples. Feeling better? Ling Feng replied, comfortably closing his eyes. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of Lin Su's coughing broke through his reverie. Ling Feng opened his eyes, rising from the sofa to gaze at her, only to realize that her complexion was somewhat pallid, her lips bearing a ghostly hue. Are you unwell? Ling Feng inquired with a face full of concern. Is everything all right? It's nothing, just a slight cold, she replied, before succumbing to a fit of coughing, her face flushed from the exertion. With a tender heart, Ling Feng gently urged her to sit on the sofa. You've fallen ill. What are you doing in the kitchen? You should return to your room and rest. He lifted her effortlessly and carried her upstairs, retrieving a box of cold medicine from his storage and pouring a glass of warm water for her to take the medication. Lin Su obediently consumed the medicine and, at Ling Feng's insistence, closed her eyes to sleep. As he watched Lin Su gradually drift off, Ling Feng quietly stepped out of the room. He made his way to the bar area on the second floor, where he took out a high-quality Habanos cigar and lit it. This particular brand was his favorite, renowned for its smooth flavor, and each stick cost a staggering 1,800 yuan. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and savored it slowly. With the warmth of the drink coursing through him, The fatigue of the day began to dissipate. Today, Lin Su's illness had weighed heavily on his mind. After all, she was merely an ordinary person, vulnerable to sickness in this apocalyptic world. Unlike himself, whose body had been fortified since the injection of a genetic serum, rendering him largely immune to ailments. Ling Feng contemplated whether to administer a dose of genetic serum to Lin Su. If she were to receive the enhancement, not only would her physical constitution improve, but her ability to protect herself would also be significantly enhanced. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to give her a hundredfold enhanced genetic serum, identical to the one administered to Wang Long. This serum had been obtained from Ling Yutong's office and, after systematic upgrades, possessed the potential for a hundredfold enhancement. Having previously administered one to Wang Long, he still had 4 doses remaining. After finishing his cigar, Ling Feng returned to find Lin Su awake. "Come, I shall take you to a special place," he said, affectionately stroking her hair with a smile. "Where are we going?" Lin Su asked, curiosity evident in her eyes as she observed Ling Feng's mysterious demeanor. "To the basement for your injection," he replied, guiding her by the hand. "I'm not feeling well today. Perhaps another time?" Lin Su's cheeks flushed slightly, her shyness palpable. Ling Feng chuckled softly, realizing she had misinterpreted his intentions. Thinking their destination held some ominous purpose, he gently patted her head and said, "What are you thinking? Let us go." He led her to the basement and retrieved a vial of genetic serum from his storage. "This is a genetic serum, completely devoid of side effects, capable of enhancing your potential 100-fold. Would you be willing to receive the injection?" Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Lin Su's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She was well aware of what the genetic serum entailed and could hardly believe that Ling Feng had successfully developed it without any adverse effects. Taking the serum from his hands, she examined it closely, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In recent days, she has been diligently studying the gene serum, and he is well aware of the formidable challenges associated with this research. He never anticipated that Ling Feng would achieve success so swiftly. It is noteworthy that he has only recently ventured into this field. Sharing this accomplishment would almost seem mythical. "I am willing," Lin Su replied without hesitation. She did not wish to spend her life lingering in Ling Feng's shadow and sought to share some of his burdens. The reaction to this serum post-injection can be rather intense. "You should prepare yourself," Ling Feng cautioned her beforehand. Lin Su nodded in acceptance. "Let us begin." She sat cross-legged on the ground, her expression serious as she closed her eyes, awaiting Ling Feng's injection. Ling Feng fell silent, picking up the syringe to administer the serum. Shortly after the injection, Lin Su's expression began to shift dramatically. Her brows furrowed deeply, her lips pressed tightly together, and her hands clenched the hem of her clothing as beads of sweat cascaded from her forehead, clearly enduring immense pain. Yet, she refrained from crying out, only allowing low, guttural sounds to escape her throat. Even Ling Feng, a robust man, could not help but admire Lin Su's resilience. He and Wang Long had been writhing on the ground, their cries loud and desperate. Now, witnessing Lin Su's fortitude, he felt a twinge of shame. Time swiftly passed, and after half an hour, Lin Su, fatigued, began to lean backward. Ling Feng, quick to react, caught her in his arms, feeling a pang of concern. At this moment, Lin Su's clothing was soaked through with a mixture of sweat, blood, and a viscous dark substance. Slowly, she opened her eyes and smiled at Ling Feng. "I made it through. I shall take you to wash up," Ling Feng said, carrying Lin Su into the bathroom, running warm water, and meticulously cleaning her of the grime. An hour later, Lin Su stood before Ling Feng clad in fresh attire. As he gazed at her, his eyes burned with desire. The transformation brought about by the serum rendered Lin Su even more alluring. Her cherry lips, willow-like brows, and bright eyes complemented her already fair skin, which had become even more refined. The previously aloof aura she possessed now bore a hint of seduction. Most importantly, her figure had improved, becoming more voluptuous. Ling Feng felt an overwhelming urge to seize her then and there, yet he restrained himself, opting instead to first assess Lin Su's condition. "How do you feel?" Lin Su moved her body and smiled. "I feel as though I am in the best shape of my life. I have an inexhaustible reservoir of energy and no longer feel weak. Moreover, my cognitive abilities seem to have enhanced significantly. This sensation is truly extraordinary," Lin Su exclaimed with excitement, sharing her experience with Ling Feng. Ling Feng gazed at Lin Su, captivated by her every smile and frown. Unable to restrain himself any longer as he approached and lifted her into his arms, his eyes ablaze with passion. "Allow me to examine you properly." 1,000 words omitted here. 3 hours later, Ling Feng exhaled a plume of smoke, his mind still relishing the wildness of the preceding moments. Lin Su reclined beside him, her alabaster arm cradling her head, gazing at Ling Feng with an alluring expression, the blush on her cheeks yet to fade. Your physique has indeed undergone quite a transformation. Ling Feng teased. Scoundrel, Lin Su shot him a glance, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The two lay on the bed, sharing their thoughts and grievances, and for the first time, Lin Su opened her heart, recounting the misfortunes of her childhood. It turned out that Lin Su had never seen her father, as her mother had always been reluctant to reveal his identity. They had relied solely on one another. However, fate dealt a cruel hand when her mother tragically passed away in a car accident when Lin Su was merely 7, leaving her to the care of an orphanage. In truth, she had 2 aunts, yet they were unwilling to take her in, even deceitfully claiming her mother's accident compensation. Left without support, Lin Su's demeanor grew increasingly cold. She matured beyond her years, approaching life with profound rationality. She dedicated herself to her studies and work, eventually self-studying to become a lawyer, gradually earning a modest reputation within her field. Everything she possessed was a result of her relentless toil, without reliance on anyone. Upon hearing Lin Su's story, Ling Feng instinctively embraced her tighter, feeling a pang of sympathy for her past tribulations. Everything is in the past. From now on, you have me, he declared, his face soft with affection and his words unwaveringly resolute. Lin Su murmured, deeply touched, as tears silently slipped from the corners of her eyes. Just as the two were lost in their tender exchange, the intercom at the bedside crackled to life. Dong Yao, there is an emergency. Ling Feng swiftly grasped the intercom. This is Dong Yao, what is the situation? The voice on the other end sounded frantic, clearly shaken. Report to Dong Yao. We spotted a group of armed individuals in military attire advancing rapidly towards this location. How many? Approximately 100, expected to arrive within a minute. Understood. Conceal yourselves for now. Ling Feng ended the call and hastily donned his trousers. Lin Su also rose, dressing quickly, having overheard the conversation. Now, having shed her previous vulnerabilities, she was no longer a frail woman and felt capable of lending her assistance. Ling Feng escorted Lin Su to the attic, a space he had previously instructed the construction company to design, with several concealed shooting holes, making them nearly undetectable from the outside. Since the completion of the villa's renovation, Ling Feng had never utilized these openings. Today marked the inaugural use. The individuals arriving were not ordinary homeowners or villagers, but rather a contingent of highly skilled soldiers, necessitating his utmost seriousness. Chapter 75. The enemy's assault. Ma Wu, leading 100 fully armed soldiers, arrived at the West Zibei Villa after nearly 2 hours of travel. His confidence brimmed, for these 100 men were his elite forces, all seasoned reconnaissance operatives from the pre-apocalyptic era, including a skilled sniper among them. Each soldier was equipped with powerful rifles, several light machine guns, and 10 kilograms of TNT explosives. With such a formidable arsenal, even a seasoned warrior would falter, let alone a retired special forces operative. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Long Hao began to deploy his troops. He first dispatched 2 scouts to survey the interior of the villa, facilitating their forthcoming operations. The scouts acted swiftly, gathering comprehensive intelligence on the villa's layout and Ling Feng's residence within half an hour. Ma Wu then assigned 10 soldiers to secure the 4 main entrances of the villa and commanded the sniper to locate a favorable vantage point. Machine gunners were positioned around Ling Feng's villa, while the remaining 80 soldiers were divided into 3 teams. The first and second teams would provide cover fire while the third team launched the main assault. With all arrangements in place, Ma Wu initiated the attack. Ling Feng, observing the enemy's troop deployment from the attic, felt a flicker of surprise. The opposing commander exhibited remarkable tactical acumen, proving far from inept. He found himself encircled, ensnared within 3 concentric rings of firepower, an onslaught that could easily overwhelm any villa within the community. Yet, he was confident in his villa's defensive capabilities. He remained unfazed. Even if 1,000 adversaries were to descend upon him, he would stand resolute. Ling Feng retrieved his upgraded machine gun, fully loaded with ammunition, awaiting the slow approach of his foes. Soon, the first wave of attackers drew near the villa's courtyard. 30 meters behind this advancing unit, Ma Wu brandished a loudspeaker and began addressing the villa. From within, Ling Feng listened as the announcement proclaimed, "We are a search team from the official shelter, responding to reports of your illegal possession of a substantial quantity of unaccounted materials. We are mandated to escort you for questioning. Please open the door and refrain from futile resistance. Otherwise, we will be compelled to take forceful measures to apprehend you, and you will bear the consequences." Ling Feng, poised in the attic, let out a cold laugh. What a fine pretense of authority, masquerading as an official operation to rob him of his resources. In this apocalyptic world, does one truly believe that waving the banner of authority would compel compliance? I care not who you are. Anyone daring to covet my resources shall face annihilation. Without further ado, Ling Feng responded with a hail of bullets. A relentless barrage instantly struck the frontline soldiers, and under the tremendous force of the gunfire, for lives were extinguished on the spot. Lao Lu and Ma Wu cried out in despair, for one of the fallen was a dear friend of Ma Wu. Enraged, his eyes filled with fury, he commanded his troops to launch a full-scale assault. In an instant, a torrent of firepower unleashed upon the villa, as gunfire erupted incessantly outside, with bullets relentlessly shattering the glass and battering the doors. However, Ma Wu quickly discerned something amiss. After a round of gunfire, the villa's windows remained unscathed. Bring me explosives. I refuse to believe that their doors can withstand a bomb. Soon, 2 soldiers bore explosives and stealthily approached the entrance, preparing to set the charges. Ling Feng, wielding a machine gun, continued to rain bullets down below. This upgraded machine gun exhibited formidable performance, boasting immense power while significantly reducing recoil. Just as he reveled in the mayhem of his assault, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Without hesitation, he shifted to the side, narrowly evading a bullet that struck precisely where he had just stood. Through the sound of gunfire, he swiftly deduced the presence of a sniper. Carefully scanning the direction of the shots, he soon identified the sniper's position. Changing his vantage point, he retrieved his own sniper rifle, aimed at the enemy marksman, and fired swiftly. The bullet struck the sniper squarely between the eyes, resulting in an immediate fatality. He then utilized his sniper rifle to systematically eliminate the enemy gunners, neutralizing several points of firepower, which significantly alleviated the pressure. The remaining threat consisted of merely dozens of soldiers below, prompting him to stow away the sniper rifle and resume his onslaught with the machine gun. Utilizing the machine gun as if it were a sniper rifle, his accuracy soared. Anyone struck by his fire was doomed. The 3rd Assault Team, responsible for the offensive, suffered devastating casualties, with 26 men ruthlessly gunned down by Ling Feng. Witnessing such heavy losses, Ma Wu urgently commanded the 3rd Team to retreat, directing the 1st Team to maintain the attack and buy time for the placement of the explosives. However, the 2nd Team soon experienced over half of its personnel falling, causing Ma Wu's heart to bleed. Fortunately, the explosives were ready. Once the villa's doors were breached, they could swiftly infiltrate and capture Ling Feng. Clutching the remote detonator, Ma Wu pressed the button with ferocity. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, the force of the blast shaking the very ground beneath them. Ma Wu cast a cold, mocking glance towards the direction of the explosives, contemplating how he would deal with Ling Feng once he captured him. As the smoke from the explosives gradually dissipated, Ma Wu was instantly shocked to see that the main gate remained intact, without even a single dent. Without hesitation, he commanded his troops to prepare for retreat, realizing that the casualties on his side were severe, with more than half of his men lost. The enemy's defenses were overwhelmingly strong, rendering a prolonged battle meaningless. Observing the retreating foes, Ling Feng seized the moment to strike back, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the enemy troops below, intent on ensuring that none would return alive. Ma Wu, along with the remaining 30 soldiers, fled in disarray. Ling Feng ascended to the 3rd floor and instructed Lin Su to clear the battlefield, gathering all the weapons and equipment, particularly the sniper rifle and machine guns, as these were valuable assets. He then opened the window and leaped out. Armed solely with a machine gun, Ling Feng pursued the fleeing soldiers, firing relentlessly. Spotting Ling Feng daring to emerge from the seemingly impenetrable fortress, Ma Wu immediately ordered his men to turn and counterattack. Damn it, shoot him dead. Dozens of rifles aimed at Ling Feng, unleashing a hail of gunfire. As the soldiers who were once fleeing now turned to retaliate, Ling Feng activated his incredible speed, charging into their ranks. He holstered his machine gun and drew his Tang Dao, deftly evading the bullets aimed at him, and within a heartbeat, he was amidst the searching squad. Chapter 76. Annihilation of the invaders. Ling Feng moved like a phantom among the search team, each strike of his Tang Dao mercilessly claiming a life. In mere moments, he had dispatched over 10 men, despite their considerable combat experience and formidable skills. Yet, in the face of Ling Feng, they were akin to larger ants, insignificant and easily overcome. Ma Wu watched as his subordinates dwindled, his pupils constricting in fear at Ling Feng's terrifying killing speed. The prowess displayed exceeded his expectations. That ghostly figure and formidable blade technique made him aware that he was confronting an insurmountable foe. With warriors continuously falling around him, Ma Wu's expression darkened. Yet he found himself powerless to halt Ling Feng's slaughter, forced to witness the demise of his comrades. In the span of a single minute, only Ma Wu and Ling Feng remained in the arena. Are you an extraordinary being? Ma Wu gazed at Ling Feng in astonishment. Ling Feng did not respond to his inquiry, his eyes betraying no emotion, and he spoke in a calm tone. How did you discover that I possess supplies? Who informed you? Ma Wu scoffed defiantly, his face resolute. Go ahead and kill me. I will not divulge anything. With that, he closed his eyes. He understood that he was no match for Ling Feng, yet he was unwilling to flee. Now, with the mission failed and 100 soldiers lost, he felt too ashamed to return. A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Feng's eyes. He had not anticipated this man's steadfast spirit. Such courage in the face of death was not unbecoming of a soldier. This man was indeed a true warrior, far superior to the one I dispatched earlier today, Ling Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Ma Wu's dark countenance grew exceedingly grim. Coldly, he inquired, "Did you kill Zhang Zhijian?" Ling Feng responded with a casual smile. "I know not who he was. He threatened me, and thus, I ended his life." Ma Wu, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Feng, exclaimed in fury, "You possess an audacious spirit. How dare you brazenly murder an official soldier without fear of retribution?" Ling Feng regarded him as though he were a fool, astonished by the sheer stupidity of his statement. "Official? Your leader has been replaced by a petty thug. And you dare speak to me of official? You and your ilk merely don the guise of authority while engaging in base acts. How laughable that you still display your misguided loyalty." Ma Wu sought to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, for Ling Feng's assertions rang true. Overcome with shame, Ma Wu was acutely aware that their current actions were against his conscience. However, the unyielding demands of military orders compelled him to obey. As Ling Feng observed the contemplation in Ma Wu's eyes, he chose not to strike him down and turned to depart. "You spare my life?" Ma Wu asked, astonished. Gazing at Ling Feng, "You are a competent soldier. Today, I grant you clemency, but should we meet again, I shall not hold back." Ling Feng's cold voice echoed from a distance. Ma Wu cast a deep glance at Ling Feng's retreating figure, his expression shifting in uncertainty, before he turned to leave. On his way back, he pondered Ling Feng's words, his mind racing with contemplation. In the post-apocalyptic world, everything had changed. Once, their duty as soldiers was to safeguard the lives and property of the people. Now, under the directives of their superiors, they were forced to turn their weapons against ordinary citizens, all in the pursuit of food. Despite their efforts, they were still regarded as less than human. Should their superiors express dissatisfaction with their performance, they faced harsh reprimands, or worse, physical punishment. His heart began to spiral into confusion, but soon his gaze hardened, as if he had come to a realization. Upon returning to the base, Ma Wu reported to Long Hao's office. As Long Hao sipped tea and noticed Ma Wu's despondent expression, a flicker of unease passed through him. "Ma Wu, how did the mission fare?" he inquired. Ma Wu lowered his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. "It was a failure. All those I led perished, leaving only me." Upon finishing his words, Ma Wu cradled his head in his hands, wearing an expression of profound remorse. "What?" Long Hao was startled, his body trembling, causing the hot water in his cup to splash onto his thigh. He gazed at Ma Wu in disbelief. "All 100 elite soldiers perished?" Ma Wu nodded gravely. After receiving Ma Wu's confirmation once more, Long Hao sat dazedly on the sofa. Those were 100 elite warriors, his most esteemed soldiers. He had invested tremendous effort in nurturing this group. Who on earth was Ling Feng to possess such formidable prowess? He single-handedly vanquished so many of them. He began to meticulously inquire about the details of this operation from Ma Wu, seeking to uncover the reasons for their failure. After listening to Ma Wu's account, he too was profoundly astonished by Ling Feng's martial prowess, realizing that he was also a supernatural being, and a speed type at that. Feeling somewhat powerless, he waved his hand to signal Ma Wu to withdraw. He straightened his attire, preparing to report the outcome of this operation to the Lord that very night. Arriving at the Lord's office, he exhaled sharply, steeling himself to knock on the door. Inside, Zhang Ergu was deeply engaged in conversation with Yang Zihan when a sudden knock interrupted them. Startled, Zhang Ergu trembled and rose weakly, fury boiling within him. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Come in." Standing at the door, Long Hao sensed something amiss in the tone emanating from inside, silently cursing his fate. He anxiously opened the door, his gaze falling upon Zhang Ergu, whose face was contorted with rage, fixating on him. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Zhang Ergu inquired, lighting a cigarette. With a sharp snap, he slammed the lighter down on the table. "My lord, today's mission has failed," Long Hao spoke in a hushed tone. Zhang Ergu's expression shifted dramatically, all his frustrations erupting at that moment. He sprang to his feet and forcefully hurled the cigarette at Long Hao. "You useless lot. What purpose do I serve in sustaining you? To eat? You couldn't even manage such a trivial task. With so many of you, not a single one could be captured. Are you all worthless?" Long Hao's complexion drained of color, terrified that Zhang Ergu might strike him down in a fit of rage, and hastily explained. "Ling Feng is a supernatural being. Our soldiers were no match for him." Upon hearing the term supernatural being, a grave expression flitted across Zhang Ergu's eyes. A supernatural being? Besides himself, there were others with such abilities? If this individual were to learn of his position, would he not attempt to usurp it? No. Since ascending to this throne, he had enjoyed a life akin to that of an emperor. No one can impede oneself. With this thought, his expression turned cold, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He issued a lethal command without hesitation. Long Hao, continue to arrange for capable individuals to eliminate Ling Feng without leaving any survivors. The failure to terminate him previously was undoubtedly due to insufficient firepower. This time, bring along additional personnel. You shall personally lead the team, ensuring all heavy weaponry is on hand. It is imperative that he is utterly exterminated. Should you fail to accomplish this task, do not return. Long Hao said nothing further, silently exiting the room. Once Long Hao departed, Yang Zihan emerged from beneath the office desk, approaching Zhang Ergu from behind and embracing him gently. Shall we continue? She inquired softly. Zhang Ergu initially contemplated affirming her question, but upon lowering his gaze, he hastily donned his attire, having been bare from the waist down during his conversation with Long Hao. Let us call it a day. I feel a bit fatigued. Perhaps next time. He sighed inwardly, lamenting that it was not a lack of desire but rather an unfortunate moment when his brother had faltered. On the street outside the Shizi Bay villa, a man of exaggerated muscular stature beamed with excitement as he gazed at the Shizi Bay residential complex, speaking to himself. Beneath his feet lay the corpses of 2 Shizi Bay homeowners. At last, I have found them. Haha, the captain of the Mad Tiger squad will surely be pleased. After marking the wall, he swiftly departed. Chapter 77. The Muscular Giant. Mad Tiger having resolved matters concerning Ma Wu, Ling Feng returned home with a languid stride. After a night of combat, his fatigue had dissipated. He was in a state of heightened exhilaration. He decided to forego sleep entirely and headed directly to the gravity chamber in the basement to train. Following the consumption of the python's inner core, his maximum gravity tolerance had reached an astonishing 230 times normal. Such power was formidable. Today, he intended to further challenge his limits. As his adversaries were multiplying and growing stronger, it was imperative to enhance his strength swiftly to confront the impending foes. Ling Feng retrieved a generator from the control room, connecting a wire to it, with the other end gripped firmly in his hand. He aimed to experiment with electric stimulation to see if it could enhance his physical capabilities. After preparing everything, Ling Feng activated the generator. With a crackle, the current coursed through him, causing his entire body to tingle and tremble uncontrollably. A searing sensation enveloped him. Fortunately, his physique far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He exhibited no adverse reactions. A voltage of 380 V would have incapacitated a normal person long ago. The electrical surge persisted for approximately 10 minutes, and Ling Feng, enduring the discomfort, finally switched off the generator. The current abruptly ceased, and Ling Feng sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. After resting for a few minutes, he sensed a notable enhancement in his physical strength. A smile crossed his face. Evidently, it was effective. He swiftly approached the gravity chamber, eager to test the results of the recent electric stimulation. He first adjusted the gravity setting to 230 times. Finding it manageable without overwhelming pressure, he continued to increase the value. 240 times, 250 times, 260 times. Ling Feng persevered until he reached 260 times. Finally sensing the limits of his body, a grin spread across his face. Indeed, it proved beneficial, like a pioneer discovering new lands. He embraced this painful yet effective method of self-discipline, which he aptly named the electric shock therapy, and proclaimed himself the Thunder King. Throughout the night, Ling Feng immersed himself in training, only realizing at dawn that time had slipped away. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 7 in the morning. Ling Feng stretched, his body crackling with energy. Today's training progress was remarkable. His gravity tolerance had surged to an astonishing 350 times, nearly doubling overnight. Though he harbored a love-hate relationship with this electric shock therapy, the torment of the current had been intense. After a quick rinse in the basement, he felt refreshed. Upon entering the living room on the first floor, he noticed the firearms and ammunition Lin Su had collected the previous night, all salvaged from the bodies of the search team. His gaze was immediately drawn to the prominent sniper rifle, and he approached to examine it closely. This particular sniper rifle was one he knew intimately, having served as a sharpshooter in the military, equipped with this very model. Gazing at the rifle, memories flooded back. It represented his youth, a time that could never return. Ling Feng stored all the weapons in his space for upgrades, enhancing their power. Soon, a batch of upgraded weapons materialized in his space. He retrieved the sniper rifle, now heavier and with a clearer scope, though he was uncertain about the extent of its enhanced power. In addition to the pistol, he discovered approximately 20,000 rounds of ammunition, which he gladly accepted. There were also grenades, machine guns, and bulletproof vests. While he had no shortage of such items, the principle of acquiring what was available held true. As he polished the sniper rifle, Lin Su began serving breakfast at the table. After finishing his meal, Ling Feng summoned Zhang En. After hanging up the phone, Zhang En arrived at the villa's small courtyard in less than 5 minutes. Ling Feng leaped directly from the third-floor windowsill, landing before Zhang En. In a calm tone, he instructed, "Today, begin arranging for traps to surround my villa. Remember, the more powerful, the better." Upon receiving the command, Zhang En hurriedly departed. Ling Feng briefly checked the hidden sentinels at each entrance, ensuring everything was in order before he returned to the villa with a sense of relief. With no pressing matters at hand, he prepared to conduct special training for Lin Su, aiming to enhance her combat abilities swiftly. He led Lin Su to the basement, commencing her training with the use of the gravity chamber and basic practices with the Tang saber. Although Lin Su had previously undergone a gene serum injection, having only 1 day's time meant her physical data was merely slightly superior to that of an average person. The training began in the gravity chamber. Despite the agonizing regimen, Lin Su exhibited no signs of resistance, gritting her teeth and persevering. After 2 hours of grueling special training, she was utterly exhausted. However, the results were commendable. Her overall data had risen to 10 times the norm. Following the training, the two immersed themselves in their research on the gene serum. Just as they were deep in their experiments, the laboratory alarm suddenly blared a piercing sound. Ling Feng descended alone to the first floor, only to find a group of muscular men attacking his front door. Although he was not particularly familiar with this group, their identical attire suggested they were from Company M. Ling Feng approached the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the relentless assault on the door, his irritation mounting. Why did these individuals persistently seek conflict with him? All he desired was a few peaceful days. Why was it so difficult? They seemed intent on forcing his hand to violence. As Ling Feng scrutinized the group, he noticed a brawny man at the back, sporting a thick, bushy beard. The man seemed to sense Ling Feng's gaze, and their eyes met in a hostile exchange. He muttered something akin to, "You'll pay for this." Ling Feng responded with a derisive smirk, contemptuously raising his middle finger at the man outside. Upon witnessing Ling Feng's insulting gesture, the muscular figure, known as Kuang Hu, instantly erupted in rage. Rapidly transforming into a towering giant over 2.5 meters tall, his physique exaggeratedly muscular. Kuang Hu glared at Ling Feng, seething with a desire to exact revenge for the death of his close companion and the insult he had just endured. The limits of his patience had been tested. With thunderous steps, Kuang Hu approached the front door, launching powerful kicks against it. However, contrary to his expectations, the door remained intact and undamaged. His expression darkened, but he did not relent. Commencing the tactical resolution, he commanded his subordinates to commence the excavation of the villa's foundation, intending to breach it and gain entry from below. Soon, a gaping hole appeared in the villa's outer wall. The ferocious tiger, upon hearing this, rejoiced and promptly ordered his men to blast it open with grenades. Chapter 78. The frantic tiger. With a thunderous explosion, dust and debris filled the courtyard in an instant. The tiger raised his gaze towards the source of the blast, his expression shifting dramatically. To his astonishment, the villa remained intact, standing undamaged. Enraged, he unleashed a torrent of curses, yet found himself powerless to alter the situation. Inside the house, Ling Feng had long grown accustomed to such explosive antics. He muttered to himself, "You lot seem to do nothing but blow things up. Can't you devise a more novel approach?" "I'm not bothered, but surely the readers must be." He was reluctant to remain confined to the house, passively defending and wasting time. With his newfound strength, he felt capable and yearned to confront the imposing figure outside. Should this individual prove formidable, even if he could not prevail, his superior speed would allow him to make a swift escape. With this thought, Ling Feng ascended to the 3rd floor, opened a window, and leapt gracefully to the ground. The enraged tiger, consumed by fury, was taken aback upon witnessing Ling Feng's bold emergence, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Huh, you truly are audacious, daring to seek your demise. Surrender the genetic serum, and I may grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I shall ensure your suffering is unbearable." Ling Feng regarded the arrogant tiger from a distance, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Comparing yourself to my mother? What a laugh. Have you gorged on too many potatoes?" The tiger's expression froze, a glimmer of frost passing through his eyes. With a gaze as venomous as a serpent, he coldly replied, "Foolish creature. Those who dare speak to me thus shall witness whether your words hold any weight against my fists." Ling Feng, with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes, replied indifferently, "I am not merely all talk. Every inch of me is formidable. Care for a test?" The tiger, infuriated by Ling Feng's defiance, bellowed, "Arrogant. Seize him." He gestured to several of his subordinates to take action. Upon receiving their leader's command, a group of thuggish henchmen advanced menacingly towards Ling Feng. He loosened his joints and neck, preparing for the impending confrontation. With his legs slightly bent, he harnessed his strength and surged towards the group of lackeys. Before they could react, Ling Feng was upon them, delivering a swift right hook that struck one of them squarely in the face. The blow caught the man off guard, his head exploding like a ruptured watermelon, blood splattering in a gruesome display. Standing at the rear, the ferocious tiger observed as his subordinate was instantly obliterated. And instead of anger, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Ling Feng was indeed formidable, possessing the qualifications to engage him in battle. He relished the thrill of combat, where life and death intertwined, igniting the potential within his body and allowing him to transcend the brink of existence. To vanquish such a powerful adversary was far more exhilarating than merely preying on the weak. On the battlefield, Ling Feng unleashed his prowess, dispatching his foes with a single strike each, swiftly reducing several henchmen to mere pulp. Impressive. You have surpassed my expectations. No wonder you managed to slay the Silver Serpent. However, this is where it ends. With that, the tiger charged recklessly at Ling Feng, executing a swift, vicious kick aimed at his head. His speed and ferocity eclipsed that of the previous lackeys by a significant margin. Faced with the tiger's relentless assault, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with the fervor of battle. He did not evade. Instead, he opted for a direct clash. His right fist struck the tiger's calf with equal vigor. In an instant, their bodies collided, producing a resounding thud. Hiss! The tiger grimaced, a sharp pain radiating through his leg. He quickly exerted force with his other leg, creating distance between them, eyes filled with caution as he regarded Ling Feng. So, how does that measure up? Ling Feng scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his features. I can see that you are quite resilient. But I exerted merely 50% of my strength just now. Prepare yourself for the true force of my prowess. The tiger stubbornly retorted. He flexed his recently struck calf, rapidly restoring it to normal. Ling Feng was taken aback, observing the tiger's swift recovery. His previous punch had surely fractured the bone, yet he was mended so swiftly. He pondered about his own regenerative abilities, having not sustained any injuries since the injection of the genetic serum. The tiger assumed a boxing stance, cautiously approaching Ling Feng. Originally a fighter in the underground boxing arena, he had established a legendary streak of 30 consecutive victories, which was the foundation of his ranking within the organization. Ling Feng, however, stood there nonchalantly, awaiting the tiger's assault. Ollie give! The tiger bellowed, launching a straight punch towards Ling Feng's face, followed by a left hook and a right swing, unleashing a flurry of combination strikes. Yet, Ling Feng evaded with remarkable agility, easily sidestepping the tiger's attacks. The tiger, despite his immense strength, faltered in agility, becoming a plaything as Ling Feng danced around him. Frustration boiled within the tiger. Despite his fervent onslaught, he had yet to graze even a hair on his opponent. If you're a man, stop dodging. Let us have a fair fight, he roared in exasperation. Ling Feng merely smiled faintly and replied, as you wish. Having just tested the opponent's strength, he ultimately realized that this individual was not particularly formidable. Tired of the game, he decided it was time to obliterate. Seizing the moment, he identified a flaw and delivered a swift slap to the face of the wild tiger. The impact sent the wild tiger flying several meters, creating a crater in the ground, with the surrounding earth shattered. His face swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. You were given a chance, yet you proved useless. My friend, Ling Feng mocked mercilessly. The wild tiger had never endured such humiliation. His adversary could have struck him with a punch, but instead had delivered a slap. Even now, his head spun in confusion. Damn it! The wild tiger's eyes reddened, veins bulging in his neck, as he was consumed entirely by rage. I will kill you. You have forced my hand. Ling Feng coldly regarded him and cryptically replied, I did not force you. It was your mother who did. The wild tiger sneered, then produced a syringe filled with a mysterious black liquid. Prepare to meet your end. In Chapter 79, The Unyielding Spirit, the wild tiger plunged the syringe into his neck, injecting the entire contents. This was the latest superhuman serum. Today, he would demonstrate his true power. His body began to swell once more, towering to a height of 3 meters, with his legs and arms bulging, tearing through his clothing, transforming him into a monstrous figure. Cannot your company create anything normal? Why must every creation be so grotesque? Ling Feng grimaced, looking disdainfully at the muscular behemoth before him. Die! The wild tiger roared, launching into an attack, his speed multiplying several times over. Ling Feng's eyes sharpened, and his fighting spirit surged. He retaliated with a punch aimed at the wild tiger's fist. The immense recoil sent both combatants staggering back. The wild tiger retreated several dozen steps before coming to a halt, his right foot deeply embedded in the ground, his right arm trembling slightly. In contrast, Ling Feng merely took 3 steps back, swiftly dissipating the force, appearing unfazed. The disparity in their strengths was unmistakable. The wild tiger stared at Ling Feng in shock, having believed that after using the serum, he could easily defeat him. Instead, he found himself utterly humiliated. He had exerted all his strength in that last exchange, yet remained at a disadvantage. A thought of escape flickered in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it upon recalling Ling Feng's speed. With a resolute glare, he fixed his gaze upon Ling Feng, determination glinting in his eyes. Subsequently, he retrieved a syringe from his person, preparing to inject himself once more. In the distance, Ling Feng observed his actions and sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the ferocious tiger, the Tang Dao suddenly manifesting in his right hand. Gripping the blade with both hands, he unleashed a swift slash aimed at Tiger's face. Caught off guard, Tiger began to evade, his heart pounding with surprise. How had Ling Feng conjured a sword so suddenly? He had not even discerned from whence it came. Where had he concealed it? A trick of magic? Ling Feng had caught him unawares. With a narrow escape from the lethal strike, the Tang Dao swept past him. Undeterred by his initial failure, Ling Feng swiftly altered his attack, transitioning from a downward cleave to a piercing thrust aimed at his opponent's arm. This time, Tiger could not evade. His entire right arm was severed at the root, black blood gushing forth. A profound shock reverberated within Tiger, and through the agony, he turned to flee, Ling Feng's relentless assault having shattered his will to fight. Noticing his opponent's retreat, Ling Feng pursued without hesitation, leaping forward as his Tang Dao plunged mercilessly into Tiger's back. With a twist of the blade and a powerful thrust, half of Tiger's body was cleaved apart, and he collapsed to the ground, struggling to turn. He glared at Ling Feng with venomous eyes, blood continuously spilling from his lips. Our company will not let this go, even if you manage to kill me. What does it matter? The strength of our company is beyond your imagination. Ling Feng regarded him coldly. Rest assured, do not trouble yourself over my fate. With a flash of the blade, Tiger's head was severed and rolled aside. Ling Feng sheathed his long knife and began to search Tiger's body, quickly uncovering 2 syringes, one containing a black liquid, presumably the very substance Tiger had just employed, and the other filled with a red liquid, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Ling Feng collected both syringes, having long desired to investigate the peculiar drugs produced by M Company. His earlier sudden act of violence was intended to preserve the items on Tiger's person for his own study. He then searched the bodies of others for more substances, but unfortunately found none among the lowly henchmen. It appeared that the drugs developed by M Company were indeed troublesome to create, reserved only for those with significant power. After disposing of the corpses, Ling Feng leapt back to the 3rd floor. Observing the bloodstains on his attire, he furrowed his brow. He discarded his soiled jacket and proceeded to take a thorough shower. As he washed, his mind raced with plans for the future. His current adversaries included the so-called official sanctuary, M Company, and the Hu family estate. Although he had dealt a strong blow to these entities, they would undoubtedly regroup. Aside from the relatively weak Hu family, the other 2 factions posed unpredictable threats. In the official sanctuary, there exist individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. A realm I have yet to personally encounter. Their prowess remains uncertain, yet it cannot be feeble. Furthermore, there is M Company, whose concocted pharmaceuticals possess considerable potency and formidable lethality. According to the dying words of the fierce tiger, it appears that their organization harbors even more formidable entities. Contemplating this, Ling Feng experiences a twinge of headache, as the multitude of adversaries he must confront each day is overwhelmingly vast. Fortunately, his own strength is formidable, otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere remnants by this ruthless crowd. It is evident that prowess is the fundamental essence for survival in this apocalyptic era, and he must incessantly strive to augment his own capabilities. Meanwhile, as he indulges in his bath, the denizens of Hu Family Village are gathered, fervently engaged in animated discussions. The meeting is presided over by Hu San Tai, the eldest member of the Hu clan and its patriarch, who commands immense respect within the village. Despite nearing 70 years of age, he appears remarkably vigorous, seated with an air of authority at the head of the table. Flanking him are 7 or 8 individuals, each wearing expressions of profound sorrow. These are the village elders. Surrounding the table stand dozens of young men from the Hu lineage, vibrant and youthful. The atmosphere within the meeting room is thick with silence, an oppressive tension palpable in the air. Observing the dejection etched on the faces of his kin, Hu San Tai shakes his head and takes the initiative to shatter the stillness. Look at you all. Do you not possess any aspiration? Is there a battle without casualties? Lift your spirits. One individual, his face a mask of grief, speaks up. Third grandfather, both of my sons have perished. You must avenge me. We cannot let this go. We must ensure Ling Feng suffers 1,000 tortures. However, his words are met with disapproval from others in the assembly. Another voice rises, cautioning. We have already lost so many young lives. Ling Feng is no ordinary foe. We should not provoke him further, lest we lead our children to their doom. Indeed. Huda Chong, our family has not sent anyone. We shall refrain from doing so next time. You speak from a place of comfort, yet has your kin not suffered? Will you not seek vengeance for your slain? You lost your kin. As tensions escalate, the atmosphere grows increasingly volatile, threatening to erupt into chaos. In a moment of exasperation, Hu Santai strikes the table forcefully, silencing the room in an instant. What are you all bickering about? You only concern yourselves with personal grievances, devoid of any sense of the greater picture. Why do we send people to seize resources? Is it not to ensure that every villager has food to eat? If we do not strive to gather sustenance, shall we merely wait to starve? With a stern glare, Hu Santai rebukes his clan members, his voice resonating with authority as he addresses the one who had just spoken. Lu Laosi, although you are an outsider, it is imperative that you partake in the affairs of the village. Last time, your family's absence was excusable, but for the next undertaking, all 3 of your sons must enlist. Otherwise, you shall be expelled from our Hu family village. Upon hearing this, Lu Laosi's countenance darkened to an extreme. Yet he refrained from retaliating, for he was indeed an outsider. Hu Santai glanced at the assembly and continued, this operation suffered due to our lack of foresight, resulting in significant casualties. However, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Next time, we must devise a more meticulous plan before proceeding. That Ling Feng must perish, otherwise, we will not be able to honor the memory of the young lives lost from our Hu family village. Let us now discuss how to implement our future plans. Chapter 80. The brutality of Zhang Ergu. After completing his daily training, Ling Feng emerged from the training room, his demeanor somewhat despondent. Today's training outcomes fell short of his anticipated objectives. The efficacy of the electric shock training method was gradually diminishing. The primary issue lay with the family generator, whose maximum output power no longer affected him significantly. Now, his body only experienced a faint tingling sensation, devoid of the previous invigorating intensity. He had initially aimed to push the gravity impact to 400 times, yet ultimately only reached 360 times. Clearly, he needed to devise a means to acquire a more powerful generator, or perhaps even create a power-generating device himself. Ling Feng began to ponder in his mind where in the capital city there might be a large industrial generator. He recalled having seen a news report about a factory in the capital that specialized in power-generating equipment, boasting technology that was globally unparalleled and a substantial scale. To his knowledge, all factories in the capital city were concentrated in a remote suburb of the southern district, a considerable distance from his residence. He was not very familiar with that area and had no idea where the factory was located. However, Wang Long would likely be informed, as his family dealt with industrial equipment and had a factory in that vicinity. With this thought, he promptly called Wang Long. After a lengthy ring, Wang Long finally answered, unhurriedly saying, "What is the matter? Calling so late? Hurry up, I'm watching a movie." Wang Long replied with irritation, "Is it a proper film?" Ling Feng inquired with a grin. "Who watches a proper film at this hour? It's one featuring teachered song. Ah, a tribute to the classics. Indeed, I've paid homage several times." The two engaged in playful banter for a while, until Ling Feng suddenly remembered the pressing matter at hand and hastily shifted the topic. "Almost got sidetracked by you. I have something serious to discuss." "What is it?" Wang Long replied languidly. "In the industrial park of our city, do you know where the factories that specialize in power generation equipment are located?" Ling Feng inquired casually. "Power generation equipment? Why are you asking about that?" Wang Long on the other end of the line asked with a puzzled expression. "I wish to acquire a high-capacity power generator. It could be quite beneficial." After pondering for a moment, Wang Long replied, "There is indeed one nearby, not far from my father's factory. I visited it with him not long ago." Ling Feng's expression brightened, indicating that his pursuit of power generation equipment was promising. He continued, "Let's go there tomorrow. I'll come find you. For now, I shall hang up. By the way, take care of your health." All right, I understand. I'm busy." Wang Long impatiently ended the call. After hanging up, Ling Feng felt quite pleased. Securing a large generator would significantly enhance his capabilities. He hummed a little tune, preparing to retire for the night. Upon returning to his bedroom, he noticed Lin Su was not on the bed, and the sound of running water was emanating from the bathroom. Suddenly, he recalled that he might not have washed himself thoroughly. A grin spread across his face. He quickly stripped off his clothes and stealthily made his way inside. An hour later, Ling Feng emerged from the bathroom, brimming with vitality and freshness. 5 minutes later, Lin Su slowly made her way out of the bathroom, casting him a disdainful glance. Now, she would have to brush her teeth again. Noticing Lin Su drying herself off with a towel, Ling Feng approached to offer assistance. "No, I can manage myself. I'm wary of you." Lin Su promptly declined, swatting away his mischievous hand. However, She was no match for Ling Feng, and after a token struggle, she resigned to his whims. Ling Feng, grinning, produced a set of attire, including stockings and high heels. These items were acquired during a zero-cost purchase at Tiannan Storage, and he had almost forgotten about them until today's inventory check in his space. Yet, he had never tried them on. It was perfect timing to have Lin Su wear them. Perhaps enhancing her appearance would augment her combat prowess. In the official shelter of Shanjing City, Zhang Ergu lay on the couch clad only in his underwear, a cigarette dangling from his lips, engrossed in a video game with a controller in hand. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, his room remained as warm as spring, providing him with utmost comfort, just as he was at a crucial moment in the game. The lights in the room flickered, followed by the chandelier intermittently flashing, and the television screen went dark. Infuriated, Zhang Ergu hurled the controller to the ground, shattering it into pieces. What on earth is wrong with these incompetent fools? Why is the power becoming increasingly unstable? He grabbed the intercom and summoned the logistics officer to his side. Before long, a middle-aged man with glasses, of average build, hurriedly entered, panting as though he had sprinted over. "My lord, you summoned me," he said cautiously. "What use are you if you cannot even handle a simple electrical issue?" Zhang Ergu retorted angrily. He then seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it at the man, who narrowly dodged the blow. "How dare you evade?" Zhang Ergu's brow furrowed in irritation as he utilized his supernatural ability, instantly appearing before the bespectacled man and delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. The man was sent flying, crashing into a table behind him, shattering it into pieces. With a cold snort, Zhang Ergu picked up the ashtray from the ground and struck the man's forehead with force, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed, cascading down his cheek to the floor. The bespectacled man lay on the ground, clutching his injury, his expression contorted in pain, yet he refrained from making a sound, fearing further provocation of Zhang Ergu's wrath. Looking down at the man beneath his foot, Zhang Ergu spoke menacingly. "If you're going to take a beating, you should stand at attention. If you dare to dodge again, I shall end your life. Do you understand?" The bespectacled man trembled in fear, hastily nodding in response. "Yes, I understand." Zhang Ergu was pleased, relishing the sensation of dominating others. "I ask you, what is the situation with the electricity lately? Why is it so unstable?" "Reporting to you, my lord, the number of workers in the power generation facility has decreased recently. A few days ago, many fell ill with severe colds due to the low temperatures and have taken leave. Hence the electricity supply has been somewhat inadequate," the bespectacled man answered obediently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ergu's expression darkened. "What? Letting them rest? Am I supporting them for nothing? So what if they catch a cold? They must get up and work to produce electricity. If they can't pedal bicycles to generate power, they shall not eat. Furthermore, adjust their daily working hours to 14. Previously, allowing them to work only 10 hours has left them idle. Go and implement this immediately." After receiving the orders, the bespectacled man struggled to rise and turned to leave, silently relieved. Just as he was about to depart, Zhang Ergu called out to him. "I have heard you have a daughter, age 16? Zhang Ergu's sinister voice echoed behind him. The man's heart sank, and his face instantly turned pale. It was common knowledge throughout the shelter that Zhang Ergu was lecherous, and this inquiry surely held ill intent. Summoning his courage, the bespectacled man stammered, "My lord, my daughter is still very young and naive." Zhang Ergu's gaze turned icy, his tone frigid as he spoke. "What is the matter? If she is ignorant, that's no concern. I shall take it upon myself to educate her. Have her come to me shortly, and we shall have a heartfelt conversation." The bespectacled man, terrified, fell to his knees before Zhang Ergu, pleading with a tone of abject humility, "My lord, I implore you to spare my daughter. I shall comply with any demand you make." Zhang Ergu's eyes narrowed slightly, displaying a hint of impatience. "Should you utter another word, I shall ensure that your entire family becomes provisions for the reserves." The bespectacled man halted abruptly, acutely aware of the implications of such a fate as the logistics officer. A wave of despair washed over him. Once a department head before the apocalypse, he now found himself unable to protect his own kin. Lost in thought, he rose and trudged out of the office with heavy steps. Zhang Ergu, satisfied with the man's retreat, reclined on the bed, awaiting the arrival of the bespectacled man and his daughter. Meanwhile, Long Hao, the leader of the search team, was conducting the final preparations for their imminent operation. To ensure the success of this endeavor, the search team was deployed in full force. Long Hao personally led a contingent of 600 elite personnel, all hailing from special forces, each possessing formidable combat prowess. Furthermore, having learned of Ling Feng's robust villa defenses, he had equipped each soldier with the most advanced rocket launchers available. Although he had initially considered bringing along the powerful artillery from the shelter, logistical challenges rendered that option unfeasible. Nevertheless, he was confident that the individual weaponry carried by the soldiers would suffice to breach Ling Feng's formidable entrance. On the training grounds, the 600 soldiers stood in impeccable formation, exuding an air of determination. Long Hao nodded in approval, resolute in his commitment to successfully complete the mission. He ascended to the platform, ready to deliver a pre-battle rallying speech. Comrades, today's mission is driven by one singular purpose: revenge for our fallen brothers. 100 of our comrades were ruthlessly slain by Ling Feng. If I do not avenge them, I am unworthy of leading this team. I urge each of you to summon a spirit unafraid of death, to exact vengeance for our deceased brothers. Do you have confidence in this mission? As Long Hao's words echoed, a thunderous roar erupted from the soldiers. Yes, yes, yes. Each face was aflame with righteous indignation, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Long Hao gestured emphatically. Let us move out. The formation of the 600-strong team began to adjust, preparing for departure. At that moment, a voice filled with urgency pierced through the air. Wait. Ma Wu pushed through the crowd, hastily approaching Long Hao. Captain Long, we cannot proceed. Ma Wu's face was fraught with fear. Long Hao regarded him with a troubled expression, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Coldly, he said, Ma Wu, what do you mean by this? The soldiers, who were originally prepared to set off, halted in their tracks, gazing at Ma Wu with expressions of confusion. With his extensive military experience and commendable skills, Ma Wu held considerable prestige within the ranks, even subtly eclipsing Long Hao. Thus, the soldiers were curious as to why he had suddenly emerged to intervene. Ma Wu swiftly ascended the platform, raising his voice. Brothers, why do we serve in the military? Is it not to safeguard the lives and property of the people? Yet now, what are we doing? We are resorting to violence to suppress and plunder. What have we become? We are no better than accomplices in evil, mere executioners. What distinguishes us from bandits? This is in stark contradiction to our beliefs. Is this truly what we desire? Brothers, reflect upon whether this course of action is indeed righteous. His words sparked a stir among the crowd. Some soldiers furrowed their brows, deep in contemplation, while others stared at Ma Wu in bewilderment. Enough. Long Hao's face darkened as he sharply intervened. Ma Wu, do not sow discord among the ranks. Everything we do is for the betterment of the refuge. Ma Wu looked at Long Hao with a cold smirk, his eyes brimming with derision. For the refuge? I believe it is for the indulgence of certain individuals. Ever since this wretched weather set in, when have we known the life of a normal person? We are divided into classes, with the powerful feasting on lavish meals and enjoying comfortable quarters, while we, the warriors who risk our lives, receive nothing. We are stripped of even the most basic dignity. Do they regard us as human? As he reached the climax of his speech, Ma Wu's voice erupted in a roar. Silence. Long Hao's chest heaved with anger as he drew his pistol, aiming it at Ma Wu's head. If you continue to babble, I will end you. The surrounding soldiers rushed forward in alarm to dissuade him. Unfazed by the gun pressed against his temple, Ma Wu met Long Hao's gaze with unwavering resolve. Captain, do not send the brothers to their deaths. You cannot defeat Ling Feng. Long Hao regarded him with disdain. It seems you have been frightened to the core by Ling Feng. Just watch how I will conquer him. With that, he ordered a communications soldier to disarm Ma Wu and have 2 men keep a watchful eye on him. With a resigned sigh, Ma Wu complied. Following the main force as they set off, the entire unit began their march toward their destination, estimated to arrive in a day. At 6 in the morning, Ling Feng rose punctually to prepare breakfast. After the tumult of the previous night, Lin Su remained sound asleep. Seeing her in such peaceful slumber, he chose not to disturb her, having simply prepared a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean meat. Ling Feng retrieved several bags of semi-finished soup, dumplings, and crab roe buns from the pantry, placing them onto the steamer. He also made a few fried eggs. Once the meal was entirely ready, he ascended the stairs to rouse Lin Su from her slumber. Lin Su, still hazy from sleep, rubbed her eyes and sat lethargically in a chair. Ling Feng served her a bowl of congee and placed a fried egg on her plate. Eat first. Then you may sleep, he insisted. Lin Su lazily nodded, taking small bites. Having only slept for 2 hours the previous night, she felt profoundly fatigued, her body aching slightly. Conversely, Ling Feng, who had also enjoyed a mere 2 hours of rest, remained invigorated, displaying no signs of exhaustion, thanks to his superior physical condition. I have many different styles of clothing. Shall we try some on tonight? Ling Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Su shook her head vigorously. No, I can't take it anymore. I absolutely must rest today. Ling Feng could only shrug in regret. After finishing their meal, Lin Su returned to her bedroom to continue sleeping, while Ling Feng prepared to venture out. He had arranged to meet Wang Long to seek out power generation equipment in the industrial park. It was another day filled with hope. Ling Feng silently prayed for a smooth journey ahead. Chapter 82. The emergence of abilities. Ling Feng arrived outside Wang Long's villa on his motorcycle. Contentedly lighting a cigarette, and taking a puff before dialing Wang Long's number on his satellite phone. Upon receiving the call, Wang Long quickly emerged from the villa, a piece of bread in hand, munching as he approached. He plopped down casually onto the motorcycle's rear seat. "Let us go," he mumbled with his mouth full. Ling Feng rode the motorcycle away from the neighborhood, perhaps due to the violent acts he had previously committed outside the villa. The surrounding roads of the estate were remarkably secure, with no one daring to impede their path. The two traveled swiftly towards the eastern district without incident. The journey was anticipated to take approximately an hour and a half, covering a considerable distance. As they reached the halfway point, Ling Feng spotted a familiar location, the Chili-Go agricultural market. Most of his supplies were procured from here, totaling over 20 billion in value. Ling Feng gazed at the site with nostalgia, recalling its former bustling activity, which had now succumbed to an expanse of white snow. "I wonder if there are still any useful supplies inside. Shall we take a look?" Wang Long suggested. Ling Feng pondered for a moment, considering the vastness of the area, realizing there might indeed be something of use within. Consequently, he altered their course, steering towards the market. Upon arriving at the market's entrance, Wang Long leaped off the motorcycle, while Ling Feng stowed the vehicle into his spatial storage. The two then commenced their aimless search within the market. "Fengzi, there are footprints here," Wang Long suddenly exclaimed, gesturing urgently towards Ling Feng. His expression shifted slightly, prompting him to hasten over. Indeed, they discovered a series of disordered footprints. Judging by their number, it appeared there were at least a dozen individuals. A glimmer of insight flickered in Ling Feng's eyes. Instantly, both men adopted a cautious demeanor, surveying their surroundings. In this apocalyptic world, encountering others in such a desolate environment was hardly fortuitous, particularly when it involved a group of 10 or more. Humans, after all, remain the most perilous of species. Treading carefully along the trail of footprints, they proceeded slowly, ensuring that the safeties of their rifles were disengaged, bullets chambered, ever ready to fire. After traversing approximately 200 meters, they indeed spotted a contingent of about a dozen individuals before a building. The attire of these individuals varied considerably, with most wielding bladed weapons and iron rods. None possessed firearms, which eased Ling Feng's trepidation somewhat. It seemed this group comprised ordinary people, posing little threat to the two of them. At that moment, a woman clad in a black leather coat emerged from the crowd, her demeanor alert as she scrutinized Ling Feng and Wang Long. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, tall and with an oval face, exuding a strikingly competent aura against the backdrop of her leather attire. Her slender figure was not frail, as her thick, dark hair was tied back in a ponytail, showcasing her perfect proportions, particularly her long, straight legs that were quite captivating. In Ling Feng's mind, while her beauty did not quite rival that of Lin Su, it was certainly comparable. However, the two women embodied distinctly different styles. Lin Su was the epitome of a cool, aloof goddess, while the woman before him radiated a spirited vigor. Despite her stunning visage, Ling Feng remained relatively unfazed, whereas Wang Long, beside him, exhibited a rather foolish expression, nearly drooling in admiration. Du Yibai regarded the two newcomers with indifference, her brows furrowing slightly. Their gazes felt somewhat frivolous, particularly the way one of them stared intently at her, his expression reeking of lechery. It was utterly repulsive. "Damn men," Du Yibai silently cursed, extending her hand in a dismissive gesture towards Ling Feng and Wang Long. In an instant, several thick steel pipes erupted from the ground, levitating before her. With a swift motion of her hands, the pipes began to spin rapidly, aligning themselves in precise formation, all aimed squarely at Ling Feng. His eyes widened slightly, astonished by the unfolding scene. An ability user. Previously, I heard Ma Wu mention that the ruler of the shelter was an extraordinary being, yet he had never encountered one himself. Today, however, fate has brought him face to face with a supernatural entity. How unfortunate! Simultaneously, a sense of foreboding arose within him. Surely this woman did not intend to target him. Indeed, the woman pointed her hands, and several lengthy steel pipes shot swiftly in their direction, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. In a moment of peril, Ling Feng seized Wang Long's clothing and swiftly evaded to the side. The steel pipe whizzed past Ling Feng's chest, creating a gust of wind, before embedding itself deeply into the ground. Wang Long, visibly shaken, gazed at the steel pipe on the ground, his expression rather grim. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Ling Feng's eyes. This woman, indiscriminately launching an attack against him, was truly brazen. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the woman spoke first, her voice cold and clear. "You rats from the Xingho base, if you dare follow me again, I shall annihilate you." With that, she waved her hands, and the steel pipe that had just penetrated the earth rose once more, floating ominously in the air, slowly rotating towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng was taken aback, bewildered. "What base?" Surely this woman had mistaken him for someone else. Beside him, Wang Long, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "What nonsense about a base? You attacked us without reason. Isn't that a bit excessive? Just because you're attractive, does that give you the right to be unreasonable?" Du Yibai's lips curled into a cold smile, clearly unconvinced by his words. "If you are not from the Xingho base, why are you following us?" Wang Long retorted angrily. "Is this place your home? We can come and go as we please. What business is it of yours?" Du Yibai's face flushed with anger at Ling Feng's words. She exerted her strength once more, and in an instant, dozens of steel pipes were extracted from the snow, hurtling towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng was incensed by the woman's propensity for violence at the slightest provocation. Did she think that possessing extraordinary abilities entitled her to take lives at will? In a flash, he moved, closing the distance to Du Yibai in a single breath. Du Yibai, taken aback by his speed, found herself in disarray. She hastily retreated, while simultaneously directing the steel pipes to attack Ling Feng. She had not anticipated that Ling Feng was also an extraordinary being, and his speed was astonishing, nearly instantaneously closing in on her. Observing her retreat, Ling Feng denied her any opportunity, accelerating once more and circling behind her, seizing her neck with his right hand. He had discerned that this woman's extraordinary power likely belonged to a long-range control type of magical skill, but she was surely inept in close combat. As long as he could swiftly approach her, the battle would be resolved quickly, and the outcome was as expected. Du Yibai found herself firmly restrained from behind, a wave of panic rising within her. She had not anticipated such swiftness and strength from her opponent. Within mere seconds, she had been defeated. "If you have the guts, just kill me," Du Yibai declared fiercely, her eyes flashing with intensity. "Release our captain," shouted her furious teammates behind her, their anger palpable. Just moments ago, Ling Feng's speed had been astonishingly rapid, leaving them unable to discern his movements. By the time they comprehended the situation, their captain had already been captured. Chapter 83. Starfire Base. Ling Feng regarded the woman before him. Up close, her beauty was even more striking. However, despite her allure, he remained vigilant. His right hand gripped her neck tightly. This woman was an ability user, and she could strike at any moment. "I have already informed you that I am not from Starfire Base. Do you dare to attack us? Are you seeking death?" Ling Feng questioned coldly, his gaze frigid. Du Yibai realized she might have misidentified him, yet she stubbornly retorted, "How was I to know who you are? You were sneaking behind us. In this unpredictable society, how could anyone discern the true intentions of others?" This was the first time she had been so close to a man, and it was exceedingly uncomfortable. Particularly with Ling Feng's hand tightly gripping her neck, her breathing became labored. Ling Feng found her defensive demeanor somewhat amusing. "This place is not your own. Furthermore, we entered openly. It was you who attacked us without discernment, and now you dare to accuse us. How should you compensate us for this?" Du Yibai felt a surge of frustration. She had noticed the way their eyes had roamed over her several times, thinking she hadn't seen. Had it not been for their lecherous gazes, she would not have acted against them. Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing these thoughts. "What kind of compensation do you desire?" she inquired, a hint of resignation in her tone. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Answer a few of my questions, and I shall release you." Upon hearing this, Du Yibai secretly exhaled in relief. She had feared Ling Feng would make unreasonable demands. She was prepared for a desperate struggle, unwilling to see her innocence tarnished. "What questions? How did you awaken your abilities?" Du Yibai was taken aback by his inquiry, surprised that he would ask such a question, considering he himself was an ability user. "Aren't you an ability user? Why are you asking me this?" Ling Feng did not refute her misunderstanding, but instead continued along her line of thought. "I merely wish to verify whether my own awakening was a mere coincidence." After a moment of contemplation, Du Yibai began to respond. "To speak candidly, I too am uncertain about the circumstances. It was only after enduring the frigid weather that I discovered my newfound abilities." "What are your powers?" "The manipulation of all metallic objects," Du Yibai replied earnestly. Ling Feng released his grip, granting Du Yibai his freedom, who immediately distanced himself, gasping for breath. "We are even now." Upon Ling Feng's declaration, he and Wang Long prepared to depart. Du Yibai, watching Ling Feng's retreating figure, was filled with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Realizing the extent of his misfortune in being subjected to such intimate contact with a robust man, it was infuriating. Observing their leader's displeasure, the other members of the squad averted their gazes, feigning ignorance, lest they become the target of his ire. Ling Feng and Wang Long ventured into another area of the market, intent on seeking out useful information. Their banter filled the air as they strolled halfway when they noticed 4 or 5 individuals emerging from a nearby building, advancing towards them with an air of hostility. These individuals, wielding machetes and clad in matching attire, appeared to be from a different faction than the group of women encountered earlier. Ling Feng and Wang Long regarded these newcomers with indifference, recognizing them as mere ordinary folk whom they could easily dispatch. As the group halted within 10 meters of them, a particularly aggressive individual barked, "Halt! You cannot leave. This is the jurisdiction of the Xingho base." Ling Feng remained silent, while Wang Long retorted without hesitation, "I care not for your base. Begone. Dare to confront me again, and you shall be rendered incapacitated." The leader's fury ignited at Wang Long's defiance. It was his first encounter with someone bold enough to speak in such a manner to the representatives of Xingho base. "You seek death. Brothers, eliminate him." With that, the group charged at the two, weapons raised. Ling Feng, unperturbed by their approach, casually addressed Wang Long, "This is your domain. Remember to leave one alive." Wang Long nodded, a grin spreading across his face as he welcomed the opportunity to stretch his muscles, eager to test the prowess bestowed upon him by the genetic serum. Cracking his neck, he swiftly dashed towards the assailants. His movements were rapid, his strikes fierce and cunning, executed with precision, no unnecessary gestures. Having been a champion in hand-to-hand combat during his military service, dealing with these individuals was child's play. Moreover, the enhancements from the serum had significantly elevated his physical capabilities across the board. Within mere seconds, several henchmen lay defeated upon the ground, their vitality extinguished, leaving only the brash leader standing. However, the once arrogant man now stood frozen in place, his face contorted in terror, his legs trembling incessantly. Ling Feng approached him and asked coldly, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" "I am from the Xingho base. We are here today to ambush the people from the Luan base. Our leader commanded that everyone in this market must be eliminated." After speaking, he looked at Ling Feng with a pleading expression. "This esteemed leader, I am merely following orders. I beseech you, do not take my life." "Where is your leader now?" "He is in the direction you just came from. He has taken his brothers to encircle the people from the Luan base." After Ling Feng's inquiry, he subtly gestured to Wang Long. Wang Long advanced and delivered a lethal blow to the minion's temple. The minion let out a shriek and fell lifelessly to the ground. Wang Long then approached Ling Feng and asked, "Shall we go witness the commotion?" "Let us see." Ling Feng speculated that the Luan base referred to the beautiful girl they had encountered earlier. The audacity of the Xingho base to target an ability user suggested that their leader might also possess extraordinary powers. Observing the clash between two ability users would provide him with valuable insights into their combat dynamics. Ling Feng and Wang Long retraced their steps. Before they reached the scene, they heard the sounds of battle erupting from within. They quickly found a concealed spot to observe from a distance. On the battleground, two factions were locked in fierce combat, one of which was led by Dui Bai. However, the situation was evidently unfavorable for her. The forces of the Xingho base vastly outnumbered her team, indicating they were well prepared. The Luan base had suffered significant losses, leaving only 7 or 8 individuals remaining, who were now encircled by the Xingho members, seemingly on the brink of collapse. "Zhang Jichao, you despicable and shameless scoundrel." Du Yibai glared angrily at the man not far away. Chapter 84. The ability user Zhang Jichao. Du Yibai's expression turned ashen as she witnessed the slaughter of the elite members she had brought with her. They were being decimated by the adversaries. A lecherous-looking middle-aged man from the Xingho base leered at Du Yibai. "Du Yibai, cease your futile resistance and surrender. I shall treat you well, my dear, ha ha ha." The members of the Xingho base erupted into laughter. "Dream on," Du Yibai retorted coldly. Zhang Jichao's expression darkened, clouds of rage gathering on his face. "You shameless wench, you dare to defy me? Watch how I will dispose of you. Brothers, eliminate everyone from the Xingho base, except for this woman." As Zhang Jichao's words fell, dozens of his subordinates brandished their weapons and launched an assault on the members of the Xingho base. Meanwhile, Zhang Jichao commenced his actions. His figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear 10 meters away. Teleportation. Ling Feng, observing from a distance, gazed at Zhang Jichao in astonishment, realizing that this individual's extraordinary ability was indeed teleportation. This skill undoubtedly falls under the category of spatial abilities. Such powers are exceedingly troublesome on the battlefield, for one can never predict where he might manifest. He could materialize before you or, in the blink of an eye, be behind you. It leaves one utterly defenseless. Ling Feng continued to scrutinize the unfolding scene. Du Yibai noticed that Zhang Jichao was approaching her and swiftly began to retreat. With a flourish of her hands, dozens of steel pipes surged toward Zhang Jichao. He sidestepped to evade them and once again employed his teleportation skill, closing the distance to within 3 meters of Du Yibai. Armed with a dagger, he intended to strike, but the dagger seemed to be drawn uncontrollably toward Du Yibai. He refrained from using his extraordinary ability again, evidently aware that it was not without limitations, as its energy consumption was substantial. Absent his weapon and powers, he resorted to unarmed combat, launching a direct punch toward Du Yibai's chest, only for her to nimbly evade. Ling Feng observed the duel between the two and found it rather mundane. It was merely a case of ineptitude clashing. He had initially assumed that those with extraordinary abilities would be formidable adversaries, but after witnessing their confrontation, he realized they were rather ordinary. Their skills were overly simplistic and bore apparent flaws. In contrast, his genetic serum offered comprehensive enhancements without shortcomings. Du Yibai appeared to possess some combat skills. Otherwise, she would not be able to hold her ground against Zhang Jichao. Although Zhang Jichao's teleportation skill was potent, it posed no threat to him, for his speed was on par with that of the teleportation. Moreover, the use of his powers drained considerable energy, and there were limits to their range. Defeating this opponent would be a trivial endeavor. The battle continued as members of the Luan base were swiftly dealt with by those from the Xingho base, who joined the fray against Du Yibai. The once evenly matched duel was thrown into disarray by the arrival of these subordinates, leading to Du Yibai's swift depletion of strength, and it became evident that her defeat was imminent. Zhang Jichao looked on with delight, reveling in the prospect of soon having his way with the beautiful woman he had been obsessing over nightly. Tonight, he vowed to thoroughly dominate her, allowing her to experience what it truly meant to be with a man for 3 minutes. Du Yibai, drained of her energy, was soon overpowered by the collective efforts of the Xingho base members. Little beauty, you have ultimately fallen into my grasp. Your Luan base shall henceforth belong to me, Zhang Jichao proclaimed with a smug expression, reaching out to caress Du Yibai's delicate face. Du Yibai turned her head to evade Zhang Jichao's lascivious grasp, her face expressing utter disdain. Zhang Jichao, incensed by her contemptuous gaze, seethed with anger. Wretched woman, he exclaimed, raising his right hand to strike her. Just as his hand was poised in the air, a sudden pain shot through it. He glanced at his hands, horrified to see his palm reduced to a mass of raw flesh. Ah! He cried out in agony, scanning his surroundings. In the distance, he spotted 2 individuals slowly approaching, one of whom was brandishing a sniper rifle, clearly the source of his injury. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he shouted towards Ling Feng. Who are you? We are mere passers-by, Ling Feng replied, leveling his weapon and firing. Zhang Jichao's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily utilized his teleportation ability, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind the members of the Xingho base. Everyone attack! Eliminate these 2, he bellowed to his subordinates, fury emanating from him. The members of the Xingho base hesitated, rooted to the spot, for Ling Feng's gun presented a formidable threat. Rushing in would be tantamount to suicide, and none dared to be the first to charge. You worthless scoundrels, do you dare defy me? I shall reward anyone who can kill this man with 10 boxes of instant noodles. The mere mention of the prize invigorated Zhang Jichao's lackeys. 10 boxes of noodles. Such a bounty represented a substantial supply, enough to last them for a considerable time. With this material incentive, Zhang Jichao's followers rallied their spirits and surged toward Ling Feng. Caught in the grasp of several lackeys, Du Yibai regarded Ling Feng with a complex expression, astonished that this man would intervene to save her. They were mere strangers, having crossed paths only briefly. Why would he choose to rescue her? Though undeniably powerful, he was outnumbered by the forces of the Xingho base, and she feared he might struggle against them. A flicker of concern flashed in her eyes. Ling Feng surveyed the approximately 40 assailants before him, calmly stowing his sniper rifle and flexing his wrist. He exchanged a knowing smile with Wang Long. The 2 charged into the throng, unarmed yet resolute. Ling Feng's agility rendered him nearly invisible, each punch he delivered claiming a life. His overwhelming strength caused those struck to have their heads obliterated, leaving behind a gruesome array of headless corpses. Wang Long, while not possessing such extraordinary might, delivered lethal blows with each strike as well. The 2 fought with astonishing speed, and within mere moments, every adversary lay slain. Du Yibai's eyes widened in shock. She had anticipated that Ling Feng would struggle against this horde, yet the reality was starkly different. He was exceedingly powerful. His strength far surpassed her own comprehension. Fortunately, he did not harbor any murderous intent towards himself moments ago. Otherwise, he would have met his demise right then and there. Zhang Jichao's expression was exceedingly grim. Within less than half a minute, dozens of his subordinates had been annihilated. Even he could not have accomplished such a feat. Initially, he believed that with his newfound abilities, he could rampage unchecked. However, it became glaringly obvious that he was courting death. These 2 individuals were astonishingly formidable, and he was utterly outmatched. Nevertheless, as a member of the Xingho base, he thought that invoking his brother's name might afford him some degree of respect. Chapter 85. The first kill of the ability user Ling Feng, having dealt with the throng of lackeys, casually wiped the blood from his hands and regarded Zhang Jichao with an expression of indifference. Do you know who I am? At this moment, Zhang Jichao's eyes had regained their composure. His formidable connections empowered him with the confidence to face Ling Feng. Ling Feng scoffed, intrigued by the man's attempt to intimidate him. Who you are is of no concern to me. Zhang Jichao was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the unexpected response. Taking a deep breath, he slowly articulated, I am from the Xingho base. My elder brother, Zhang Jibiao, is the leader of the base and the most powerful ability user in this region. He spoke with an air of arrogance, believing that the mere mention of his brother's name would instill fear in Ling Feng, compelling him to apologize. After all, his brother's prowess was widely recognized in the Eastern District, and everyone afforded him a modicum of respect. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Ling Feng. Upon hearing the name Zhang Jibiao, Ling Feng's expression remained unfazed. I don't know him. Ling Feng shook his head, indicating he had never heard of him. Even if he had, it mattered not. Those who dared to provoke him would face dire consequences. His strength was more than sufficient to overpower these ability users, and his power was continually on the rise. He advanced step by step towards Zhang Jichao, his tone icy as he declared, no matter who your connections are, they cannot prevent my intent to end your life today. It dawned on Zhang Jichao that he could truly perish here. This young man was genuinely prepared to kill him. He began to retreat, his voice weakening. If you kill me, my brother will not spare you. He is powerful, and if you take my life, you shall not survive. In an instant, Ling Feng dashed forward, appearing before Zhang Jichao in the blink of an eye. Seizing his neck with his right hand and lifting him effortlessly off the ground, he spoke sharply, I detest being threatened. Should your brother come to confront me, I will ensure he joins you in the afterlife. Zhang Jichao's face flushed red, his neck firmly gripped, rendering him speechless, his eyes wide with terror. With a swift motion, Ling Feng snapped his neck and carelessly discarded his lifeless body aside. However, Ling Feng seemed to have recalled something and once again stored Zhang Jichao's lifeless body into his space. After resolving the matter with Zhang Jichao, Ling Feng approached Dui Bai. Once again, we meet, beautiful lady, Ling Feng said with a gentle smile as he gazed at Dui Bai. At that moment, her complexion remained pale. The recent battle had utterly drained her strength, leaving her devoid of any energy. She looked at Ling Feng earnestly and said, thank you for saving me. I owe you a debt of life. I did not save you out of altruism. This fellow merely provoked my ire, and your rescue was merely a serendipitous occurrence. Ling Feng replied, lighting a cigarette as he spoke. Wang Long stepped forward to Dui Bai, retrieving an energy bar from his pocket and offering it to her with a soft voice. Here, have something to replenish your energy. Dui Bai smiled kindly at him, accepting the energy bar and expressing her gratitude. Wang Long gazed at her with an eager smile, his eyes nearly glued to her. Dui Bai felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. Observing Wang Long's lecherous demeanor, Ling Feng shook his head in resignation. This fellow was utterly captivated by beautiful women. However, it was evident that Dui Bai had no interest in him. After consuming the energy bar, Dui Bai regained a modicum of strength, her complexion flushing with a hint of color. She slowly rose to her feet and addressed Ling Feng and Wang Long. I am Dui Bai, the leader of the Luan Foundation. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Wang Long quickly waved his hand. No need for formality. It is only right to lend a hand in times of need. My companion and I are always eager to help. Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Ling Feng, and I am Wang Long. Ling Feng chose not to interject in their conversation and instead quietly moved aside. As noon approached, it was time for a meal. He retrieved a portable stove and a canister of gas from his space, igniting it before placing a pot to boil instant noodles. With his formidable strength, he was no longer apprehensive about revealing his spatial abilities. In no time, the fragrant aroma of the noodles wafted through the air. Though Ling Feng was not particularly adept at cooking, he excelled at preparing instant noodles, having consumed them abundantly during his time at home. Moreover, his version was not merely a basic offering, but a gourmet rendition. He included ingredients such as ham, vegetables, marinated eggs, beef rolls, and fish balls. A delightful balance of meat and greens, ensuring nutritional harmony. Nearby, Dui Bai inhaled the enticing scent of the noodles, her stomach rumbling in response, and she discreetly swallowed a bit of saliva. It was the first time since the apocalypse that she had encountered such an enticing aroma of instant noodles. To her astonishment, Ling Feng displayed such extravagance. While others considered a single bowl of instant noodles a luxury in this era, he had included such an abundance of accompaniments. They appeared utterly delectable, so much so that, while Wang Long conversed with her, her thoughts were entirely consumed by the prospect of the noodles. Time to eat. Ling Feng greeted and then began to serve noodles with a small basin, while Wang Long stood by, also waiting to fill his basin. Observing Dui Bai standing idly, Ling Feng said with a hint of irritation, come over and serve yourself. Do you expect me to serve you? Dewey Bai, incensed by his words, stomped her feet. However, the aroma of the instant noodles was simply irresistible. She walked over, took a basin, and filled it to the brim, indulging in large mouthfuls. The taste was undeniably exquisite. So delightful it brought tears to her eyes. She couldn't help but hasten her pace, and soon the basin was nearly empty. Even the broth was consumed entirely. Still craving more, she licked her lips, clearly unsatisfied. Ling Feng noticed her embarrassment and directly lifted the pot, pouring the remaining noodles into her basin, which made her feel slightly awkward. "Thank you," Du Yibai said, her cheeks turning a shade of red. She observed that Ling Feng's basin contained little. Evidently, he had taken less to allow her to have more, which touched her deeply. Unbeknownst to Du Yibai, Ling Feng's modest portion was simply due to his disinterest in the food. Accustomed to Lin Su's cooking, he found it difficult to swallow such junk food. What others deemed delicious was hardly appetizing to him. Were it not for the absence of Lin Su's meals in the wild, he would have refused to consume such fare. After finishing their meal, the group gathered around the portable stove to warm themselves. Both Ling Feng and Wang Long lit a cigarette simultaneously. A smoke after a meal brings joy for the entire day. Ling Feng casually inquired, "What grudge do you hold against the Xingho base?" Du Yibai's eyes filled with animosity as she replied, "The people from Xingho base have always sought to annex our base, coveting what we possess." Chapter 86. The power to control gravity. Ling Feng's interest peaked. What could be so significant that the Xingho base desires to consume Lun base? Du Yibai hesitated briefly before responding. "Our base is situated atop a food processing factory, housing a complete food processing system, with a substantial stock of flour and other raw materials. The Xingho base has persistently attempted to invade ours. They have orchestrated several raids, all of which I successfully repelled. This time, they chose to strike while I was away. Had it not been for you, they might have succeeded." Upon hearing her words, Ling Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated something of great importance, only to discover it was merely machinery and flour. Currently, he lacked none of these. With flour and rice in abundance within his space, what is the Xingho base's background to be so formidable? Ling Feng inquired with curiosity. The leader of the Spark base is named Zhang Zhibiao, who was originally an employee at a chemical plant. After the apocalypse, he and his brother both awakened supernatural abilities. His power is remarkably formidable, allowing him to manipulate the gravity within a 10-meter radius, rendering opponents utterly defenseless. Any ordinary person who enters his gravitational field would instantly endure dozens of times their own weight, potentially crushing them to a pulp. By combining this extraordinary ability with Zhang Jichao's teleportation, they become an insurmountable force, unmatched in this region. Utilizing their immense powers, the two brothers established the Spark base, obliterating several nearby smaller bases, with our Luan base being the last standing. After hearing Du Yibai's introduction, Ling Feng gained a fundamental understanding of the Spark base. Indeed, Zhang Zhibiao's abilities are rather troublesome, as ordinary individuals would struggle to combat him. However, the immense gravity does not significantly affect Ling Feng. He subtly inquired about how supernatural beings enhance their powers, but unfortunately, she was also unaware. She was currently exploring this on her own, with progress being quite slow. Having gathered sufficient information, Ling Feng decided to depart, as today's mission was to head to the industrial park, and they had already squandered half a day. He bid farewell to Du Yibai, while Wang Long reluctantly waved goodbye. Ling Feng mounted his motorcycle and continued towards the industrial park, encountering no issues along the way. After half an hour of high-speed travel, they finally arrived at the industrial area, which was now entirely blanketed by thick white snow, obscuring any trace of its industrial essence. Wang Long stared in disbelief at the scene before him. What happened? There's nothing left. Ling Feng also found himself at a loss, pondering how to locate anything without a single recognizable landmark. The entire area spanned a staggering 100,000 square meters, making the search for the power generation equipment factory quite challenging. It seemed they had no choice but to search based on approximate locations. With a sense of resignation, Ling Feng said they should begin digging in a rough area. After half an hour of laborious effort, they finally reached the top of a building. Ling Feng clenched his fist and struck the rooftop forcefully. With a resounding crash, a 1-meter-wide hole was created. Without hesitation, he leapt down, landing gracefully, followed closely by Wang Long. The interior of the building was pitch dark, making it impossible to see anything. Ling Feng retrieved a headlamp from his spatial storage and donned it, initiating his exploration. Upon a cursory examination aided by the light, he discovered that this was a manufacturing factory for excavators, and they were currently situated in a storage facility for these machines. Upon encountering the excavator, Ling Feng was filled with delight, for the excavator was indeed a remarkable tool, perfectly suited for breaking ice and enhancing efficiency. He recognized this location. The adjacent factory was one that manufactured power generation equipment. Through careful analysis, Wang Long swiftly deduced their position. Ling Feng stored the excavator in his spatial realm and returned to the surface. After briefly familiarizing himself with the controls, he and his companion commenced excavation with 2 excavators. With the aid of these machines, their ice-breaking pace noticeably accelerated. Within half an hour, they had dug 3 meters deep, revealing the roof of a building. Ling Feng retracted the excavators and, alongside Wang Long, entered the factory to search for the generator. Indeed, in the corner of the factory, they discovered a large generator. By examining the equipment's nameplate, Ling Feng noted its specifications. It was an ultra-large generator with a capacity of 10,000 watts. Thrilled by the unexpected ease of their discovery, he waved his hand and directly stored the generator in his spatial realm. Subsequently, he found several smaller generators, but aside from that, there were no other significant discoveries. After completing their tasks for the day, Ling Feng returned to the surface, ready to head back. Checking the time, he realized it was already 4 in the afternoon, and they needed to hurry back, otherwise, darkness would soon descend. The 2 mounted their motorcycles and began their journey home, encountering no issues along the way, arriving safely. Ling Feng parked the vehicle at the villa entrance and saw Zhang Ning waiting at the door. "Master, you have returned." Zhang Ning approached with an expression of utmost respect. "What is it? Is there something wrong?" Ling Feng inquired nonchalantly. "It is as follows. All the traps have been fully set, and I thought it prudent for you to inspect them." Ling Feng's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the traps would be completed so swiftly, and he was impressed by the efficiency. "Very well, lead me to them." Zhang Ning guided Ling Feng to examine the traps. After the inspection, Ling Feng was quite satisfied with Zhang Ning's work. Zhang Ning, being the owner of a construction company, clearly had considerable expertise in this area. The entire perimeter of the villa was surrounded by traps. Any ordinary person who fell into them would sustain severe injuries or worse. As a token of appreciation, Ling Feng rewarded Zhang Ning with a roasted chicken, leaving him astonished. Although he protested, his body betrayed him, his eyes fixated hungrily on the chicken. Ling Feng chuckled silently, directly placing the roasted chicken into his hands. Grateful, Zhang Ning took the chicken and departed. Ling Feng carefully navigated around the traps and returned home. Upon opening the door, Lin Su and He Bao immediately surrounded him. Chapter 87. Gaining the ability of teleportation, Lin Su prepared a sumptuous dinner for him. A delightful array of dishes adorned the dining table, eliciting an involuntary drool from Ling Feng, primarily due to his hunger. The lunch prepared was utterly unpalatable, leaving me unsated. As Ling Feng took his seat, he began to indulge heartily in his meal, and upon finishing, he engaged in a brief exercise session with Lin Su. After their workout, Ling Feng descended into the laboratory located in the basement. He retrieved Zhang Jichao's lifeless body from his spatial storage, eager to conduct an examination. After having taken Zhang Jichao's life earlier that morning, Ling Feng was struck by a thought regarding these extraordinary individuals. Upon awakening their abilities, their bodies undergo transformations. This might prove beneficial for his genetic research. Ling Feng proceeded to dismember Zhang Jichao's body, focusing first on the structure of his brain. Within it, he discovered a transparent, spherical crystal, roughly the size of a longan. It bore a resemblance to the inner core of the giant python he had previously slain. Ling Feng was elated. This artifact was indeed a remarkable find, capable of enhancing one's strength and perhaps even awakening latent skills. After consuming the python's inner core, his defensive capabilities had significantly improved. He promptly stored the transparent crystal in his spatial compartment for enhancement. Following the upgrade, the system swiftly provided information. Premium inner core contains a wealth of energy, capable of improving physical constitution and developing 5 of brain capacity, potentially granting the ability of teleportation. Upon reading the system's revelation, Ling Feng was taken aback. While the initial details were impressive, the prospect of acquiring teleportation abilities left him utterly exhilarated. Such a skill would be invaluable, whether for escape or surprise attacks. Without hesitation, Ling Feng took the inner core from his spatial storage and ingested it. An overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his body, enveloping him in warmth. Reminiscent of the first time he consumed an inner core, he felt remarkably at ease. After 15 minutes, this sensation began to fade. Ling Feng gradually opened his eyes, rising to stretch, feeling invigorated. His mind was crystal clear, having developed 30 of his brain capacity, and he felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. It seemed as if his mind had gained the ability to manipulate objects. Ling Feng focused intently, attempting to control a surgical scalpel resting on the table. To his astonishment, the scalpel began to levitate effortlessly. He experimented with his mental prowess, commanding the scalpel to move forward, backward, and spin in circles, all of which he accomplished successfully. Ling Feng was astounded. The experience was truly magical. It resembled the sword manipulation technique he had encountered before. Was it possible that those individuals had also honed their minds? Or was it that he too had awakened some latent power? Ling Feng felt he had stumbled upon a significant realization. It appeared that enhancing mental faculties was paramount, perhaps even more so than physical prowess. He resolved to devote his efforts to the cultivation of his mind henceforth. Ling Feng prepared to test the teleportation skill. Eager to assess its efficacy, with a swift motion, he vanished from his original position and reappeared outside the villa. Ling Feng gazed around in a moment of stupor, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. This teleportation skill astonishingly transcended obstacles, proving to be extraordinarily formidable. Estimating the distance he had just teleported, it was approximately 100 meters, far superior to Zhang Jichao's execution of the same ability. Indeed, Zhang Jichao was a lackluster individual, squandering such a remarkable skill. Ling Feng activated the ability once more. Instantly returning to the laboratory, he approached the gravity chamber to assess the increase in his strength. Following the evaluation, he discovered that his power had surged to 480 times, an enhancement of about 120 times. Although the growth was modest, the teleportation skill acquired today significantly augmented his capabilities, allowing him to swiftly eliminate adversaries in future combat scenarios. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel at the potency of the inner core possessed by these extraordinary beings. It seemed imperative to vanquish more of them to further elevate his prowess. Yet the scarcity of such individuals was disheartening. He had only encountered 2 thus far. After testing his strength, Ling Feng retrieved the generator from his spatial storage. The generator had undergone upgrades and now boasted a power output of 1 million kilowatts. While the energy production had increased, so too had the fuel consumption, and his current stockpile of diesel was insufficient. Ling Feng planned to venture out in a few days to scour additional gas stations for resources. The excavator he had recently acquired had significantly accelerated his digging speed. Just as he resolved to test the generator's performance, a call crackled through the intercom. He picked up the device and began to respond. Ling Xiao. A group of approximately 100 individuals is approaching our location. We are uncertain of their identity. The information relayed from the gate's lookout. Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, understood. Remain concealed. After ending the call, he reluctantly abandoned his training for the day to investigate the unfortunate souls who had drawn their attention. On the road outside the Shizi Bay Villa, a 100-strong contingent ambled forward at a leisurely pace. Husantai, serving as the overall commander of this operation, was shielded by the villagers of Hu Family Village, positioned in the center of the group. For this mission, Husantai had personally taken charge, overseeing the proceedings. A total of 108 individuals from the younger generation of Hu Family Village had mobilized to ensure the success of this endeavor. They had procured several hunting rifles and even constructed makeshift cannons. With such weaponry at their disposal, they were resolute in their belief that Ling Feng stood no chance of survival. A hint of fatigue flickered in Husantai's gaze. After all, his advancing age and the considerable distance traveled had taken a toll on his body. Though somewhat fatigued, Husantai's spirit was remarkably invigorated, his heart brimming with excitement. Do not act recklessly. Await my command before proceeding. He admonished the young men of Hu Family Village with a stern tone. Master, shall we leave any survivors? Inquired a young man, his face contorted with ferocity, fueled by the desire for vengeance against Ling Feng, who had slain his brother. Husantai, stroking his grizzled beard, pondered for a moment before responding slowly. That rascal Ling Feng has taken the lives of so many of our kin. We cannot let him off too easily. Do not kill him. Allow him to breathe, so that we may vent our frustrations. At his words, the crowd from Hu Family Village revealed cruel smiles. The group gradually approached Shizi Bay, soon arriving at the opulent villa of Ling Feng. The villa was ablaze with light, captivating the attention of the onlookers with its lavish decor. Moreover, they beheld a stunningly beautiful woman standing by the window, gazing out at them. Her exquisite figure and every movement ignited wild fantasies among the young men of Hu Family Village, intensifying their animosity towards Ling Feng. Such a breathtaking beauty could only have been forcibly taken by that scoundrel. They yearned to burst in and claim her for themselves. Chapter 88. The assault begins as Husantai surveyed the villa before him, his resolve solidified. He discreetly cast a glance at the woman within, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Who could resist a beautiful woman? Despite his age, he thought, though I am no longer young, I still possess the vigor to engage in battle. Commence the operation, Husantai declared in a low voice. No sooner had he spoken than over 100 villagers from Hu Family Village sprang into action. The leading 20 young men charged into the villa's courtyard like ravenous wolves, their eyes ablaze with madness. Each was determined to be the first to breach the entrance, jostling eagerly to advance. Husantai, commanding from the rear, observed with satisfaction as his spirited subordinates surged forward. A confident smile graced his face, but it froze in an instant. As the younger generation rushed into the courtyard, they triggered a hidden trap, and a chorus of anguished screams erupted from the crowd. They quickly turned to see the source of the commotion, gasping in horror. The pit was filled with wooden spikes and iron nails, and those who fell into it were impaled, their blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle. Some suffered painful injuries to their feet, howling in agony, while others met their demise instantly, struck in the eyes, heart, or throat. A few fortunate souls were merely pierced in their limbs, lying within the pit, writhing in torment. In order to enhance the lethality of the traps, Ling Feng specifically instructed Zhang Ning to coat each iron nail and wooden spike with excrement. Should anyone fall victim to these snares, even if they did not succumb immediately, they would ultimately perish from infection. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene within the traps, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, with many faces reflecting a semblance of terror. Hearing the cries of agony, Hu Santai hurried over from behind to assess the situation. The sight before him was utterly disheartening. Each victim was a junior of his, and the loss of even one was a profound sorrow. The fact that 10 or more had fallen injured or dead filled him with rage. Sensing an unseen hand at play, his gaze shifted towards the villa, where he spotted a young man by the window, a sinister smile gracing his features as he observed. Hu Santai's expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he commanded, "Rescue the survivors." The crowd scrambled to pull the trapped individuals to safety, yet many had lost consciousness, and the depth of the trap complicated their efforts. After several arduous minutes, they managed to hoist everyone up. "Tianci, how are they?" Hu Santai asked gravely of the young man beside him. "Grandfather, Zhuzi and Dashin are both dead. Only 2 are still alive. The rest remain unconscious," Hu Tianci replied, his voice thick with sorrow. At this news, Hu Santai was struck with shock and fury, his complexion draining of color. Tianci, Zhuzi, and Dashin were his beloved grandsons, and now he faced the unbearable reality of losing them. The agony of burying one's own kin was overwhelming. All of this was the doing of Ling Feng. "Scoundrel! Ling Feng, you are nothing but a beast. I swear I shall make you suffer tenfold." Hu Santai raged internally. After a moment of silence, he suppressed his grief and spoke solemnly. "Send 4 individuals to escort the wounded back for treatment." Upon receiving his grandfather's directive, Hu Tianci turned to arrange for the injured to depart, but was seized by Hu Santai. "You shall accompany the wounded, but remember, do not return." Hu Santai instructed him quietly. Hu Tianci, alarmed, protested vehemently, "No, I must stay and avenge Zhuzi and the others. I will personally slay Ling Feng." His face contorted with resentment. Hu Santai sighed, recognizing his grandson's stubbornness. He could offer no further counsel and reluctantly gestured for him to proceed. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the villagers with fervor. "Children, let us seek vengeance for our fallen kin." The villagers, filled with righteous indignation, echoed his sentiments. Ling Feng had mercilessly struck them multiple times, claiming the lives of dozens. Many had lost loved ones to his brutality, and they yearned for retribution. Observing the fiery determination in their eyes, Hu Santai continued to rally their spirits. "Gather all our shotguns and explosives. First, we shall obliterate the glass and doors, and the remaining individuals will swiftly charge in to subdue Ling Feng." He suddenly recalled something and continued, "Do not commit indiscriminate slaughter, aside from Ling Feng. Do not harm anyone else. The young woman in the villa is to be interrogated by me personally." The people of Hu family village commenced their second assault, this time with heightened caution. 3 or 4 individuals, bearing makeshift explosives, began their preparations, placing the explosives at the entrance of the villa to demolish the door. Ling Feng, observing from the 3rd-floor window, looked down at the anxious faces of those arranging the explosives with a disdainful gaze. He did not intervene. It would be futile. Let them toil for a while longer. However, these villagers of Hu family village were truly oblivious to the peril they faced. They had already lost a group, yet they dared to return? It seemed he had shown too much mercy, allowing these rascals to believe they could easily bully him, since they seek their own demise. Let them remain here. For now, he would watch their performance, allowing them to perish in despair. The explosives were soon set, and Hu Santai revealed a cruel smile. "Ignite." With his command, Hu Tianci pressed the button vigorously. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a cacophony of explosions erupted, shaking the very ground. The villagers of Hu family cheered, exhilarated. Yet, as the smoke cleared, their expressions turned to one of shock. The door stood intact, unmoved. How could this be? Why could the explosives not breach it? What material was this door made from, so resilient? Despair flickered in the villagers' eyes. Hu Santai, gazing at the door, was filled with an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet he refused to concede. "All armed men, shoot at Ling Feng. Continue with the explosives. I refuse to believe this door can withstand our assault indefinitely. His countenance was twisted with rage as he glared at Ling Feng, whose smug demeanor only deepened his fury. It was infuriating. His chest ached with the intensity of his ire. Prompted by his orders, a dozen villagers, armed with shotguns, began to load their weapons. Once the explosives were primed, they aimed at Ling Feng, standing before the window, and squeezed the triggers with force. The bullets rattled against the window, leaving not a single mark. Unyielding in his disbelief, Hu Santai commanded the marksman to reload and shoot again. Thus commenced the second round of fire. Yet still, it was in vain. Then came the third, the fourth. Until the last bullet was expended, Ling Feng stood there with an air of calmness, casually holding a sunflower seed, observing them as if watching a performance. Chapter 89. The Chosen One. The people of Hu Family Village were once again engulfed in despair, beginning to contemplate retreat. The enemy's defenses were insurmountably strong. There was no point in remaining any longer. Hu Santai felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Was it truly his fate to watch Ling Feng stand there, taunting him? This was far more agonizing than killing him. However, more despair awaited him. As Ling Feng noticed the silence outside, he had just finished his sunflower seed. He brushed off the remnants from his hands and, with a relaxed demeanor, retrieved a machine gun from his space. He then opened the window, gazing at the villagers outside, whose faces were painted with distress, a smile adorning his features. "Come down and face me one-on-one. I'll make sure you regret it," Hu Tianci shouted furiously, his eyes ablaze with rage as he pointed at Ling Feng. Ling Feng scoffed disdainfully. "You? With your pitiful caliber, I can hardly be bothered to lift a finger." Hu Tianci was so enraged he could hardly contain himself, wishing to leap up and pummel Ling Feng. Hu Santai intervened, halting his son, and stepped forward, casting a grim look at Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, you have slaughtered dozens from Hu Family Village. Do you not owe us an explanation?" Ling Feng smiled lightly. "An explanation? This is your explanation." With that, he unleashed a burst of bullets from his machine gun, instantly dropping 5 or 6 villagers in the front row, killing them on the spot, while a dozen more in the back suffered varying degrees of gunshot wounds. The air filled with the sounds of anguished cries. "Is this explanation satisfactory?" Ling Feng coldly inquired. You are utterly lawless," Hu Santai shouted, trembling with fury as he pointed at Ling Feng. "You will face retribution. The people of Hu Family Village will not rest until you are dealt with." Ling Feng chuckled mockingly. "In that case, do not leave, stay here with me." Simultaneously, he unleashed a relentless barrage from his machine gun. Hu Santai, positioned at the front, bore the brunt of the firepower, instantly turned into a sieve. "Grandfather!" Hu Tianxi's tears streamed down, but he had no time to grieve as he hurriedly dodged the hail of bullets. Under the relentless fire of Ling Feng's machine gun, the villagers below fell like wheat before a scythe. Without Hu Santai's guidance, the entire group descended into chaos, losing over half their number in mere seconds. "Run for your lives!" The crowd began to flee, abandoning even the wounded on the ground. Ling Feng coldly swept his machine gun across the fleeing villagers, his heart untouched by any emotion. Soon, over 100 souls from Hu Family Village were decimated, with only a few swift individuals managing to escape. He had lost the motivation to pursue any further, for they were but insignificant adversaries, unable to stir any substantial turmoil. Ling Feng surveyed the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground and promptly summoned Zhang Ning via the walkie-talkie to manage the grim task at hand. After stowing away his machine gun, he indulged in a warm bath, relishing the respite after a long day of exertion. In the vast, enveloping darkness of the night, Hu Tianci and a handful of surviving villagers from Hu Family Village dashed forward with urgency. Terror was etched upon each face. The harrowing scene of Ling Feng's massacre of their kin indelibly imprinted in their minds. Fear gripped them. The mere mention of Ling Feng's name sent tremors coursing through their legs. Yet, fortune had favored their escape. After running several miles, they dared to halt. Realizing no one pursued them, gasping for breath, they exchanged glances filled with bitterness. Once a formidable force of over 100, they now fled like frightened strays. Hu Tianxi's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the shadows toward Shizi Bei, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. In this ill-fated endeavor, both his younger brothers and grandfather had succumbed to Ling Feng's hand. His heart brimmed with vengeance, pledging to repay blood with blood. This immense hatred rendered his breaths labored, and he could not suppress an anguished roar toward the heavens. "Ling Feng, I shall kill you." In a fit of rage, he coughed up blood, his visage paling drastically. A searing pain surged through his mind, akin to being pierced by countless steel needles, and he soon found himself collapsing into the snow. His companions rushed to his side, one of them checking for his breath by placing a finger near his nose. He is still alive, though clearly agitated, they confirmed, relief washing over them. They carefully lifted him and made their way back to Hu family village. When Hu Tianxi awoke the following morning, he found himself surrounded by concerned faces, his parents and several comrades who had fled with him. Tianxi, you terrified me. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't know how to go on. His mother, tears streaming down her face, appeared to have aged several years in just one night. With reddened eyes, Hu Tianxi embraced his mother, lamenting, "Mother, it is my inadequacy that cost us my brothers and grandfather." She wiped the tears from her eyes and, in a hoarse voice, reassured him, "It is a blessing you returned safely. Promise me, do not seek out Ling Feng again. I cannot bear the thought of losing you too." Hu Tianxi nodded solemnly, yet within, a fierce resolve was kindling. Vengeance must be wrought. However, he acknowledged his current limitations. He could not recklessly rush to his demise. He would bide his time, amassing strength, until he could confront Ling Feng and avenge his grandfather and brothers. He is confident in his inevitable success. During his unconscious state, he felt a transformation occurring within his body. It seemed as though his strength was boundless, and his sensory perception intensified. Both his hearing and vision underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. In truth, he had awakened long ago, merely attuning himself to the changes within. As a seasoned aficionado of fantastical tales, he was well acquainted with such transformations, recognizing it as the awakening of certain innate abilities. After reassuring his mother, Hu Tianxi ventured alone to a secluded area outside the village, seeking a tranquil space to test his newfound prowess. He extended his hands and pressed downward into the void, causing the ground to sprout dozens of ice spikes, each about a meter in length. Subsequently, he explored various applications of his skills. Hu Tianxi's eyes sparkled with fervor and excitement. He possessed the ability to manipulate ice and snow, and in this era of global frost, he would emerge as the sovereign of his time, bearing a deep-seated vendetta. He awakened an unparalleled constitution from the depths of despair. Undoubtedly, he was the protagonist. With lofty ambitions, Hu Tianxi's gaze transcended the confines of the modest Hu family village, envisioning the entirety of the capital city and even the whole of the Dragon Kingdom. Ling Feng was but a trifling jester, an ant he could crush at will. Furthermore, his woman would ultimately become his plaything. I, Hu Tianxi, am the master of this chaotic world. Chapter 90. The Calamity of Hu Family Village. Ling Feng. Prepare to face your reckoning. Bursting with vigor, Hu Tianxi vowed to carve his own indomitable path. Just then, a battalion of several hundred soldiers ambled towards the Hu family village. Hu Tianxi's brow furrowed slightly. Although they were at a distance, he discerned that this was a formidable force, with each soldier emanating a remarkable aura. What could this group be seeking in Hu family village? Hu Tianxi resolved to assess the situation, standing still and retracting his overwhelming presence, quietly observing from the sidelines. With his extraordinary constitution, he felt no fear in the face of hundreds. This was the mark of true artistry and audacity. Soon, the troop approached within close proximity of Hu Tianxi. A cursory glance revealed their numbers to be around 600, each soldier equipped with weapons, some even shouldering small rocket launchers and machine guns. The unit halted less than 50 meters from him, and from within the ranks emerged a middle-aged man clad in military attire, exuding an impressive aura, clearly a leader. This man was none other than Long Hao, the commander of the battalion. Long Hao strode towards Hu Tianxi, a benevolent smile gracing his features as he inquired, "Young man, is this Hu family village?" Upon hearing the name, Hu Tianxi's expression shifted to one of guarded vigilance, and he replied cautiously, "What is your purpose here?" Long Hao inquired with a faint smile, "Fear not, young man. We are the official military, harboring no malice. Today, we are merely passing through Hu family village on a mission and wish to find a place to rest." Hu Tianxi observed the man's demeanor, which did not betray deceit, and the disciplined troops behind him appeared to be indeed the official army. Thus, he lowered his guard and smiled, saying, "This is indeed Hu family village. Please follow me." Hu Tianxi warmly guided Long Hao into the village, with the regiment marching in unison behind them. "I truly appreciate your presence," Long Hao said with a hint of apology. Hu Tianxi quickly waved his hand. "No trouble at all. You are safeguarding our safety, selflessly offering your service, which is our duty to support." He led Long Hao to the ancestral hall, where he reported to the village elders and arranged a resting place for the soldiers. Inside the ancestral hall of Hu family village, Long Hao sat among the elders, engaged in earnest discussion. His brow furrowed, his expression grave. "I never anticipated that Ling Feng could be so cruel and heartless. As an official, I solemnly assure you all, I shall eradicate this scoundrel and avenge the more than 100 villagers of Hu family village who have met a tragic fate," Long Hao proclaimed with righteous fervor. The elders of Hu family village were visibly moved, their eyes brimming with tears. "Captain Long, we thank you on behalf of our departed kin," one elder said, bowing in gratitude. In this critical moment, Our official military is indeed a reliable ally. Several others lamented with heartfelt admiration. Long Hao exchanged pleasantries with the elders before continuing. Regrettably, the younger generation of Hu family village has been nearly extinguished. I advise that you seek refuge in our official shelter. There, you will find safety and a place to call home. The elders' expressions brightened with excitement at the prospect of official protection. If we could truly receive such shelter, it would be a tremendous relief. No longer would we live in fear, nor suffer from hunger and cold. Captain Long, we shall heed your guidance, spoke Hu Jiangwo, the brother of Hu Santai, who assumed the chieftaincy after Hu Santai's demise. Long Hao nodded earnestly. Since you are willing to go to the shelter, I suggest we hasten to gather all provisions and transport them back to the shelter together. I will dispatch a squad of soldiers to escort you for safety. After we eliminate Ling Feng, we will return to the shelter together. What do you all think? Without hesitation, Hu Jiangwo agreed, confident in the reliability of the official's promise. According to Captain Long's arrangements, I am now notifying every household to pack their belongings and gather their provisions. The meeting concluded in a peaceful atmosphere. After the discussion, Hu Jiangwo led several village elders to inform every household. Long Hao left the ancestral hall with a beaming smile. Just a short distance away, a communication soldier could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly asked, Captain, are we truly sending these people to the shelter? Did not the Lord prohibit us from increasing our numbers? Long Hao replied coldly, just transport their food back. As for the people, let them wait. After finishing his statement, Long Hao strode away. The communication soldier gazed after Long Hao, his expression shifting. He never anticipated that the captain would act so ruthlessly, taking away all the food and disregarding the fate of those people. Is this still the captain I know? Long Hao arrived at his temporary office, intending to rest. Just as he was about to lie down, the door was forcefully kicked open. Ma Wu stormed in, his face flushed with anger. Long Hao frowned. Ma Wu, what are you doing? Ma Wu glared at him, seething with rage. Long Hao, are you even human? You deceived these villagers and took all their food. How are they supposed to survive? Long Hao immediately sprang to his feet, shouting, Ma Wu, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you have no sense of hierarchy? I am not obligated to report my actions to you. Someone, put him under arrest. Soon, several soldiers entered, surrounding Ma Wu. One soldier, visibly conflicted, addressed Ma Wu, Brother Ma, don't make things difficult for us. Ma Wu sighed at the soldiers and fell silent, following them out. As he reached the doorway, he paused and turned his back to Long Hao, saying, Long Hao, you are unworthy of wearing that uniform. With that, he walked away without looking back. Long Hao, furious, slammed his fist on the table, shattering its surface, his expression darkening to an extreme. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. The villagers of Hu family village acted with remarkable efficiency, gathering all the provisions into a large flatbed cart. Hu Jiangwo had brought over several Alaskan huskies to assist the soldiers in pulling the cart. These huskies belonged to a villager and were appropriated as sled dogs for communal use after the apocalypse. With automobiles rendered inoperable, they had to rely on these primitive means for transportation. Long Hao watched as a group of soldiers departed with the cart full of supplies, feeling a surge of excitement. With this batch of provisions, he would surely gain significant advantages from the Lord. Noticing the time, he prepared to leave with the soldiers. It was time to attend to serious matters. Just as they were about to depart, Hu Tianxi unexpectedly appeared, requesting to join the team on their journey to Shizi Bay. Long Hao was initially opposed to his inclusion. However, Hu Tianxi insisted that he was intimately familiar with the layout of Ling Feng's villa and could serve as a guide. Reluctantly, Long Hao acquiesced to his request. After a day of rest, the soldiers had regained their spirits, and at Long Hao's command, the team set forth towards their destination.